The sky was ablaze with red. A gigantic winged monster was wreaking havoc upon the city, and the civilians could only flee in panic. The crowd was in utter panic, everyone's face drained of color. Amidst the fleeing crowd, a black-haired young man stood still, directly facing the catastrophe. The young man's bloodshot eyes gleamed with determination, mixed with a hint of madness. Suddenly, a surge of energy, like lightning, coursed through his arm, a sign of an impending power explosion. His pupils contracted, glowing abnormally as the power began to spiral out of control. His entire body was bound by red energy chains, the pain tearing through his flesh. He let out a desperate scream as the colossal energy current engulfed him. Everything plunged into darkness, his body floating aimlessly amidst flickering specks of light. He shot up in bed, drenched in sweat. Realizing he had just experienced a nightmare, he mumbled, believing it was all an illusion during the talent awakening process. The young man sat thoughtfully on the bed, morning light streaming into the simple room. He looked out the window, recalling history. 100 years ago, cracks appeared in Earth's sky. Ferocious monsters from other dimensions poured in, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. But dimensional energy also activated hidden talents within humans, opening up a new game. A select few underwent the awakening process, officially ushering in the era of talents. Knock knock. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. A voice from outside echoed in. Big brother, are you done? Have you awakened your talent yet? He looked down at the awakening stone in his hand, a circular symbol glowing faintly, and the result appeared. Weak talent. A start that couldn't be more pathetic. Ye Tian desperately wondered. Weak talent. Is my life over? If I can't become a warrior then. The awakening stone clattered to the floor. The young man, crestfallen, let his limbs hang limp. He looked out the window, gloomily thinking of how to protect his sister with this pathetic level of power. Bang! The room door burst open. His younger sister, Ye Yu, rushed in, calling loudly. Big brother, how did it go? Ye Yu happily ran closer, her eyes full of anticipation, asking, how was the talent test? Ye Tian turned his face away, lying coldly so the girl wouldn't worry. Of course it went well. Hearing this, Ye Yu's eyes lit up, joyfully asking again. Really, big brother? He continued the act, forcing a smile. Don't worry, I will definitely become a mighty warrior. Ye Yu jumped for joy, raising her fist in celebration. Ye, you're the best. The girl happily pulled his hand. Come on, I've cooked your favorite dish to celebrate. But Ye Tian only responded indifferently. As Ye Yu turned her back, a blue system notification panel unexpectedly appeared right behind her. Ye Tian froze, his eyes wide, staring intently at what had just appeared. The status panel clearly displayed, Human, Ye Yu. Talent level, Tier 2. Ice talent. Beginner. Unawakened. Ye Tian's eyes flashed red, his pupils contracted in heavy shock. His sister was actually the real deal. He stared blankly at Ye Yu's information panel, a formidable talent that many dreamed of. At that very moment, another notification panel also appeared right in front of Ye Tian. His status panel appeared, a cruel contrast. Human, Ye Tian. Talent level, weak. Unaware, Ye Yu turned back and grabbed her brother's hand, pulling him. Hurry up, the food will get cold. The moment their hands touched, a surge of purple-white energy suddenly flashed. A completely new system notification panel abruptly popped up in front of the stunned Ye Tian. A new notification appeared before Ye Tian. Ye Yu's Tier 2, Talent and Ice Talent, both had the added text, can be copied. The system asked directly, copy this talent? Ye Tian was stunned to realize he could copy others' skills. A path to survival had opened. Ye Yu happily called her brother to eat his favorite braised pork, completely unaware. On the table was a sumptuous meal prepared by his younger sister herself. Ye Yu picked up food for her brother, urging him to eat more. Ye Tian pondered. This copying talent was too unique, but he decided not to use his sister as an experiment. He thought to himself, Ye Yu's ice talent was already top tier. Once awakened, she would surely sweep away her opponents. While eating, Ye Tian looked towards the bookshelf, his heart heavy as he thought of his parents. His gaze stopped at the photo frame on the shelf. It was a photo of his parents, both smiling gently. Ye Tian vowed not to let them down, promising they could rest in peace. He stood up, determined to change his fate. Ye Tian put on his black hoodie, his eyes burning red with determination to go out and test his new power. A surge of purple energy swept out from him, enveloping an entire neighborhood. He realized his limit. He could only scan talents within a 3-meter radius, a ridiculously short range. After scanning around, all he found were trashy Tier 2 talents, not worth his effort. Yi Tian mused that even though his original talent was useless, it might change after he copied others' skills. An idea sparked in his mind, and he smiled confidently. Yi Tian sought out Coastal Base's Academy No. 5, a place that looked like a medieval fortress. He muttered, "This place surely has some decent individuals, just enough for me to test my copying ability." Yi Tian, his eyes burning with resolve, confidently declared, "In the future, I will definitely be stronger than them." 10 days later, at Training Ground No. 3 of Academy No. 5, a voice boomed. "To become a warrior, you must first master physical training." A muscular training instructor sat cross-legged, his face radiating killing intent, ordering the recruits to begin their exercises. Among the uniformed students, Ye Tian and a chubby guy meditated, trying to condense energy as instructed. Not long after, a few weaklings began to stagger and collapse, one of them frantically reporting that someone had fainted. The training instructor glanced at the scattered trash, growling, "To hell with them. Only by forming an energy vortex can you hope to become a warrior." Yi Tian was drenched in sweat, panting, bitterly realizing he couldn't condense any energy, wondering if his talent was too useless. The training instructor stood up, dejectedly announcing the end of the session, cursing the entire batch directly. "You are the worst batch of students I've ever taught." He continued to scold, demanding that they all emulate someone named Chen Dong and try harder to stop being useless. Ye Tian's eyes flashed sharply, committing the mentioned name to memory. After the training session, Ye Tian walked with his chubby classmate and asked, "Zhang Bao, who is Chen Dong?" Zhang Bao explained that Chen Dong was an amazing talent, becoming a warrior in just half a month. Now he was even a disciple personally taught by the dean. His skill level was definitely not ordinary. Zhang Bao showed off a piece of paper. Hey, look, Ye Tian wondered. An autograph? And on the paper were the two scribbled words, Chen Dong. Zhang Bao dreamed, calculating how much this autograph would sell for in living expenses once Chen Dong became as powerful as the dean. Suddenly, the entire schoolyard buzzed with excitement. The crowd began to gather, pointing, "Look, it's Senior Chen Dong." A platinum-haired guy with an arrogant expression appeared, waving to the crowd like a celebrity. "Haha, hello everyone." While the girls screamed for autographs, Zhang Bao clutched his precious paper, darting like an arrow towards Chen Dong, yelling for another autograph. Ye Tian watched from a distance, a predatory smile appearing on his lips as he identified his target. "So this is Chen Dong." Chen Dong was enjoying the crowd's admiration, thanking everyone for their support while a female student expressed her fervent adoration. Ye Tian activated his ability, and a system panel appeared. Human. Chen Dong. Talent level. Intermediate. He smirked, deciding he should go say hello. Chen Dong acted like a senior, demanding order from the crowd, but his smile clearly showed he was enjoying the attention. Chen Dong announced he would encourage the new recruits on behalf of the teachers, while Ye Tian quietly separated from the crowd and began to move. The students clamored, some asking for autographs, others for handshakes. The atmosphere was no different from a fan meeting. Zhang Bao's face lit up with joy, honored to shake hands with his idol Chen Dong and promising to do his best. Chen Dong continued his interaction, shaking hands and wishing good luck to each junior in line. He extended his hand to a figure, casually saying, "Hey, it's your turn." Ye Tian looked up from the shadows, his eyes glowing red with killing intent, a hunter's smile on his face. Their hands met. A purple light flashed at the point of contact, and the copy skill was activated. Ye Tian shook Chen Dong's hand, politely thanked him, and wished him good luck, perfectly completing his act. Chen Dong turned to wave at the crowd, completely unaware of Ye Tian standing behind him with a triumphant smile, his eyes glowing red. Done! The rain poured down, and Ye Tian found a secluded cave to prepare for his next step. The system panel appeared, successfully copied intermediate-level talent. Fuse? Yes? No. Ye Tian sat in the cave, pondering this life-or-death choice. He fell into deep thought, recalling a terrifying scene from the past. In a black-and-white memory, a man screamed madly as his body was torn apart by energy, then vanished into thin air. Ye Tian shivered, wondering what that scene truly meant. It was clearly a warning about the dangers of fusion. But then he clicked his tongue, shaking off all hesitation. Forget it. Who cares? Fuse. As soon as he chose yes, Ye Tian immediately sat down in a meditative posture, and streams of green energy began to envelop his body. Horrible pain surged through him. He clutched his chest, letting out a desperate scream, his body convulsing violently. The system coldly announced, "Fusing talent." While Ye Tian collapsed to the ground, clawing at the earth to endure the skin-tearing, flesh-ripping pain, Thunder and lightning tore through the night sky, signaling an earth-shattering change. Inside the cave, Tian panted heavily, white vapor escaping from his mouth after enduring the hellish pain. The system panel appeared. Talent, intermediate level. Tian smirked and let out a low chuckle, his eyes glowing red with satisfaction. This pain was worth it. I've been reborn and changed my talent level. Another notification appeared. Copy talent cooldown. 30 days. He realized he could continue to exploit the system in another month. Tian's red eyes gleamed with both horror and excitement. Realizing the overpowering potential of this talent, he began to perform the physical exercises he had learned, deciding to test out his new abilities. Whoosh! Energy surged easily around Tian's body, astonishing him. With an intermediate-level talent, physical training was child's play. Tian felt power exploding in every fiber of his being. Standing proudly in the pouring rain, Tian's entire demeanor had changed. He declared, "A warrior? I must be an elite warrior. I will become the strongest." A confident and somewhat sinister smile appeared on his face. He was no longer a waste. A month later, in the city's night sky, a pitch-black cloud began to swallow the full moon. A giant wolf-like monster streaked across the sky, its shadow imprinted on the moon. The monster revealed its ferocious face with a pair of horns, jagged teeth, and bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent. On the street, a father and his young daughter were chatting happily, while Tian stood thoughtfully at the bus stop, contemplating his path to becoming a warrior. Tian was still preoccupied with Chen being favored with private tutoring by the dean. He knew he had to work even harder. Whoosh! A dark shadow with red streaks flashed past, and Tian's eyes glinted with vigilance as he sensed deadly danger. He spun around, red energy beginning to gather around him, ready for an unannounced battle. The wolf monster stood over the father's pool of blood, the young daughter frozen in terror, and Tian had witnessed the entire scene. The little girl screamed, "Father!" desperately, while the monster growled, death's breath exhaling from its maw. Tian's eyes widened, blazing crimson with extreme anger and horror. Civilians panicked and scattered upon seeing the monster and the corpse on the road, screaming, "Monster! It killed someone!" Tian's eyes flashed red, realizing that what stood before him was no ordinary creature. The monster's shadow enveloped the father's corpse, while the little daughter stood frozen in fear. The monster let out a roar, revealing its jagged jaws and bloodshot eyes filled with murderous intent. With a whoosh, Tian lunged forward to embrace the girl just before the monster's claws struck down, but he knew he couldn't escape the attack at this speed. Clang! A giant figure with a greatsword suddenly appeared, blocking the monster's attack. Much to Tian's astonishment, the impact created a deep gouge in the asphalt, revealing the terrifying power of the newcomer. The monster was pushed back. It growled, its red eyes glowing fiercely in the dark. A warrior in a red cloak, wielding a greatsword, landed and apologized. He gritted his teeth, his face filled with regret. "I'm too late." Tian dazedly asked for his identity, and the warrior replied clearly, "Everyone calls me Captain Windwolf." Captain Windwolf gave an order, his eyes sharp as knives. "I'll handle this Silver Moon Weasel. Keep the girl safe." Tian immediately obeyed, while the frightened girl clung tightly to his leg. "Come here, you beast!" Captain Windwolf roared, charging straight towards the monster. Slash! The great sword and claws clashed, sending sparks flying, and a battle of a different caliber officially began. Tian turned away, covering the girl's eyes with his hand and saying calmly, "Don't look." Captain Windwolf parried an attack, a smirk playing on his lips. "You're quite strong." The monster easily dodged his slash, demonstrating formidable agility. It leaped away with incredible speed, leaving only a blur behind. The two sides clashed again, the deafening sound of metal echoing, and Captain Windwolf confirmed, "It really is a Silver Moon Weasel, if it's that fast." Captain Windwolf growled, his eyes filled with killing intent. "But don't forget, I have teammates too," he yelled as his entire team descended from the sky like a storm. The Silver Moon Weasel threw its head back and let out an enraged roar, ready to face them all. The warriors shouted, "Captain!" then plunged down, weapons aimed directly at the monster. The entire Windwolf team landed, immediately forming a siege formation, leaving no escape route for their prey. Captain Windwolf breathed a sigh of relief as reinforcements arrived just in time. Professionals really are different. The monster's shadow was engulfed as the entire team rushed in, slashing and killing without mercy, a true group assault. A team member looked at the messy pile and asked doubtfully, "Is it dead?" Suddenly, the monster let out an earth-shattering roar, its body beginning to emit a deadly red energy. "Be careful, it's using bloodburst." A warning shout rang out as the monster self-destructed, unleashing a wave of blood energy. A team member was blown away, but Captain Windwolf held his ground, shouting, "I'm fine." While Ye Tian and the girl watched from a distance, the monster, now glowing furious red, began to flee headlong. Ye Tian, his eyes bloodshot, growled, "It's running away." The monster's red streak darted through the city like a meteor, but a confident voice rang out, "Don't worry." Captain Windwolf smirked, asserting confidently, "It won't escape." Under the full moon, a figure was already waiting on the tallest rooftop, blocking the monster's escape route. The female archer in silver armor drew her bowstring taut, sneering, "You kept us waiting for too long." Whoosh! The silver arrow tore through the air with incredible speed. The frantically fleeing monster suddenly froze, its energy eye sensing the fatal danger hurtling towards it. Thwack! The arrow pierced straight into the monster, a perfect finishing blow. Thud! The charred corpse of the Silver Moon Weasel fell directly in front of Captain Windwolf and Ye Tian, ending the battle. The Windwolf captain looked at Ye Tian, sneering condescendingly. "Fight us? A rookie like you?" The Windwolf team gathered around the werewolf monster's corpse. A member praised the female archer. "Your shot was as perfect as ever." The female archer replied proudly, "Haha, it's my job." Ye Tian's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, and he was stunned to see something others couldn't. A status screen appeared before Ye Tian, revealing the monster's information. Fierce beast. Werewolf monster. Bloodline. Second class. Speed. Novice. He realized this was a monster's talent. Standing in front of the girl, Ye Tian muttered in surprise as he looked at the notification screen. "Is this a monster's talent?" Sweat began to pour, Ye Tian's red eye reflecting the image of the monster's clawed hand. The entire Windwolf team breathed a sigh of relief. One member suggested, "Those speed-type fierce beasts are really tough, but it's finally over. Let's go grab a few drinks." Suddenly, the Windwolf captain's eyes widened, and he roared a warning. "Hey, watch out." The whole team spun around in shock, their expressions changing from complacent to panicked. The werewolf monster, thought to be dead, suddenly sprang up and charged away at terrifying speed. The team shouted, "It's still alive, move fast." The monster let out a defiant roar as it bolted through the streets. The Windwolf team hastily gave chase. A member frantically asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" The captain roared, "Calm down. It's very weak. Leave it to me." Seeing Ye Tian and the girl standing directly in the monster's path, the Windwolf captain shouted, "Hey young man, it's not safe here. Get out of the way." Ye Tian stood still, unmoving, even as the captain desperately yelled, "Did you hear me? Don't just stand there like a dummy." A smirk appeared on Ye Tian's face, his fiery red eyes gleaming with determination. "This is my chance." The Windwolf captain was stunned. Ye Tian suddenly rushed out, white energy enveloping his arm as he blocked the charging fierce beast. A system notification appeared. Successfully copied the monster's talent. Ye Tian's fist clenched, emitting a powerful surge of electrical energy. Ye Tian was sent flying into the air by the monster's impact. The werewolf monster sped past below, while Ye Tian flipped in midair, his eyes still glowing brightly, completely in control of the situation. Despite being thrown back, Ye Tian delivered a devastating punch to the monster's flank, an energy explosion erupting at the point of impact. The werewolf monster took Ye Tian's devastating punch head-on, blood splattering everywhere. The system notification rang out, "Successfully copied the monster's talent." Ye Tian smirked with satisfaction, his fiery red eyes filled with killing intent. Ye Tian's fist was bleeding after the powerful impact, evidence of a full power strike. The Windwolf captain grabbed Ye Tian, yelling at him to stop because the monster had been dead for a long time. Ye Tian, his face covered in blood, replied with a cold, arrogant gaze, "I already knew that." The werewolf monster's corpse lay motionless, blood pooling around it, while Ye Tian told himself he had successfully copied its talent. The Windwolf captain turned and shouted, ordering the team to clean up the battlefield, taking away the man's body and the monster. The Windwolf team promptly obeyed. A female warrior was tasked with looking after the frightened girl. The captain turned back to Ye Tian, extending a valuable invitation. "Farewell, young man. Join the Windwolf team when you become a warrior." Ye Tian, his face covered in blood, gave a confident smile and replied curtly, "Yes." Night fell, and Ye Tian walked alone towards the subway entrance. He found a public restroom to wash the blood from his hands, thinking he needed to clean himself up. Ye Tian plunged his face into the cold water, thinking his sister Ye Yu would be scared to death if she saw him like this. After washing his face, he let out a sigh of relief. but his red eyes still gleamed with determination. The scene shifted to an apartment complex at night, the siblings' residence. Click! Ye Tian unlocked the door, preparing to enter his home. He quietly stepped into the dimly lit apartment, the space unusually silent. Ye Tian looked into the living room, seeing his sister had fallen asleep on the sofa. Ye Yu was sleeping soundly, smiling and mumbling brother in her sleep, looking completely carefree. Ye Tian stood watching his sister, his fiery red eyes gradually softening, a rare moment of peace after a life-or-death battle. Seeing the prepared meal, Ye Tian thought to himself that this was the first time he had seen a fierce beast with his own eyes. Ye Tian gently took off his jacket and stepped into the quiet house. He tucked in the sleeping Ye Yu, telling himself that reality was 100 times scarier than what people said. Looking at his sister's peaceful face, Ye Tian's resolve burned even brighter. To protect her, I must become a warrior as quickly as possible, Ye Tian declared, then went into his bedroom. To prepare for the coming pain, Ye Tian grabbed a sock. Sitting on the bed, he wondered if a fierce beast's talent could fuse with a human body, and then a burst of light erupted from his hand. Ye Tian's eyes glowed red, blood vessels bulging, preparing for the painful transformation. The system panel displayed information about the newly copied talent, Fierce Beast, Silver Moon Weasel. He knew this time might be even more painful than before, possibly even fatal. But for the sake of those important to him, Ye Tian gritted his teeth. I must endure. He shoved the sock straight into his mouth to keep from screaming, his eyes filled with madness and determination. The system began the fusion process. Speed talent. Beginning copy. The pain struck instantly. Ye Tian's bones throughout his body began to crackle as if about to shatter. He collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing in extreme agony, feeling as if every bone was being crushed. The pain spread to his legs, then he let out a desperate scream as his body was grotesquely twisted. Ye Tian's entire body convulsed violently, his form blurring in the horrific physical pain. Blood began to seep out, and he realized in horror that his body was being destroyed. It's broken. It's really broken. Could the copying have failed? Amidst the pain, a sinister smile suddenly appeared on Ye Tian's lips, his eyes flashing with a strange light. His heart pounded once, and a new realization flashed in his mind. No! Ye Tian jolted awake, his mind filled only with Ye Yu's image. Then he sprang up, screaming in panic. Ye Tian woke up after the pain, bewildered, looking at his limbs and wondering what the hell had just happened. Whoosh! He unleashed a high kick, a surge of reddish-pink energy enveloping his leg. He sprang up, exclaiming in surprise as he felt his body as light as air. Ye Tian's crimson eyes gleamed with extreme astonishment at his body's transformation. The system panel appeared, coldly confirming. Copy successful. Intermediate speed talent. Beginner level. In a dense forest belonging to the 5th Academy, a red streak of light shot forth with terrifying speed. The streak of light glided past the treetops, leaving a blurry afterimage in the air. Ye Tian, in his academy uniform, soared into the air like an arrow. Whoosh! He landed lightly on a rock, his body enveloped by speed energy. Ye Tian's face revealed extreme exhilaration as he mastered his new power. He dashed off again, moving in a zigzag pattern through the forest at dizzying speed, leaving a series of red streaks. With sharp eyes, Ye Tian bared his teeth in a confident smile, enjoying the sensation of tearing through the wind. Snap! He snapped his fingers, excitedly shouting, The Silver Moon Weasel's speed is truly the real deal. After testing it to his heart's content, Ye Tian found a quiet spot and sat down to meditate. Phew. He exhaled, telling himself that his speed was now on par with a warrior's, but his overall strength was still too weak. Ye Tian was determined to find a way to accelerate his training speed. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from afar, calling out Ye Tian's name. Zhang Bao appeared, grinning widely. No wonder I didn't see you at the academy. Turns out you're hiding here grinding. He looked impressed, clearly awed by his friend's diligence. Zhang Bao patted Ye Tian's chest, his eyes wide with surprise at his friend's rock-hard muscles. Whoa, you've become a trainee already? Zhang Bao, looking mysterious, leaned in and asked, Want to increase your strength faster? This immediately caught Ye Tian's attention. Zhang Bao smirked, revealing his secret to leveling up. Have you ever drunk beast blood? He boasted that it was thanks to this doping that his progress had accelerated, while Ye Tian, dumbfounded, could only reply, No. Ye Tian was stunned, his mind racing, recalling the Silver Moon Weasel and the precious blood he had wasted, bitterly cursing himself for letting such a heaven-sent treasure go to waste. Seeing his friend's interest, Zhang Bao added, I know a way to get beast blood. Want to try? Ye Tian immediately perked up. Zhang Bao revealed that the government had opened a wilderness area outside the city for Academy Number 5 to host a trial, and the main reward was beast blood. Ye Tian directly asked about the difficulty of the area. Zhang Bao reassured him that it was just a map for newbies. The terrifying monsters had been cleared out, leaving only a single boss. Ye Tian's eyes gleamed, and he muttered, "Not bad, worth a try." Zhang Bao excitedly invited him. "That's what I like to hear. Let's form a team and take down that monster together." But Ye Tian looked awkward and hesitated. Zhang Bao was annoyed by his friend's attitude. "What's with that look? I'm only telling you this because I consider you a good friend." Meanwhile, Ye Tian politely declined, suggesting another time. Harshly rejected, Zhang Bao walked away, grumbling and cursing his ungrateful friend, surprised by his indifference. Ye Tian left alone, ignoring Zhang Bao's calls from behind, calculating in his mind. "Going with a team makes it easy to expose my hand. It's safer to go solo." He clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. "I must obtain beast blood and become a warrior." 1 month later, at Academy Number 5, Ye Tian sought out an office. Inside, a training instructor sat at a desk, his face scowling as he muttered about leaked information and warned the small fry without notifications not to even think about registering. Ye Tian stepped in, his gaze sharp, declaring bluntly, "Instructor, I am now a warrior. I have the right to register." The training instructor looked up, sneering contemptuously. "Slam!" He slammed the table, growling. "I thought I'd let you live a few more days, but who knew someone would be so eager to die?" Ye Tian bent down to pick up the paper the training instructor had thrown, the words, "life and death contract," hitting his eyes. The training instructor took a sip of tea, his voice condescending. "That's right. If you want to participate in the trial, sign it." Ye Tian calmly skimmed through the deadly terms, ignoring the scrutinizing gaze of the academy instructor. Seeing no fear in the other party, the training instructor roared, "If you're afraid to die, get out. Don't waste my time." Ye Tian's eyes glowed with a cold red light, his aura completely overwhelming the cheap threat. He and the other participants silently entered a gloomy hall, signaling a game of no return. Ye Tian smirked slightly, his expression full of confidence and defiance. Without the slightest hesitation, he signed his name on the life and death contract and tossed it onto the table. The training instructor eyed the participants disdainfully, his voice sarcastic. "Do you really think this trial is for impoverished nobodies like you?" He let out a savage sneer, delivering a final verdict. "Fools." At the same time, in a peaceful apartment complex, it was still daytime. In the small room, Yeyu stirred awake in her bed. She rubbed her eyes, still groggy after a long night. As she stepped onto the floor, Yeyu called out, "Brother." She stretched, calling louder, "Wake up." But when she walked into the living room, Yeyu froze. A table full of food already laid out. She picked up the note on the table and read it, the content making her pause. "The academy has an event. I'll be back in 3 days." The scene shifted to a desolate, ruined city. A red-eyed crow perched on a rusty lamppost, a deathly atmosphere pervading. Hundreds of black crows circled the gloomy sky, cawing mournfully over the ruins. This was the location of the trial. Wind whistled through the dead city, barbed wire strung everywhere, signaling a game not for the faint of heart. Students from all over had gathered, converging amidst the ruins, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. The banner of the 5th Academy fluttered, and Ye Tian's group officially stepped onto the bloody stage. Ye Tian looked around, marveling at the crowd, while Zhang Bao confirmed that students from all 5 academies were present. Suddenly, a creepy student with a scarred face sneered. "Why is a garbage academy like this even here?" While his blonde master stood silently, exuding an air of superiority. The blonde master smirked, muttering his hunting philosophy. "The more weaklings, the better." The creepy student laughed gleefully, adding, "Indeed, being hunted by the strong is a blessing for the weak." Zhang Bao pointed towards a crowd, whispering to Ye Tian, "See him? That's Mo Xiaobei, a genius from the 1st Academy." Zhang Bao continued to praise. "He's the young ace of the Mo family." Ye Tian squinted, muttering, "The Mo family, huh? No wonder they're so arrogant." Suddenly, a figure shot like an arrow into the 1st Academy's area, and the guards shouted, "Stop! Who dares bring a sword into the 1st Academy's camp?" The stranger stopped abruptly, kicking up a cloud of dust, his imposing aura completely overwhelming. He roared, killing intent radiating from his great blade. "Mo Xiaobei, drag your ass out here. Today, I'll hack you to pieces." Mo Xiaobei appeared with a mocking expression, taunting, "Hey loser, want to taste defeat again?" The challenger, Li Yunxing, gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. Startled birds scattered from the abandoned building, signaling an impending battle. Ye Tian was surprised, his eyes glowing red, wondering, who is this guy? Zhang Bao, the walking dictionary, immediately explained. Li Yunxing, the blade genius of the Second Academy. He once lost to Mo Xiaobei. A suited instructor standing nearby spat on the ground, muttering disdainfully, "Shh, another arrogant brat." The suited instructor roared, "Foolish," but Ye Tian merely thought, "You're the fool." Zhang Bao suddenly turned to cheer for Li Yunxing, startling the other guy, just as the loudspeaker from the watchtower announced a ban on all combat outside the wilderness zone. Li Yunxing gritted his teeth, growling, "Humph, consider yourself lucky." He sheathed his blade and dashed off, not forgetting to throw back a threat. "Once we're inside, it'll smash you to bits." Mo Xiaobei smirked with a sickly grin. "Ha, look who's barking now," then called out to a departing figure, "Hey kid." Li Yunxing turned back, asking Ye Tian with interest, "Kid, you dared to cheer for me? What's your name?" Ye Tian smirked, his eyes glowing with a deadly red hue. "Ye Tian. From the Fifth Academy." Ye Tian's eye flashed, activating his copying ability. Li Yunxing complimented his name, and at that moment, the other status panel appeared before Ye Tian. Intermediate Blade Talent. Ye Tian secretly assessed. Intermediate Blade Talent isn't bad, then extended his hand. He proposed confidently, "Surpass Mo Xiaobei in this trial." Li Yunxing agreed. They shook hands, and the system immediately announced, "Successfully copied Blade Talent." The loudspeaker announced the start of the trial, and the massive, heavy gates opened, prioritizing the First Academy students. The First Academy students immediately rushed in like a pack of hungry beasts. Mo Xiaobei looked back with a smug and malicious smile before disappearing behind the gates. Zhang Bao, carrying his battle axe, beamed. "Oh, it's starting." Zhang Bao bid farewell to Ye Tian to find his team, while Li Yunxing warmed up, muttering about the unfair rules of this world. Li Yunxing also said goodbye and turned to join his group. Ye Tian watched for a moment. Then, without hesitation, he dashed straight into the dense forest nearby. Not joining the crowd, Ye Tian, with his glowing red eyes, sped into the dense forest alone. He landed in a clearing, muttering, "This spot is good enough to hide." The system panel appeared, asking if he wanted to fuse the blade talent he had just acquired. Ye Tian didn't hesitate to press yes. A surge of fiery red energy enveloped him. The power fusion process had begun. He gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-piercing pain, telling himself, "It hurts like hell, but I'm used to it after the last 2 times." Kneeling on the ground, Ye Tian gritted out with iron resolve, "I must become stronger." A giant pillar of energy light shot straight up from his position into the sky, signaling a transformation of power. Ye Tian stood up, with a completely different aura, drawing a short blade as the blue energy of blade techniques surged around him. Testing his strength with a single slash, the blue blade aura swept through a section of the forest, pulverizing trees and rocks. Status board updated. Ye Tian now possesses mid-tier blade talent, officially reaching a new level. Meanwhile, the arena's loudspeaker announced that the 4 major academies had taken their positions, and it was the 5th Academy's turn to enter. Zhang Bao, carrying a battle axe, led a seemingly weaker group of students into the arena. The arena revealed itself as a desolate, ruined city, with no one in sight, only the sound of wind whistling through the shattered buildings. Standing in the middle of the main road, Ye Tian felt the ground tremble as a giant snake monster emerged from underground. The giant python roared, but Ye Tian swiftly landed on its back, with an extremely calm demeanor. He leaped into the air, charging straight into the monster's wide-open mouth. A sharp sword strike swept out. The monster's purple blood splattered as Ye Tian glided past it. Ye Tian landed softly, while the giant python crashed down behind him with a fatal slash wound. Holding the beast's heart he had just obtained, Ye Tian muttered, 1 point. In the monitoring room, the supervisor watching on screen exclaimed in astonishment at his toughness. Ye Tian declared indifferently, "Now it's time to farm more monsters," then shot into the air. Suddenly, desperate cries for help echoed throughout the ruined city. Gliding along, Ye Tian paused when he heard the sound, his sharp gaze scrutinizing. Landing on a rooftop, he saw a familiar sight. A guy surrounded by a pack of monsters, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Zhang Bao, his face drained of color, screamed in despair that he hadn't even gotten married yet. A pack of tooth wolves were hot on his heels, forcing the fat guy to run for his life, screaming hysterically. Ye Tian realized the situation, his red eyes flaring with annoyance. He immediately drew an arrow from his back, ready to intervene. With a whoosh, the pitch-black arrow shot out with terrifying speed, embedding itself directly into the head of the pursuing wolf. The monster was instantly killed by the arrow, purple energy splattering. Zhang Bao froze, unable to believe his eyes. Ye Tian landed coolly right in front of the fat guy, dust swirling around. He turned back with a cold gaze and a smirk, asking, "Mind if I take all these points?" Zhang Bao, stunned, stammered Ye Tian's name. The fat guy hurriedly yelled a warning for Ye Tian to run quickly, because these tooth wolves were no ordinary foes. Ignoring the warning, Ye Tian just stood still, his entire body erupting with a surging purple energy. The tooth wolves growled and simultaneously charged to attack the intruder who had interrupted their hunt. Ye Tian took a stance. Blue energy began to merge with the purple aura, his short blade glowing brightly. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint, ready to wipe out the entire pack. Zhang Bao's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him like rain, as he witnessed Ye Tian's incredibly surreal display of power. From afar, the fat guy could only stare blankly at Ye Tian, single-handedly taking on the entire wolf pack, muttering, "So incredibly strong." Ye Tian casually broke off the alpha wolf's fangs as a trophy, then asked, "Do you mind if I take these wolf fangs?" Making Zhang Bao turn pale with fear and quickly wave his hands. "No, they're all yours." Seeing the fat guy slump to the ground, Ye Tian turned back and asked, "Are you going to continue like that?" But Zhang Bao had completely lost his will. "No, I give up." Zhang Bao muttered, "This trial is too dangerous. I'm lucky to even be alive." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a severely injured female student was struggling to get up. Her entire team had been defeated. Her only goal now was to survive. Ye Tian sighed. It seemed this was the only way to continue alone. Seeing Ye Tian about to leave, Zhang Bao hastily called out, "Wait, Ye Tian." The chubby guy yelled a warning. "Deep in the wilderness, there's a fake fierce beast. Be careful." Ye Tian paused, his eyes flashing with interest. A fake fierce beast? Zhang Bao recounted the information he'd heard. There was a striped python over 10 meters long, rumored to be a fake fierce beast, worth 500 points. Hearing 500 points, Ye Tian's eyes lit up, a crazed smile spreading across his face. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Tian lunged, grabbing Zhang Bao's collar, and growled, "Which way? Tell me now." Zhang Bao fearfully pointed straight ahead. The chubby guy stammered, pointing, "Southeast." Immediately, Ye Tian burst with energy, shooting off like a pink streak of light, leaving a devastated path behind him. He stomped hard on the ground, launching himself forward at terrifying speed. Ye Tian smirked confidently, setting his sights. 500 points. If I get it, I'll be number one. Zhang Bao watched Ye Tian's disappearing figure, only able to call out worriedly, "Be careful, Ye Tian." Ye Tian shot off like a meteor, pink energy swirling around him, his eyes blazing, signaling a hunt. Thud. He landed in the middle of a battlefield, surrounded by the scattered corpses of students in red uniforms. Ye Tian glanced at a corpse, his eyes icy as he realized, this is a First Academy uniform. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the distance, a pillar of fire illuminating a corner of the sky. Ye Tian immediately spun around, his gaze locked onto the energy source. Over there, without a second's hesitation, he activated parkour mode, leaping over the ruined buildings like a ghost. He approached the scene, landing on the roof of a nearby building, observing the situation from above. Peeking from behind a ledge, Ye Tian's blood-red eyes gleamed, clearly seeing the chaotic scene below. A colossal half-human, half-snake monster roared amidst a sea of fire. It was the 500 fake fierce beast. Mo Xiaobei, the genius of the First Academy, yelled at his subordinates, "Charge, we must kill this monster." All the First Academy students rushed into combat, but Mo Xiaobei was the one who wanted the spotlight. "These 500 points can only belong to me." Mo Xiaobei. He charged forward, swinging his sword and striking a fiery blow against the monster's steel-hard scales. A subordinate, seeing the monster falter, shouted, "Young master, the fake fierce beast is almost out of breath. This is the golden opportunity to finish it off." The monster let out a final roar, seemingly truly exhausted. Mo Xiaobei sneered, pushing his subordinates aside. "All right, leave the rest to me." Then he channeled his power, and his sword glowed with a fiery red aura. He swung his sword, charging with a full power strike, ready to put his name on the scoreboard. Suddenly, a stream of dark purple energy descended from the sky, piercing straight through the fake fierce beast's head. Mo Xiaobei froze, his triumphant smile solidifying on his face as he watched his prey brazenly stolen from him. The monster collapsed, and a figure landed on its head, signaling a perfectly successful hunt. Having his kill brazenly stolen, Mo Xiaobei gnashed his teeth, his face darkening with intense frustration. Recalling the previous scene, One of his subordinates screamed tragically as the monster's tail sent him flying. The monster's power caused a terrifying explosion, leveling an entire ruined building. Amidst the smoke and dust, Mo Xiaobei landed, his aura blazing as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. He laughed arrogantly, declaring confidently, "These 500 points are mine." Back in reality, the colossal corpse of the fake fierce beast lay motionless on the ground. A subordinate asked blankly, It's dead?" Mo Xiaobei clenched his fist, growling in his mind. "Damn it, I was one step too slow." Standing atop the monster, Ye Tian looked down coldly, his red eyes burning as if everything had already been decided. Furious, Mo Xiaobei swung his sword, striking the nearby rubble with immense force to vent his anger. His clueless subordinates rushed over, flattering him. "Congratulations, young master, on earning 500 points." Mo Xiaobei burst into maniacal laughter, deluding himself. "Heh, this time the top spot is definitely mine, Mo Xiaobei's." Suddenly, the monster's seemingly dead body began to transform, its humanoid upper half erupting with dark energy and evolving into a true demon. Upon revival, the new boss roared and unleashed a wave of purple energy, sweeping away everything around it. Mo Xiaobei was stunned as he saw the snake tail lash out. "What? It's not dead yet?" He realized with horror that this was a bloodburst attack as the energy blast sent his entire team flying. Mo Xiaobei gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was far beyond his control. A terrifying pressure descended, leaving him speechless. This isn't a fake fierce beast. This is the real deal, a true fierce beast. His minions were scared out of their wits. But Mo Xiaobei, his greed overpowering his fear, growled, "Of course we're going all in. It's worth 1,000 points." Mo Xiaobei and his first academy minions gaped when they realized the evolved boss was worth a whopping 1,000 points. Blinded by the 1,000 points, Mo Xiaobei yelled at his disciples to hurry before someone else stole their kill, deluding himself that the boss had been weakened after their battle. He gritted his teeth, determined not to let his team's hard work go to waste. From atop a ruined building, Ye Tian had also spotted the 1,000-point prey and began to activate his abilities. Ye Tian smirked defiantly, his speed talent erupting with energy. "Sorry, but you guys aren't as fast as I am." Thick, purplish-pink energy condensed around his hand, ready for a terrifying burst of speed. Whoosh! Activating his maximum power, Ye Tian shot forward like a bullet, leaving a trail of energy behind him. His eyes glowed crimson, focused entirely on his target. Activate! He poured all his energy into the movement, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. A massive surge of energy tore through the air, carving a path through a street in the ruined city. The energy trail left a deep trench, everything in its path pulverized into dust. Yi Tian's speed was so terrifying that it created a path of destruction through the buildings. He soared between skyscrapers, purple energy still swirling around him. Bang! He landed with incredible flair, the impact strong enough to create a minor tremor. Yi Tian confirmed that the First Academy's small fry hadn't arrived yet, then noticed the snake's slime trail on the ground. He ran his hand over the purple slime trail to analyze the traces. Based on the traces, he immediately pinpointed the boss hiding spot. "It's hiding here?" His gaze locked onto a nearby ruined shopping mall, where his prey was lurking. A confident smile appeared, Ye Tian certain that these 1,000 points were now firmly in his grasp. Amidst the ruins, Ye Tian smelled the beast's pungent stench, its dark aura rising intensely. He accelerated, charging straight ahead, confirming his prey was very close. Ye Tian's crimson eyes gleamed with a deadly light, locking onto the target. Suddenly, a gigantic shadow of the monstrous beast, half human, half snake, appeared from the top of the ruined building, looming large. From above, a drop of mysterious, sparkling liquid fell directly onto the beast's position. Yi Tian squinted, observing, wondering what it was drinking that seemed far from ordinary. Without hesitation, he drew his sword, its blade flashing with cold sharpness. Yi Tian smirked confidently, casting aside all doubts. "First grab those 1,000 points, then we'll see." Crash! He stomped the ground, lunging forward like an arrow, the earth beneath his feet cracking. He unleashed an incredibly swift, spinning slash, creating a sharp gust of wind. The evolved fierce beast let out an earth-shattering roar, the purple flames on its head flaring violently. Boom! The monster suddenly appeared right in front of him, its speed so immense that even Ye Tian was shocked. Bang! A thunderous slap from the boss struck Ye Tian directly, sending him flying like a toy. Whoosh! Yi Tian was sent soaring high into the air, but he still managed to discard the bow and arrow set on his back. Mid-air, he flipped, blue energy erupting around his body, preparing for his counterattack. The equipment shattered, scattering a series of strange objects. The boss roared, charging to finish off its free-falling prey. Yi Tian landed with extreme coolness, discarding both his bow and quiver, fully switching to melee mode. A series of metal saw blades whizzed through the air. Pack! Yi Tian swiftly snatched one of those weapons, ready for round 2. Mid-air, Yi Tian spun, delivering a fatal sword strike to the fierce beast. The blade grazed the boss's tough hide, sparking. The monster let out a furious roar as it sensed the threat. Giving its opponent no time to react, Yi Tian landed directly on its back, plunging his sword deep into its massive body. He poured all his strength, gripping the sword hilt tightly, trying to push it even deeper. Yi Tian roared, channeling all his energy into the final thrust. The gigantic, fierce beast began to disintegrate from the wound, purple energy gushing out like a torrent. The recoil force flung Yi Tian far away, while the boss's body began to evaporate. A dark shadow lashed out but missed its target. Yi Tian had already landed safely. Yi Tian panted, smirking as he admitted this thing was truly strong. Luckily, Mo Xiaobei's team had whittled down its health beforehand. He suddenly noticed something left behind after the boss was defeated, something sparkling on the cracked ground. Yi Tian approached, discovering a strange vial. He thought to himself that fierce beasts with spiritual energy would surely drop valuable items. A drop of sparkling liquid seeped from the vial, emitting a magical glow. Stab! Yi Tian returned to the boss's corpse, delivering another sword thrust to ensure it was truly dead. The fierce beast finally collapsed, lying motionless on the desolate battlefield. Yi Tian reached into the monster's corpse, pulling out a gigantic red eye, and declared, "Fierce Beast Eye. 1,000 points." He continued searching and found its heart, muttering that the heart blood of a fierce beast was an extremely rare item. Yi Tian used the vial he had just picked up to collect the green blood, gushing from the monster's heart. Seeing the vial filled to the brim, Yi Tian smiled with satisfaction. He glanced towards a strange ice block remaining on the battlefield, wondering what it could be. Yi Tian swung his sword, resolutely declaring that he wouldn't let this loot fall into Mo Xiaobei's hands. Slash! A clean sword strike severed the remaining ice block on the battlefield. The ice horn fell to the ground. Yi Tian quickly collected the loot, confident that these points were enough for him to take the lead. With a self-satisfied smirk, Yi Tian decided to flee the scene immediately. Meanwhile, the first Academy disciples reported in a panic. "The fierce beast's eye is gone. Its heart's blood has also been drained." Another minion, pale as a ghost, cried out. "Only an empty corpse remains. Young Master Mo, what do we do now?" Mo Xiaobei clenched his fist, growling as he demanded to know who dared to pull such a trick behind his back. He furiously roared, swearing to kill the one who stole his 1,000 points. Under the pouring rain, Mo Xiaobei's men crawled out from the rubble. A worried disciple asked about their next move, as the point thief had likely hidden somewhere in the city. All of the First Academy's men gathered, awaiting orders from their young master, who was radiating killing intent. Mo Xiaobei commanded, "Attack anyone you see. We must find that thief." He gritted his teeth, his face filled with hatred, determined not to let this matter go easily. The minions unanimously accepted the order, their morale high, as they prepared to sweep the area. Elsewhere, Yi Tian sensed danger. He knew he had to hide quickly. Whoosh! He activated his ability, his body enveloped by a purple electric current, and shot off like a bolt of lightning. Yi Tian moved at terrifying speed through the desolate city, searching for a safe place to land. He landed on a building, realizing he couldn't hide forever, as 3 days after the trial ended, the identity of the boss slayer would be revealed. So I must cultivate during the remaining time, upgrading my strength as quickly as possible. Yi Tian found a secluded spot and decided this would be his new training ground. Thud! He threw his backpack to the ground, ready for his secluded cultivation. Yi Tian sat amidst the rubble, holding a vial of fierce beast blood, wondering how much this genuine item would buff him. Without hesitation, he inverted the vial, pouring the blue liquid into his mouth. Its taste was so disgusting that tears welled up in his eyes, and he cursed inwardly. Even in my dreams, it couldn't taste this bad. But then he steeled himself. Screw it. To protect my sister, to become stronger. All in. With that, Yi Tian chugged the entire vial of fierce beast blood in one gulp. At the same time, in a distant classroom, Ye Yu suddenly let out a loud sneeze. She rubbed her nose, wondering who was talking about her. Looking out the window at the rainy sky, Ye Yu unconsciously worried about her missing older brother. Back with Yi Tian, the energy from the fierce beast blood began to swirl in his palm. His eyes snapped open, glowing with a pink light as the power began to permeate his body. Energy erupted around him. Yi Tian shouted in astonishment as he realized its overwhelming effect. Holy crap, my cultivation speed has quadrupled. Now he understood why geniuses like Chen Dong leveled up so quickly, like they were hacking. They all used external items to buff their talents. Looking at his backpack full of loot, Ye Tian was determined to make the most of the remaining 2 days to grind. 3 days later, the life and death trial officially concluded, and the participants gathered at the final registration point. A scorekeeper lady was reading out the scores of the small fry. Some had 10 points, others 23, and some even around 0. Just then, Li Yunxing swaggered forward, threw his backpack onto the table, and demanded his score be checked. The bag zipper was pulled open, revealing a glittering treasure trove of countless cores and materials from fierce beasts. The scorekeeper lady glanced over it coolly and announced a staggering number. Li Yunxing, 195 points. While a few people were exclaiming in admiration, the blonde master and his crew entered, sneering. Only 195 points. And you're making such a fuss. The red jacket swordsman, one of the blonde master's henchmen, spoke provocatively, and Li Yunxing immediately retorted with a disdainful smile. You think those paltry points qualify you to challenge me? Li Yunxing growled, his eyes blazing as he stared directly at his opponent, Mo Xiaobei. Mo Xiaobei scoffed in response. It's my turn. Then dumped his entire bag of spoils onto the table, stunning the scorekeeper lady. The scorekeeper lady's jaw dropped, unable to believe her eyes at the pile of precious materials. A staggering number was announced, silencing all murmurs. Mo Xiaobei, 427 points. The crowd of participants erupted. Damn, 427 points. That's the real Mo Xiaobei, all right. While a weakling grumbled about only having 30 points. The red jacket swordsman smugly admitted, "Ha, what's wrong with taking it with my own strength?" Ignoring the curses from the crowd, Li Yunxing gritted his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. Mo Xiaobei's disciples quickly flattered him. Congratulations, senior brother. With 427 points, first place is definitely yours. But Mo Xiaobei coldly declared, No, first place must be over 1,000 points, leaving the small fry stunned, not understanding what he meant. The suited instructor turned to ask the scorekeeper lady, Have all the surviving students come out yet? The scorekeeper lady smirked coldly. Yes, if they haven't come out by now, they're definitely dead. The instructor nodded, preparing to announce. In that case, first place goes to Mo Xiaobei when footsteps echoed, shattering the silence. 2 students flinched, looking towards the ruined path, where a lone figure was approaching. Huh? Someone's coming out. The instructor also spun around, his face clearly showing surprise. What? A figure wearing a long cloak and a backpack slowly walked out of the death zone, his aura distinctly different from the crowd. Crimson eyes flashed in the darkness, radiating a chilling killing intent. Thud. All the spoils from the 1000 point boss were dumped out. A pair of giant eyeballs and several glittering horns. The scorekeeper lady completely lost her composure, her voice trembling. These are the eyeballs of a fierce beast. Ye Tian looked up, his bloodshot eyes staring directly at the scorekeeper lady, his voice devoid of emotion. That's right. What's my total score? The scorekeeper lady loudly announced the final results, shattering all of Mo Xiaobei's hopes. Ye Tian, 1,163 points. First place in this trial belongs to him. Amidst the celebrating crowd, a female student asked the training instructor, Teacher, Ye Tian brought glory to 5th Academy, why aren't you happy? He merely mumbled, What a foolish brat. The training instructor sneered, thinking, Offending the Mo family, provoking those in power. I'm afraid her precious brother will be torn to shreds. Another judge, who had observed the entire match, was also lost in thought about the name Ye Tian. The final leaderboard appeared. Ye Tian proudly sat at the top with 1,163 points, far surpassing Mo Xiaobei in second with 427 points, and Li Yunxing in third with 195 points. The rewards were extremely generous. An old-fashioned camera was set up, ready to capture the moment of glory for the winners. The award ceremony concluded, with the top 3 standing on the podium displaying 3 completely contrasting expressions. Ye Tian was cold, Mo Xiaobei's face was as grim as a funeral, while Li Yunxing grinned with delight. Mo Xiaobei stepped forward, confronting Ye Tian directly, his voice laced with killing intent. You've got some nerve, don't you? Daring to touch what's mine. Ye Tian merely sneered, his crimson eyes gleaming with defiance. That's my line. Li Yunxing stepped out, mockingly chuckling. Hey young Master Mo. Surely you haven't forgotten what you just said to me, have you? Mo Xiaobei's face stiffened, trying to feign ignorance. What did I say to you? What did I say? Li Yunxing spoke up in defense. Ye Tian also used his own strength to earn it. Is there a problem? Mo Xiaobei sneered sarcastically. Ha ha ha, his own strength you say? Mo Xiaobei leaned close to Li Yunxing's face, challenging. Then tell me, between him and me, who is more capable? Li Yunxing didn't flinch, stepping forward, his aura erupting. Well, only know if we try. As long as young Master Mo is free, I'm always ready. Mo Xiaobei's eyes turned icy, dark energy enveloping him. Very interesting. Yi Tian clearly understood the situation. To be targeted by someone like this, evasion isn't an option. The only path is to become stronger. Night fell over the city, and the life or death trial officially concluded. Ye Tian returned to his apartment, opened the door, and called out loudly, Ye Yu, I'm home. A small figure inside the house rushed out to greet him. Ye Yu rushed into her brother's arms, hugging him joyfully. Brother, his younger sister looked up at him, curiously asking, Why are you only just getting back now? Where did you go? Ye Yu worriedly checked if her brother was injured, but Ye Tian calmly reassured her that he was perfectly fine. Ye Tian chuckled with delight, carrying the heavy backpack and announcing that he had brought gifts for his sister. He poured out a pile of glittering loot. Cash, a golden trophy, a strange vial of medicine, and an ancient book. Ye Yu gasped when she saw the thick wad of cash, innocently exclaiming, Brother, you finally have enough money to get married. Ye Tian brushed it off, saying it was money for his sister's education and living expenses, making her overjoyed that she would get to eat meat every day from now on. Ye Yu curiously picked up the green vial and shook it, wondering what it was. Ye Tian admitted he didn't know either, so he bought the treasure illustration book to look it up professionally. Ye Yu eagerly demanded to see as her brother opened the book, and Ye Tian's eyes suddenly flashed red. Ye Tian's gaze sharpened as he flipped to a familiar page. Wait, it looks just like it. The book clearly stated, Earth core fluid, the essence of heaven and earth accumulated over 100 years, can improve cultivation aptitude for those with mid-tier talents or below. Ye Tian muttered, realizing that the striped snake's breakthrough to a fierce beast was thanks to this, not expecting the item he picked up to be so powerful. He decisively pushed the vial towards his sister. Here, Ye Tian explained concisely. This can improve your talent. It will help you. He stood up, his voice firm, asserting domineeringly. No, I don't need it anymore. Ye Tian turned back with a determined smile, his eyes burning. I want you to become stronger. Drink it, Ye Yu. Ye Yu was startled by her brother's aura, her voice panicked. Huh? Me drink it? The city scene at dusk was unusually peaceful. Ye Yu's screams seemed to still echo. Me drink it? Sitting in the living room, Ye Yu hesitated. But I haven't even awakened yet. She worried if drinking it would be a waste. And just then, a status panel suddenly appeared before Ye Yu's eyes. Ye Tian muttered, Ye Yu's talent is tier 2. Drinking this earth core fluid will definitely buff her. But how much is up to chance? Ye Yu's eyes lit up, clapping her hands and suggesting, Brother, let's sell it. Something this good will surely fetch a ton of money. Ye Tian scoffed, explaining that selling it would only invite disaster, as the buyer would hunt for something even better, the earth core stone, which he had already destroyed. Hearing this, Ye Yu's face fell in disappointment, while Ye Tian directly snatched the vial, declaring, If you don't drink it, then it'll be an even bigger waste. He thrust the precious vial directly at his sister's wide-eyed, astonished face. Without another word, Ye Tian forcibly squeezed Ye Yu's mouth open, ignoring her frantic screams. Help! Hez killing me. After forcing her to drink it all, he casually asked, How does it taste? Ye Yu could only cough violently. Suddenly, Ye Yu felt a pleasant warmth spread throughout her body, while Ye Tian frowned, wondering why her status panel remained unchanged. Ye Yu staggered and sat down on the chair, giving up. Brother, I'm too tired. Let me sleep. Then I'll wake up and cook for you. Then immediately collapsed into sleep. Ye Tian stood watching, his mind full of questions, thinking that perhaps the medicine hadn't taken effect yet. An hour passed. Ye Tian meditated in the living room, a green energy surrounding his body, while Ye Yu still slept soundly on the sofa. Suddenly, Ye Tian's eyes snapped open, his crimson pupils sensing an extremely powerful surge of talent, energy erupting. Ye Yu's body floated in midair, enveloped by countless energy particles, and a new status panel was appearing. The new status panel clearly showed cultivation talent, mid-tier. Ye Tian was deeply shocked, not expecting his sister's talent to jump 2 whole tiers. He muttered. With both a mid-tier cultivation talent and a rare ice talent, her future was too bright. Ye Tian looked at his sleeping sister, his eyes full of pride, asserting, Ye Yu will definitely become a top warrior in the future. He held another piece of loot in his hand, his gaze sharp as he looked towards his enemy. Mo Xiaobei. Just you wait. Ye Tian's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. I won't lose to you. Night fell, the academy building appearing under the moonlight, signaling an impending battle. Ye Tian tilted the fierce beast blood bottle, chugging it down in one go. Collapsing to the floor, he grimaced. Damn it, the taste is even worse. Without hesitation, he grabbed the plate of fierce beast meat on the table. He devoured it like a starving tiger, satisfying the hunger he'd felt since being trapped in the cave. Sitting cross-legged, Ye Tian decided to immediately test the effects of the potion head just consumed. Let's see how much mid-grade fierce beast blood can boost my physique. Purple energy violently erupted around him, and he gasped in surprise. Holy crap, an 8-fold increase? The effects of mid-grade fierce beast blood are truly terrifying. His eyes flashed with light as he calculated. If I have enough blood, I can break through to the warrior rank within a month. But looking at the 2 remaining bottles of blood, he pondered. Too bad there are only 2 bottles left. What should I do? 10 days later, in the forest of the 5th Academy, Ye Tian, in his uniform, was meditating peacefully in the middle of the forest, immersed in cultivating his power. Zhang Bao ran over, breathless and frantic, with only one thought in his head. What do I do, Ye Tian? Ye Tian remained calmly seated, asking, What's all the commotion about? Zhang Bao stammered, pointing, his face drained of color. Mo Xiaobei, he's here, his close friend explained in a panic. He went into seclusion to break through to the warrior rank. He's definitely coming for revenge. Zhang Bao went crazy seeing Ye Tian still sitting there. Damn it. Why are you still sitting there? This is serious. Ye Tian merely thought to himself. Oh, so he was in seclusion. I thought he was here to challenge me. Ye Tian closed his eyes, calmly analyzing. I've checked. His cultivation talent is only mid-grade. To break through to the warrior rank, it would take at least a month. Zhang Bao continued to yell. If he really becomes a warrior, dealing with you would be as easy as crushing a bug. Ye Tian casually retorted. I'm cultivating too. I'm not slacking off. Who should I be afraid of? Zhang Bao shrieked, pointing out the stark difference. But he's a privileged disciple. And you? You only had 3 bottles of mid-grade fierce beast blood. You must have used them all up, right? Ye Tian smiled faintly, admitting, That's right. They're all gone. Hearing this, Zhang Bao completely collapsed, prostrating himself on the ground, his voice mournful. All gone. Don't worry, as your good brother. I'll take care of your funeral arrangements. I'll also look after your sister. Ye Tian calculated. With only a bit of low-grade snake blood and its essence blood left in his hand, he knew clearly that even using all of this, he could only hope to reach peak apprentice, still a world away from the warrior rank. But then his eyes flashed with a bloody glint, confidently asserting, With my speed and blade arts talents, soloing a warrior isn't impossible. Meanwhile, at the Mo family's lair, a colossal mansion appeared under the gloomy sky. A retainer stood before a sturdy steel gate, where his young master was in seclusion. Crack, crack. The gate began to crack from within, and a chilling aura emanated. Boom. The gate was shattered into pieces, and a figure, shrouded in dust and energy, stepped out. The retainer knelt, respectfully shouting, Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the warrior rank. He continued to cheer, wishing the young master to become even more formidable on his warrior path. Mo Xiaobei stood there, muscles bulging, hair disheveled, his entire body erupting with a purple dark aura, his eyes burning red like a demon's. At the Mo family mansion, the atmosphere seemed brighter after the young master emerged from seclusion. The retainer was still kneeling and bowing, repeating his congratulations to the young master for successfully breaking through. 2 maids hurriedly draped a cloak over Mo Xiaobei after he finished his cultivation. Mo Xiaobei yelled, Father! And a powerful man entered the room. He spread his arms, his voice full of pride. It seems you've successfully broken through to the warrior rank. Truly, my son, he was Mo Xiaobei's father, one of the 10 elders, a true mid-grade elite warrior. Mo patted his son's shoulder, nodding in praise. Well done, Xiaobei. Mo Xiaobei sneered, his eyes filled with malice. Don't worry, father. I will never bring shame to the Mo family. Mo revealed a shocking piece of news. Of course, the elder even said he would personally bestow a reward upon you. Mo Xiaobei knelt in gratitude, but Mo told him to stand up, and then ordered the bodyguard, check if the kitchen has finished preparing. Moen's bodyguard was about to check the meal, but Moen stopped him. He turned to remind Mo Xiaobei to celebrate, and Mo Xiaobei respectfully thanked his father. Moen and the bodyguard left, leaving Mo Xiaobei alone with his own thoughts. Mo Xiaobei turned to his retainer, his eyes sharp as he asked about the investigation he had assigned before his seclusion. The retainer reported, "Young master, that kid has no parents, no backing. We can mold him however we want." Mo Xiaobei smirked. "Oh? So he's just a piece of trash with no background." He casually stepped outside, his voice full of sarcasm. "And here I thought he had some powerful backer." Amidst the luxurious mansion, he continued coldly. "If that's the case, then send someone." He tilted his head back, his eyes cruel as he gave a decisive order. "Kill him." The retainer broke into a sweat, quickly trying to dissuade him. "Young master, the city is different from the wilderness. Killing someone like this, no matter how powerful the Mo family is, will cause trouble." Mo Xiaobei calmly poured wine, his voice disdainful. "And who said you could use the Mo family's name to kill someone?" He sneered sinisterly. "Go find a shadow assassin. Kill him in the dark, who would know?" The retainer hesitated again. But to hire a shadow assassin, it would cost at least $1 million. "Is it worth it for a poor kid?" Mo Xiaobei scoffed. Truly the mind of a servant, only capable of thinking that far. He began to preach his twisted philosophy. This city is so vast, yet why are there only a few prosperous families, while others can only be slaves? Do you know why? He raised his wine glass, a murderous glint in his eyes. "It's because when we discover a genius among the common folk." Smash! He crushed the glass in his hand, growling. "We kill him immediately." The retainer's face paled, finally understanding. "So the Fifth Academy doesn't exist to nurture talents, but to—" Mo Xiaobei affirmed the strong's truth. "To conquer the weak. That's how this world works." At the same time, in a dense forest belonging to the Fifth Academy, whoosh! A sharp sword strike tore through the air. Countless shadows, carrying a stream of pink energy, moved at terrifying speed among the trees, continuously unleashing lightning-fast slashes. It was Ye Tian, his eyes glowing red, training frantically, completely unaware of a deadly plot targeting him. Bang! Ye Tian unleashed an electric slash, his shadow sweeping away like a storm, ending his training session. He let out a breath, sheathed his sword, and muttered, "It's going to rain soon. Time to go home." A light rain began to fall as he walked through a deserted, dirty alley. He suddenly stopped, sensing something amiss in the air. Looking up, Ye Tian squinted towards the utility pole, a sense of unease rising within him. He froze, his eyes sharp. "Huh? What the hell is that?" Ye Tian muttered, as he saw a strange, glowing object on the utility pole. Ding! A blue status panel suddenly appeared in midair. The status panel clearly displayed the stranger's information. Human. Li Kun. Cultivation talent. Tier 2. Shadow talent. Beginner level. Whoosh! Immediately, a giant black shadow plunged straight down from above towards Ye Tian's position. Ye Tian immediately took a defensive stance, his eyes glowing red with vigilance, facing the surging killing intent. Clang! A stranger landed, blocking Ye Tian's path, a thick, deadly aura emanating from him. Ye Tian growled, his eyes fixed on the enemy. "Who are you?" A sword tip pointed directly at his face. The assassin emerged from the shadows, declaring coldly, "The one who's here to take your life." The scene of the utility pole in the rain, where the first assassin had just been hiding. Before Ye Tian could react, another surge of green energy erupted from the opposite direction, forming a pincer attack. A second assassin, with sharp fangs and a savage smile, materialized, repeating the deadly declaration, "The one who's here to take your life." Ye Tian immediately realized, wait, assassins sent by Mo Xiaobei? But he immediately found it illogical. Mo Xiaobei has already broken through to become a warrior. Couldn't he just fight me fair and square, instead of resorting to these dirty tricks? Bang! Without giving Ye Tian time to think, the vampire assassin lunged like a ghost, swinging his dagger straight at his face. Clang! Ye Tian swung his sword, a surge of blue energy clashing fiercely with the green attack of the vampire assassin. The vampire assassin vanished right before his eyes, leaving behind a trail of sickly green energy, making Ye Tian exclaim, "He vanished again!" Ye Tian muttered, immediately recognizing his opponent's trick. It seems the shadow talent is a type of stealth ability. Whoosh! The vampire assassin suddenly appeared from above, diving down with his dagger poised to take Ye Tian's life. Clang! Ye Tian reacted even faster, his body erupting with a surge of pinkish-purple energy, blocking the treacherous attack. The vampire assassin broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. Damn it! How can a mere academy student be so fast? Ye Tian smirked, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. My turn. He charged forward, pinkish-purple energy surging. In a flash, Ye Tian closed the distance, face to face with the still-stunned vampire assassin. Thud! A devastating kick from Ye Tian sent the assassin flying straight into the air. The vampire assassin sneered in midair, as if he still had a trump card. Boom! A burst of water splashed out. The assassin vanished once again without a trace, leaving only Ye Tian standing in the empty alley. Ye Tian calmly remarked, "Stealth again? This trick is truly troublesome for ordinary people." He stood still in the pouring rain, his sword held firmly in hand, waiting for any movement. But Ye Tian merely sneered, a pink targeting reticle appearing in his eyes. "But against me, it's useless." Swish! A blinding white sword slash, fast as light, cut through space, striking directly at the vampire assassin's hidden position. The vampire assassin reappeared in agony, blood gushing from his mouth, as he took the full force of the slash. Crash! The assassin was sent flying like a rag doll, smashing hard against the metal wall. The vampire assassin scrambled to his feet, clutching his wound, his voice filled with panic. "How can this be? Even an elite warrior can't see through my talent." He looked up, his eyes burning with hatred as he roared, "How did you do that?" Ye Tian coldly approached, while Li Kun remained hidden, observing from afar, then challenged back. "Want to know?" Ye Tian questioned coldly, his red eyes glowing in the rain. "Then tell me first, who sent you?" The vampire assassin remained defiant, his hand clutching the dagger glowing with green light. When will I tell you?" he roared, green energy violently erupting. "It's when you're taking your last breath." The assassin lunged with his shadow blade technique, but Ye Tian, with his penetrating gaze, saw right through it, unleashing a purple energy sword slash to counter. Bang! Ye Tian's attack struck the ground, its power completely overwhelming. The speed of the slash was unavoidable, shooting straight towards the assassin. With a single blow, the vampire assassin was sent flying like a puppet, his weapon shattered, completely unable to resist. Ye Tian pinned the assassin to the wall with his sword, and coldly asked again. He leaned in close, his bloodshot eyes filled with killing intent. "Who sent you?" Forcing the assassin to admit. "Impressive. You're the strongest academy student I've ever met." Finally, the assassin gave in, muttering in despair. "All right, I'll tell you." He spat out the name, Mo Xiaobei, then collapsed as soon as Ye Tian withdrew his sword. Ye Tian stood there, processing the information, while Li Kun silently observed from afar, not daring to make a move. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resentment as he repeated the familiar name, Mo Xiaobei. Without wasting a second, he immediately placed his hand on the dying assassin to activate his copying ability. A massive surge of green energy was sucked directly from the assassin's body into Ye Tian. The system panel displayed a brief notification. Shadow talent successfully copied. Swoosh! Ye Tian stood up, his entire body enveloped by the stolen green aura. He smirked, his red eyes glowing brightly within the new energy. Shadow talent acquired. At the same time, lightning flashed across the sky. Li Kun, still hiding, revealed an expression of extreme shock. Whoosh! Li Kun landed next to his comrade's corpse, only to see a deep crater, and the target had vanished without a trace. Under the pouring rain, the assassin's corpse was left in the forest, a lifeless hand reaching out in vain. Ye Tian crouched down, gazing thoughtfully at the rain. Humans shouldn't be like fallen leaves. His eyes flashed with a cold, resolute glint, left to be battered by the wind and rain. He recalled a weak hand, desperately clinging to life, telling himself that in this life, he, Ye Tian, his fist clenched tightly, determination clear, would live like a human. Standing in the rain, he declared to himself, "In this damned world, I will be the wind, I will be the rain, never a fallen leaf." A confident and challenging smile appeared on Ye Tian's face. Returning to his apartment, the city was still shrouded in cold rain. He stood under the shower, washing away the blood and grime from the life and death battle. After showering, Ye Tian put on comfortable homeware, his bulging muscles visible beneath the thin fabric. He flopped onto the sofa, letting out a sigh of relief after his narrow escape from death. On the table were all the spoils looted from Li Kun: 2 short swords, a manual, a wallet, and a stack of money cards. Ye Tian picked up the fiery red short swords, acknowledging their quality. His own sword had chipped, but these remained sharp. He quickly counted the cash on the cards. 1 million on the gold card, 100,000 on the white card, totaling 3.5 million. Ye Tian sneered, putting the money into his wallet. "Heh, Mo Xiaobei, I'll make good use of the money you spent to buy my life." His gaze stopped at the black-covered book with the words Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade? A bronze-tier blademanship manual. Ye Tian realized this was a valuable item. He flipped open the book, his face lighting up. Amazing. It can maximize the power of blademanship talent. Exactly what I need. Without a second's hesitation, Ye Tian stood up decisively. Time to start practicing. Bang! The training room door slammed shut, signaling a sleepless night of training. Ye Tian had just opened the Shadow Blade manual, preparing to train all night. Suddenly, lightning tore across the stormy night sky, signaling an ill omen. While concentrating, Ye Tian was startled, his eyes turning bloodshot as he realized something was amiss. Wait a minute. He panicked, realizing it was past time, and his sister still wasn't home. Why isn't Ye Yu home yet? Thinking of the assassins he had just dealt with, a chill ran down his spine, and he rushed to the window. That means, a horrifying thought flashed through his mind as he bolted out of his apartment. There's a chance Ye Yu might also be killed. Enveloped in a surge of fiery pink energy, Ye Tian roared in his mind as he raced through the wind and rain. Ye Yu, you have to be safe. The scene shifted to a normal middle school in the neighborhood, the rain still pouring down. Whoosh! Ye Tian landed on the ground like a meteor, pink energy exploding. The powerful impact sent rainwater splashing, and he immediately rushed off to search. Amidst the stream of students walking home with umbrellas, Ye Tian, bare-chested and barefoot, ran like a madman in the rain. Standing in the deserted street, he cried out in despair, "Ye Yu, where are you?" He tried to reassure himself that this was just a normal school. Those with talents wouldn't make a move here. But then his eyes sharpened, wondering if a bastard like Mo Xiaobei would adhere to the unwritten rules of the martial artist's world. Suddenly, a figure in a raincoat had a red umbrella pointed directly at their back, and a voice rang out, "Stop right there." The moment the umbrella was about to strike, a streak of pink light shot forward with incredible speed. Whoosh! Ye Tian appeared, blocking the attacker with one hand, his eyes icy cold. "You're the one who needs to freeze." The attacked person turned around, revealing it was Ye Yu, who cried out in confusion, "Brother, it's me." Ye Tian was speechless, putting his hands on his hips and scolding his sister. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you so late?" Ye Yu explained that she had to stay for cleaning duty. Ye Yu wondered why her brother was bare-chested and barefoot, soaked to the bone. Ye Tian awkwardly replied that he was in a hurry, but his sister quickly changed the subject. "But wait, how did you do that just now? Teach me." Under the pouring rain, a luxurious black car silently parked outside a school. Inside the car, Mo Xiaobei sat motionless, his face shrouded in shadow. He gnashed his teeth, growling in his mind. Why is he still alive? At the same time, Ye Yu handed her brother a grilled sausage, thanking him for picking her up. The siblings walked under the same umbrella, eating. Ye Tian smirked, a rare moment of peace. Ye Yu asked her brother what he wanted for dinner tonight, and Ye Tian immediately requested his sister's specialty boiled meat. Screech. The black car slowly rolled forward, tailing the siblings down the deserted street. Ye Tian immediately froze, his gaze as sharp as a razor. He had sensed killing intent. "I'm being followed," he realized instantly as the car loomed behind them. Back home, Ye Yu called her brother to eat, while the car remained parked in the rain. Ye Tian stood by the window, looking down at the street, fully aware of the enemy's presence. His sister continued to call him to help with the dishes, completely oblivious to the storm about to break. "Coming," Ye Tian replied, but his eyes had turned crimson, a predatory smile on his face. Scene change. At Ye Yu's school, life went on as usual. A teacher was calling a student to the board to solve a problem. Ye Yu stood up and accepted, completely an ordinary schoolgirl. On the rooftop of an opposite building, a hooded watcher silently observed the entire school. He stood there, hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on his target. He took off his hoodie, revealing his black hair and cold face. "It's been 3 days," he muttered, while the familiar black car remained parked in the lot below. Ye Tian growled, killing intent surging. "You dare to pay attention to Ye Yu? You guys have crossed the red line." His eyes flashed with deadly light. He noticed the target had vanished. Without a second's hesitation, he kicked off the edge of the rooftop and shot away. Exploding with pink energy, Ye Tian roared in his mind that he had to follow no matter what. The entire city was a blur as he flew past buildings at terrifying speed. The black car screeched to a halt at an abandoned construction site. A bald right-hand man in a suit stepped out. Whoosh! Ye Tian landed lightly on top of a crane, his cold gaze locked onto the target below. The henchman entered an old warehouse, completely unaware that death was watching from above. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, Ye Tian activated the shadow talent he had just copied. Green killing intent, enveloping his body as he roared the name, Mo Xiaobei. The scene inside was a brutal torture. A thug had just delivered a crushing punch to a man's face. The victim lay sprawled on the floor, covered in blood, surrounded by Mo Xiaobei's thugs. The wretched man pleaded, his voice trembling. "Young Master Mo, I truly have no money." He continued to beg, asking for his life to be spared, and promising to pay as soon as he could. Mo Xiaobei sat casually on a chair, coldly declaring, "No payment today, double interest tomorrow. Borrowing money from me isn't that easy." The poor man continued to beg, recounting his old and young family, but only received terrifying silence. The bald right-hand man who had just driven up bowed and reported, "Young master, I'm back." Mo Xiaobei, still exuding an evil aura, turned and asked, "Any news from the shadow assassin?" The henchman sweated, reporting that he couldn't contact the assassin and would try to find another way. Hidden in the shadows, Ye Tian, with crimson eyes and surging green energy, finally confirmed the mastermind. So it really was Mo Xiaobei who sent the assassins. Back at the scene, Mo Xiaobei stood up, growling. "You think money from scions of noble families is easy to trick?" Then delivered a brutal kick, crushing the debtor's head. The bald right-hand man panicked when he saw Mo Xiaobei had gone too far, hastily reporting, "Young master, he stopped breathing." Mo Xiaobei coldly tossed a photo, asking his henchman, "Right, Ye Tian's sister. How do you plan to deal with her?" The burly Mo family enforcer replied with a vicious look. "I was thinking of handing her over to a friend who just got out of prison." He stepped forward, confidently stating, "But it seems it's not safe enough to hand her to others now. I'll handle it myself. Young master, please rest assured." Bang! Mo Xiaobei unexpectedly unleashed a surge of dark blue energy at his own subordinate. The enforcer was sent flying, landing face first on the ground, bewildered. "Young master, why would you?" With a savage smile and blood-stained hands, Mo Xiaobei growled, "This is punishment for your incompetence." Suddenly, a crimson energy flared, and Mo Xiaobei froze, realizing, primal chi. Whoosh! A dark figure shrouded in green aura descended from above. A pair of blazing red short blades aimed directly at Mo Xiaobei. The attacker's bloodshot eyes gleamed with deadly killing intent, as the twin weapons carved a perfect arc. Ye Tian, in the guise of a grim reaper, emerged from the shadows, delivering an unstoppable finishing blow. A satisfied smile appeared on Ye Tian's face as he completed the strike. Mo Xiaobei's hand fell to the ground, and the thugs screamed in terror. "Young master! The young master has been killed!" The burly enforcer scrambled to his feet, his face pale as he recognized the familiar skill. Shadow concealment talent. "You are." Ye Tian's head slowly emerged from the green smoke, causing the enforcer to shout the name he guessed. Li Kun? Ye Tian revealed his full form, covered in blood, his aura like that of a true demon. The thugs tried to flee but were instantly cut down. The enforcer utterly panicked. "How is it you? How the hell do you have shadow talent?" He couldn't believe it. "I investigated you. You're just a piece of trash with weak talent. How could you kill the young master in one move?" The enforcer roared in despair. "Where's Li Kun? Speak, you bastard." Ye Tian merely coldly cracked his neck, preparing for round two. Without another word, Ye Tian shot forward, shadows and killing intent surging with every step. The blazing red short blade lunged, bringing a death sentence to the last remaining foe. The burly Mo family enforcer screamed in desperation, "You can't kill me!" Slash. Ye Tian delivered a clean cut, not allowing his opponent another word. Thud. The corpse crashed to the ground, while Ye Tian calmly pulled a piece of cloth from his pocket. Ye Tian coldly used his hand to wipe the blood from his blazing red short blades, his gaze sharp as a knife. He tossed the cloth next to the corpse, an act of highly professional scene fabrication. On the cloth, the word shadow appeared, a deadly calling card left behind. The twin blades emitted a pink glow and vanished. Ye Tian had retracted his weapons. Pulling up his hood, Ye Tian growled, "I'm no lamb waiting to be slaughtered. You lot have poked the wrong hornet's nest." Done cleaning up, Ye Tian turned and left, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with corpses. Whoosh! He unleashed his speed, transforming into a streak of pink light, soaring swiftly between the buildings. An hour later, several sleek black cars arrived at the abandoned warehouse, the scene of the recent purge. Moen stepped out of the car, his face contorted with killing intent, roaring, "Who? Which dog dared to do this?" Upon seeing his son's corpse, he screamed wildly in fury. "Who killed my son?" A subordinate timidly stepped forward to report. "Elder, this was found at the scene." The subordinate held out the blood-stained cloth. "The culprit is likely a shadow assassin." Moen stared at the fake evidence, grinding his teeth. Hiring a shadow assassin? To be so ruthless. Suddenly, a majestic voice echoed from behind. Elder Mo! A silver-haired old man, radiating an overwhelming aura like a final boss, stepped out of the shadows, a faint power ranking appearing. Mo-en turned, his face paling, stammering in terror. Great Elder? He immediately prostrated himself, weeping as he reported. Great Elder, my son is dead. The genius of our Mo family has been killed. Mo Great Elder coldly ordered. I know. Stand up and speak. Mo-en knelt, his voice full of anguish. Great Elder, Xiao Bei just broke through to the warrior realm. He is the future of the entire Mo family. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate behind him was so terrified by the Great Elder's aura his soul nearly left his body. The Great Elder pondered, acknowledging Mo Xiao Bei's importance. Indeed, he is the hope of the younger generation. If the Mo family gains another great warrior, our standing will soar. Mo-en bowed his head to the ground, offering a piece of cloth as evidence. My son cannot die in vain. Please, Great Elder, avenge Xiao Bei. The Great Elder took the blood-stained cloth, his gaze sharp. The old man muttered as he examined the evidence. A shadow assassin. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a deadly glint. He roared, immediately blaming their sworn enemies. It must be that family. They hired the shadow assassin. The Great Elder held the cloth up to the sky, allowing the light to pass through it. A hidden symbol faintly appeared behind the blood-stained fabric. The symbol of a rival organization became clearly visible. A perfect scapegoat. The old man gritted his teeth, immediately recognizing the familiar symbol. Iron Fang. On the cloth, the word shadow was written in blood. Undeniable evidence. The old man confirmed the target of his revenge. Iron Fang base? Meanwhile, at another academy, a fat student was gossiping. Iron Fang base is much stronger than us. The elders suspect an internal traitor is colluding with them to assassinate young geniuses and devour our base. He exaggerated, whispering to his classmate. I heard Mo Xiao Bei, who just broke through, was also dealt with by them, and they even chopped off his head. In another corner, Ye Tian sighed in relief, a smug smile on his face. Excellent. It seems no one knows I did it. Ye Tian thought to himself. The first person Mo Xiao Bei would target after his breakthrough would definitely be you. You really are lucky. Someone else cleaned up the mess for you. He smirked, recalling his spectacular deception. I deliberately left the cloth with the word shadow to mislead the Mo family, but the old elder discovered the Iron Fang base's symbol on it instead. Yi Tian began to ponder. Did I accidentally expose Iron Fang base's conspiracy? Or is that old man just making things up, to intentionally ignite a great war between the two bases? Scene change. Dawn broke at the siblings' apartment. Yi Tian sprang out of bed, stretching invigorated. He ripped off his sleepwear, revealing a much more toned physique after days of grinding, then quickly put on his training clothes. Carrying his pre-packed bag, Ye Tian was ready for a solo training trip. He quietly stepped into the living room, trying not to make a sound. Bending down to tie his shoelaces, everything was ready for his departure. Just as he reached the door, Ye Yu's voice rang out from the sofa. Brother, did I wake you? Ye Yu rubbed her eyes, sleepily asking her brother. It's so early. Where are you going? Ye Tian replied curtly. I'm going into the wilderness to train alone to get stronger, faster. Making his sister worried since he had only been home for a few days. Ye Yu looked uneasy, pleading. Can't you not go? Or at least go with friends? Ye Tian turned his back, reassuring her firmly. Don't worry, Ye Yu. Stay home and wait for me. Suddenly, Ye Yu rushed from behind, hugging her brother tightly. Ye Tian paused for a beat, a little surprised by his sister's actions. Ye Yu's voice rang out, full of worry. Come home soon, big brother. Without a word in response, Ye Tian burst into speed, dashing away like a pink streak of light, disappearing into the wilderness to begin his grinding. Thud. Ye Tian landed in the wilderness, dust billowing after his intense burst of speed. Standing on a cliff, Ye Tian calculated. At my current level, I should only farm the small fry on the outer perimeter. I can't touch those high-level formidable beasts yet. Pulling up his hood, Ye Tian cracked his knuckles, his eyes blazing. This time, I must break through to the warrior rank. The ground suddenly shook violently, startling Ye Tian, who thought it was an earthquake, but then he realized it was a fierce beast charging towards him. Crash! The colossal iron cow beast revealed itself, its muscles bulging, radiating immense killing intent. The info panel appeared. Iron cow beast, weak bloodline but possesses a tier 2 defense talent. Ye Tian smirked. This is a good one. Just as he muttered, the iron cow spotted Ye Tian and locked onto him instantly. It roared and charged straight at Ye Tian like a runaway tank. Perfect timing. Ye Tian didn't flinch, casually tossing his backpack aside, ready for battle. The iron cow erupted with energy, pink lightning crackling around its body as it closed in. A blazing red short sword was summoned, emitting dazzling energy rays, ready for a fiery clash. Wielding twin swords, one red and one black, Yetian leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful spinning kick. He spun in midair, aiming directly for the iron cow's horn as he struck down. Clang! An earth-shattering collision occurred as Yetian's twin swords struck the monster's head. Yetian was pushed back, stunned by his opponent's toughness. That defense is insane. Struck, the iron cow went berserk, letting out an earth-shattering roar that generated an incredibly powerful shockwave. Boom! The shockwave from its roar shattered the surrounding rocks, sending dust flying everywhere. Yetian landed, a smirk of excitement on his face. Not a bad talent. Facing the energy-bursting, fierce beast, Yetian declared confidently, "Now it's mine." Provoked, the iron cow stomped its foot, preparing to charge in retaliation. Its bloodshot eyes flared with murderous intent, and its rage burned fiercely. With a roar, the monster leaped into the air, intending to crush Yetian with its massive body. Yetian activated his copying ability, his eyes glowing crimson as he targeted the iron cow's talent. With an arrogant smile, Yetian declared, "Now it's mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Yetian vanished, leaving a pink lightning streak tearing through space. He unleashed his maximum speed, gliding like a phantom across the desolate desert. Pink energy enveloped Yetian as he charged straight towards the iron cow, which stood majestically on the rocky outcrop. Soaring high, Yetian analyzed. Every creature has a weakness. The iron cow opened its maw and roared, revealing sharp teeth, but Yetian had targeted something else. He immediately identified the fatal weakness. Its eyes. Yetian spun in midair, pointing his pair of glowing red short swords directly at his prey. Clang! A hexagonal energy shield suddenly appeared, blocking Yetian's attack right before the monster's eyes. A small crack began to appear on the red blade after the impact. Clang! The blade shattered into tiny red fragments, and Yetian was severely shaken. He was stunned, unable to believe it. It's only a Tier 2 defensive talent, but it's incredibly tough. Seizing the opportunity, the iron cow swung its gigantic fist, enveloped by the hexagonal shield, straight down. Thwack! A heaven-shattering punch landed squarely on Yetian. He gritted his teeth, enduring the blow, his body sent flying by the immense force. Yetian was sent flying like a baseball, soaring far into the desert. Boom! Yetian was punched away like a ball, creating an earth-shattering explosion as he crashed into the cliff face. As the dust settled, the entire desolate area trembled after the terrifying impact. Scrambling up from the rubble, Yetian looked quite pathetic after taking a full punch. He thought to himself, "This talent is incredibly tough. I'm drooling." But to his dismay, the notification panel showed that his copying skill still had a 1-6-day cooldown. Yetian stood up, assessing the iron cow's strength as only slightly inferior to the silver moon ferret, but still superior to the striped snake. Drawing his pair of red twin blades, he was confident that as long as he found this massive monster's weakness, he had a chance to win. His blood boiled. Yetian growled, his eyes gleaming with determination. Activate Shadow Talent. His entire body erupted with a surging wave of green energy. Whoosh! Yetian transformed into a green blur, dashing away at terrifying speed. He glided like a phantom, leaving green streaks of light tearing through the air. Clang! Clang! His twin blades continuously struck the iron cow's hexagonal shield, but it was like merely scratching an itch. Yetian glided past the monster, silently acknowledging, "The shadow talent is truly top-notch, it can't detect me." But he also bitterly realized, "However, my blade techniques are completely useless against this shield. Where could its weakness be?" He observed the iron cow, annoyed by its impenetrable 360-degree defensive shield. Suddenly, he froze, as he noticed something right on the monster's rear. Yetian's eyes lit up. He discovered that the shield in that precarious position was extremely thin. He smirked cunningly. "That obvious, huh? Let's try it." Then he burst forward with explosive speed again. Yetian poured all his shadow energy into his twin blades, roared Shadow Blade, and aimed straight for the iron cow's rear. A finishing move, Shadow Kill, was unleashed, purple-green energy exploding towards the monster's unexpected weakness. The iron cow roared in extreme pain as it was attacked in its vital spot. Crash! The bovine monster collapsed to the ground, officially eliminated after a finishing blow. Yetian smirked triumphantly. "Just as I expected," he thought. "Now that the monster is dead, I can easily collect its blood," and immediately pulled out an empty vial. Ye Tian carefully collected every drop of the Iron Cow's essence blood into the prepared vials. After collecting a few vials of beast blood, he carefully capped them. Standing on the monster's corpse, Ye Tian mused. No matter how formidable a talent is, once dead, it's just trash. He began calculating his loot. This cow's hide is definitely valuable. Its eyes, eggs, or whatever else, he'll dig it all out. But he quickly identified the biggest prize. The most valuable thing is definitely its horns, then swung his blade and chopped them off. Ye Tian painstakingly tied the enormous horns to his backpack, an oversized trophy. Pulling up his hood, Ye Tian set off with determination. Now, to find a quiet place to start grinding levels. He found a secluded cave, the perfect spot for isolated cultivation. His gear was laid out, fresh beast blood and a packet of Little Sister brand roasted peanuts to snack on. Ye Tian's eyes glowed red as he looked at the vials of blood and declared, "Breaking through to the warrior rank depends entirely on you guys." Without hesitation, Ye Tian gulped down the beast blood. Then he grabbed a handful of roasted peanuts and crunched them loudly. Whoosh! As soon as he began cultivating, a massive surge of blue energy erupted, enveloping Ye Tian. The energy swirled violently around his body, signaling an impending breakthrough. 20 days later, Ye Tian still sat motionless in the cave, his cultivation process ongoing. Finally, he exhaled a stream of white qi, his aura completely transformed, many times stronger. He opened his eyes. Ye Tian's eyes blazed, blue energy surging like lightning. He let out an earth-shattering roar, his entire body erupting in a torrent of deep blue electrical light. The breakthrough energy shot straight up from the cave, forming a dazzling sphere of light in the desert. Bang! A colossal pillar of energy blasted skyward, shaking the entire wilderness. From afar, on a rocky outcrop, the red-cloaked girl pointed towards the pillar of light, reporting in alarm. "Lady, look!" Two mysterious figures appeared. The taller black-cloaked girl mused. "Someone is breaking through to the warrior rank, right here in this wilderness." The black-cloaked girl smirked, her eyes filled with interest at the unique sight. How interesting, she thought to herself, the symbol of the martial arts pavilion faintly visible on her cloak. Returning to Ye Tian, he clenched his fists, feeling the power surging through every muscle fiber. This surge of power, Ye Tian's entire body was enveloped in a dense blue aura, his presence overwhelming. So this is the warrior rank. He glanced at the empty blood vials and the bone fragments of the iron cow, muttering calculations. Hoisting his backpack, Ye Tian calculated. The 2-0-day cooldown is over. Wasting no time, he decided. First, copy the defensive talent, then shot off. In the desolate desert, only the colossal, bleached skeleton of the iron cow remained. Ye Tian pressed his sparking, electrified hand onto the colossal skeleton. The system panel displayed an error message. Incomplete copy target. Unable to copy. Ye Tian froze. There's a limit to this too? He sighed in exasperation, looking at the skeleton with deep regret. Sigh. I shouldn't have chopped you into 8 pieces so soon. On the rocky outcrop, the red-cloaked girl wondered. Lady, could he be the one who killed this beast? The black-cloaked girl analyzed coldly. He just broke through to the warrior rank, but this beast has been dead for a long time. The red-cloaked girl nodded in agreement. That's right. When this beast died, he was still just an apprentice. There's no way he could have killed it. Yu Ling commented from afar. Just an apprentice, yet they dare to venture into the mountains for supplies. Ye Tian tossed his clothes and shoes to the side of the lake. Shirtless, showing off his six-pack, Ye Tian stretched. I've been in the mountains for 20 days. Time to get clean and go home. The red-cloaked girl exclaimed. Young lady, he's acting like a hooligan. But her young lady brushed her off. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Splash. Ye Tian plunged straight into the cool lake water. After grinding, he entered the coastal base, Warrior Market. The market was bustling with people. Stalls lined up closely. Ye Tian scanned around, setting his sights on what appeared to be the largest shop in the city. A sign hung high. Martial Pavilion. He decided, I'll go inside and take a look. Just as he took a step, he almost bumped into a pair of high heels walking in the opposite direction. The red-cloaked girl was startled, realizing, Huh? Isn't that guy from the wilderness? Ye Tian's eyes flashed crimson, and he froze when he saw the person opposite him. He narrowed his eyes, staring intently without blinking. Thump. Yu Ling also stopped short, feeling his gaze. Ye Tian was completely shocked, his crimson eyes glaring as he growled. Ye Yu? He was confused, his eyes changing to blue. My little sister? He called out loudly, staring at the two girls. Sister! Yu Ling was bewildered, wondering to herself, "Is he calling me?" Ye Tian slapped his forehead, reassuring himself. "No, it can't be. What would Ye Yu be doing here?" Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yue Ling, still pondering her identity in his mind. Yue Ling stood there, exuding a cold aura, clearly not an ordinary person. The red-cloaked girl immediately bristled. "Hey, who gave you permission to call her little sister?" She continued to insult him, pointing directly at Ye Tian. "You country bumpkin gatherer, you've got some nerve." Ye Tian was dumbfounded by the gatherer title, completely clueless about what was happening. He raised his hand to sniff himself, wondering naively, "I already bathed. Do I still smell?" Yue Ling glared at her subordinate, signaling her to shut up, while the red-cloaked girl almost blurted out some secret. Yue Ling whispered into the red-cloaked girl's ear, instructing her on a quick plan. Immediately, the red-cloaked girl bowed deeply, apologizing to Ye Tian. "Great warrior, I was wrong. My young lady has disciplined me, please forgive me." Ye Tian scratched his head, his gaze directed towards Yue Ling, who was entering the market. "Your young lady." In a flash, the red-cloaked girl grabbed Ye Tian's hand, laying her cards on the table. The young lady had business and went ahead. "Weren't you planning to sell your goods at the Martial Pavilion? Our young lady is the head of the Martial Pavilion." She switched to a fawning attitude, putting her arm around Ye Tian's shoulder. "I was wrong just now. To apologize, whatever you sell, well pay double the price." Ye Tian's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. "Double?" The red-cloaked girl enthusiastically invited him, as two other pavilion staff members quickly came out to help carry Ye Tian's heavy backpack. Ye Tian stepped inside the Martial Pavilion, and a massive arsenal of weapons and equipment appeared before his eyes. He looked around, from armor to shields, and couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, all high-quality goods." His eyes lit up when he saw the array of sharp weapons on display. It truly is the largest shop in the warrior market. A pavilion staff member brought out a steaming hot cup of tea, with exquisite patterns. The pavilion staff member smiled invitingly. "Great warrior, please have some tea." Ye Tian politely nodded in thanks. He began to pour his spoils onto the table, horns, hides, and other parts of the iron cow, and began to count the quantity. Ye Tian sipped his tea, stunned to hear the quoted price of 200,000, doubled to 400,000. He smirked with delight, thinking to himself, "This is truly easy money," then immediately closed the deal. The red-cloaked girl placed 4 white cards on the table, each worth 100,000. Ye Tian received the money from the red-cloaked girl. The transaction was swift. Holding the stack of cards in his hand, he thought Ye Yu would surely be very happy this time. The red-cloaked girl continued to offer, saying that her young mistress wanted to give him a 50% discount voucher on all items as an apology. Ye Tian smirked slyly, declaring he wouldn't be polite about such a bargain. Scanning the price list, he realized training equipment was exorbitantly expensive. No wonder only major clans monopolized the path of a warrior, he muttered. At these sky-high prices, how could ordinary people possibly afford them? After some consideration, Ye Tian decided to purchase a set of cultivation techniques, a skill manual, and several vials of blood essence. The red-cloaked girl swiftly went to retrieve the items from the high shelves. All the items were neatly placed in a luxurious red suitcase. The total cost was 785,000. The red-cloaked girl generously rounded the price down to a flat 700,000. Ye Tian casually pulled out a gold card worth $1 million to pay. He secretly thanked the shadow assassin for funding him with this money, then received his change and the suitcase. Carrying the heavy suitcase, Ye Tian knew very well that the Martial Pavilion's special treatment wasn't because of his meager hunter status. As he walked, he wondered, what could a penniless nobody like me possibly have to catch their attention? Ye Tian stopped, waiting for an invitation, but it remained utterly silent behind him. He shrugged, decided to truly leave, and placed his hand on the doorknob. Just as he stepped out, the red-cloaked girl hastily called him back, making Ye Tian sigh. Knowing full well things weren't that simple, Ye Tian paused, knowing full well the bait had been taken. He turned back, his gaze sharp, his voice cold. "What is it?" The red-cloaked girl solemnly announced. "Our young mistress, the head of the Martial Pavilion, wishes to meet you." Ye Tian smirked, just as he expected. "Lead the way, young lady." The red-cloaked girl pushed open the heavy door, leading the way upstairs to the VIP-only floor. Inside, a shadowy figure was leisurely enjoying tea, her aura completely different from the small fry. The black-haired woman, owner of the Martial Pavilion, sat calmly by the window, exuding an unpredictable sense of power. The red-cloaked girl invited Ye Tian in, while her mistress silently observed from behind. Upon seeing the woman's face, Ye Tian froze, his crimson eyes wide with astonishment. She looked so similar. The woman stood up and extended her hand politely. "Allow me to introduce myself." She boldly declared her identity, Yu Ling, from the demonic sea base. The moment their hands touched, a surge of blue electricity ran through Ye Tian's body. His copying system activated. Ye Tian was no pushover either, he retorted sharply. Ye Tian from the frontline base. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa, where the formal meeting took place. Yu Ling invited Ye Tian to sit at the long table, with the red-cloaked girl standing serving beside them. Yu Ling poured tea and declared, "Anyone who steps onto the second floor of the Martial Pavilion is an honored guest." Ye Tian crossed his arms and retorted bluntly, "I, Ye Tian, am merely an ordinary person, with no power or influence. What right do I have to be a VIP?" Yu Ling casually replied while continuing to pour tea. "You are right. You are a VIP precisely because you have an ordinary background." Her gaze sharpened as she laid her cards on the table. "A VIP because you have no ties to any powerful clan." The red-cloaked girl broke out in a cold sweat at the intense battle of wits, while Ye Tian secretly thought this woman was too calm, a stark contrast to his always smiling younger sister, Ye Yu. Yu Ling took a sip of tea, her eyes sharp. "I'll be direct." She pushed an object towards Ye Tian, stating that the purpose of inviting him for tea was to personally recruit him. A red cross-shaped emblem with a black flower symbol in the center shimmered on the table. Yu Ling crossed her arms, leaned back in her chair, and concluded, "Join our martial pavilion." The blunt invitation surprised Ye Tian. Yu Ling's image suddenly overlapped with his younger sister Ye Yu in his mind. Ye Tian held his head, thinking to himself that this face resembled his sister too much. He had never refused a request from such a face before. Regaining his composure, Ye Tian raised his teacup, beginning to turn the tables. "I don't quite understand," he asked. "Demon Seabase is a major power, surely not lacking in talent." Ye Tian continued to sip his tea, maintaining a cold expression. His eyes flashed red as he feigned humility. "I'm merely a novice warrior." Yu Ling stretched, responding casually. "A great base can become a great base." She stood up, turning her back to the window, her voice full of authority. "Not because we never lack talent, but because we always crave talent." Ye Tian was stunned by her sharp reasoning, admitting that this woman was intelligent, not the shallow rich young lady he had imagined, completely unlike his foolish sister. The red-cloaked girl urged impatiently, "What are you still hesitating for? This is a golden opportunity," she boasted proudly. "Our young miss doesn't even spare a glance for the geniuses of major families who wish to climb higher." Ye Tian secretly calculated. It was indeed a tempting offer, but joining an organization meant being bound and scrutinized. If his copying talent was exposed, it would be a death sentence. His gaze became resolute. Until he resolved this fatal weakness, he had to continue on his solo path. Noticing Ye Tian's silence, Yu Ling turned back, her aura overwhelming. "You're hesitating?" She sat down opposite him, looking him straight in the eye, pressing the issue. "I want to know why you're hesitating," Ye Tian thought to himself. Facing someone so beautiful and intelligent, it was truly hard to refuse. Yu Ling leaned closer, looking him directly in the eyes, her voice full of power. "Tell me your reason." Ye Tian clenched his fist, making an excuse that he couldn't explain himself, then used the internal strife of the major families as a shield. He lowered his head, thinking about the peaceful life he had just gained, and how he didn't want to get involved in the mess of power struggles. Ye Tian's eyes turned cold, as he stated firmly, "I don't want to be a puppet, nor do I want to work for anyone like them." Yu Ling understood, pressing. "So, in your eyes, am I also that kind of person?" Ye Tian smirked, replying without reservation. "And why wouldn't you be?" Cornered, Yu Ling took a step back, offering a trial cooperation. "How about this? You can observe us for a while." She acted magnanimously, saying he didn't need to answer immediately because she had plenty of patience to wait. Yu Ling's eyes gleamed with unfathomable depth. Clearly, this woman was not simple. Ye Tian's eyes flashed red. He had made his own decision. Turning decisively, Ye Tian picked up his suitcase and left, heading straight for a colossal city gate carved with the character Marshal. He wondered about the true nature of a warrior as he stepped into this new territory. His eyes flashed with blue electricity, pondering the concept of talent and its cost. He watched the people passing by, muttering, "Do warriors who possess talent still remember their initial ideals?" A bleak city scene under the rain appeared in his mind, symbolizing the decay of ideals. Watching the kids playing, he grew even more troubled. Shouldn't warriors be protecting civilians? A ball rolled to the feet of two burly, arrogant guards in black suits. A little boy timidly ran over to ask, "Uncle, could you kick the ball back here?" Wham! The blond man said nothing, stomping on the ball right in front of the kids, flaunting his trashy power. The kids were frozen in fear, while the two arrogant guards merely sneered contemptuously. Standing on a rooftop in the pouring rain, Tian realized, "Not high enough, I'm still not high enough." Tian's eyes glowed red with determination. He told himself he had to become even stronger. A memory flashed, and the system panel displayed a notification. Top-tier talent successfully copied. Do you wish to merge? After the rain, the sky cleared, and Tian returned to his apartment. He stood before his door, preparing to enter after days of grinding levels. Creak! The door slowly opened. Tian stepped inside, pulling his red suitcase, and called out, "Yayu, I'm home." Wiping down the kitchen, Yayu startled and turned around when she heard her brother's voice. "You're back." Yayu joyfully ran to embrace Tian. After the hug, Yayu touched her brother's chest and noticed a change. 20 days apart, you've gotten quite muscular. Tian puffed out his chest proudly and declared, "Of course, your brother is a warrior now." Which completely shocked Yayu. "The Ye family finally has a warrior," Tian shouted excitedly. Yayu couldn't hide her extreme astonishment and joy either. The little girl jumped with delight, believing this was a blessing left by their ancestors. Tian plopped down onto the sofa, watching his sister celebrate and thinking to himself, "Silly girl. When your talent awakens," he smiled confidently, "you'll become a warrior too." Yayu suddenly brandished a pair of scissors and called out loudly, "Come here, warrior brother, let your sister cut your hair." She complained about Tian's long, messy hair, believing that a warrior should know how to take care of himself. Tian resigned himself to sitting still, instructing, "All right, Miss Tony, give me the usual cut." But Yayu just laughed and replied, "Don't worry. That's the only style I know anyway." The snip-snip of scissors echoed as Yayu trimmed Tian's hair. Time really flies. Tian fell into a reverie. Ever since their parents passed away, Yayu had always been the only one to cut his hair. Memories flooded back of his younger sister's tender hands, trembling as she held the scissors. Little Yayu back then hesitated, her voice trembling. "Brother, I don't dare." Seeing the wound on his head, the innocent girl asked why he didn't go to the hospital. Young Tian growled, saying that going to the hospital cost money, and this minor injury wasn't worth bothering with. Even with his face bruised and bandaged, he still smirked defiantly. "Just cut my hair short. A bandage will be fine." Little Yayu dropped the scissors, sobbing and wishing her brother had the ability of a lighthouse jellyfish. Tian asked in surprise what kind of strange ability that was, and Yayu recounted the story he had once told her. The little girl rested her chin in her hand dreamily, explaining that lighthouse jellyfish had the ability to regenerate. Injuries would heal instantly in just an hour. Tian snapped, saying that fairy tales were just for kids. How could she believe such a thing? Yayu argued back assertively, insisting that it was real. After the haircut, Tian ruffled his sister's hair, reassuring her that he knew she was worried, and promised that perhaps when his power awakened, he would gain a healing talent. He smiled resolutely, promising that by then, he would never get injured and could protect his sister better. Back in the present, Yayu was still grumbling, telling him to sit still, while Tian suddenly snapped awake at the words, "lighthouse jellyfish." "What are you doing? I'm not finished cutting yet," Yayu yelled as Tian abruptly stood up and rushed off like a gust of wind. He ignored his sister, ran straight to the bookshelf, and pulled out the illustrated guide to treasures he had bought previously. Tian frantically flipped through the book on the floor, muttering as he searched for information about the lighthouse jellyfish. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint when he found the page he needed. He mumbled the important keywords: lighthouse jellyfish, water-type fierce beast, healing talent, location, Lake of Death, which made Yayu, standing behind him, wonder. Tian's eyes burned red with determination. If I copy the recovery talent, he'll never have to worry about getting injured, and Yayu will be at ease. Yayu stood behind him, looking disbelieving. Lighthouse jellyfish? Isn't that just something from fairy tales? She crossed her arms and pouted. Those stories are just to fool kids. Tian growled, slapping his hand on the book. No, some stories are real. He flipped to a body cultivation technique meant only for warrior rank, muttering about the stages of skin, muscle, and bone refinement. His blood was boiling. Tian decided immediately, I'll try it now. As soon as he sat down to cultivate according to the new technique, he felt a distinct difference. Sweat beaded on Tian as he realized the speed of absorbing vital energy was now as fast as a rocket, completely unlike the snail's pace before. To speed things up, he decided to go all out, pulling out a bottle of mid-grade fierce beast blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he gulped down the entire bottle of fresh blood. Purple energy exploded around him, and Ye felt his power being frantically buffed. He smirked. His cultivation speed had just soared threefold. Perfect. After the warm-up, Ye set a clear goal: grind levels at home to pass his ability's cooldown period. After that, he would head straight to the Lake of Death to hunt lighthouse jellyfish and copy its overpowered recovery talent. Once the grinding was done, Ye set off for the Martial Pavilion, a bustling market for warriors. He pushed open the door to a weapon shop. Inside were all sorts of weapons and a few other customers. A red-cloaked girl warmly greeted him, seemingly an employee here. The moment she saw Ye, the red-cloaked girl froze as she recognized a regular customer. She muttered, "It's him, that guy who specializes in scavenging scrap." But immediately, she changed her demeanor, bowing professionally as she sensed his different aura. "Welcome, esteemed warrior." The red-cloaked girl saw Ye and asked directly, "Are you here for my young lady?" But he waved her off. "No, I'm here to buy something." Ye eyes flashed with a cold glint, his aura completely different from the scrap scavenger he used to be. The red-cloaked girl thought to herself, "Clothes make the man. After changing, he looks quite impressive." She quickly invited Ye inside, and he got straight to the point. "Do you sell maps of the Lake of Death?" Hearing that, the red-cloaked girl joyfully replied yes, and hurriedly ran off to search for it. With a whoosh, she placed an old map on the table. Ye wore a calculating smile, thinking to himself that this was a goldmine for him to copy powerful talents. He asked for the price, and the red-cloaked girl hesitated slightly before shouting the price. "This is 10,000 yuan. Without a second's hesitation, Ye swiped his card and completed the purchase immediately, his magnate-like demeanor undeniable. The red-cloaked girl watched Ye retreating back, wondering if he intended to go to a new place to scavenge scrap. But the Lake of Death was an extremely dangerous place. She began to worry, recalling her young lady's words that the place was full of terrifying, fierce beasts, where even genius warriors might not survive. Ye strode away, his back straight, full of confidence, disregarding the dangers that lay ahead. He accelerated, shooting forward like a bolt of lightning with a stream of purple energy surrounding him, the surrounding terrain blurring in an instant. Wham! Ye landed coolly after a terrifying burst of speed, purple energy still crackling around him. A red lizard was basking on a rock outcrop, signaling that he had arrived in the land of anomalous creatures. The desolate landscape of the Lake of Death appeared, its ruined remnants indicating anything but a peaceful past. Ye stood there, his eyes filled with ambition, declaring this would be the place for him to copy a multitude of powerful talents. He observed his surroundings, concluding that this place looked like it had been abandoned for a very long time. Ye entered the ruined area. The atmosphere here made him feel a constant danger. His eyes glowed red, highly vigilant as he sensed an invisible killing intent in the air. Ye crimson eyes narrowed. He had sensed an unusual surge of energy. A colossal vortex of energy violently erupted right before him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Waves carrying lightning swept everywhere, unleashing terrifying destructive power. Ye stood watching the giant waterspout, instantly realizing, a fierce beast? Not rushing to act, he decided to observe first, activating his shadow talent. Whoosh! Ye soared to the mountaintop, concealing himself in the green mist to scout the situation. Looking down from above, he was stunned by the sight of a colossal lightning orb forming in the valley. Inside the orb, a figure was trying to disperse the chaotic energy. Two figures finally escaped, an old man guardian and a black-haired maiden clutching a golden box, hastily fleeing. "We got it, young miss. Let's go." Ye froze as he recognized the familiar girl. "It's her?" Roar! From beneath the water, the fanged maw of a colossal water dragon beast gaped open, ready to swallow them both. The old man guardian desperately realized he was a step too late. It's too late. Boom! The water dragon beast slammed into the old man, sending both of them flying helplessly. Both were sent flying into the air, separated by the rushing current. The peak-level fierce beast emerged from the water, its roar shaking heaven and earth. Ye also gritted his teeth in horror at this formidable opponent. "A peak-level fierce beast?" The old man guardian roared, pushing the black-haired maiden away decisively with all his might. "I'll buy you time. Go now." He faced the monster alone, preparing for a suicidal battle. The black-haired maiden was pushed to a distant land, where mysterious yellow orbs of light suddenly appeared around her. Before she could recover, a swarm of rock lizards burrowed out from the ground, surrounding her with frantic screams. The old man guardian broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the situation was worse than imagined. Damn it, there are still more behind us. The black-haired maiden ran for her life, clutching the golden box tightly, while a rock lizard growled, hot on her heels. From a hidden corner, Tian showed clear annoyance, his legs already gathering purple energy. How troublesome. Bang! Tian's aura exploded, his eyes flashing with deadly crimson, deciding not to sit idly by any longer. It seems I can't just stand by. Meanwhile, the black-haired maiden was exhausted, stumbling and falling flat on the ground. Whoosh! An alpha rock lizard seized the opportunity, lunging straight at her with its maw wide open, intending to devour its prey. The monster was right above her. The situation was hanging by a thread. The old man guardian could only scream in despair from afar. Young miss, be careful. Whoosh! The monster was blocked by a flash of light just before its jaws could snap shut. The black-haired maiden, now with her hair turned vibrant pink, her eyes cold, assumed a mysterious stance. Secret art. A patterned tattoo appeared on the back of her neck, while a jade hilt began to form from thin air. The black-haired maiden roared, "Unleash!" Her entire body erupting in a surge of pink lightning, her hair flying, her hand gripping the newly summoned sword. She threw the sword. It spun like an energy saw blade, hurtling straight towards the monster. The rock lizard froze, stunned by the sudden attack. Clang! The blade struck the monster's rock-hard skin, sending sparks flying. Immediately after, the pink-haired maiden closed in, her eyes sharp, swinging her sword in a treacherous arc. A brilliant streak of sword light grazed the monster's head. Slash! She unleashed a full-powered vertical slash, tearing through the rock lizard's body amidst its pained roars. The energy explosion from the slash blew away the surrounding earth and rocks, creating a scene of destruction. The pink-haired maiden landed gracefully, her domineering aura soaring after clearing out the small fry. Observing from afar, Tian was utterly shocked by the girl's display of power. What kind of secret art is this? So powerful. He stood on a rock outcrop, silently watching the entire battle unfold. Tian assessed his own strength, admitting, too careless. This battle isn't a playground for a junior warrior like me. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl rampaged like a deity, her purple energy sword slashes tearing through the rock lizards. The leading rock lizard only managed a final roar before it was annihilated. Tian analyzed. After activating her secret art, she possesses the strength of a great warrior. Even Yu Ling is only a peak warrior genius. He broke out in a cold sweat, bitterly admitting, 10 guys like me combined wouldn't be her match. Suddenly, the colossal water dragon beast emerged from the water, its power overwhelming. It snapped, crushing the guardian's leg, making him scream in pain. Between the monster's fangs, the guardian roared. "Young lady, run!" He screamed in despair, warning that her secret art wouldn't last much longer. The guardian shouted, demanding that the girl prioritize protecting that item over his life. The pink-haired girl gritted her teeth, continuing to clear out the remaining small monsters. She declared she wouldn't leave, because then the sacrifice of the 10 comrades underwater would become meaningless. The girl's face was filled with determination, but also a hint of exhaustion, showing that maintaining her power was draining her stamina. Tian heard everything, unable to hide his surprise. 10 people died underwater? He wondered what kind of treasure it was that made them pay such a heavy price. Just then, the pink-haired girl threw an energy dagger towards the last lizard. "Damn it, time's up," the girl muttered as her pink hair faded back, her strength depleted, losing balance and falling straight down the cliff with the treasure box. Thud. Just as the black-haired girl and the box were about to be shattered, Tian descended like a god, stopping their fall. The girl faintly opened her eyes, only managing a weak whisper. "Who?" Tian's red eyes flashed, his domineering aura enveloping the entire area. He casually picked up the golden box, curious about its contents. Seeing Tian holding the box, the black-haired girl panicked and warned, "Don't move. I was just mumbling. I'm not trying to steal it back from you." Before Tian could even finish his sentence, the ground shook, and a new swarm of rock lizards emerged. He clicked his tongue. How troublesome. "Sorry about this," Tian said curtly, then hoisted the girl onto his shoulder. Carrying the girl, princess style, with the box clutched in his other hand, he suggested, "Let's find a cave to hide in for now. What do you say?" Seeing her silent, Tian decided, no answer means yes then. Whoosh! He burst forth with incredible speed, leaving a streak of light that tore through the air, vanishing with the girl and the treasure. The two arrived at a secluded canyon as evening approached. Tian gently set the black-haired girl down to rest, while he sat guarding nearby, the box placed right beside them. He looked at the unconscious girl, muttering to himself. She looks so much like my little sister. Yi Tian scrutinized her more closely and found the only difference. Only this mole. He curiously reached out to wipe it away, thinking it was just a smudge. It wouldn't rub off, and Yi Tian broke into a sweat, realizing it was genuine and that he seemed to know who this person was. Night fell, enveloping the entire canyon. Yi Tian began to lose patience, looking at the girl still sleeping soundly. Wake up already. He squatted down, annoyed, wondering, how long is this girl going to stay unconscious? The black-haired girl slowly woke up, rubbed her eyes, and immediately recognized the person in front of her. Ye Tian? She questioned if he had saved her, but Ye Tian nonchalantly replied that it was just a coincidence. The black-haired maiden thanked him, then took off his jacket and returned it. Ye Tian put his jacket back on, while the black-haired maiden crossed her arms assessing him. Daring to come to Death Lake alone? It seems you have some skill. She smirked, making up her mind. I must recruit this guy into the martial pavilion. Suddenly, the black-haired maiden summoned a dazzling luminous crystal in her hand. Ye Tian was blinded by the light, snapping. Too bright. What the hell are you doing? She sneered at his startled expression, then explained that it was a luminous stone, an item that could store and release light. The luminous stone floated, emitting a soft light that illuminated the entire dark canyon. Ye Tian curiously asked where it came from, and the black-haired maiden immediately pulled out a mysterious potion, looking intrigued. I'll tell you the details after I drink this potion, she said, holding the sparkling, glowing potion. She gulped down the potion, while Ye Tian racked his brain, analyzing. Is it a spatial talent? But among her talents, there isn't one that belongs to the spatial type. Immediately, green energy enveloped the black-haired maiden, healing all her wounds. Then she stood up and lightly kicked Ye Tian. I've recovered. Get up, she ordered, while Ye Tian remained bewildered, sitting on the ground. The black-haired maiden crossed her arms, her face full of challenge. Don't you want to know where that came from? She held out a golden box and a small brocade pouch, explaining that this pouch could be even larger than that copper box. With a whoosh, the brocade pouch completely absorbed the enormous golden box without a trace. Ye Tian suddenly realized, I get it. It's not a spatial talent, but a spatial artifact. And she confirmed that he was right. The black-haired maiden concluded with a tempting invitation. As long as you join the martial pavilion, I'll take you to the main base. 2. Yi Tian ignored the black-haired maiden's invitation, stretched, and nonchalantly declared, So tired, I'm just going to sleep, leaving her stunned. True to his word, he turned his back and walked away, leaving the bewildered black-haired maiden behind. The black-haired maiden was furious, grinding her teeth. That bastard, just you wait. I'll definitely get my hands on you. Ye Tian lay resting, secretly calculating. A spatial pouch and recovery potions are nice. Once I copy spatial and healing talents, these things will be ordinary. But this girl is causing a commotion at this lake. It definitely won't be peaceful for long. Dawn broke. A new day began at Death Lake. Ye Tian continued his journey alone in the desolate area. After moving for a while, he plopped down onto the ground to rest. He stretched, waking up, then was startled to realize his surroundings were empty. That girl left? Suddenly, his eyes stopped when he saw a red box lying conspicuously on the ground. He wondered, what the hell is this? He cautiously approached, his eyes glinting with vigilance as he opened the box. Inside was a fortune, a mid-grade body cultivation technique, 10 vials of high-grade beast essence blood, and 10 gold cards worth millions. He was stunned, realizing this was the black-haired maiden's farewell gift. A rare smile appeared on his lips, accompanied by a silent, thank you. He calculated, with these treasures, breaking through to Elite Warrior was no longer far off. Plan changed. He didn't hesitate to gulp down a vial of essence blood to immediately begin the leveling process. Yi Tian resolved. First, I'll cultivate to Elite Warrior, then I'll go find that lighthouse jellyfish. 4 months later, at Ye Tian's makeshift camp, everything had changed. Countless empty potion vials lay scattered around. Ye Tian sat in meditation, and a massive surge of blue energy erupted from his body, signaling a terrifying breakthrough in power. In the darkness, Ye Tian's crimson eyes snapped open, signaling a complete transformation of his power. Boom! A colossal blue lightning bolt struck straight down from the sky into the forest, energy exploding violently. Amidst the rubble, Ye Tian stood up, dust and smoke rising from the ravaged ground around him. He looked at his hands, blue lightning still flickering, feeling the surging current of power. Is this the level of an elite warrior? Ye Tian smirked, his entire body enveloped in a domineering blue aura. He put on his familiar brown jacket, ready for a new hunt. Time to hunt, Ye Tian growled, his eyes filled with confidence and belligerence. Whoosh! He shot forward with terrifying speed, the surrounding scenery blurring into a streak. Ye Tian arrived at the Lake of Death, where it was raining heavily, and he noticed 11 new graves had been erected. He stood among the graves, certain that Yu Ling had done this. With those ferocious beasts, there probably wasn't a single bone left of them. Ye Tian touched a grave, thinking to himself that Yu Ling could also be chivalrous at times, erecting graves for them before leaving. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a familiar object lying on a pile of rocks. It was the umbrella that the old man guardian had used when he plunged into the lake. He picked up the umbrella, wondering if it was still usable, then opened it to shield himself from the rain. Immediately, Ye Tian realized something was off. The raindrops weren't touching the umbrella at all. Whoa, a water-repellent shield. He was astonished as the umbrella created a transparent energy bubble around him. He hovered above the lake's surface, completely dry amidst the pouring rain, realizing he had just picked up something high quality. With this, diving underwater is no longer a problem. Ye Tian clenched his fist, purple lightning beginning to flicker around him. Whoosh! He plunged straight into the lake like an arrow, creating a purple energy vortex that tore through the water's surface. Splash! The lake's surface exploded as Ye Tian shot straight to the bottom. Inside the energy bubble, Ye Tian was delighted to realize that the umbrella not only repelled water, but also boosted his swimming speed. Whoosh! He activated his shadow talent, a green aura enveloping his body, helping him conceal himself and move faster. Suddenly, Ye Tian froze, sensing a domineering presence in the murky water ahead. A status panel appeared. Species: Tiger Claw Fish. Bloodline Talent: Mid-tier. Ye Tian's eyes flashed, realizing he had just encountered something formidable. Boom! A gigantic tiger claw fish monster glided past right in front of him, its size enough to swallow an entire building. Ye Tian broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding because he was almost discovered by this boss monster. After the monster disappeared, he didn't falter and decided to dive even deeper. Finally, Ye Tian reached the bottom of the lake, a dark, gloomy area with decaying vegetation. He scanned his surroundings, wondering if he would truly find lighthouse jellyfish here, amidst the dim shadows of the aquatic monsters. Thud! A gigantic tentacle suddenly lashed out at Ye Tian, the impact force immense. Blown away, he hastily stabilized his body, wondering in surprise what had just attacked him. Ye Tian squinted, staring into the darkness, pinpointing the enemy's location. A colossal lighthouse jellyfish, with a rock-hard armored shell and glowing orange spots, slowly emerged. The monster charged, its tentacles tearing through the water, lunging at Ye Tian like spears. Clang, clang, clang! Ye Tian drew his pair of red short swords, purple lightning flashing as he blocked the monster's attack. Swish! He glided through the water, unleashing a powerful arcing slash, the purple lightning carving a perfect line. The lighthouse jellyfish was struck, letting out a roar of pain and fury. The severed tentacle twitched a few times before sinking to the bottom of the lake. Ye Tian squinted, acknowledging inwardly. Incredible recovery speed, truly a high-grade specimen. Then darted away, dodging the attack like lightning. Thud! Despite his quick dodge, he was still struck by another tentacle, the impact force immense. He raised his hand, blue lightning flashing, preparing to counterattack. The impact sent Ye Tian flying straight into the rock wall at the bottom of the lake. He still had the umbrella's shield active, stabilizing his body after the devastating impact. Ye Tian gasped for air, trying to regain his breath within the water bubble. Thump! He landed on the lake bed, his umbrella still firmly shielding him. A surge of energy coursed through his body. Ye Tian clenched his fist, exclaiming excitedly, "Ha! I've got the top-tier recovery talent." The lighthouse jellyfish furiously spat out a deadly stream of purple liquid. Clang! The corrosive fluid shot straight at the umbrella. A deafening metallic clang echoed. The defensive shield began to corrode under the strange fluid, emitting thick smoke. Pop! The umbrella couldn't withstand it and shattered, and Ye Tian's hand was scalded by the corrosive fluid. Damn it! Ye Tian glared angrily at the shattered umbrella, his protective water bubble also gone. A series of system windows popped up, all pointing to one type of monster, lighthouse jellyfish, with top-tier recovery talent. He looked up and froze. It wasn't just one, but an entire swarm of gigantic lighthouse jellyfish, hovering in the darkness. Ye Tian looked at his injured hand, which was already healing itself, his mind racing. The goods are in hand, no reason to fight to the death with these guys. With that said, he turned around, swimming with all his might towards the surface. Run! Whoosh! Ye Tian surfaced from the lake, gasping for breath under the pouring rain. But the lighthouse jellyfish were tenacious. refusing to let go of their prey. Bang! Ye Tian burst out of the water and shot into the air, neatly dodging several whipping tentacles. Activating his speed talent, purple lightning flashed around his legs. Whoosh! He poured all his strength into his legs, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot straight for the shore. Even the pouring rain couldn't obscure his terrifying speed as he streaked across the lake's surface. Ye Tian raced like a bullet towards the nearest cliff face to find cover. He landed safely on the shore, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Phew! Finally shook them off. Ye Tian gasped, slumping to the ground. But this was no time to rest. He immediately opened his system panel. The main task was still to fuse the talent. The notification panel appeared. Successfully copied top-tier recovery talent. Fuse? Without a second of hesitation, Ye Tian pressed the yes button. Boom! A surge of green energy erupted, making Ye Tian's body convulse. But he merely smirked. This kind of pain was all too familiar. The system announced, successfully fused top-tier recovery talent. The status panel updated. Ye Tian muttering, "This process was easier than I thought. Time to test out the new goods," he mumbled. He looked at the burn from the jellyfish venom, something that could kill an ordinary person in a few moments. Recovery talent. Activate. His eyes gleamed with new power. Whoosh! A gentle green light enveloped his hand, the wound vanishing in the blink of an eye. Bang! Ye Tian tested his new ability, his hand crackling with lightning as he slammed it into the ground. A terrifying explosion created an earthquake, blowing away everything nearby. He stood amidst the rubble, a satisfied expression on his face. No side effects at all. Truly a top-notch talent. But Ye Tian quickly realized the problem. These are all support talents. If I want to fight high-level opponents, I need to find a new offensive talent. Having made his decision, he thought it was time to return. Ye Tian had returned home, a modern apartment complex. He flipped through his encyclopedia of fierce beasts, searching for his next target. Strong bears are mediocre. Firebirds aren't special either. Ye Yu grumbled while snipping off Ye Tian's long hair. Don't move. You've been gone for 10 whole days, that's too much, making him offer a wry smile. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on a page about a strange type of ant. The book clearly stated, demon ants. Low-level beasts specializing in strength, usually traveling in swarms. When they launch an all-out attack, even a great warrior would find it hard to escape. With his neatly short hair, Ye Tian's eyes glinted sharply, and he smirked. That's it. Ye Tian went to the martial pavilion, a place that looked like a warrior's guild. A red-cloaked girl staff member was busy arranging goods, calling out, "Hello, how may I help you?" The red-cloaked girl recognized the regular customer and quickly came to the counter. "Oh, esteemed warrior, long time no see. What would you like to buy today?" Ye Tian coldly pushed a piece of paper over, stating his request. The corpse of a demon ant, it must be intact. The red-cloaked girl read the request, a little surprised. Demon ant? For making medicinal wine? It's a tonic. Ye Tian leaned in, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Do I look that weak? The red-cloaked girl quickly explained that they didn't have any in stock, but had information on where to hunt them, and Ye Tian showed interest. Ye Tian calculated. The nearest location could only be the Iron Fang base. The red-cloaked girl confirmed. That's right, Iron Fang base, about 100 miles from Seaside base. Ye Tian frowned, recalling rumors that the Mo family suspected the Iron Fang base was involved in the death of their family member and intended to invade. The red-cloaked girl rummaged through items while explaining that the Mo family had already investigated there. The misunderstanding was resolved, and they even helped Iron Fang base open a trade channel with the Lin family. Ye Tian thought to himself, anything involving the Mo family always spells trouble. Suddenly, the red-cloaked girl exclaimed, "Found it," and held up a wooden token. She handed the token to Ye Tian, explaining that it was an activity pass, originally for her young lady. We are a large base, why would we work for a mid-tier base? Dream on. The girl waved her hand dismissively. The girl continued to entice him, saying that the two bases were recruiting warriors to clear beasts along the trade route, and perhaps Ye Tian could find a demon ant corpse there. Ye Tian held the token engraved with the Lin character, realizing it belonged to the Lin family, a power that even the Mo family had to respect. Ye Tian's eyes flashed red, and he sneered, deciding it was time to go take a look. Ye Tian arrived at the Lin family mansion, a magnificent architectural structure, with a dense crowd gathered in front. The crowd was full of elite warriors. Ye Tian secretly assessed that the Lin family was indeed extraordinary to recruit hundreds of experts in such a short time. To avoid attracting attention, Ye Tian pulled his hood down to cover his face, muttering that he had to be careful. A voice rang out from the crowd, pointing towards the balcony. Lin Mingzhe is here. Lin Mingzi, a man with the demeanor of a leader, appeared with 2 bodyguards and loudly declared, "Welcome everyone to the beast clearing plan." Amidst the crowd, a silver-haired old man with an overwhelming aura, the Mo Great Elder, narrowed his eyes, observing. Beside him was Mo Xiaobei's father, also present with a calculating expression. From the shadows of his hood, Ye Tian recognized his enemies, and a grim smile appeared on his lips. "We meet again, Mo family." At Seafont Base, a major event was being held with a rallying cry. The base is too small, resources are limited, not enough for everyone to cultivate. The goal this time was to clear out fierce beasts to open trade routes with a medium-sized base. A crucial yet risky mission. On a large stage, Lin Mingzi, the patriarch of the Lin family, began his speech, rousing the spirits of the warrior crowd. He emphasized, "The spoils of war this time will surely be more lucrative than any hunt you've ever participated in." Hearing this, the warriors below roared with excitement, shouting their support for the Lin family. Hidden in the crowd, Ye Tian, cloaked, suddenly recognized a familiar figure. It was none other than the Wind Wolf captain, the bald man, also raising his hand in fervent cheers. Ye Tian lowered his head in thought, wondering if the captain still remembered him. On stage, Lin Mingji continued his speech. To dispel all your doubts, he solemnly placed his hand on his chest and swore, "I, Lin Mingji, swear that anything you earn in this campaign will be entirely yours." The crowd erupted, cheers for the Lin family, echoing throughout the square. Lin Mingji added more bait. "Furthermore, our family has prepared additional rewards. Martial artists will receive 20 vials of mid-grade beast blood and 2 million gold." He laughed heartily, announcing rewards for higher ranks. Elite warriors will receive 3 portions of high-grade beast blood and 10 million gold. Come and register now. Needless to say, the warriors below were ecstatic, their morale soaring. Immediately after, the registration and qualification check area began operating, with warriors hastily lining up. A giant power testing stone was placed in the center of the field. Anyone wishing to participate had to place their hand on it to assess their strength. A white-haired warrior stepped forward, placing his hand on the ancient stone. Whoosh! The stone glowed, displaying the words, "Mid-stage martial disciple." Just enough to qualify. A female staff member held a clipboard, coldly calling out, "Next." Warriors of all types lined up endlessly, each looking like no pushover. Standing in line, Ye Tian recalled Yu Ling's words, thinking to himself that there was no need to be a hound for those major families. Especially those damned Mo family thugs, he thought. Seeing Mo En appear with a female staff member, Ye Tian calculated that revealing his elite warrior rank would only invite more trouble, so he decided to conceal his true strength. He figured that by using less energy, the testing stone would yield a lower result, just enough to pass. When it was his turn, Ye Tian reached out, preparing to place his hand on the power testing stone. Whoosh! The moment he touched it, a massive surge of energy threatened to erupt, forcing him to strain and suppress it. "Hold it back! Hold it back! Late-stage martial artist is enough." Ye Tian closed his eyes, focusing on controlling the energy flow, not letting it exceed the necessary level. Crack! The compressed energy flowed across the surface of the stone. Crack, crack, crack. Tiny cracks began to appear on the stone under the pressure of his energy. The stone glowed, displaying the words, "Late-stage martial artist," and the female staff member announced he was qualified to participate. Moen squinted, looking surprised. A late-stage martial artist. The surrounding warriors began to whisper, one commenting, "Impressive. A late-stage martial artist. Doesn't look that young either." Others chimed in, discussing Ye Tian's strength at this age, speculating he must be a genius from some major family. They concluded that this cloaked figure surely possessed monster-level cultivation talent. Ye Tian pulled down his hood, thinking to himself that revealing just a bit of his strength had already attracted attention. It seemed he had overdone it slightly. The Windwolf team was also present, and the Windwolf captain sighed. "A hero emerges in youth. At this age, I'm still only a late-stage martial artist," while his teammates were still mid-stage. A Windwolf team member had an idea, whispering to the captain, "Captain, we're short a person. Why not invite that young man to join?" The Windwolf captain scoffed, dismissing it. "He's a late-stage martial artist, already famous. Why would he ever pay attention to us?" But then, the entire Windwolf team was stunned when another member frantically reported, "Captain, look, it seems he's heading this way." While the Windwolf team was still discussing, Ye Tian slowly walked towards them. He pulled down his hood, revealing his familiar face. Ye Tian smirked. "Long time no see, Windwolf captain." The captain was stunned, trying to recognize the person in front of him. Memories flooded back, and he immediately recognized the kid who had saved the girl from the werewolf monster back then. The captain couldn't believe his eyes. In just 1 year, he had reached late-stage martial artist, while Ye Tian modestly replied, "Just got lucky." Ye Tian got straight to the point, his eyes flashing red. "Captain, may I join this operation with the Windwolf team?" The captain was overjoyed, giving a thumbs up immediately. "You're most welcome." The Windwolf team set off, and Ye Tian officially became a temporary member. The female archer in the team was very excited. With a late-stage martial artist joining us, we're much more confident. Ye Tian could only give a wry smile. His goal was merely to level up and acquire more talents. The entire team entered a ruined city, which was their mission area. The Windwolf captain instructed the team. "The map only shows low-level fierce beasts, but safety comes first. No one is to act rashly." No sooner had he finished speaking than a pack of toothwolves rushed out from the shadows, moving at terrifying speed. A team member shouted an alarm as they felt the murderous aura rapidly approaching. Bang! The entire team was immediately surrounded by the monsters on a ruined road. 2 alpha wolves growled, baring their sharp fangs. "The appetizer is here," the Windwolf captain roared, assigning positions. "I'll handle the front. Ye Tian will handle the rear. Everyone else adapt and support." Ye Tian coldly drew his short swords, ready to accept the challenge. "Leave it to me." The team took their battle positions. Ye Tian alone, facing half the pack of wolves charging from behind. 2 alpha wolves growled, eyes flashing, ready to tear their prey apart. The Windwolf captain yelled encouragement. "Let's go, Ye Tian." Ye Tian replied decisively, his aura soaring. "Understood." Whoosh! Ye Tian shot into the midst of the wolf pack like an arrow, moving so fast he was just a blur. The toothwolves were no pushovers either. They charged back furiously. Clang! With a single sword stroke, Ye Tian sent 2 charging wolves flying, blood splattering everywhere. Monster blood splattered on his face, but Ye Tian's gaze remained icy, without a hint of wavering. He kicked off the air, magically changing his attack direction. Another wolf lunged to bite, but Ye Tian flipped in midair, neatly dodging it. The wolf let out an irritated growl as it bit nothing but air. Thwack! Giving its opponent no time to recover, Ye Tian delivered a devastating kick straight to the monster's face. The wolf was sent flying like a ball, soaring dozens of meters away. Ye Tian landed lightly, while the wolf was still dazed, not understanding what had happened. A clean finishing blow, the sword piercing the poor wolf's skull. Ye Tian stood in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of the 2 wolves he had just dealt with. The Windwolf captain clapped, applauding his performance. "Not bad, not bad." He walked over, patting Ye Tian's shoulder in praise. "Excellent, Ye Tian." But then he puffed out his chest, boasting about his achievements. "Too bad you're still 1 step behind me. I've already taken down 3. Ha ha ha." Ye Tian chuckled inwardly, thinking, "That's just because I didn't want to go all out." The female archer in the team looked at Ye Tian with admiration, then turned to tease the captain. "Brother Ye Tian is so cool. Captain, he's so strong at such a young age. You shouldn't be so complacent." The Windwolf captain looked annoyed, yelling in his imagination, "You brat, can't you let me look cool for a bit?" Making Ye Tian awkwardly apologize. A member of the Wind-Wolf team sat by the wolf's corpse, wondering why the wolves didn't lure them deeper into the valley before attacking to gain an advantage. The whole team stood in the middle of the ruined road, and Ye Tian hypothesized. Perhaps it's not that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. The bald Windwolf captain continued with a grim expression, stating that deeper inside wasn't the wolves' territory, and there might even be higher-level beasts occupying it. A team member expressed concern about facing stronger monsters, but the Windwolf captain patted his shoulder reassuringly, confident in his team's lineup of 2 late-stage warriors and 3 mid-stage warriors. The hesitant team member still wavered, but the Windwolf captain quickly cut him off. "Wait, look at this." He pulled out an old walkie-talkie, surprising the whole team, and someone asked if it was a walkie-talkie connected to the Lin family. The Windwolf captain confirmed that this was their talisman, with every captain equipped with one to call for reinforcements when needed, ensuring absolute safety. With a confident expression, the Windwolf captain told his comrades to farm monsters freely, no need to worry. The previously worried team member finally let out a sigh of relief, sweat trickling down his temples. Pumped with a dose of morale-boosting confidence, the Windwolf captain shouted, leading the 5-person team boldly deeper into the ruined area. The entire city appeared as a pile of ruins, the skyscrapers now just bare skeletons under the night sky. As the team walked through an open field filled with rubble, a rustling sound came from the ruins, and a crimson tail flashed past. The Wind Wolf captain immediately raised a hand to signal a halt, straining his ears to listen. "Wait, I hear something." Ye Tian snapped his head up, his eyes full of vigilance as he sensed danger lurking from above. Whoosh! A gigantic armored dino beast plunged straight down from the rooftop of a building, aiming directly at the team's formation. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, immediately recognizing the monster's ability as he saw a rapidly swirling energy orb forming in its claws. Fire elemental talent. The armored dino beast roared, firing a gigantic fireball that illuminated a corner of the sky, hurtling towards the team. Boom! The fireball slammed directly into the ground, where the Wind Wolf team stood, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The armored monster landed right in the epicenter of the explosion, while a calm figure walked out from the sea of flames. The Wind Wolf team was full of fighting spirit, and a guy carrying an axe, Zhang Bao, yelled, "Captain, the appetizer is done. Leave this one to us." Another team member confidently stated, "Its aura is only that of a low-level beast. Just be careful of its fire." The entire Wind Wolf team collectively shouted "Attack!" and charged straight at the armored dino beast. Ye Tian was a little worried, but the Wind Wolf captain reassured him. "It's just a low-level beast. Don't worry." Whoosh! Smoke and fire billowed from the battlefield, the battle seemingly ending swiftly. A Wind Wolf team member cheered in victory as the monster fell, and the Wind Wolf captain also praised the entire team. Two members of the Wind Wolf team were praising each other for their seamless coordination. The most arrogant team member plopped down, waving his hand. "Too weak. Just a low-level beast. Nothing at all." He was still boasting. 2 or 3 more wouldn't be a problem, when another gigantic fireball unexpectedly hurtled towards them. Bang! A fierce explosion sent the boastful guy flying into the air. Ye Tian swiftly rushed forward to catch the guy who had been blown away, saving his life. The entire Wind Wolf team was stunned by the sudden explosion, wondering what was happening and realizing it was also a fire elemental attack. Ye Tian calmly landed, his eyes sharp. "It seems it's not over yet." From within the sea of flames, 3 more armored dino beasts majestically emerged, making the previously boastful guy turn pale with fear. The Wind Wolf captain frantically yelled into the walkie-talkie, "Our team is near Sector B. We're in big trouble in Sector B." 3 glowing red monsters stood on the rooftop, glaring down at the team, desperately calling for help. The walkie-talkie in the Wind Wolf captain's hand only emitted static. The Wind Wolf captain was furious, gritting his teeth. "These dogs, how dare they ignore our cries for help?" Another team member also realized the harsh truth. "Captain, you overestimated the Lin family. They don't care about our lives at all." "Those bastards." The Wind Wolf captain's face was filled with bitterness and rage. "I thought I was following the right people, thought we could achieve something, but who knew the Lin family was just a bunch of..." Realizing he had been betrayed, Wind Wolf captain roared, "It seems this coastal base is rotten to the core." Bang! He crushed the communicator in his hand. He roared, deciding to stay and cover their retreat. "I'll hold them off. You guys run." The entire Wind Wolf team froze. "Captain," a team member shouted in protest. "What are you saying? Don't we consider you a brother? If we go together." But Wind Wolf captain coldly turned away, his voice sharp. "This is an order." Seeing his teammates still hesitate, he furiously yelled, "You fools! Are you just going to stand there and wait to die?" Whoosh! He charged alone straight towards the monsters. Just then, Ye Tian swept past the entire team like a gust of wind, uttering a cold remark. "You guys have fun. I'm out of here." A team member was furious. "New recruits like him really can't be trusted. If I survive this, it'll definitely kill him." But Wind Wolf captain had stopped Ye Tian, unexpectedly offering, "Young Master Ye Tian, you possess extraordinary talent. It would be a waste to die here. I ask you to take my 2 comrades and leave this place." The other team members also chimed in, accepting their fate. "That's right. Hurry and run. Don't waste your future." Ye Tian smirked, his aura beginning to change. "Of course I'll run. But..." He suddenly turned around, charging straight towards the 3 menacing armored dinosaur beasts, leaving the bewildered Wind Wolf team behind. Ye Tian marched forward fearlessly, blue lightning coiling around him, the aura of a true hunter erupting. "Advance." Wind Wolf captain, his eyes wide and mouth agape, stammered, "This is the aura of a trump card warrior. He's been hiding his true strength." The female archer and the other team member were equally shocked. "A trump card warrior? How can this be?" Ye Tian calmly said, even as a giant fireball hurtled towards him. I originally didn't want to reveal my trump card. Bang! The attack hit an invisible wall. A brilliant golden energy shield appeared, easily blocking the destructive attack. Ye Tian was unharmed. His eyes glowed with a deadly red, his voice turning sharp. But he floated in midair, enveloped in purple lightning, directly facing the giant monster. If I don't act. In Ye Tian's mind, the image of the courageous captain charging forward appeared. Then the Wind Wolf team will be wiped out. Clang! Clang! The sword in his hand blocked the monster's sharp claws. His thoughts echoed. As captain, he could easily escape alone, but he chose to stay behind so his teammates could retreat. Ye Tian dodged an attack while thinking, if I keep hiding my strength, I'll be betraying myself. He glided like a phantom amidst the fireballs, his thoughts echoing, if I do that, then how am I any different from those bastards from the Mo family? Boom! He easily dodged 2 incoming fireballs. Ye Tian decided, as for the troubles of revealing my hand, now is not the time to think about it. I believe that Wind Wolf Captain isn't the type to cause trouble. A building collapsed into rubble under the terrifying destructive power of the beast's attacks. Whoosh! The fireballs continued to ravage the city, but their target had vanished. Boom! The ground shook from another explosion, dust flying everywhere. The female archer of the Wind Wolf team, her eyes shining brightly, exclaimed excitedly, is this the power of a trump card warrior? Truly formidable. Whoosh! Ye Tian burst out of the smoke, his aura soaring, ready to counterattack. Clang! He swung his sword, green lightning coiling around him, his gaze as sharp as a blade. 2 red-armored dinosaur beasts charged forward, but Ye Tian didn't flinch. He growled, activating a skill. Shadow Realm. The blade flashed with an eerie light. Whoosh! A massive arc of dark energy was unleashed with terrifying speed. Shadow power. Swish! Swish! The sword strike swept through, unstoppable. The red-armored dinosaur beast let out a final roar as its body was torn apart. Thud! Both giant monsters collapsed to the ground, dead before they could even gasp. Wind Wolf Captain and another team member froze, sweat pouring down. Too strong. There's no doubt his skill is enough to wipe out all the top ranks in the base. At the same time, in another corner of the ruined city, desperate screams echoed. An unlucky warrior fell sprawling on the ground, surrounded by a pack of tooth wolves, desperately crying for help. Help! Save me! A Wind Wolf team member noticed the situation, hastily shouting to inform the captain. Captain, that guy is in danger. The Wind Wolf captain growled, determined not to abandon his struggling comrade. Stay there. Don't dream of escaping here alone. Swoosh! Ye Tian coldly placed his hand on the hilt of the sword on his back, preparing to intervene. He turned back and said to the Wind Wolf captain, his voice calm, the path is open. I will go deeper. Everyone else can. Ye Tian's eyes flashed red. He smirked arrogantly, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. The entire Wind Wolf team froze, completely shocked by Ye Tian's decision and attitude. The Wind Wolf captain gritted his teeth and shouted a slogan as if to regain his spirit. The Wind Wolf team Yurag acts as a pack. Ye Tian merely smiled faintly. How could their skill compare to his? After the battle, a team member was bandaging a comrade's wounds. The female archer, while bandaging the captain, teased, look at your bulky physique, then look at Ye Tian. Another team member looked up at Ye Tian's silhouette on the rooftop and shouted gratefully, Big brother Ye Tian, thank you for leading the way. Ye Tian stood atop the ruined building, his cloak fluttering in the wind, a lone figure. He landed in another spot, facing the Wind Wolf team, and declared bluntly, it's fine, Captain. Well, stop here. I want to try a few things. The Wind Wolf team tried to dissuade him, believing it wasn't wise to continue exploring, but Ye Tian was resolute. You all go back first. I'll go alone. Though worried, the Wind Wolf captain had to acknowledge his strength, and Ye Tian immediately reassured him. The whole team tried to call out to him, but Ye Tian had already turned his back and walked away without a moment's hesitation. The team looked at each other helplessly, and the captain sighed, admitting, forget it. We'd only hold him back. Ye Tian's solitary figure ventured deeper into the desolate city, while the captain muttered, with his strength. Ye Tian's eyes glowed with a confident red light. He doesn't need anyone's help. He quickened his pace, a clear plan in his mind. Before clashing with those major families, before things get more complicated, Ye Tian stood amidst the corpses of 2 armored dino beasts, his goal clear. I need to test how strong my recovery ability is. Venturing alone deeper into the dangerous zone, Ye Tian showed no fear, his gaze sharp as if locked onto his prey. Just as he stepped into the center of the ruined city, a raging sea of fire erupted, signaling this was the monster's lair. Yi Tian frowned and covered his nose. This pungent stench was definitely their den, and his eyes gleamed with vigilance. Boom! The ground shook violently, and Yi Tian immediately took a defensive stance, sensing a colossal energy source emerging from below. The earth and rocks shattered, as something colossal broke through the ground and emerged. Bang! A terrifying explosion sent Yi Tian flying into the air. A giant armored beast, as massive as a building, emerged from the ground, letting out a roar that shook heaven and earth. Blown away, Yi Tian still remained calm, his sharp gaze instantly analyzing the monster. The explosion propelled him dozens of meters away, making him look as tiny as a leaf in a storm. In midair, he gracefully spun around, preparing for a cool landing. The colossal beast gave him no time to breathe, swinging its rock-like hand down, intending to crush him like a fly. Swoosh! Yi Tian glided away with terrifying speed, easily dodging the heaven-shattering blow. Boom! The monster's hand slammed into the ground, creating a colossal crater, its destructive power immense. Yi Tian landed lightly, observing the strange energy rings radiating from the enemy. The armored beast stood towering, its massive body obscuring the sky. It landed after its jump, creating a terrifying sound that cracked the ground. Yi Tian smirked provocatively. What a big whetstone. I'll use you to test my new recovery talent. Provoked, the beast roared furiously, its glowing red eyes locked onto Yi Tian. It began to gather a brilliant golden energy sphere in its palm, the radiating pressure making the air thick. Swoosh! The energy sphere shot out with terrifying speed, completely engulfing Yi Tian in a blinding explosion. Boom! The terrifying explosion left a long trail of destruction, but the armored beast still stood tall amidst the ruins. Rumble! From afar, the Windwolf team witnessed the earth-shattering explosion, and a member frantically shouted, "Captain, look, they're fighting!" The Windwolf captain frowned, realizing the one fighting was none other than Yi Tian. Whoosh! The smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dispersed, revealing the devastated battlefield. Clang! Yi Tian emerged from the rubble, without a scratch, a challenging smirk on his face. As expected of the Lizard King, looking at the giant monster, Yi Tian proposed, "I have a suggestion. Why don't we play for higher stakes?" Bang! The beast didn't say much. It fired another stream of energy directly at Yi Tian, who stood still, taking the hit. He declared bluntly, amidst the sea of flames. "Fair and square." Yi Tian looked at his self-healing hand, his voice full of provocation. "Let's see if you can burn me alive first." Swoosh! Or if I'm tougher than you. His entire body recovered in an instant, his aura exploding. Yi Tian's eyes flashed red. He was ready for a war of attrition to the very end. Bang! The armored beast unleashed another energy attack, determined to crush the troublesome enemy. Swoosh! But this time Yi Tian didn't stand still. He shot forward like lightning, closing in on the monster. Yi Tian's speed was so great it created afterimages, with winding purple lightning streaks trailing him as he moved. Boom, boom, boom. He caught the opponent's energy sphere and shoved it straight into the beast's mouth. Boom! Another terrifying explosion occurred, this time from within the monster's own body. From afar, the Windwolf team could only gape at the continuous explosions. A member reported, "Captain, that fire has been burning for an hour." The captain broke into a sweat, unable to believe his eyes. Yi Tian is still alive? He realized this wasn't a battle for them, and ordered a retreat. After the battle, one of Yi Tian's daggers remained deeply embedded in the beast's flesh. Yi Tian stood amidst the devastated battlefield, tiredly shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight. He had won. Amidst the ravaged battlefield, the colossal monster's corpse lay there, proof that an earth-shattering battle had just concluded. Yi Tian panted, sweat streaming down his face, but a satisfied smile played on his lips. "This game it seems I've won." He slumped onto the corpse, muttering that the recovery talent was indeed top-notch, but also consumed an incredible amount of energy, leaving him almost depleted. Standing up, Yi Tian determined that this creature was only a mid-level fierce beast, deciding he had to make full use of it. Without hesitation, he tore open the monster's flesh, drawing its blood to recover some strength. A true resource optimizer's move, not a single drop of resource wasted. After a temporary recharge, Yi Tian sat down, beginning to regulate his breathing and stabilize his energy. From a distance, the Windwolf team saw that the explosions had completely stopped, and the smoke and dust were gradually clearing. A team member anxiously asked the captain if the battle was over. Suddenly, another soldier shouted, pointing towards the ruins, "Captain! Someone's coming out!" Yi Tian emerged from the smoke and flames, his bare upper body displaying toned muscles, carrying his sword on his shoulder with the demeanor of a war god. The entire Windwolf team erupted. It's Ye Tian. Hez back. Ye Tian approached, wondering why the team hadn't retreated to the city earlier. The captain scratched his head, giving a wry smile, admitting they couldn't help but had decided to stay out of concern. He pointed at Ye Tian, anxiously asking if he was all right since his clothes were completely gone, then generously offered to lend him some. The female archer from the team approached, handing Ye Tian a shirt, shyly saying it was a bit big, but Ye Tian happily accepted it and thanked her. Donning the new shirt, Ye Tian smiled faintly, seemingly feeling a touch of warmth from their camaraderie. A team member looked at the scattered monster corpses, asking the captain about handling the spoils of war. The captain declared loudly, "Let Ye Tian decide. It's all his credit." Ye Tian waved his hand, stating that, since the Windwolf team had stayed to provide moral support, they should go ahead and clear the battlefield. He wouldn't take anything. While the entire team was celebrating like it was a festival, enjoying the full bounty, Ye Tian's eyes suddenly flashed red, and his cold voice rang out, "Captain, don't worry about the small fry outside. We should deal with the Lizard King inside first." The Windwolf captain stared blankly, asking Ye Tian if he intended to carry the spoils from the Lizard King, but he simply replied coldly, "No." Seeing Ye Tian turn his back and walk away alone, the captain anxiously called out, "Wait, where are you going?" Ye Tian didn't even turn his head, casually tossing out a remark that stunned them all. "I'm going to the demon ant horde's territory." The captain's jaw dropped, his face turning pale at the mention of the demon ant horde. In the ruined city, Ye Tian moved at terrifying speed, leaving a streak of pink lightning behind him. The captain recalled everyone's warning that the toughest mission in this cleanup operation was the demon ant horde's nest. Although a single demon ant was insignificant, their nest contained ants as numerous as an army, covering every inch of land. Even a great warrior would find it difficult to solo that challenge. The captain could only silently pray for Ye Tian to be careful against that sea of monsters. Ye Tian landed amidst a pile of rubble, his aura soaring, realizing that the major factions had already gathered here. Leading a group of muscular subordinates were Mo En and the Mo Great Elder, exuding a murderous aura. The Mo Great Elder's expression was extremely profound and unfathomable. On the other side, Lin Mingji also led an elite army of the Lin family, ready for battle. Lin Mingji's gaze was as sharp as a knife, clearly also aiming for a big prize. Ye Tian squinted at another old man, a third power, wondering what kind of figure this was. That old man was a one-eyed giant, clad in full armor, looking like a general who had just stepped out of a bloody battlefield. "We got him." While their leader stood with his arms crossed, observing from afar, two muscular men pinned Ye Tian down, escorting him through the rubble, but he didn't look like a prisoner at all. The one-eyed warlord narrowed his eyes, immediately sensing the surge of power emanating from the kid. The power of an elite warrior? He questioned him directly. "Kid, who are you? Why are you sneaking around us?" Ye Tian casually made up a story, grinning widely. "I'm a warrior from the coastal base. I heard there was a big mission here, so I came to lend a hand." After a moment of assessment, the one-eyed warlord ordered, "Release him," but he was still suspicious, pressing, "Which family do you belong to? Why aren't you with them?" The Mo family henchmen looked over and shook their heads vigorously. "He's not one of ours." The Lin family side also denied in unison. "We don't know. Has not one of ours either." The one-eyed warlord grew even more suspicious. A young elite warrior unknown to anyone was extremely rare, putting Ye Tian in a slightly awkward position. Just then, Lin Mingji burst out laughing from afar. "Ha ha, old Chen, stop joking. How could no one know him?" Lin Mingji stepped forward, intimately slinging an arm around Ye Tian's shoulder, then declared bluntly, "Has one of our Lin family members." Ye Tian could only inwardly give a wry smile. Truly the Lin family leader, his speed at recruiting talent was even faster than the Mo family's. The one-eyed warlord nodded. "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to join the team?" And his subordinates also retreated. Lin Mingzi beamed openly. What a windfall, to suddenly pick up an elite warrior who seemed to have fallen from the sky. Ye Tian stood there silently, his gaze sharp, having successfully infiltrated one of the three major powers. From atop a ruined building, Yu Ling let out a cold, disdainful snort. "Humph. A mere minor family dares to lay a hand on my Ye Tian?" The red-cloaked girl beside her immediately chimed in. "That's right, miss." Yu Ling's gaze was icy, declaring firmly, "Ye Tian can only belong to the Martial Pavilion." In a desolate canyon, the gloomy sky heralded a great battle about to erupt. The three colossal armies of the three powers were thundering onto the battlefield, their auras soaring to the heavens. led by the one-eyed warlord, followed by Lin Mingji, the Mo family's leaders, and Ye Tian, who quietly walked among the Lin family's ranks. Ye Tian thought to himself, his hand is fully revealed now. It seems there's no longer a chance to level up secretly like before. But he immediately smirked confidently. With his current strength, there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the one-eyed warlord shouted, "Stop!" A lightning orb exploded in midair, and electricity spread across the ground. A hand reached out, absorbing all the spreading electricity. A hooded ritualist knelt down and reported to his leader. "Warlord, the formation is complete. Everyone, prepare." The one-eyed warlord narrowed his eyes, looking towards the distant Rocky Mountains, muttering, "It seems to be those peaks." The target was revealed, a cluster of rocky mountains riddled with caves, none other than the demonic ant nest. An entire range of towering rocky mountains appeared, densely packed with dark, honeycomb-like holes, looking extremely eerie. Yi Tian looked at the target. His eyes gleamed with excitement. "We're finally here." The one-eyed warlord ordered the hooded ritualist. "Well done, now retreat." And the man immediately obeyed. Turning to the soldiers, the warlord growled his command. "Everyone, fall back." A Lin family soldier looked at Ye Tian, wondering, what is this old man planning? The one-eyed warlord clasped his hands together, a clap resounded, and violent lightning erupted around him. Whoosh! A gigantic, intricate magic circle appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire ant nest area. Ye Tian looked up at the massive formation. His hand also began to gather lightning energy. The one-eyed warlord roared, "Open!" activating the full power of the formation. A series of energy fireballs from the formation rained down onto the ground, creating earth-shattering consecutive explosions. The Rocky Mountain area was flattened after the destructive attack. The one-eyed warlord's troops cheered excitedly. "Look, the entire nest has been flattened," they discussed in astonishment. "That formation is incredibly powerful. Are all the monsters turned to ash? There's not a single ant corpse to be seen." A group of soldiers went to check, and confirmed, there's nothing left. Truly not a single one. All the soldiers were bewildered. Could it be that they were all pulverized into dust? Yi Tian frowned, looking displeased. "If there are no intact corpses, I won't be able to copy their talents." Yu Ling stood on a rock outcrop, remarking as if she had known all along. "That old man just messed everything up. That formation is no different from poking a hornet's nest." Just as she said, a dark, gaping hole suddenly appeared in the open ground, and a soldier cried out in panic. "What kind of hole is this? It's pitch black. I can't see anything." The one-eyed warlord, who had been so imposing just moments ago, now had a pale face, sweat pouring down him. Boom! From the deep darkness of the hole, flickers of golden light began to appear. Whoosh! A gigantic spider ant queen shot out of the hole with terrifying speed. Splat! The monster, without hesitation, swung a leg, and a hapless soldier was instantly killed. The gigantic spider ant queen stood towering before the puny army, while Ye Tian, alone, charged straight towards it. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire battlefield. Standing from afar, Mo En's face drained of all color, and he stammered, "That's a demonic ant." The one-eyed warlord's troops were also terrified. How can this be? While everyone else was gripped by fear, Ye Tian smirked with intense interest, his eyes gleaming with a deadly glint. What's more, from underground, an army of human-shaped ant soldiers as numerous as ants emerged, roaring as they charged. The one-eyed warlord roared, trying to reassure his soldiers. "Steel yourselves." His troops roared back, gathering all their courage to face the enemy. Another white-shirt commander also ordered, "All Seafont warriors, prepare to fight with me." His warriors shouted "Kill" in unison, their morale soaring. The two sides officially clashed, and an all-out battle between humans and monsters erupted. Ignoring the small fry, Ye Tian burst with speed, charging straight towards the spider ant queen. Whoosh! He zipped past the giant boss like a flash of lightning, leaving a blue streak that sliced across its leg. Boom! One of the spider ant queen's legs exploded. Some soldiers cheered. "A target has been taken down, keep going." They had no idea who truly delivered the blow. Yi Tian coldly landed, approaching the spider ant queen's corpse, slowly extending his hand. Ding! A sound rang out as his hand touched the armored shell, and the talent copying process officially began. A surge of dark purple aura erupted from Ye Tian's body, signaling that the fusion process was underway. His arm was enveloped by a thick layer of shadow energy. A new power had been absorbed. Thud! The giant spider ant queen crashed to the ground, while Ye Tian stood amidst another swarm of minions, looking like a god. The ant soldiers let out a savage roar, ready to tear apart anyone who stood in their way. Yi Tian immediately realized, it seems I can't fuse talents here. He decided, I must find a safer place. Whoosh! Pink lightning flashed beneath Yi Tian's feet as he gathered his strength, preparing to vanish. Activating speed talent. Yi Tian shot off like a bullet, leaving a long streak of light across the battlefield. He glided through the chaotic battlefield, his eyes sharp, completely disregarding the monsters. The ant soldiers could only let out a meaningless roar as Yi Tian bypassed them in an instant. He unleashed Shadow Blade, a sharp green energy sword slash that cut through the air. Shadow Kill. The colossal slash cut through the monster, finishing it off cleanly. Suddenly, a dark orb with glowing red eyes appeared, emitting a terrifying pressure that shook the ground. A deathly aura spread, crushing the one-eyed warlord's troops, rendering them immobile. This terrifying pressure. The one-eyed warlord broke out in a cold sweat, sensing something ominous. The one-eyed warlord exclaimed in horror, "It's a high-level fierce beast." The ground cracked open. Something was emerging from below. Boom! A black and gold armored arm, covered in spikes, smashed the ground, bringing with it a surge of dark aura. A grotesque figure landed on the ground, its aura even more terrifying than the spider ant queens from before. A colossal black shadow with horns and numerous sharp limbs stood tall amidst the ant soldiers, dominating the entire battlefield. High-level ant demon, high-level fierce beast, retreat quickly. Even the two powerful old men of the Mo family had to flee for their lives. The white shirt commander sweated profusely as he realized the ant soldiers were abnormally fast. These bastards, their speed is too high. Realizing the situation was dire, the commander immediately yelled, "We retreat too!" and his muscular troops promptly obeyed. The ant general stood tall amidst a sea of ant soldiers as numerous as Genghis Khan's army, the very ground shaking beneath their feet. From afar, Yu Ling only curled her lips into a sneer, showing disdain. What a disorganized rabble. Yu Ling decided to flee the chaotic battlefield, but the red-cloaked girl worriedly asked, "What about Yi Tian?" Yu Ling replied calmly, completely trusting him. "Don't worry, he'll escape." While an earth-shattering sound echoed from behind, the soldiers, running, analyzed the situation. The ant demons possess strength talents. Their level is on par with grandmasters. Even the seasoned warriors had to flee in terror. The one-eyed warlord also activated his flash step, abandoning his troops behind him and cursing, "Damn it, if I die here, it's because of you all." A soldier watched the big bosses running for their lives, speechless. You really can't count on these damn VIPs. The ant general let out an earth-shattering roar, its aura sweeping across the entire battlefield. The ant soldiers swarmed forward like a storm, devouring the warriors amidst desperate cries for help. Whoosh! Just as a soldier was about to be impaled, a hand suddenly appeared, blocking the ant's attack. The ant general, in the middle of its display of power, suddenly screamed in pain, its entire body convulsing within a mysterious purple energy. The two old men from the Mo family were running headlong when they suddenly froze, a terrifying pressure having just descended upon the battlefield. Mo En turned his head to look back, his face pale with terror at the scene that had just unfolded. Boom! A massive surge of dark energy erupted from the center, sweeping away both humans and monsters within its range. A soldier was pressed face down to the ground by the terrifying pressure, his voice trembling. "The air has become heavy." Another clutched his throat, his face turning purple as he struggled to breathe under the overwhelming power. In the middle of the battlefield, a figure moved with incredible speed, leaving trails of purple light, causing the soldiers to panic. What the hell is going on? Why is he getting faster and faster? The ant general's face paled, feeling the terrifying pressure carried by the dark energy. This dark energy is a form of suppression. I need to get out of here now. He immediately activated his flash step, dashing away like a white streak of light to escape. Whoosh! But his speed was still too slow, blocked by a surge of pinkish-purple energy. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sent the ant general flying far away. A massive surge of pink energy engulfed an entire area, sweeping away everything in its path. Amidst the ruins, Yi Tian smirked, deciding it was time to split up. The ant monsters will be attracted by the crowd. Now is the time to act alone. The scene of the devastated city appeared, with only the colossal skeleton of a fierce beast, thoroughly cleaned, remaining. Yi Tian landed next to the skeleton, muttering in admiration. The Windwolf captain and the others are truly professional hunters. He looked at the bleached white skeleton, muttering, "They cleaned it so thoroughly, not a single scrap of meat is left." After saying that, Yi Tian leaped onto a pile of rubble, then continued to spring onto the roof of a tall building. Standing on the highest peak, looking down at the devastated city under the sunset, Ye Tian stood alone. He wore a confident smile, his eyes flashing with a mysterious red glow. Finding a safe spot, Ye Tian sat down, his short sword placed beside him. Whoosh! He extended his hand, and a blue system panel appeared right before him. The notification panel clearly displayed, highest level talent successfully copied. Merge? Yes. No. Ye Tian's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, merge. Whoosh! A surge of dark energy erupted, enveloping Ye Tian's body as the merging process began. He braced himself, enduring the excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, roaring in his mind. Before those self-proclaimed VIPs, absolute power is the only thing that matters. Night fell, enveloping the ruined city under the crescent moon. With the merge successful, Ye Tian stood amidst the ruins, ripping off his tattered shirt, revealing his solid, muscular physique. A dazzling golden energy erupted around him. He smirked with an overbearing aura. It's time to go home. The scene shifted from the desolate battlefield to a modern, peaceful city under a clear blue sky. A tall building appeared, seemingly the apartment complex where the siblings lived. Upon returning to the apartment, Ye Tian immediately sat down on the sofa and began to calmly sense his new power. He meditated, muttering about the highest level power talent he had just acquired, which was equivalent to a 10x power buff. With his current level, even though he was still an elite warrior, dealing with a beginner great martial artist was now a trivial matter. Suddenly, Ye rushed over, holding a ladle, shouting, "You're finally—" Tian told him to make himself at home, then took the bag of spoils to put away. Ye asked if the food was too salty, but the Wind Wolf captain said it was a bit bland, completely ruining her spice revenge plan. After the meal, both sat down. Ye Tian got straight to the point, asking about the monster clearing operations situation, as he had been in secluded cultivation for several days. The Wind Wolf captain's expression turned serious, revealing shocking news. Their Iron Fang base and Spirit Sea base had both suffered heavy losses. Ye Tian showed surprise, asking again to confirm the shocking information. The captain affirmed firmly, stating that over 50 elite warriors alone had perished, and even 3 grand martial artists were lost. Ye Tian's eyes flashed red. He immediately guessed the problem. Is it the violent ant demon nest? The Wind Wolf captain confirmed, explaining that after the first attack failed, they organized a larger one, but it still ended in disaster. A horrifying scene emerged from his account. A Grandmaster-level expert had to intervene, unleashing a destructive lightning strike that wiped out the ant demons. Ye Tian asked if that meant the trade route had been cleared. The Wind Wolf captain nodded but still didn't understand what the Iron Fang base was planning. Ye, who was washing dishes, also stopped, secretly wondering if the price paid was too high. Ye Tian frowned, muttering the name Iron Fang base. A new target or threat had become clear in his mind. A peaceful street scene at dusk. The Wind Wolf captain said goodbye, telling them not to see him off, and promised to see Ye Tian often. Just after seeing off the guest, a strange voice rang out from behind, calling Ye Tian by name. A muscular, blond man, impeccably dressed, appeared with an overwhelming aura, introducing himself as Mo Yuan, the Mo family's butler. Ye Tian turned around, his expression unchanged upon hearing the name Mo family. Mo Yuan bowed in a feigned manner, saying he was ordered by the patriarch to invite Ye Tian to a meal. He held out a brown envelope, on which was clearly written, "For Ye Tian only." Ye Tian smirked, rubbing the back of his neck dismissively. "Sorry, I'm not in the mood to go out these days." Mo Yuan's expression immediately changed. His aura violently erupted. He growled. No one has ever dared to refuse an invitation from the Mo family. The Wind Wolf captain, sensing the tension, hurriedly ran out to mediate. "Haha, butler, let's talk this through slowly." But Mo Yuan ignored him, his sharp gaze fixed solely on Ye Tian, the one named Ye. Mo Yuan pressed his face close to Ye Tian, sneering menacingly. "I advise you to obediently accept this and know your place." True to his word, Ye Tian didn't bother to reply, his hand snatching Mo Yuan's collar in a flash. Crack! A lightning strike descended, and Ye Tian easily broke the arrogant butler's arm. The Wind Wolf captain, standing afar, shouted in panic, "Ye Tian, stop!" Mo Yuan clutched his broken arm, grinding his teeth, pointing at Ye Tian and yelling an empty threat. "Just you wait. One day I'll kill you." The Wind Wolf captain sighed, advising Ye Tian that it was better to provoke a gentleman than a petty person, but the protagonist simply replied, "It's fine, don't worry." Ye Tian clenched his fist, thinking to himself that with this high-level strength talent, He had only used a fraction of his power to cripple his opponent's arm. Rip! Ye Tian didn't even glance at it, tearing the Mo family's invitation letter into 2 pieces. Humiliated, Mo Yuan slunk into the alley, muttering bitterly. How dare you provoke me? He ground his teeth, growling a venomous oath. I'll make you pay, Ye Tian. At the same time, a new drama was about to unfold at the luxurious Mo family mansion. A figure rushed into the grand hall. The Mo family heir was strolling when he saw his subordinate rush in, with the patriarch seated behind him. The Mo patriarch, an old man with unfathomable profound aura, had his eyes half closed, yet seemed to see through everything. Mo Yuan ran frantically through the vast hall, shouting, Patriarch! He slid across the floor, kneeling prostrate and pleading, Please avenge this humble servant. The Mo family heir asked coldly, I sent you to invite someone, not to kill them. What happened? Mo Yuan began his cunning speech, claiming he had been very polite, but as soon as Ye Tian heard the Mo family's name, he immediately chased him away. Hearing this, the Mo family heir was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? Mo Yuan added a final blow. Not only did he injure me, but he also tore up the invitation letter you personally wrote. Crash. The Mo family heir flew into a rage, his aura exploding and sweeping away everything around him. That brat, how dare he disrespect me? The shock from his rage made the Mo patriarch cough violently, and his son quickly turned back, worried. Father, the old patriarch raised his hand, his voice still calm. I'm fine. The heir ordered Mo Yuan. You may withdraw now. The butler quickly agreed and scurried away. After his subordinate left, the son took out a bottle of medicine and a pill. He handed the medicine to his father. Father, take your medicine first. The Mo patriarch silently took the glass of water and the pill, drinking it all in one gulp. The Mo patriarch sighed, recounting, The battle with those ants forced me to use a forbidden technique to escape and fight with everything I had. The old man bitterly admitted. But, unexpectedly, it damaged my energy core. I'm afraid it can never be recovered. The Mo family heir tried to comfort him. Father, don't say that. Everything will get better. But the old patriarch brushed him off, growling, My body. I understand it better than anyone. He gazed into the distance, worried about the future. Once I die, the Mo family will no longer have a great warrior to guard it. He concluded heavily. That would be a terrible disaster. The Mo family heir suddenly had an idea. Could Ye Tian be waiting for an invitation from the Lin family? The Mo patriarch spun around, decisive. On this matter, we must act one step ahead of the Lin family. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and he concluded chillingly. If polite invitations don't work, then we will capture him. The son expressed concern. But after all, Ye Tian's surname is still Ye. As an outsider, even if we capture him, how can we ensure he will truly serve us? The Mo patriarch pulled out a small, fiery red bottle. It can be done, with this elixir. He explained, This can erase a person's will. I originally intended to use it at the banquet, but it seems I'll have to use it sooner. He tossed the bottle to his son, who caught it, his face paling upon hearing the words erase will. The Mo family heir stared at the potion in his hand, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. The Mo patriarch outlined the brainwashing plan. First, erase his will, then give him a new identity and completely brainwash him. He casually suggested, just say he's my illegitimate son, then change his surname to Mo so he can be recognized by the family. His son froze, speechless. Your illegitimate son? The patriarch snapped. Don't let your imagination run wild. No one is stealing your position as patriarch. He could also be your illegitimate son, as long as his surname is Mo. His son quickly scratched his head and forced a laugh, trying to smooth things over. Father, you worry too much. I'm just afraid it might affect your reputation. The Mo patriarch slumped into his chair, waving his hand. All right, no need to waste any more time. The Mo patriarch waved his hand, giving a cold command. Go deal with him. The Mo family heir bowed to receive the order, declaring that he would lead 10 great elders to execute the plan. He roared confidently, refusing to believe that with such a powerful force, they couldn't capture a mere brat like Ye Tian. Night fell upon the silent city, signaling that a hunt was about to begin. Swish, swish, swish. Dark figures darted across the rooftops, their target clear. An entire legion of Mo assassins, bulging with muscles, descended like a storm. A scout landed lightly in the living room, reporting via comms. Report. We have infiltrated Ye Tian's house. The commander's order was relayed, the dirty plan confirmed. Repeat the plan. Capture his sister to force him to surrender. The entire team confirmed in unison. Outside, dark figures had taken up ambush positions, ready to act at the slightest change. The leading assassin confirmed his position and began to enter the bedroom. He gently opened Yeyu's room door and looked inside. The assassin reported, "Target confirmed." His eyes gleamed with triumph as he saw a figure lying on the bed. The commander growled an order through the comms. "Act now." The assassin lunged forward, raising his hand to grab his sleeping prey. Whoosh! He only grabbed an empty blanket, a rudimentary trap. Immediately, a sword flashing with electric light appeared from thin air, slashing straight at him. The assassin quickly swung his sword, shredding the blanket trap, but it was too late. A pair of icy eyes stared at him from the darkness, and cold sweat began to pour. A hand reached out from the shadows, grabbing the assassin directly by the throat. The Mo assassin screamed in pain as a hand enveloped in electric light squeezed his throat tightly. Ye Tian, his entire body crackling with lightning, grabbed the assassin by the neck and lifted him into the air like a ragged puppet. With glowing red eyes and a sneer, Ye Tian growled, "I've been waiting for you guys for a long time." The commander outside repeatedly called the comms, frantically asking if Ye Yu had been captured, unaware that his subordinate was already in the hands of death. Under Ye Tian's grip, the assassin's eyes rolled back, and he suffocated on the spot. Ye Tian calmly stood over the corpse, pulling out the assassin's earpiece while the frantic voice of his accomplice still echoed. He held the earpiece, preparing for a good show. Ye Tian put on the earpiece and heard another voice report, "We've captured the target, throwing him down now." The assassin on the rooftop flinched when he heard a strange voice reply through the comms. "Huh? Who are you?" Ye Tian threw the assassin's corpse straight out the window, growling through the comms. "Catch him well." Thud! The corpse fell straight onto the cold concrete right in front of his accomplices. The assassins on the rooftop froze, completely bewildered by what was happening. One of them rushed over to check, placing a hand on his comrade's chest. He reported tremblingly, his face drained of color. He stopped breathing. The commander roared, his face filled with vigilance. "Everyone be careful. This kid must have called for reinforcements." Mo En reassured himself, thinking that in this Lin Hai base, besides him, who would dare oppose the Mo family? He roared in vain, trying to find the hidden enemy. "Who's there?" The Mo assassins huddled together, yelling for the enemy to show themselves immediately. Seeing no movement, the commander began to doubt, wondering if his perception was wrong. The commander of the Mo family assassins' face turned pale, sensing an ominous premonition. Suddenly, Ye Tian appeared from the shadows, skewering one of them in an instant. He smirked provocatively, declaring himself the shadow assassin, and that this was only the second one. The commander panicked, thinking Ye Tian had called for reinforcements, so he yelled, ordering them all to scatter and run immediately. But Ye Tian wasn't idle. He activated his speed talent. His body crackled with pink lightning, then plunged into the hunt. His speed was like a flash of lightning. He slashed and killed relentlessly, the assassins only seeing a blur before they were gone. The two remaining assassins could only gape. What kind of monstrous speed is this? Ye Tian coldly swept past, his eyes sharp as razors. A pink streak of light flashed past, sending another one to their demise. Another one was slashed and sent flying into the air, with absolutely no chance to resist. The commander thought he had found an opportunity. Roaring, Hez revealed his true form. "There's an opening," then lunged down, unleashing a devastating punch. Boom! His punch only slammed into the shattered concrete floor, while Ye Tian had already vanished. The commander was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Too fast. Ye Tian appeared right behind him, swinging his sword with lightning speed. A clean sword strike sent another one on their way. He unleashed his ultimate skill, Shadow Blade, a storm of green energy engulfing the remaining ones. With Shadow Kill, Ye Tian finished off all the small fries in an instant. The commander was the only one still standing, yelling in despair, "What the hell is happening? Someone answer me." After cleaning up, Ye Tian lightly clung to the building wall, landing like a ghost. Thud! Ye Tian landed directly on the asphalt road, dust flying everywhere. He stood up, his eyes burning red with killing intent. His injuries were nothing compared to his blazing fighting will. The Mo family assassins were stunned when they recognized their target. It's Ye Tian. Mo En, the commander, roared an order. "Seize him." Two assassins enveloped in green lightning charged forward like two rockets. Ye Tian calmly raised his hand, catching an incoming lightning shuriken. Crack! He crushed that toy in his hand, the purple lightning completely absorbed. Another one was caught and crushed, dark energy and lightning beginning to surge around Ye Tian. He stood still, enduring the attack, waiting for the two assassins to rush straight into his range. Thwack! Ye Tian used his bare hands to block two lightning punches, causing one assassin to exclaim in horror. Strength talent. Impossible. How can he block both our attacks? Ye Tian flexed his muscles, sending the two small fries flying back like two broken puppets. The two bodies flew away, tearing up the road surface, while Ye Tian stood tall in the middle of the battlefield, without a scratch. Moen fell to the ground, his face drained of all color. Impossible. Isn't he just an elite warrior? Ye Tian calmly walked closer, his voice as cold as ice. You are young Master Mo's father, Moen, correct? Moen broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he begged for his life. Yes, it's me. Don't kill me. We can still negotiate. Ye Tian sneered, dropping a bombshell. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Your son, Mo Xiaobei, was also killed by me, making Moen so terrified that he would betray his own son to beg for his life. Sorry, Ye Tian said curtly, his hand already charged with dazzling golden lightning, rejecting all offers. Moen's face froze in utter terror. Zap! A lightning strike cleanly finished off Moen, wiping out the final leader of that scum. As night fell, the bloody purge had only just begun. Under the moonlight, Ye Tian stood on the ruins, coldly looking down at Moen's corpse. He grabbed the defeated foe's cloak, muttering, Vengeance doesn't need to wait. Anyone who dares to touch my family must all die. Ye Tian pulled up his hood, his aura soaring, and vanished into the night. Whoosh! A streak of pink lightning tore through the night sky, heading straight for the Mo family's stronghold. At the luxurious Mo family mansion, a faint cough echoed. The Mo patriarch rubbed his temples, his heart filled with unease. Why haven't the 10 great elders returned yet? His son, the Mo family heir, reassured him. Father, don't worry, he confidently declared. With the 10 great elders at Linhai base, nothing is impossible. Completely unaware that death was knocking at the door, suddenly, a blazing red short sword wrapped in lightning flew from nowhere, aimed directly at the mansion. The Mo patriarch's expression changed, sensing the terrifying killing intent approaching. Bang! The short sword plunged into the floor, its explosive energy destroying a corner of the lavish living room. The old patriarch roared in anger. Who dares to cause trouble here? Ye Tian's pair of red short swords were stuck in the middle of the floor, lightning still crackling, like a silent challenge. With a whoosh, the sword flew back. Ye Tian calmly caught his weapon. He had already been sitting on the railing, looking utterly provocative. You sent people to kill me, and now you ask who I am. Don't you find that ridiculous? The Mo family heir turned pale with fear, stammering as he recognized his enemy. You're Ye Tian. How are you here? Where are the 10 great elders? Ye Tian smirked with a deadly smile, delivering his verdict. Don't worry, you'll meet them soon. In hell. The Mo family heir roared, unable to believe Ye Tian's arrogant declaration of war. Without another word, Ye Tian charged into combat, moving as fast as a ghost. His pair of red short swords blazed with the power of lightning, ready to tear through anything. The Mo family heir hadn't even fully registered what was happening, only seeing a flash of light rushing towards him, his pupils contracting in terror. Swish! A clean sword strike. Ye Tian glided past his opponent, leaving a deadly red trail. The heir only managed a desperate scream before collapsing. The Mo patriarch wailed in despair as he saw his son clinging to life. Holding his son's still warm corpse, the patriarch was distraught, unable to believe the cruel truth. His grief transformed into ultimate fury. The patriarch let out an earth-shattering roar, and lightning began to surge. Ye Tian merely sneered, taunting, Oh, a secret art? I see it. You're using it to escape, aren't you? You dare to kill my son, the patriarch growled, his madness erupting, lightning enveloping him and making his hair stand on end. Rip! He tore off his cloak, revealing a muscular body bulging with power, enhanced by lightning. The patriarch screamed, unleashing his full power, transforming into a true lightning monster. He charged like a cannonball, the ground beneath his feet cracking, vowing to fight his enemy to the death. Ye Tian's eyes remained icy, completely unfazed by his opponent's power-up. The patriarch's punch, imbued with all his lightning, struck downwards. Horrifying power converged at a single point, ready to crush everything. Ye Tian deftly dodged, narrowly evading the blow. Crash! The heaven-shattering punch missed its target, shattering the floor and creating a small tremor. Ye Tian had already glided away, landing as light as a feather, completely in control of the fight. The Mo patriarch roared, his foot crackling with lightning as he stomped the stone floor. You brat, prepare to die. He mustered all his strength, his muscles bulging and crackling with blue lightning as he roared. I'll grind you to dust, but this hatred will never fade. Inside the mansion, alarm bells blared as the Mo family members scattered in panic. Alarm! An intruder has broken in. The Mo family members swarmed out like ants from a disturbed nest, shouting in unison, "Protect the old ancestor." Ye Tian stood amidst the encirclement, green lightning crackling around his twin short swords, and sneered, "I killed your patriarch, and only now do you realize something's wrong? The Mo family truly is trash from top to bottom." The Mo patriarch, eyes blazing, pointed and commanded decisively, "Kill him." Receiving the order, Ye Tian shot forward like an arrow, leaving a blurry green streak straight towards the small fry. In midair, Ye Tian's body erupted with dark energy and lightning, ready for a large-scale cleanup. He shouted, "Shadow kill," then transformed into a whirlwind of green blade light, sweeping away everything in its path. Whoosh, whoosh. The Mo family members were sent flying like trash by invisible slashes before they could even react. Amidst the faint green smoke, Ye Tian stood tall, making his enemies exclaim in terror in their minds, "No, impossible." The Mo patriarch was also deeply shocked, gritting his teeth as he realized, "This bastard has the combat power of a grand martial artist?" Ye Tian stood from afar, his voice full of sarcasm. "Old man, let's see how long your secret art can last." Provoked, the Mo patriarch roared, "Arrogant brat," then condensed lightning into a colossal great saber. Boom! Two streams of power, one blue and one green, collided violently. The lightning great saber was blocked by Ye Tian's twin short swords, and the ground shattered. From afar, on a tree branch, two cloaked figures silently observed the earth-shattering battle at the Mo family mansion. One of the observers spoke, his voice slightly surprised. "The Mo family has a grand martial artist? This strength is not weak." Elder Zhe moved to act. "Young master, should I go check it out?" But the young master stopped him. "Don't rush." The young master smirked, making his final decision. "Let's just watch the show for now." Clang. The colossal lightning great saber was blocked by Ye Tian's blazing red twin short swords. The disparity in weapon size was completely compensated by skill. Ye Tian spun his twin short swords, green energy erupting, ready to face the challenge. The Mo patriarch roared, swinging the lightning great saber with all his might. Clang, clang, clang. The old man chopped like a madman, but Ye Tian effortlessly parried each strike. The Mo patriarch's eyes widened in frustration, unable to believe his eyes. "Such incredible speed, he's parrying all my attacks." In a flash, Ye Tian dodged and counterattacked with a blazing red sword strike. Swish! The Mo patriarch was forced back by the lightning-fast slash. The old man gritted his teeth, blood already trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fury. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, deciding to go all in. With a roar, the Mo patriarch raised his great saber high, channeling all his power into a finishing blow. Crash! The heaven-shattering downward strike cracked the ground, but the target had vanished. Ye Tian had already glided far away, making the old man furious. He dodged again, that bastard. Ye Tian's blazing red eyes flashed in the night, his aura completely overwhelming. The Mo patriarch began to sweat, realizing this was a tough fight. "At this rate, I'll run out of energy before my secret art expires. I need to ask the Lin family for help." Ye Tian smirked provocatively. "Keep going, old man. Don't tell me you're already out of breath." Cornered, the old man pulled out a metal cylinder that crackled with electricity. He activated it, deciding to use a trick. Boom! A smoke bomb exploded, creating a thick screen of fog. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, wary of his opponent's dirty trick. A smoke bomb? As the smoke gradually cleared, Ye Tian still stood firm, completely unfazed. From within the smoke, the Mo patriarch charged out, his entire body enveloped in lightning, roaring. Trying to run? Whoosh! Ye Tian retaliated with a sword strike as swift as lightning, showing no mercy. He circled in the air, a challenging smirk on his face, moving too fast for the naked eye to follow. Mo patriarch roared, utterly enraged. What a nuisance! Two streams of energy, one red and one blue, clashed fiercely in midair. Ye Tian easily dodged the attack, appearing right beside the old man and taunting, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" The patriarch was stunned, sweat beginning to pour. That bastard, he possesses a high-level speed talent. He tried to change direction in desperation, but Ye Tian clung to him like a shadow. Ye Tian sneered, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Heh, I just wanted to play with you a little longer." Swish! Another of Ye Tian's attacks sliced through the air, cornering the old man. Mo patriarch realized in a panic that his secret technique was about to expire. Damn it, time's almost up. Ye Tian, still composed in his cloak, raised his hand, lightning converging, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Thud! The patriarch was sent flying like a ball by a devastating kick. He crashed headfirst into the ground, creating a long trail on the devastated earth. Out of juice, the old man propped himself up, panting, his body shriveling back to normal, the buff state gone. He looked up with a dazed expression, bitterly admitting defeat. Damn it. Ye Tian gently landed, declaring coldly, "It's time to end this, Mo family." He approached the exhausted old man, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Go reunite in hell." The patriarch's pride shattered. He stammered, begging in panic. Wait, young hero." Ye Tian paused, looking puzzled by the old man's 180 degree change. Huh? The patriarch kowtowed repeatedly, abandoning all dignity. "Young hero, please spare my life. I'll offer you all of the Mo family's wealth," making Ye Tian find the scene ridiculously familiar. Ye Tian smirked, acting superior. "All right. Bring out whatever goods you have for me to see." Mo patriarch mustered his remaining strength, muttering, "It's this thing." He tremblingly offered a blood-red orb, inviting, "Please, young hero, take a look." Mo patriarch grinned sinisterly, a cunning glint in his eyes. The red orb was hurled straight at Ye Tian with terrifying speed. Ye Tian's eyes twitched slightly, sensing gunpowder in the air. Whoosh! The orb exploded, unleashing a dense rain of poison needles that covered the entire area. Ye Tian reacted like a monster, swinging his twin blades to form a steel barrier, deflecting the incoming needles. Countless needles were deflected, embedding themselves densely into the surrounding ground. Ye Tian landed safely, without a single scratch, in an incredibly cool pose. He glared at the old man with contempt. Truly the cowardly Mo family, only capable of playing dirty tricks. Mo patriarch burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, those needles are heavily poisoned. You're dead meat, you brat." He shouted in glee, certain of his victory. "In the end, you'll still die by my hand, you dog." Ye Tian just sneered, a surge of green energy erupting around him as he activated his recovery talent. All minor scratches and potential toxins were instantly purged. Mo patriarch froze, his pupils constricting in shock. Recovery talent? How can you possess so many talents? Ye Tian casually picked up a poisoned needle from the ground, muttering, Whoosh! The needle was charged with lightning and shot back at double the speed. Mo patriarch couldn't react in time, and was impaled. The old man let out one last agonizing scream, as his body began to disintegrate under the effects of the poison and lightning. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ye Yu was standing on a rooftop, worriedly wondering, why isn't big brother Ye Tian back yet? On the rooftop, Windwolf Captain muttered to himself, feeling like he was babysitting Ye Tian's sister. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind, amidst purple lightning bolts. "I heard your complaints, Windwolf Captain." The captain jumped and turned around, astonished to see Ye Tian had appeared out of nowhere. Ye Tian, bare-chested, and wearing only black pants, holding his jacket, calmly offered his thanks. "Captain, thank you for looking after Ye Yu." Windwolf Captain breathed a sigh of relief seeing Ye Tian had returned, confirming everything was settled. Ye Tian made an icy declaration, stating that from now on, the Mo family would no longer exist in Linhai Base. The captain could only cough violently, stunned by the young man's ruthlessness and decisiveness. Ye Tian immediately inquired about Ye Yu's situation, worried if this place had been discovered by assassins, but was reassured that she was safe and sleeping in her room. A flicker of relief crossed Ye Tian's eyes. As long as nothing had happened, that was enough. Both decided to leave the cold rooftop and go downstairs to talk. As they descended the stairs, Windwolf Captain asked about Ye Tian's next plan after eradicating the Mo family. Ye Tian didn't hesitate, declaring his next goal was to help Ye Yu cultivate, which surprised the captain. He directly asked if there was a way for ordinary people to cultivate quickly, but only received a burst of laughter from the captain. Windwolf Captain explained bluntly, "There are no shortcuts, only by spending money and buying resources. That's what the rich kids do." Both entered the kitchen area, Ye Tian seemingly surprised by the brutally simple answer. Windwolf Captain pointed upstairs, telling Ye Tian to go check on Ye Yu first. Creak. Ye Tian gently opened his sister's bedroom door. Inside, Ye Yu was sound asleep on the bed, completely unaware of the life-or-death battle her brother had just fought. Ye Tian sat down on the edge of the bed, his hand gently resting on the blanket. He looked at his sleeping sister affectionately, softly calling her name, Ye Yu. Ye Tian quietly gazed at his sleeping sister, a rare tenderness evident on his face. Ye Yu stirred awake, rubbing her eyes sleepily. As soon as she opened her eyes, she froze, seeing her brother standing there, and asked in surprise, "Big brother?" Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Yu rushed into Ye Tian's arms, embracing him with overwhelming joy. "Big brother, Yi Tian smiled, gently patting his sister who was sobbing in his arms. She choked out, "I was so scared you'd never come back." Ye Tian reassured his sister with a firm promise. "I'll always be by your side, don't worry." But Ye Yu immediately looked up, her eyes resolute. "You mustn't lie to me." Ye Tian looked directly into his sister's eyes, reaffirming with a trusting smile, "I absolutely won't deceive you." As a tear rolled down his cheek. At the same time, at the Mo family's stronghold, the civilians were buzzing with discussion. The Mo family was wiped out? How strong must that person be? Someone in the crowd exclaimed upon seeing influential figures appear. "Hey, some big shots are here." Two men with overwhelming presence walked in, and the crowd immediately recognized them. It's young Master Lin Mingji, and Grand Marshal Master Lin Zhe. The red-cloaked girl turned to the person beside her and said, "Young lady, the Lin family members have arrived." Yu Ling, in her black cloak, merely observed in silence, her sharp eyes revealing no emotion. Lin Mingzhe clicked his tongue in disdain, looking at the desolate scene before him. He stood before the Mo patriarch's corpse, uttering a sarcastic remark. "I never thought the Mo family ancestor would meet such a miserable end." A red pearl rolled out from near the corpse, attracting everyone's attention. Lin Mingji picked up the orb, immediately recognizing its origin. "This is the Mo family's trump card, the adamant orb bullet." Linza explained with a serious expression. "This hidden weapon is extremely insidious, with a wide range and immense power. In a critical moment, it can turn the tide. Even a Grand Marshal Master would find it hard to escape." Lin Mingji crushed the adamant orb bullet, coldly analyzing. But this time, not only did the target escape, the golden needles within the adamant orb bullet were used to kill Mo Zhongqing himself. Linzai nodded in agreement, drawing a conclusion based on the survivor's account. The assassin was alone, and their strength must be at least that of a peak Grand Marshal Master. There's no mistake. Lin Mingzi looked into the distance, speculating. With this level of combat power, that person is probably not from our Linhai base. Linzai hypothesized, "Young Master, could the annihilation of the Mo family be a warning to the Iron Fang base? Should they dare to oppose us?" Lin Mingji pondered, recalling the spy's report about the Iron Fang base proposing to open a trade channel. Intelligence indicated that near the Iron Fang base, a horde of giant fierce beasts, led by an alpha beast on the verge of breaking through to king level, threatened their destruction. Linzai immediately grasped the scheme. So, their so-called trade channel is actually a path for their migration? Lin Mingji confirmed, analyzing that when two forces, old and new, merge, internal factions are bound to form. He declared ambitiously, "Our Lin family cannot merely represent the Lin family alone, but rather, the leader of an entire old power." Lin Mingji clearly displayed his ambition to devour all. His face was shrouded in shadow, a sinister smile appearing. "Let's turn the Iron Fang base's warning into a favor from our Lin family." He turned and ordered, "Elder Zhe, you know what to do next, don't you?" Lin Zhe immediately bowed in compliance. Lin Zhe received the order, his eyes sharp. "Immediately send word to all families, tell them to come here, and divide the Mo family's resources." Scene change. At Ye Tian's apartment, the sun was slowly setting behind the tall buildings. Ye Tian poured a bag full of various tonics and rare spirit elixirs onto the floor. The Windwolf captain's jaw dropped, utterly shocked by the fortune laid out before his eyes. The captain yelled, "Brother, are you crazy? This pile of medicine is more expensive than my villa." Ye Yu also worriedly tried to dissuade him, fearing her brother was being scammed. But Ye Tian calmly affirmed that everything was genuine and extremely valuable. Ye Tian picked up a spirit elixir, bringing it directly to his sister's mouth. "Try one first." Ye Yu obediently swallowed the pill. A massive surge of energy erupted, enveloping Ye Yu, who exclaimed, "Whoa, this feels so good." Yi Tian stood with his arms crossed, smiling contentedly as he saw his plan to nurture his sister had achieved initial success. Ye Yu asked if her brother was leaving again. Ye Tian confirmed he needed to go to the Little Thousand-Leaf Forest for something, while the city's situation was tense due to the threat from fierce beasts. Yi Tian put on his new outfit, pulled up his hood, and stated resolutely, "That's right. It's time to become stronger than before." Ye Yu and the Windwolf captain watched with worry. She spoke up. "You just got back, and now you're leaving alone again so soon." Ye Yu's hand clutched her brother's, unwilling to let go. "Brother, can't you stay and not go?" Ye Tian turned back, placing a hand on his sister's shoulder to reassure her. "Don't worry. Just keep practicing your foundational techniques, take your tonics on time, and cultivate well." Ye Yu finally accepted, her eyes firm. "All right, brother. Please be careful out there. I'll wait for you at home." Yi Tian smirked confidently, his eyes glinting with a deadly red light. Understood. Yi Tian's footsteps were decisive as he set off, officially embarking on his new mission. Yi Tian patted the captain's shoulder, entrusting him. Captain, I'm counting on you to look after Ye Yu for me. The captain replied curtly. Leave it to me. My brother's sister is my sister too. Vroom. A powerful motorcycle roared down the street, ridden by a muscular blonde man. Sun Feng sped through the streets, his attitude extremely arrogant and showy. A convoy of luxury cars appeared, the lead vehicle flying an unusual red flag. The Windwolf captain frowned, realizing something was amiss. People from the Steel Fang base are here. Ye Tian and Ye Yu both looked up. He also wondered, such a grand entrance? Sun Feng revved his engine, shouting excitedly like a madman. Forest Sea Base, we're here. Another convoy appeared from the opposite direction. Someone immediately recognized, it's the Sun family. Whoosh. The Sun family's convoy sped past the three, showing no regard for anyone, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yi Tian glared after them, his eyes sharp with annoyance. That bastard. Sun Feng, the blonde biker, sneered smugly, his status panel appearing. Mid-tier cultivation talent, beginner-tier swordsmanship. Just a weakling who likes to show off. Screech. A car in the convoy braked sharply, creating a thick cloud of dust. Ye Yu choked on the smoke, coughing violently and grumbling. Cough! What the hell was that? He's going too far. Yi Tian paused, his intuition telling him something was wrong. Without another word, he turned his back and declared he was leaving immediately, ignoring Ye Yu and the Windwolf captain who were bewildered. All right, hurry back, I'm off. Crackle. Pink lightning erupted beneath Ye Tian's feet. He transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting up into the sky with astonishing speed. Ye Yu watched anxiously as her brother's figure disappeared, shouting loudly, Big brother, take care. His destination was Shao Qianye Forest, a treacherous mountainous region. Yi Tian landed in a sparse forest, with bare trees. He continued to move deeper inside. Standing amidst the desolate landscape, Yi Tian sighed. It looks so bleak. He quickly discovered footprints on the ground and confirmed, these are black wolf leopard footprints. Yi Tian's eyes flashed with determination. He told himself he had to find the black wolf leopard to upgrade his speed talent. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, and birds in the forest scattered. Yi Tian immediately accelerated, rushing towards the source of the sound. He sensed an extremely powerful energy surge. Surely, fierce beasts were battling. Without hesitation, Yi Tian enveloped himself in lightning and rushed off to see what was happening. Arriving there, he witnessed a horrifying sight. A giant gorilla beast was fiercely battling two smaller beasts. Yi Tian hid behind a rock, observing the battle from afar. He recognized the two beasts as rare golden dragon leopards, a species even stronger than his initial target. Looking at the speed and the purple lightning surrounding the two leopards, Yi Tian asserted confidently, this speed, it's definitely a high-level speed talent. He continued to assess the gorilla. That gorilla must be a high-level beast, with combat power comparable to a peak great martial master. Yi Tian analyzed. These two golden dragon leopards are mid-level beasts. Even with high-level speed talent, it'll be hard for them to take down that gorilla. The two golden leopards moved like lightning, constantly dodging and counterattacking the giant gorilla beast. Yi Tian pondered thoughtfully. This battle is so intense. How can I copy a high-level speed talent now? Suddenly, a small, soft paw of a leopard cub landed right near his hiding spot. Yi Tian, startled, turned around, gaping when he saw a leopard cub sitting comfortably right behind him. The leopard cub innocently let out a meow, looking as harmless as a house cat. Yi Tian was utterly speechless, not understanding why there was a young beast here and what it intended to do. Suddenly, the leopard cub emitted a spiritual glow. Yi Tian immediately recognized it as Soul Light. A young girl's voice echoed in Yi Tian's mind. Master, I offer my soul light to form a master-servant contract. From now on, I shall be your most loyal servant. Yi Tian was greatly shocked. A little girl's voice? He turned to stare at the leopard cub. He asked skeptically in his mind, Are you talking? The leopard cub looked up, affirming confidently. Yes, master. Yi Tian sat down opposite it, wondering why it chose him. The leopard cub explained that it sensed a familiar speed-type aura from him. Yi Tian was stunned to realize the creature before him was no ordinary beast. Speed, endurance, recovery. Such powerful talents. This is a divine beast. The leopard cub suddenly pleaded desperately. Master, please help. My parents are in danger, and my mother is still pregnant. Yi Tian stroked the leopard cub's head, deciding to adopt it. All right, little one. From now on, your name will be Xiao Jin, my first pet. The system panel appeared instantly. High-level speed talent copied. Do you wish to fuse? Without a second's hesitation, Ye Tian commanded, "Fuse." His eyes flashed with a brilliant red light as the new power flowed into his body. He stood up, looking towards the battlefield where the gorilla was dominating, saying to Xiao Jin, "Since you've placed such great expectations on me, then I will do my utmost to help you." Ye Tian summoned his sword, blue lightning erupted, and with Xiao Jin perched on his shoulder, he was ready to join the battle. Crash! Ye Tian landed, purple lightning spreading from his feet, crushing the ground. He burst with speed, charging straight towards the giant gorilla beast, growling, "Aim for the weak points first." With Xiao Jin clinging to his shoulder, Ye Tian glided like a phantom, his sharp blade flashing within the lightning. The eyes, a lightning-fast sword strike flashed past, purple blood spurted from the monster's eye socket. Ye Tian continued to toy with the massive creature, his speed so great he was just a streak of purple lightning. The giant gorilla beast clutched its face and let out a miserable roar, the pain driving it mad. After delivering the opening blow, Ye Tian gently landed, his aura completely overwhelming. The pair of golden leopards appeared, growling warily at the stranger who had just intervened in the battle. Ye Tian raised his hand, trying to explain. "Xiao Jin, I don't have your mother's soul light. Quickly tell her I'm not an enemy." Xiao Jin on his shoulder broke out in a sweat, hastily meowing to explain the situation to its mother. The mother leopard let out a skeptical growl, still unwilling to trust the human. Without further ado, Ye Tian offered a precious recovery pill. "This is a recovery pill. Quickly eat it and protect the child in your womb." He knelt down, patiently bringing the pill closer to the hesitant mother leopard. "It'll be fine, trust me and eat it." After a moment of hesitation, the mother leopard decided to trust him. It gently licked Ye Tian's hand, then swallowed the pill. The pill's effect was almost immediate. The pair of golden leopards looked at Ye Tian with grateful eyes, while Xiao Jin translated, "Master, my father says." Ye Tian smirked, stroking Xiao Jin. "Give him one too, right?" Xiao Jin happily raised its paw, thanking its new master on behalf of its parents. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the giant gorilla beast no longer dared to linger. It turned tail and fled for its life. Ye Tian smirked, his cold gaze following the monster's retreating figure. Trying to run? Their strength recovered. The pair of golden leopards let out an earth-shattering roar, purple lightning erupting, ready for the final hunt. Ye Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent, clearly having no intention of letting his prey escape. Ye Tian crossed his arms, purple lightning erupting around him, declaring he would help to the end, confident that 3 high-level speed talents were enough to take down the beast. Xiao Jin eagerly corrected him. "Master, not 3 but 4. I'm learning to fight too." Ye Tian smirked confidently, confirming his pet's words were entirely accurate. Whoosh! Ye Tian and the 2 golden leopards transformed into 3 streaks of purple lightning and shot forth, beginning the hunt. The giant gorilla beast ran headlong for its life, but 3 speed phantoms were already closing in right behind it. Ye Tian felt the power of speed surging through his body, while the gorilla beast frantically realized it couldn't keep up. The gorilla monster furiously swung its arms wildly, but only struck air as all 3 targets easily dodged. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, locking onto his target, preparing to unleash a surprise attack. Swish! An invisible sword strike tore through the air, enveloped in dazzling purple lightning. The sword strike carved a perfect arc, aimed directly at the fleeing monster. The giant gorilla beast took a devastating blow to its back, fresh blood splattering. Ye Tian had just successfully copied its strength talent. Rebounded by its own strength, the gorilla beast stumbled forward, completely losing the initiative. Seizing the opportunity, one of the 2 golden leopards roared and charged to attack. Its sharp claws, enhanced by lightning, raked a deep gash across the gorilla beast's body. The gorilla monster shrieked miserably as the pair of golden leopards continuously tore at it, its face covered in blood. Ye Tian lunged forward, lightning and physical strength converging in his fist, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. His fist emitted a dazzling light, its power exploding to its peak. Ye Tian and the pair of golden leopards simultaneously unleashed their final attacks, cornering the gorilla beast. Slash! The monster's giant arm was severed, flying far away in helplessness. A terrifying explosion engulfed the forest. The gorilla beast officially vanished without a trace. After the battle, one of the 2 golden leopards led its cub, Xiao Jin, away. Ye Tian was blown far away by the aftershocks of the explosion, but he still stood firm. From within the smoke, the giant gorilla beast let out a furious roar. It wasn't dead yet. Ye Tian frowned, surprised by its resilience. Not dead yet? Its physique is truly powerful. Purple lightning erupted once more, and the enraged giant gorilla beast charged forward, determined to fight to the death. It roared, pouring all its remaining strength into one final attack. Unexpectedly, Xiaojin was no pushover either. It opened its mouth and fired a stream of purple energy that tore through the air. Xiaojin's attack struck directly into one of the giant gorilla beast's fangs, shattering it. Crash! The giant gorilla beast finally collapsed, its body creating a deep crater in the ground. Officially game over. Xiaojin leaped up, joyfully calling out to its master upon seeing the enemy defeated. Ye Tian smirked, patting the head of his newly acquired companion. We won. Xiaojin happily rubbed its head against its master's hand, enjoying the feeling of safety. Ye Tian thought to himself. He never expected to one day fight side by side with a fierce beast. The pair of golden leopards approached. One of them gently scraped its paw on the ground, showing gratitude. The entire golden leopard family was enjoying their reunion, when suddenly, the mother leopard staggered. Damn it. Ye Tian realized something was wrong. The mother leopard collapsed to the ground, whimpering in pain. It seemed her internal injuries had flared up. Xiaojin cried out in panic. Mom! Ye Tian immediately assessed. She must have sustained internal injuries during the battle just now. Fortunately, Ye Tian always kept recovery medicine on hand. He pulled out a pouch of shimmering, glowing pills. Ye Tian took out a... Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the tall grass nearby, and pairs of blood-red eyes began to appear. A pack of black wolf leopards slowly emerged, each one bearing its fangs and claws, radiating intense killing intent. Xiaojin immediately warned, Master, be careful. It's the black wolf leopards, they're the ones who lured the giant gorilla beast here. Ye Tian immediately analyzed the situation, realizing their scheme was to seize control of this forest. And Xiaojin confirmed it. Sorry, but I don't agree, Ye Tian declared bluntly, as purple lightning began to erupt around him. Ye Tian's killing intent flared. Brilliant purple lightning enveloped his entire body, ready to sweep the battlefield clean. With a whoosh, Ye Tian shot straight into the midst of the black wolf leopards like a rocket. Wham! He unleashed a lightning kick that struck the pack leader directly in the face, leaving it no time to react. The black wolf leopard Alpha gaped in horror, sweat pouring off it as it realized the enemy's true power. With just one blow, the Alpha lay slumped on the spot, while the rest of the pack retreated in fear. Ye Tian patted Xiaojin's head, declaring, From now on, he pointed towards the trembling black wolf leopards, commanding, It is your king. Ye Tian scooped up Xiaojin, leaving the little beast to stare in bewilderment. The scene shifted to a dense, lush forest bathed in daylight. Ye Tian walked along a mountainside with the pair of golden leopards, reminding them, Your mother's body has just recovered. Don't go too far. The mother leopard seemed not to mind, letting out a few chirps before continuing to lead the way, seemingly wanting to take him somewhere. Xiaojin communicated telepathically that its mother wanted to give a gift, making Ye Tian curious. A gift? The group ventured deeper into a dense, gloomy forest. Xiaojin excitedly announced they had arrived. The gift nestled inside the rock cave ahead. Inside the cave, bones lay scattered everywhere. The two golden leopards led Ye Tian to a special corner. Ye Tian recognized it as a rare spirit herb, while Xiaojin confirmed it was its mother's gift, but it would take another 30 days to bear fruit. 30 days passed. Ye Tian patiently sat by the spirit herb, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered what its effects were, his hand reaching out to gently touch the azure flower. Suddenly, the mother leopard went into labor. Ye Tian shouted loudly, encouraging it to push. Amidst the mother leopard's pained roars, Ye Tian and the entire leopard family watched nervously, shouting, The head's out, keep pushing. A pure white leopard cub, just born, flew straight into the air, astonishing everyone. Ye Tian gently caught the tiny creature, laughing heartily as he declared a new king of the forest had been born. A month later, the spirit herb finally bore fruit, revealing an attractive, plump red berry. Ye Tian took a deep breath, savored the rich aroma, and confirmed the spiritual medicine was ripe. He decisively plucked the fruit. Xiaojin beside him urged its master to eat it immediately. Ye Tian chuckled at his pet's eager expression, leisurely holding the fruit and teasing it. Ha ha, what's the rush? Without further hesitation, he put the spiritual medicine fruit directly into his mouth. Crack! A terrifying surge of power erupted, and Ye Tian's eyes flashed with a brilliant red light. He let out a pained roar, his body convulsing violently as if being torn apart from within. Unable to bear it, Ye Tian collapsed to the ground, unconscious, to the shock of the entire leopard family. Xiaojin was utterly panicked, crying out, Master, in despair. Night fell over the dense forest, signaling an impending change. After his faint, Ye Tian lay there, a feather gently falling onto his face. Suddenly, Ye Tian's eyes snapped open. Glowing with a powerful blue light, he jolted awake, his head throbbing after the recent energy shock. Ye Tian clutched his head, feeling a new power forming in his brain. Spiritual force. He realized this was an ability only grandmasters possessed. He hadn't expected to reach that realm while still an elite warrior. Testing it immediately, Ye Tian unleashed his spiritual force. His talent scanning range had now expanded by another 50 meters. What's more, he extended his hand, and an invisible force erupted. A terrifying repulsive force was generated, proving he had gained a new telekinetic skill. However, Ye Tian quickly dismissed his excitement, deciding to prioritize upgrading his cultivation talent first, just like a professional gamer. Standing up and dusting himself off, he declared this farming trip had yielded a massive harvest. It was time to go home. Ye Tian turned his back to the cave, bidding farewell to the leopard family. Let's go our separate ways now. He thanked the golden leopards for the gift, while the two leopard cubs meowed their goodbyes. Just then, Xiaojin couldn't sit still, darting like lightning towards its master, crying out to follow him. Ye Tian smiled, gently catching the eager pet. All right, it'll let you meet someone you'll really like. Xiaojin was overjoyed to the point of tears, thanking its master profusely with watery eyes. Returning to the city, Ye Tian unleashed his speed, darting swiftly between buildings. Perched on its master's shoulder, Xiaojin saw the outside world for the first time, its eyes wide with awe. Ye Tian activated purple lightning around himself, landing on a rooftop, casually warning the naive pet. The outside world is very dangerous, you little fool. He landed with an imposing presence, purple lightning still crackling around him, ready for the next battles. Ye Tian stood amidst the rubble, Xiaojin perched on his shoulder, muttering, "This is..." A scene of devastation unfolded. This was the 5th Academy, littered with corpses in purple uniforms. Ye Tian's eyes flashed red as he realized something horrifying. Amidst the corpses, a familiar figure was barely clinging to life, Zhang Bao. Without a second's hesitation, Ye Tian shot like an arrow towards his old friend. He helped Zhang Bao up, growling as he asked what had happened in this hellhole. The chubby man's eyes fluttered open, weakly calling Ye Tian's name. Ye Tian smirked. At least his best friend was still breathing. He immediately took out some high-grade beast blood and put it into Zhang Bao's mouth to restore his strength. After recovering a bit, Ye Tian reconfirmed the information. You said the raiders were warriors from Iron Fang Base? Zhang Bao bitterly confirmed that Iron Fang Base had been flattened by monsters, and the remnants fled here, turning into looters, creating extreme chaos. Ye Tian directly asked who was in charge here, and Zhang Bao revealed that the Lin family was still at the helm, but they were essentially just puppets. Ye Tian turned away, his eyes cold, just as I expected. Zhang Bao's flashback began, returning to a city that was still peaceful. The scene shifted to a kendo dojo, where everything began. Young Zhang Bao, clad in kendo armor, swung his bamboo sword with all his might, shouting loudly. A kendo master easily parried the blow, the bamboo swords clashing and sparking. The master unleashed a powerful vertical slash. Zhang Bao could only raise his sword to block in vain. Clang! The chubby man's bamboo sword broke in half. The power gap was immense. Ye Yu lay sprawled on the floor after being defeated, muttering, "Damn it, I lost again." While the Windwolf captain looked down from above, acknowledging her talent, Ye Yu humbly replied as she took off her helmet that it was thanks to good instruction. She scratched her head, grinning widely, looking quite pleased with her performance despite having just been beaten. Suddenly, applause echoed from the dojo entrance. Ye Yu startled and turned around, her eyes wide with surprise as she recognized the newcomer. Ye Tian, wearing a fur-collared cloak, stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the door, a meaningful smile on his face. "Brother!" Ye Yu shouted joyfully, her eyes shining brightly as she saw her brother had finally returned. She rushed to hug her brother, making Ye Tian complain, "Hey, you're too excited." From Ye Tian's collar, a tiny, spotted yellow head peeked out, letting out a curious meow. Ye Yu was immediately captivated by this fluffy creature, her eyes wide as she asked its name, and Ye Tian casually replied, "Xiaojin." Hearing the pet's name, Ye Yu immediately ignored her brother, running around to call Xiaojin's name with doting affection, leaving Ye Tian frozen. The Windwolf captain, standing from afar, teased him, laughing heartily, surprised that Ye Tian had his spotlight stolen by a pet from his sister. Ye Tian turned back, greeting the four great geniuses of the base. With an undefeated record since joining, he warned Ye Tian to handle it carefully, as this opponent was no small fry. Seeing Ye Tian seemed distracted, the Windwolf captain had to call out, "Hey, are you listening to me, Ye Tian?" Ye Tian didn't bother to reply, only flashed an amused smile, muttering, "Interesting." Vroom! The roar of an engine tore through the quiet on the deserted road. A motorcycle sped forward at terrifying speed, the rider leaning sharply into a tight turn. The tires screeched on the road, leaving long black marks. Screech! The biker slammed on the brakes right in front of Ye Tian, the bike rearing up provocatively. Ye Tian merely glanced, completely unfazed by the flashy entrance. The two men stood facing each other in the middle of the road, the tension palpable. The muscular biker confirmed his target. "You're Ye Tian, aren't you?" Ye Tian replied curtly. "That's right." The other man sneered. "You're finally back." Sun Feng got straight to the point. "You must know why I'm here," he declared. "Meet me at Bright Radiance Plaza at 10 tomorrow morning. We'll bet a bronze-tier blade art on a decisive duel." Sun Feng narrowed his eyes challengingly. "Do you dare to show up?" Sun Feng's status panel appeared. High-tier cultivation talent, mid-tier swordsmanship. Ye Tian silently clenched his fist, purple energy beginning to surge. Facing his opponent's arrogant gaze, Ye Tian replied with a deadly calm voice. "Of course." Ye Tian, eyes gleaming with a deadly red light, purple energy swirling around his hand, smirked as he accepted the solo challenge. "I'm more than willing to accept this duel." Sun Feng revved the motorcycle's throttle, the engine roaring provocatively. The blonde biker sneered, uttering a confident remark before leaving. "I'll be waiting." Sun Feng sped off like a whirlwind, leaving Ye Tian and the Wind Wolf captain walking on the sidewalk. The Wind Wolf captain looked worried, quickly warning, "You're too reckless. Sun Feng's strength is unfathomable. With your current power, you're sure to lose." Ye Tian merely glanced to the side, his sharp gaze unwavering. He clenched his fist, replying defiantly, "That remains to be seen." Night fell, ushering in a restless night. Back in his room, Ye Tian sat on his bed, his eyes fixed on the window, calculating to himself, "My cultivation talent is already at the highest tier. Let's see what happens if I stack another one." The system panel appeared, asking if he wanted to copy a high-tier cultivation talent, and Ye Tian unhesitatingly confirmed, yes, determined to upgrade his strength before the battle. After successfully absorbing the new talent, Ye Tian stepped barefoot onto the floor. He walked straight out to the balcony, breathing in the fresh night air. His hand gripped the railing tightly, feeling the surge of new power flowing through his body. Ye Tian looked up at the crescent moon, full of anticipation. Now I'm actually looking forward to tomorrow's duel. The next morning, at Bright Radiance Plaza, the crowd had gathered densely, ready for the show. Sun Feng had arrived at the meeting point, perched casually on a chair, chin in hand, his sword resting on his lap with an arrogant air of waiting. He appeared extremely smug. Clearly, this wasn't the first time he'd caused trouble here, and he always held the upper hand. The crowd began to murmur, one man saying, "This unlucky fellow's name seems to be Ye Tian, a completely unfamiliar name." Another chimed in, "I heard he's still just a kid. Why would Sun Feng want to fight him?" Someone in the crowd commented that not only was Sun Feng's opponent unlucky, but the Lin family's merit monument nearby was also about to be destroyed. The crowd revealed the true scheme. Sun Feng always intentionally destroys the merit monuments of major families whenever he duels. Clearly the Iron Fang base wants to assert its dominance over the old powers. Amidst the eager crowd, the red-cloaked girl anxiously asked Yu Ling, "Miss, do you think Ye Tian will come? I'm a little worried about him." Yu Ling crossed her arms and coolly replied, "Don't worry. Even if he can't defeat Sun Feng, he'll still survive." In another corner, Ye Yu had also arrived, stunned by the massive crowd. "Wow. Why are there so many spectators?" The Windwolf captain explained, "That guy makes a big fuss like this for every match. It's the effect he wants." Ye Yu frowned. "But with so many people, how can we get through?" Ye Yu turned to her brother, her voice full of worry. "Brother, maybe we should go home? This fight seems too dangerous." Ye Tian remained silent, gently patting his frightened sister's head. He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. He'll be back in a flash." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Tian shot off like a bolt of lightning, leaving a blazing red energy trail tearing through the air, heading straight for the center of the plaza. He landed with a cool superhero pose, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the impact. The crowd buzzed, not understanding what had just happened. "Who's that guy? Is he the one Sun Feng challenged?" Ye Tian slowly stood up, dusting off his jacket, and smirked. "Thanks for waiting." Sun Feng narrowed his eyes, growled, and pointed straight at his opponent's face. He roared, "I thought you wouldn't dare to show up." Sun Feng pointed towards a nearby merit monument, declaring the wager, This is a bronze tier sword skill, is less than flowing light slash is greater than. If you win, it's yours. The stone tablet shattered, revealing a sealed skill scroll within. A surge of purple energy enveloped the scroll, indicating it was the real deal. Tian didn't say much, silently pulling out another skill manual. This is a bronze tier sword skill, fitting your criteria. He tossed the manual straight at Sun Feng, a fierce counter. The manual fell open to its cover, displaying Shadow Blade, a skill of the same tier. Sun Feng was enraged, roaring, insolent, then drew his sword, murderous intent erupting. Without another word, Sun Feng stomped the ground and charged, the earth cracking beneath his feet. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful slash forward. The eager crowd shouted, "Watch out, buddy!" Tian merely smirked, a deadly glint flashing in his eyes. Sun Feng charged with terrifying speed, yelling, "Die!" But Tian simply tilted his head to dodge, the sword slash missing by a hair's breadth. He gracefully shifted, effortlessly evading the attack, as if it were a game. Whoosh! Tian had appeared right behind Sun Feng, his sword already in hand. Sun Feng froze, sweat pouring down, unable to believe his opponent's speed. Too fast. Enraged at being underestimated, Sun Feng roared curses while wildly swinging his sword. "You bastard! Are you a rat, only knowing how to dodge?" Tian's eyes flashed with disdain as he easily dodged the sword strike. Instead of retreating, Tian spun around and delivered a hook kick, knocking Sun Feng's sword away. He clenched his fist, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on Sun Feng's chest. Crack! The dry sound of breaking ribs echoed. Sun Feng spat out blood, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed hard into several wooden crates, shattering a corner of the plaza. The crowd was stunned, speechless. One man exclaiming, "He sent Sun Feng flying with one punch. Who the hell is this kid?" Tian opened his fist, which was crackling with lightning, and smirked. "Do I still look like a rat now?" Believed to be defeated, Sun Feng struggled to his feet, swinging his sword with surging momentum. He poured all his strength into the sword, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. With a roar, Sun Feng unleashed his wind slash, a giant energy slash that swept across the entire plaza. Facing the fatal attack, Tian merely glanced coldly, showing no intention of defending. He simply tilted his body, narrowly dodging the attack, letting the sword energy graze past his back. Two monuments of merit belonging to the Sun family were split in half by the stray slash. Shatter. Fragments of the monument scattered everywhere, demonstrating the power of the attack. The Sun Patriarch watched from afar, gritting his teeth in fury. That bastard. How dare he destroy our family's monuments of merit? Tian dusted himself off and casually commented, "Your sword skill almost hit me. It's actually not bad." Sun Feng's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. "He dodged my wind slash?" Tian smirked, beginning to reveal his hand. "Did you think I didn't retaliate just because I wanted to see that sword skill? You're gravely mistaken." He sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. "I never considered you an opponent. It was all just to see a skill demo." Utterly humiliated, Sun Feng roared, "You've gone too far." He stomped the ground and charged forward. He leapt into the air, raised his sword, and slashed straight down, shouting, "Die!" A sharp sword strike aimed straight for Tian's head. But instead of dodging, Tian simply raised one hand, enveloped in lightning, preparing to confront it directly. Clang! The sword was stopped by Tian's two fingers, an unbelievable sight. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The sword vibrated violently but couldn't advance an inch. Sun Feng froze. His pupils constricted as he realized Tian's hand was right in front of him. The power gap was like heaven and earth. Crash! Tian threw a lightning punch, smashing Sun Feng straight into the ground and making the entire plaza tremble. The onlookers' jaws dropped, unable to believe their eyes. A man in the crowd even had his eyes wide, sweat pouring down. Shocked by the overwhelmingly powerful display of power, Sun Feng lay motionless like a squashed cockroach, his sword flung to the side, utterly finished. Tian dusted his hands, smirking with a hint of boredom. How dull. Sun Feng lay there, eyes wide open, mouth agape in humiliating defeat. The crowd began to murmur, and a blonde girl exclaimed excitedly, "Just as expected of Sir Tian. He's so cool." From within the crowd, Yu Ling smiled meaningfully, thinking to herself, "Tian, your destiny is to join my martial pavilion. Resistance is futile." He noticed a monument of merit shattered by Sun Feng's slash. Tian flipped the monument over and found a skill manual underneath. It was the wind slash manual, loot dropped by the opponent. "Thanks for the wind slash," Tian said, sarcastically, casually picking up the item. Just then, Ye Yu joyfully ran over, calling out loudly, "Brother!" Ye Tian turned to look at his sister, his gaze much softer. Ye Yu ran up, her eyes sparkling, asking eagerly, "Wow, when did you get so strong? That's amazing." While the Wind Wolf captain only stood watching in admiration, she clung to her brother's arm, insisting, "When we get back, you have to teach me. I want to be that strong too." The three of them left together, leaving behind the still buzzing plaza. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lindsay was reporting to the Sun Patriarch. "Patriarch, Ye Tian has won, but our family's monuments of merit have been toppled." The Sun Patriarch's face filled with murderous intent. He gritted his teeth and asked, "So, what should we do now?" The Sun Patriarch ordered his subordinates, "No longer protect him. Shift your focus to Ye Tian's sister." The old man bitterly declared, "The Sun family will not let this matter rest." The scene shifts to the Windwolf captain's base, where Ye Tian was temporarily staying. Back home, Ye Tian calmly checked his spoils of war, the Wind/Slash skill book he'd just taken from Sun Feng. This skill increases attack power by 6 times? He smirked meaningfully. No wonder Sun Feng's slashes were so powerful. After reading it, he tossed the skill book onto the table, as if he had already memorized it. Ye Tian stretched leisurely, preparing for his next grinding plan. He walked around the luxurious living room, his mind beginning to calculate. With a snap of his fingers, his status panel appeared. He opened his status panel, annoyed to realize the troublesome debuff. "Damn it. I forgot about this restriction. I still have 30 days before I can copy a new talent." The status panel listed a series of top-tier talents he already possessed. But with 30 days remaining on the copy cooldown, he decided to maximize the potential of Shadowblade and Windslash to be able to solo even a Grand Martial Master. His eyes gleamed with determination. True strength meant overcoming one's own limits. Meanwhile, at the training ground, a straw dummy was hacked to pieces. Ye Yu was also training furiously under the supervision of the Wind Wolf captain, swinging her wooden sword with a determination no less than her brother's. The Wind Wolf captain stood supervising, his face grim as he thought about the feud with the Sun family. The battle is over, but with the nature of these major families, the Sun family will definitely return for revenge. He looked at Ye Yu worriedly, thinking to himself, what will happen to the girl then? After the training session, Ye Yu opened a water bottle, preparing to quench her thirst. She took a refreshing gulp, sweat dripping down her face. Noticing the captain staring at her, a sweaty Ye Yu asked, bewildered, "Captain, why are you looking at me like that?" The Wind Wolf captain's face was pensive, clearly plotting something in his mind. He waved his hand, calling Ye Yu. "Ye Yu, come here for a moment." Ye Yu obediently ran over, wondering, "What is it, Captain?" The Wind Wolf captain took out an item, put it around her neck and instructed, "Wear this and don't take it off." Ye Yu held the red cross-shaped pendant, her eyes sparkling. "What is this? It's so pretty." She happily thanked him, while the Wind Wolf captain sternly warned, "Just consider it a protective charm, don't lose it." At the same time, a figure was striding down the street. The female archer of the Wind Wolf team was running at full speed, her face urgent. She dashed towards the base, where the captain and Ye Yu were waiting. The female archer shouted from a distance, "Captain," she reported breathlessly, "Captain, I have news." The Wind Wolf captain immediately pressed, "What did you find? What is the Sun family up to?" The female archer reported in a panic, "They're busy looking for stores to open business branches." Hearing the news, the Wind Wolf captain pondered, "Business, huh? It seems the Sun family still has a cool head. They won't make a move until they've firmly established themselves here." In a dark alley, a suspicious man wearing a baseball cap was busily emptying trash. He stood silently alone, his back looking solitary. Suddenly, he bent over, his face contorted as if enduring excruciating pain. 1 month later, the city landscape remained unchanged. The suspicious man was still performing his trash-emptying duties. On the street, Ye Tian reappeared after a long period of seclusion, walking and sucking on a lollipop, his demeanor far more arrogant and confident. Ye Tian walked past a suspicious-looking, suspicious man. The air was thick with tension. Ye Tian's eyes flashed red, his scanning system activated. The suspicious man flinched, his face changing color. "This brat is using spiritual power to scan me?" He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe a mere kid possessed a skill only top-tier Grand Martial Masters had, while Ye Tian had already vanished, leaving behind a faint purple trail of energy. Ye Tian pulled up his hood, a sneer playing on his lips, muttering that the Lin family was quite bold. sending a grand martial master to guard his house. Ye Tian entered the martial artist market, a bustling and chaotic trading hub. Hidden in the crowd, Ye Tian began to gather information about his new enemy. It turned out the Sun family had a rather twisted past. To keep their sword talent pure, they only married within the family. Any child born with defects would be silently disposed of. Truly a crazy family. In the middle of the market, the Sun family's shop stood tall like a fortress. Sun Feng, young Master Sun, stood proudly at the entrance, announcing a 50% discount for the grand opening. An obese, fawning guest rushed over to congratulate him, wishing young Master Sun prosperity in business. Sun Feng laughed heartily, grandly inviting the guests inside. The flattery continued, as other guests also gathered to congratulate Sun Feng. From the shadows, Ye Tian activated his ability to scan the target's stats. Sun Feng, high-level cultivation talent, mid-level sword art. What a prize. Ye Tian's hand began to gather energy, deadly purple lightning bolts crackling. Ye Tian's entire body erupted with a blazing purple aura, and he declared coldly, "And ill wish you." His eyes sharp as knives, Ye Tian growled as his energy exploded. An early death. After dealing with the Sun family, Ye Tian entered the South Mountain Cemetery alone. He placed a bouquet of flowers on his parents' grave, whispering, "Father, Mother, I'm here to visit." Ye Tian bowed his head before their photo. He stood up, quietly announcing, "I plan to take Ye Yu to a better place. We're about to leave Spirit Sea Base." The wind blew softly as Ye Tian continued, "I wanted to see you both before I leave, and also for you to see." His eyes shone with confidence and maturity, "To see how much I've grown." Suddenly, a dark figure shot through the cemetery with terrifying speed. The stranger landed nearby, exuding a murderous aura. Ye Tian turned, facing a new enemy, a man with long, disheveled hair and a scar across his face. The scarred assassin stood atop a grave, his demeanor utterly arrogant. Ye Tian's eyes flashed with vigilance, while the other man summoned a trident wrapped in blazing red lightning. Without a word of warning, the scarred assassin lunged to attack, but Ye Tian dodged like lightning. The scarred assassin sneered. "To defeat Sun Feng, you must have some skill," he growled, his eyes filled with killing intent. "You dog of the Sun family, I've been waiting for you." Ye Tian drew his pair of short swords and charged into battle, the two figures clashing with sparks flying. The clang of metal echoed sharply as a keen sword strike grazed past. Ye Tian twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the attack. The scarred assassin retreated, then began to lecture. "I let you live for another month, you should thank me." He continued to ramble. "If I had killed you right after the duel, it would have created too many troublesome rumors." Ye Tian cut him off, his voice icy. "You talk too much." At the same time, he launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Two streams of blue and purple lightning clashed fiercely in the air, shaking the entire cemetery. The scarred assassin's blue lightning net enveloped the area, but Ye Tian easily broke through. Clang! Two swords sparked, neither opponent holding back, as they lunged at each other with dizzying speed. The battle of the two powerhouses tore through the graves. Ye Tian glared, seeing the bouquet he brought had been knocked away, and began to get angry. The scarred assassin landed, declaring, "I am Sun Feng's master, Qi Meng." Qi Meng growled, stating bluntly, "He was like a son to me. You injured him, so you must die." Ye Tian ignored him, silently picking up the ruined bouquet. Qi Meng sneered, mocking that this cemetery was the perfect burial ground for Ye Tian. Placing the bouquet before his parents' grave, Ye Tian silently endured Qi Meng's trash talk, as the latter offered to bury Ye Tian's entire family together, if he knelt and begged for mercy. Qi Meng continued to poke at his sore spot, smirking maliciously. "Oh right, you still have your little sister. Don't worry, she'll be reunited with you soon enough." Hitting a raw nerve, Ye Tian's hand clenched, veins bulging, his fury erupting. Crack! The ground beneath Ye Tian's feet shattered as violent purple lightning erupted around him. Ye Tian's eyes blazed with deadly intent. He snarled each word. "You're asking for death." Whoosh! Ye Tian vanished, leaving only a purple lightning streak tearing through the air, rocketing straight towards Qi Meng. In an instant, Ye Tian was upon him, moving with unbelievable speed, grabbing Qi Meng's head. Qi Meng's jaw dropped in horror, completely unable to react to this sudden burst of speed. A sword flash, and Ye Tian had already swept past Qi Meng's back, leaving a deadly afterimage. Ye Tian gripped Qi Meng's clothes tightly, the purple lightning erupting even more violently. Giving his opponent no chance, Ye Tian used all his strength to slam Qi Meng to the ground like a rag doll. Thud! Qi Meng was smashed directly into the graves, creating a small explosion, utterly defeated. Meng was slammed straight into the ground like a meteor, devastating the area. The impact created an earth-shattering explosion, sending dust flying everywhere. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, a devastated scene was revealed. Amidst the rubble, Meng lay motionless, utterly defeated. Tian coldly stepped forward, treading on the cracked earth, not even sparing a glance for the defeated foe. Meng trembled, trying to utter in horror, "You are." From Meng's perspective, Tian appeared like a demon god, his aura absolutely overwhelming. Finally, Meng realized the cruel truth, his voice filled with despair. "Grand Martial Master, you're a Grand Martial Master." Tian didn't bother to reply, dragging Meng's body into a secluded corner before beginning his familiar loot check. He found a skill scroll, Twilight Blade, which seemed to be a high-quality item. Tian smirked with satisfaction, casually snatching Meng's dagger as well. This one was much better than his old one. Done with his task, Tian looked up at the sky. The moon was high, and he realized it was quite late. He decided to go home for dinner. Otherwise, his younger sister Yu would nag him. Night fell over the city, and everything seemed peaceful. On a deserted street, a man wearing a baseball cap was disguised as a street sweeper. He suddenly clutched his head, looking extremely pained, as if under immense pressure. Tian unexpectedly appeared right behind him, silently approaching like a ghost. The suspicious man flinched, sensing someone approaching from behind. He spun around, facing Tian, cold sweat pouring down his back. Tian stood, blocking his path, coldly ordering, "Stop." Tian sneered, taunting the tailing man. "Old man, you've been following me for a month. Care to come in for a drink?" The man simply gave a wry smile and slowly took off his baseball cap. Revealing himself as a bald, bearded old man, Lindsay accepted the invitation. "Then I'll trouble you." The two arrived at the Wind Wolf captain's house under the moonlight. Tian led the uninvited guest inside, where the dinner table was already set. The Wind Wolf captain was sitting on a chair when Yu walked out of her room. Calling out, "Brother," Tian signaled to the captain, introduced their guest, and told his sister to make tea. Yu obediently agreed. Still tightly holding Xiaojin, the Wind Wolf captain approached, cautiously asking Tian about the stranger's identity. The man introduced himself as Lin Zi of the Lin family, which surprised the Wind Wolf captain slightly. The Wind Wolf captain's jaw dropped, realizing this was the legendary Elder Zi. Lindsay humbly replied that he dared not accept such a title. Yu announced that the tea was ready, and the Wind Wolf captain quickly took over to serve it himself. The Wind Wolf captain personally poured tea for Lindsay, which even surprised Yu, standing nearby. At her master's respectful attitude, Lindsay politely accepted the teacup from the Wind Wolf captain. Lindsay guessed that Tian had invited him in for something important, and Tian confirmed there was indeed something to discuss. Tian suddenly walked away, seemingly having made up his mind about what needed to be done. He turned to ask the Wind Wolf captain to escort his sister to Yu Ling's martial pavilion, leaving Yu bewildered. Lindsay, who was sipping his tea, paused, heavily shocked to hear the name Martial Pavilion, and surprised that Tian had connections there. Lindsay's gaze fixed on Yu's necklace. Realizing it was the token of the Martial Pavilion, Lindsay put down his teacup, preparing to listen to Tian's plan. Lindsay affirmed confidently, "Leave it to me. I will personally take your sister to Yu Ling." Tian smirked, deciding to give the Wind Wolf captain an opportunity before he left, then introduced a burly man named Zhang Feng, praising him for his loyalty and bravery. Zhang Feng's jaw dropped, utterly shocked to hear Tian suggest he join the Lin family. Lindsay chuckled gleefully, sealing the deal immediately. "A small matter. The Lin family always welcomes talented individuals. From now on, he is my disciple." Tian nudged Zhang Feng, urging him, "What are you waiting for? Go greet your master." Thud. Zhang Feng knelt decisively without hesitation. The burly man bowed deeply, solemnly performing the disciple's bow. "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." Lindsay nodded in satisfaction, allowing his new disciple to rise, while Zhang Feng was still floating in bliss. Lindsay secretly gloated, having forged a connection with Tian through two minor matters, adding another achievement for the Lin family. Yu questioned her brother. "Brother, you're entrusting both of us to others. What exactly are you planning to do?" Tian scratched his head, giving a forced laugh, trying to gloss over it. "I'm just going to take care of a few minor things, really." But Yu snapped, "You're lying." The girl didn't believe him, pointing directly at her brother. "It's definitely not a minor thing. Don't even think about hiding it from me." Tian could only resign himself. "It's true. I'll be right back." Tian pushed Xiaojin towards his sister, reassuring her, While I'm gone, Xiao Jin will protect you. Ye Yu was half convinced. Xiao Jin? Is it really strong? Ye Yu sighed, knowing she couldn't stop her stubborn brother. The girl hugged Xiao Jin, muttering, "You wouldn't listen to me anyway." Finally, Ye Yu gave in, looking up at her brother with worried yet trusting eyes. "But you have to take care of yourself. Don't push yourself too hard. Safety comes first." Ye Tian smiled warmly, promising firmly, "All right, I promise." Night fell, and the Sun family's towering building appeared, signaling a restless night. 2 Sun family guards were patrolling, chattering about their boring shift, and smugly believing no one would dare cause trouble on their territory. A Sun family guard spotted a hooded figure slowly approaching, and he grew wary. The guard spoke with an arrogant tone, yelling directly at the stranger. "Hey, you idiot, get lost. Only authorized personnel are allowed in here." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Tian revealed himself, his eyes glowing crimson, crackling purple lightning erupting around him. Boom! A massive surge of purple lightning exploded, wiping out both guards in an instant. Ye Tian coldly stepped over the 2 motionless bodies on the floor, shattered glass scattering everywhere. The still gasping guard was scared out of his wits, stammering, "What the hell are you doing?" "Yeah." Tian hid in the shadows, a sneer on his lips, his voice icy. "Nothing much. Just clearing out some trash." Alarms blared throughout the building, and a subordinate frantically sprinted down the hallway to report the news. He was breathless, his face pale. "Bad news, boss. An intruder has broken into the company and injured our men." The Sun Patriarch sat in the shadows, hearing the report, and sneered contemptuously. "Oh? I thought Forest Sea Base was full of cowards." He leaned his head back, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Finally, someone has come to offer their life." The Sun Patriarch roared, ordering his minions. "Deal with him." The Sun family thugs responded in unison, charging out with surging momentum. A whole horde of black-suited thugs aggressively rushed towards the dark hallway. Facing the charging horde of insignificant foes, Ye Tian merely unleashed a light spinning kick. A massive surge of purple lightning swept across, and the thugs were blown away like fallen leaves before they could even touch him. The entire group was sent flying back, wiped out in an instant. Ye Tian landed lightly, unleashing one final lightning slash to clear out the remaining remnants. The Sun Patriarch clicked his tongue, bitterly watching his subordinates lying scattered across the surveillance screen. He gritted his teeth. To dare injure so many of my men. The Sun Patriarch stared at the intruder who had just swept through his subordinates, asking in a low voice, "What's your name?" Ye Tian grabbed the neck of a remaining subordinate, his purple aura exploding as he declared his name loudly. "Ye Tian." The Sun Patriarch sneered, showing disdain. "Humph, you've got guts." He ordered through the surveillance system, his eyes sharp. "Elders, make your move." Immediately, a group of masters jumped down from the rooftop, their powerful aura surging as they charged towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian looked up, realizing he had fallen into a preset trap. A sword enveloped in brilliant blue lightning flew straight towards him with wind-splitting speed. Elder Qing, the white-haired old man, channeled his power from afar, roaring, "Control." The sword pinned Ye Tian's jacket to the ground, binding him with a control ability called Heaven's Net, Earth's Snare. Ye Tian was forced to his knees, completely immobilized by the sword's power. The Sun Elders landed, surrounding their captured prey. The long-haired man erupted from Ye Tian's body. The electrical energy burst forth, throwing off the long-haired man who was holding him tight. The long-haired man let out a miserable scream, convulsing from the electric shock. He fell, sprawling on the floor, while Ye Tian stood firm, his hands gripping a pair of glowing red short swords. Witnessing the scene, Sun Patriarch's face drained of all color, shouting in panic. He was hiding his true strength. Everyone scatter, but it was too late. Ye Tian shot forward like a ghost, slicing through the Sun Elders. Swish! A flash of a sword, the eye-patch woman and the red-haired man collapsed before they could even understand what happened. Swish! The masked man also vanished in an instant. Elder Qing, the most confident one, now had to look back, his face filled with horror. That brat. A brilliant red killing intent erupted from Ye Tian, enveloping the entire space, leaving his enemies stunned. Such powerful killing intent. Ye Tian's figure stood tall amidst the battlefield, his eyes glowing crimson like a demon from hell. Ye Tian didn't say much. Purple lightning erupted beneath his feet, cracking the ground as he charged forward. Sun Ling was stunned to see Ye Tian targeting him directly. "You're coming for me first?" Sun Ling was no pushover either. Blue lightning flared up around him, shattering the ground beneath his feet. He roared, charging forward to attack. "Then I'll show you what I can do." Both clashed with terrifying speed, purple and blue lightning colliding and sparking violently. Ye Tian easily blocked Sun Ling's punch. His strength was completely overwhelming. Sun Ling broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he had run into a real powerhouse. This kid is seriously strong. Not giving his opponent a chance to breathe, Ye Tian delivered a devastating uppercut to Sun Ling's face. Sun Ling flew like a bullet, sent hurtling backward. Ye Tian's lightning punch followed up, striking the other man directly. Sun Ling was sent flying into a building, kicking up a cloud of dust. He scrambled to his feet, his face bloodied, coughing violently. Realizing he was no match, Sun Ling frantically yelled at his companions. "What are you standing around for? All of you, attack!" At his command, magic circles appeared, preparing for the next wave of attacks. The masked man tore off his shirt, his bulging muscles enveloped in blue lightning, let out a roar, and joined the fray. He threw 2 lightning shurikens at blinding speed. Ye Tian simply tilted his body slightly, dodging both attacks with effortless ease. The masked man couldn't believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Ye Tian was already right in front of him. A terrifying lightning explosion erupted as the two clashed head-on. At the epicenter, Ye Tian remained calm, his crimson eyes gleaming with disdain. "Your strength isn't bad, is it?" Seeing an opening, Elder Qing charged forward, intending to use his control ability on Ye Tian from behind. "Mant." The old man channeled his energy, blue lightning gathering at his fingertips, preparing to unleash his technique. He shouted, "Bind," intending to end the fight with a single blow. But Ye Tian was even faster. He spun around and delivered a dazzling golden lightning kick, shattering the old man's attack and sending all the Sun family elders flying. The masked man and Elder Qing only managed to let out a miserable scream before being sent flying. The remaining Sun family members were swept away by Ye Tian's single attack, lying scattered across the cracked ground. Elder Qing scrambled to his feet, glaring resentfully at Ye Tian, who was dusting himself off, and declared, "I won't fall for your trap a second time." Ye Tian only sneered with utter contempt, not taking this group seriously at all. The old man pointed at the ground, growling, "Humph, watch your step." But Ye Tian was one step ahead. He stomped his foot on the ground, and dark death energy erupted from a prearranged formation. When did it get there? Elder Qing froze, dumbfounded as he realized the dense death energy enveloping everything, and muttered, "What an abundant amount of death energy." Ye Tian declared coldly, "Now it's my turn to deal with you all," simultaneously summoning a swarm of shadow beasts that emerged from the ground, tightly encircling the Sun family elders. Elder Qing saw the terrifying sight, sweat pouring down him like rain, realizing he had stirred up a hornet's nest. The old man frantically screamed, "This secret technique is incredibly dangerous. Retreat," then turned tail and vanished. Ye Tian didn't bother to pursue. He ordered the shadow beasts to merge into 2 colossal black dragons, moving at unimaginable speed. The 2 black dragons opened their mouths, condensing a deadly energy orb, ready to unleash it on their target. Boom! A destructive explosion named Death Burst engulfed the entire area. The earth-shattering explosion created a colossal fireball in the sky, leveling everything in sight. The massive explosion caught Yu Ling's attention. She crossed her arms, looking displeased. Who dares cause such a commotion in the city? Immediately, a subordinate rushed over to report. "Milady, Great Martial Master Lin Zhe of the Lin family requests an audience." Yu Ling looked visibly annoyed. "What does that old man want here again? Send him away." The female subordinate quickly reported. This time, old man Li Mu even brought Ye Tian's younger sister. His purpose is unclear. Hearing about Ye Tian's younger sister, Yu Ling's attitude immediately changed, showing interest. Meanwhile, at a tea house, Lin Zhe was waiting. A pavilion staff member brought tea to Lin Zhe and Yu Ling, who were sitting opposite each other. Yu Ling silently observed, assessing Lin Zhe with sharp eyes. At the same time, in another location, Ye Tian was struck down by a sudden attack. He was sent flying into the air, tumbling several times. Crash! Ye Tian slammed into the ground with a terrifying explosion, dust flying everywhere. Amidst the smoke and dust, Ye Tian lay motionless in a deep crater, his entire body covered in injuries. A Sun subordinate looked at the devastated scene, exclaiming in admiration, "As expected of Elder Sun Ling." The Sun Patriarch and another elder stood at the edge of the crater, as the subordinate continued to boast. "Even a great martial master couldn't escape your deadly blow." Ye Tian coughed violently, covered in blood, but still struggled to get up from the rubble. Elder Qing saw that Ye Tian was still alive, and said smugly, "Thanks to you, we've captured him." A female assassin among the elders, with a scar across her face, sneered contemptuously. Another elder asked the Sun Patriarch, Patriarch, what do we do now? Hez severely injured, there's not much time left. The Sun Patriarch grinned sinisterly, giving a cruel order. Execute him. Whoosh! Elder Ching immediately controlled his sword, gathering blue lightning. The old man growled, preparing to unleash the finishing blow on Ye Tian. Just as Elder Ching was about to deliver the killing strike, he suddenly froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. Whoosh! An incredibly powerful invisible force sent the old man flying backward, his sword also flung away. Amidst the rubble, Ye Tian smirked, green energy enveloping his body. Recovery talent. Thud. Elder Ching face-planted into the ground in the most pathetic way imaginable. All the Sun Elders, from the masked man to the scarred woman, were stunned speechless. What? Elder Ching scrambled to his feet, his face etched with extreme bitterness, unable to believe his prey had escaped. Elder Sun Ling looked towards the deep crater, screaming in panic. He's vanished. That guy is still alive. Suddenly, Ye Tian appeared right in front of the masked man, his eyes glowing with a murderous golden light. Boom! Ye Tian unleashed a purple lightning strike directly at the masked man's face, moving too fast for him to react. The big man's mask shattered into pieces, and he himself gaped in horror at the overwhelming power. The masked man lay sprawled on the ground, while Ye Tian stood there, purple lightning still crackling around him. Ye Tian extended his hand, commanding his sword. Return. Whoosh! The sword flew back, conveniently ramming into Elder Ching once more, sending the old man flying into the air again. Ye Tian caught the lightning-wrapped sword, poised for a massacre. Ye Tian's gaze was now as cold as ice, devoid of any mercy. Sun Ling frantically charged to attack, but Ye Tian merely raised his sword, effortlessly blocking his moves. Ye Tian looked at his opponent with the gaze of a superior, completely in control of the fight. In an instant, both Sun Ling and the masked man lay collapsed on the ground, their fates unknown. From above, the Sun Patriarch stared dumbfounded at the scene, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "Elder Sun Ling!" Ye Tian stood amidst the purple lightning, looking at the fallen Sun Patriarch and declared, "It's your turn." The Sun Patriarch roared, summoning a halberd wrapped in blue lightning. "You bastard!" The old man frantically swung his weapon, charging straight at Ye Tian with the intent to kill. Die! Facing the attack, Ye Tian merely observed coldly, while the Sun Patriarch screamed, his face contorted. A sword flash, and Ye Tian stood tall, while the Sun Patriarch lay motionless at his feet, a stream of blood gushing from his neck. From a distance, a muscular, orange-haired man stared in shock at the scene. The man cried out in despair, "Father!" Ye Tian merely smirked savagely, relishing in his enemy's agony. The Sun Hare stood firm like a mountain, his aura brimming with killing intent, as he glared at Ye Tian. Ye Tian looked up, his voice full of sarcasm. "Well, well, look who it is, young Master Sun himself." The son embraced his father's corpse, while Ye Tian was delighted that his prey had come to him, saving him the trouble of searching. Crunch! Ye Tian didn't hesitate, stomping on the Sun Patriarch's head right in front of his son. "Get your filthy foot off him!" The Sun Heir charged forward frantically, unleashing a devastating punch. Clang! Ye Tian casually raised a hand, blocking his opponent's powerful punch. Strength talent. Ye Tian activated the ability he had just copied, his fist erupting with a golden aura. Thwack! He delivered a direct uppercut to the Sun Heir's stomach. The Sun Heir let out a miserable scream, his body flying backward like a kicked ball. He lay sprawled on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, his eyes filled with confusion. "You bastard, why?" The Sun Heir was utterly devastated, unable to comprehend. Why is there such a disparity in our strength? The Sun Heir looked at Ye Tian, who was radiating a dark aura, with only one question in his mind. Is this a monster? Completely defeated, the Sun Heir lay amidst the rubble, desperately acknowledging his helplessness before his father's memory. Ye Tian looked down coldly. Giving up already? With that, he grabbed the Sun Heir's hair, lifting his head off the ground. "Then I'll send you off." Ye Tian swung his short sword, a maniacal smile spreading across his face. Slash! A fatal strike was delivered, ending all of the enemy's hopes. Ye Tian's eyes gleamed with coldness, completely devoid of emotion after clearing out the remnants. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, collapsing a nearby building. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, realizing it was an attack. Lightning? He quickly landed on a traffic light pole, observing the situation from above. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds swirled, and thunder roared, signaling an overwhelmingly powerful presence. At the heart of the storm, a figure slowly descended like a deity. A white-haired, white-bearded old man, clad in a black cloak, hovered in mid-air with the aura of a grandmaster. The old man narrowed his glowing red eyes, looking at Ye Tian with profound depth. Planning to wipe out their entire clan? This kid is quite ruthless. The dying sun heir suddenly rejoiced as if head found gold, his voice trembling. Grand Elder, it's Grand Elder Yao Ye. He cried out for help, begging Yao Ye to kill Ye Tian to avenge the Sun family. Ye Tian glared at the old man, annoyed at the interruption. You bastard. I should have killed you with that very slash. Yao Ye said nothing more, merely declaring coldly. If that's the case, then die. The old man clenched his fist, gathering a surge of deadly purple lightning, preparing to unleash his finishing blow. Yao Ye unleashed a blazing purple lightning orb, but Ye Tian was a step faster, leaping to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! Ye Tian lightly landed on a rooftop, temporarily escaping the attack's range. Ye Tian's face showed clear tension. This old man was no pushover. Without another word, Ye Tian punched straight down at the ground, summoning a colossal purple lightning storm in retaliation. Boom, boom. An entire corner of the building exploded under his counterattack. Hovering in the air, Yao Ye boasted loudly. Before this old man, you are nothing but an ant. Surrender. A nearby warrior fled in panic, muttering, Gotta run. If the Grandmaster makes a move, the whole city might be wiped out. Whoosh! Yao Ye appeared right behind him, swinging his hand and slapping him with a burst of electricity, sending him to his death to assert his power. Ye Tian cursed in shock, while Yao Ye smirked maliciously. This old man's power was simply overwhelming. Suddenly, a gigantic white lightning bolt struck straight down onto the battlefield from the sky. Boom! The lightning bolt slammed into the ground, creating a blinding explosion of light. The Sun family heir, barely clinging to life, took the full brunt of the lightning bolt, his face scorched black as he screamed miserably. Smoke billowed from his entire body, as if he had been wiped out on the spot. The Sun family heir, miraculously alive, cried out in terror, Grand Elder, please aim properly. Yao Ye chuckled, feigning innocence. Haha, my apologies. My eyesight is failing in my old age. Not missing the opportunity, Ye Tian enveloped himself in lightning, charging straight towards Yao Ye like a bullet. Ha-ya, he roared, unleashing a full-force lightning punch at the old man. But the punch was blocked, and Ye Tian realized in astonishment. It can't be pierced. It turned out Yao Ye had erected a blue energy shield, easily blocking his attack. Yao Ye's eyes flashed with a deadly red light, and the old man growled, announcing the technique's name, Primordial Shield. Yao Ye exerted his strength, summoning a gigantic lightning fist from the sky, its aura absolutely overwhelming. Without hesitation, the old man unleashed his move, the lightning fist plummeting down, crushing Ye Tian in a sea of blue lightning. Despite being overwhelmed, Ye Tian still gritted his teeth and let out a defiant roar. He was sent flying into the air like a kite with a broken string. Crash! Ye Tian plunged headfirst into the ground, creating a deep crater and kicking up a cloud of dust. He slowly crawled up, hands braced against the shattered ground, his entire body bruised and battered. Ye Tian burst into a delighted laugh, his mouth full of blood. He staggered to his feet, muttering to himself, I knew it. I can't underestimate a Grandmaster's skill. It's time to go all out. Ye Tian growled, then tore off the tattered remains of his shirt. The shredded fabric was mercilessly discarded onto the ground. He stomped his foot to gain momentum, preparing for the real combat. A surge of dark purple aura erupted around Ye Tian. He faced Yao Ye directly, his presence no less imposing. Ye Tian sneered, taunting, So, you're just a mediocre Grandmaster after all. Yao Ye's eyes widened, veins bulging, as he roared furiously. You brat, what did you just say? Ye Tian calmly retorted, advising the old man not to meddle in affairs that weren't his, lest he break an arm or a leg in his old age and have no one to care for him. Lying in a corner, the Sun family heir furiously yelled, Grandmaster, Hez too arrogant. Hez treating this Iron Fang base as a mere stepping stone to fame. Ye Tian glanced over, realizing that little shrimp was still alive. The Sun family heir screamed in terror, urging, You must crush him to ashes. Yao Ye, his face filled with murderous intent, gritted his teeth and replied, That goes without saying. Yao Ye made the first move, launching a gigantic, greenish-blue lightning orb towards Ye Tian. The lightning orb exploded on the ground, but Ye Tian had narrowly dodged the attack. The old man spoke with an air of superiority. To dodge my surprise attack, your speed isn't bad, kid. Ye Tian nonchalantly replied, Thanks for the compliment, then enveloped himself in purple lightning and charged straight at his opponent. Ye Tian's speed was so great that he was nothing but a purple blur. He unleashed a powerful spinning kick, but Yao Ye simply raised a hand and easily blocked it. The old man scoffed, criticizing him directly. But unfortunately, your strength is still too weak. Ye Tian smirked, instantly activating his strength talent. Another kick was unleashed, this time enveloped in a brilliant golden aura, striking directly at the complacent old man. Yao Ye was sent flying like a ball, crashing into the building behind him, concrete walls shattering. The old man lay amidst the rubble, his face bewildered, unable to comprehend what happened. How did his strength suddenly surge like this? Yi Tian landed lightly, his aura undiminished. Yao Ye slowly got back up, his gaze now far more serious. It seems you're no ordinary cultivator. The old man began to exert himself, a thick killing intent emanating from him. Suddenly, Yao Ye unleashed a surge of invisible power, resembling a colossal energy sword. Yi Tian was flung away by an immense force before he could react. Yao Ye growled, his eyes bloodshot. This is the spiritual force of a grandmaster. Ye Tian was suppressed by an invisible pressure, unable to move, suspended in midair. Yao Ye, his entire body enveloped in blue lightning, pointed a finger at Ye Tian, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Yao Ye unleashed a lightning strike, sending Ye Tian flying like a kite with a broken string. The old man gave him no quarter, delivering another blow that made Ye Tian scream miserably. Thinking it was over, Yao Ye channeled his energy and growled, "Appear." Lightning cascade. The old man summoned a storm of deep purple lightning that engulfed the entire sky. Rumble, rumble, countless lightning bolts struck down, tearing the ground apart into a dark, gaping crater. Standing high above, looking down at the rubble, Yao Ye smugly declared, "It seems the battle is over." But from within the dust and smoke, a hand slowly rose, indicating this fight isn't over yet. Seeing that scene from afar, the sun heir burst into maniacal laughter. He screamed in delight, "He's dead. Ye Tian is definitely dead." He ran while cheering, "Long live the Grand Elder, you truly are the best of the best." Meanwhile, in another corner, Elder Qing was trapped in a strange space, horrified to see countless energy orbs flying towards him. "I can't dodge them all." An orb struck him directly in the face, making him scream in pain. The rain of energy orbs continued to barrage him relentlessly. Thump, thump, thump. Elder Qing was slammed against the wall like a fly. Back to the main battle. Yao Ye, now battered and bruised, roared bitterly, "You bastard! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." But Ye Tian had risen, his hands enveloped in a golden lightning current, his power completely transformed. Whoosh! He charged forward, delivering a devastating kick to Yao Ye. Ye Tian smirked, his eyes glowing with defiance. "That's for earlier, old man." He stomped his foot on Yao Ye's chest, completely suppressing the Grandmaster who had just boasted moments ago. Yao Ye gritted his teeth, his face filled with hatred. "You bastard." Ye Tian descended like a golden lightning bolt, giving his opponent no chance to recover. Crack! The powerful stomp pinned Yao Ye firmly to the ground, causing the floor to crack open. Ye Tian looked down at the defeated foe with cold eyes, uttering a contemptuous remark. "Did I give you permission to move?" Completely suppressed, Yao Ye cried out for help in despair. "Old man Li, are you just going to stand there and watch the show?" On top of a building, a strange old man appeared, speaking with a lecturing tone. "I already warned you. You people from Iron Fang Base are merely guests here. If you don't know your place, don't blame me." Ye Tian was startled, having not sensed this person's presence at all before. That old man descended to the ground as light as a feather, without making a sound. The two powerhouses faced each other, with Yao Ye lying defeated between them. The old man fanned himself, introducing, "I am Li Mu, a Grandmaster from Iron Fang Base. My friend here, Ye Tian, possesses extraordinary talent, doesn't he?" Ye Tian's eyes flashed red as he sneered. "Another Grandmaster? Looking for trouble?" An aura of darkness and lightning flared up around Ye Tian again, ready for another bloody battle. But Li Mu just laughed heartily and waved his hand. "I help the righteous, not just my own. I won't interfere." He glanced at Yao Ye, who was gasping for breath, and continued. "Although Elder Yao Ye and I both come from Iron Fang Base, our paths are different." Li Mu turned to Ye Tian, clearly stating, "Go ahead." Abandoned by his compatriot, Yao Ye was filled with extreme resentment. His clenched hand erupted with a crimson energy. "You bastard." His entire body erupted with destructive flames, roaring his last words. "Then let's all go to hell together." He prepared to activate a suicidal secret technique, all his energy compressed. Secret technique, erupting flame. Li Mu stood afar, his expression changed as he realized his opponent's intention. Hess, going to self-destruct. Li Mu looked at Yao Ye's destructive energy sphere and exclaimed, "Ha, this old man is quite ruthless." But Ye Tian only sneered. His aura of darkness and lightning flared. "But in my hands, how you die isn't up to you." Crash! Yi Tian stomped the ground and shot off like a lightning bolt towards the energy sphere. He unleashed the Shadow Blade. Lawless slash. A slash wrapped in lightning and darkness that tore through Yao Ye's energy core. Yao Ye had no time to react. His body was torn apart by the streams of dark energy. Ye Tian gritted his teeth and poured in all his strength, determined to finish off the final boss. Yao Ye's body exploded into dust in the destructive attack. The self-destruction was suppressed, leaving only a massive crater on the ground. After defeating the final boss, Ye Tian panted, the sword in his hand vanishing as he felt a new surge of power. He felt a strange sensation rising within his body. A golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, dispelling the gloomy night. All the destructive energy from the battle dissipated, returning the tranquil night sky. Li Mu stood frozen afar. He realized that slaughtering a Grandmaster had helped Ye Tian break through his realm. The aura around Ye Tian transformed into pure blue lightning, and he declared, "I have broken through to the great martial master realm." Li Mu couldn't believe it. He muttered that an elite warrior could actually kill a Grandmaster, saying, "This combat power truly shames this old man." Ye Tian turned around, bluntly interrupting Li Mu's praise. "Old man, stop beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it." Li Mu laughed heartily, praised Ye Tian's straightforwardness, then began to explain that Yao Ye's faction in Iron Fang Base had always been a force opposing the justice he pursued. He continued to talk about policy conflicts, saying that the other faction advocated for a hardline confrontation, while he desired peaceful coexistence, then suddenly lunged at Ye Tian with terrifying speed. Ye Tian was startled by the old man's speed, but Li Mu merely stopped and said, "My friend Ye Tian, you've already wiped out the Sun family. I hope your enmity with Iron Fang Base ends here." Li Mu made an offer. From today onwards, Iron Fang Base and Lin Hai Base will be allies, prospering together. The old man tilted his head and asked directly, "What do you think?" Ye Tian sneered, showing he understood the intention. "Huh, I get it." Ye Tian turned his back and taunted, "If you want that, go talk to the Lin family yourself. They are the true bosses of Lin Hai Base. Don't you want to dominate an entire base?" Ye Tian scratched his neck, looking annoyed. "Ugh, I hate troublesome matters the most." Seeing Li Mu about to ramble on, Ye Tian waved his hand and declared, "I have things to do, I'm leaving," then turned and walked away without hesitation. Whoosh! Ye Tian grabbed a torn piece of cloth and gathered a massive surge of purple dark energy. Swish! A colossal energy slash tore through the air, flying past Li Mu, leaving a long trail of destruction on the ground as a warning. Li Mu could only give a wry smile, thinking to himself, "Haha, this kid." Ye Tian enveloped himself in purple lightning and shot off like a lightning bolt, while Li Mu sighed. His future truly is limitless. The scene shifted to the Lin family's mansion, a powerful force. A plum blossom branch is blooming in the quiet room. Inside the ancient mansion, a figure slowly walked down the long corridor. An old man with silver hair and a muscular build stroked his beard thoughtfully. He was Lin Wanli, the peak great martial warrior, patriarch of the Lin family, and father of Lin Mingji. The old man nodded, extremely pleased with his bonsai. "Perfect." Tap, tap, hurried footsteps echoed, breaking the silence. Lin Mingji, in a stylish black suit, entered, exuding the aura of a leader. Lin Mingji stood at a distance and reported, "Father, the cause of last night's explosion in the city has been identified." The patriarch ordered curtly, "Speak." Lin Mingji announced gravely, "It was the Sun family's building that was attacked." Lin Wanli dismissed it. "Impossible. The Sun family has a Grandmaster backing them." Lin Mingji reiterated, "Father, do you remember the elite warrior I once told you about, named Ye Tian?" He received an indifferent reply. Vaguely. Lin Mingji dropped a bombshell. "That man wiped out the Sun family, including Grand Elder Yao Ye." Crack. Lin Wanli was so shocked he dropped his precious pruning shears, his eyes wide. "What did you say?" The patriarch muttered, still reeling from the news of a ruined building. Who would have thought? The war between the hardline and moderate factions in Iron Fang Base would end at the hands of a kid named Ye Tian. He stood up abruptly, realizing a golden opportunity. Thanks to this, our Lin Hai Base and the Lin family are both safe. Lin Mingji added, "Father, there's one more thing. Grandmaster Li Mu from Iron Fang Base has scheduled a meeting with us this morning. In a quiet tea room, water was being poured into a cup. Lin Mingji confirmed. He's already waiting in the tea room, while a bald old man calmly brewed tea. Li Mo slowly savored his tea, with the demeanor of someone in control. Lin Wanli smirked, decisive. Has already here, not giving us time to think? If that's the case, let's go meet that Grandmaster. Before leaving, the Patriarch turned and ordered his son. Convey my command all factions in Linhai base must ensure the absolute safety of Ye Tian and his family. If Ye Tian intends to build his own power, everyone must provide full support. He emphasized each word, his gaze sharp. Under no circumstances are you to offend him. Lin Mingji broke into a sweat, bowing his head in obedience. Understood. The scene shifted to a grand building named the Martial Pavilion. Inside, Xiao Jin looked up and let out a powerful meow. At the Martial Pavilion, Ye Yu was calmly waiting, conveniently using the divine beast Xiao Jin as a footrest. She wondered to herself how her older brother was doing. In another corner, the scarred bodyguard began to lose patience. More tea? We've been sitting here all night. What exactly is your master doing? The green-haired staff member could only force a smile, saying she didn't know what her master was doing, only that she was rumored to be a great beauty. The bodyguard turned to ask the tattooed old man sitting with Ye Yu, Master, do we still have to wait? The old man calmly replied, Be patient. The tattooed old man slowly raised his teacup, with the demeanor of a true big boss. He casually dropped a bombshell. Speaking of which, you've actually met the Martial Pavilion Master a long time ago. The scarred bodyguard was dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Huh? I have? The old man turned to Ye Yu, adding, And Ye Yu too. Ye Yu was equally bewildered. Huh? Just then, a female staff member announced, We apologize for the long wait. Our master has arrived. Clack! The sound of high heels echoed, signaling the arrival of an extraordinary figure. A woman in a tight black dress, with an overwhelming aura, strode in. It's her! The girl with the mole under her eye that Ye Tian saved at Death Lake. Ye Yu, the old man, and the bodyguard all turned to look, and the atmosphere immediately changed. The scarred bodyguard froze, his mind short-circuiting as he raised a hand to cover his face. He pointed at Ye Yu, then at the newly arrived pavilion master, too shocked to speak. Sweat poured down him. The scarred bodyguard stammered. You too. Ye Yu's eyes widened too, realizing that the pavilion master was the very girl her brother had risked his life to save. Yu Ling, the pavilion master, couldn't process it when she saw Ye Yu, wondering, why are they so identical? The green-haired staff member, eavesdropping, quickly put two and two together, declaring, could she be the pavilion master's long-lost twin sister? A bald old man with a tattoo stepped forward and bowed. Long time no see, Pavilion Master Yu. The old man introduced Ye Yu as Ye Tian's younger sister, sent here for refuge, but Ye Ling cut him off, stating she already knew everything that happened at Iron Fang base last night. Ye Yu froze, completely shocked as she realized the truth of the situation. Yue Ling stood there with the aura of an overlord, powerful and full of mystery. Yue Ling clenched her fist, her mind beginning to analyze. A younger sister, identical to me. Could it be that he saved me just because I looked like his sister? Recalling Ye Tian saving her life, even carrying her in his arms, Yue Ling felt utterly humiliated. That bastard, he even carried me. How humiliating. Yue Ling strode up to Ye Yu, her gaze full of authority. Yue Ling leaned close to Ye Yu, smiling meaningfully as she ordered, Come on, call me big sister, making the girl blush in embarrassment. The scene shifted to a medieval-style city, the sun setting, signaling a new location. This was the martial artist market, a bustling trading hub with all sorts of people and goods. A vendor was loudly hawking, Come and see. Monster blood on shocking discount, don't miss out. A pair of stylish dress shoes walked along the stone path. Their owner had arrived. A banner with the words Martial Pavilion fluttered, confirming the destination. Ye Tian had arrived before the gates of the Martial Pavilion, a grand architectural structure under the twilight. As soon as Ye Tian arrived, he saw Yue Ling standing there with her arms crossed, waiting. He asked in surprise, Why are you here? Yue Ling smirked, her tone both teasing and respectful. To await your presence, of course. You're the big shot of Iron Fang now, aren't you? She seductively ran a hand through her hair, affirming, I certainly wouldn't dare to be negligent. Don't you agree, Lord Ye Tian? While Ye Tian simply stood there, hands in his pockets, an overwhelming aura surrounding him. Ye Tian's eyes flashed with light, activating his talent scanning ability right in front of Yue Ling. The information panel appeared. Yue Ling, highest tier cultivation talent. Ye Tian muttered, It's definitely related to the Lake of Death. Ye Tian smirked, silently acknowledging, What an astonishing woman. Being stared at, Yu Ling blushed and awkwardly shouted, "Hey!" She grabbed Ye Tian's sleeve, grumbling, "Don't, you know it's rude to stare at a girl?" Which made him quickly apologize for his absent-mindedness. Yue Ling let go, deciding not to bother arguing with this blockhead anymore. She changed her tone, proactively inviting, "It's still bright out. How about we take a stroll?" Ye Tian smiled and immediately agreed. As they walked, Yue Ling probed, "I heard Lin Zhe say the Lin family plans to help you build your influence. What do you think?" Ye Tian replied bluntly, completely uninterested. Yue Ling was surprised, asking what he planned to do next. Was he just going to cultivate alone forever? Ye Tian dropped a bombshell. "I plan to leave this place and go to the Demon Sea base." Yue Ling froze on the spot. Seeing her reaction, Ye Tian turned back and asked, "What's wrong?" Yue Ling stammered, quickly turning her face away. "Nothing." The two continued walking on the city's cobblestone path under the sunset. Ye Tian strode forward, his back with the backpack looking like a true wanderer about to depart. He suddenly stopped, turning to look at Yue Ling, with a puzzled expression. "Why did you stop? Didn't you want to take a stroll?" Yue Ling let out a breath, her eyes filled with determination. A resolute call rang out. "Come here." Night fell, and the crescent moon illuminated a quiet house. The door burst open, and Yeyu rushed out to hug Ye Tian, her voice joyful, "Big brother." Ye Tian flicked his sister's forehead, acting like a seasoned older brother. "You're all grown up, yet you still cling to me like a barnacle. Try to act more like a young lady." Yeyu blushed, puffing out her cheeks and retorting, "Humph, I just missed you." Ye Tian turned to thank the Windwolf team for taking care of Yeyu, and the Windwolf captain replied courteously. Inside the martial pavilion, 2 female staff members, including the red-cloaked girl, were walking out. Yue Ling's sharp eyes flashed with determination. Yue Ling ordered Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, tell Elder Yue Zhong to meet me in the office. There's something we need to discuss." In a dimly lit room, the atmosphere seemed tense. Elder Yue Zhong bowed his head, his voice filled with worry. "Young miss, have you truly made your decision?" In the middle of the spacious room, Yue Ling stood tall, firmly asserting, "That's right." Yue Ling turned her face away, her gaze resolute, entrusting everything. "The rest is up to you." The next morning, the sky was clear, signaling a new journey. The Windwolf captain offered to invite Ye Tian to stay and build his career, but he flatly refused. "Haha, there's really no need." Ye Tian held the car keys, thanking them for the convenience, while Ye Yu was squatting down, doting on Xiao Jin. The Windwolf captain looked at Ye Tian with admiration, marveling at the grand ambitions of a young hero. A member of the Windwolf team wondered, "Hey, isn't Pavilion Master Yue coming to see you off? Aren't you two good friends?" Ye Tian merely let out a soft sigh, his expression unconcerned. The sturdy stone gate of the martial pavilion stood majestically in the distance. Ye Tian patted his backpack strap, making a firm decision. "Forget it. I'm not waiting for her anymore." The two siblings waved goodbye, Ye Tian not forgetting to remind his sister to cultivate diligently. From the forest, Yue Ling, in her sportswear, rushed out like a whirlwind, shouting, "Wait." Ye Tian glanced, a slightly annoyed expression upon hearing the call. A blonde girl named Xiao Yu ran over, panting, and shouted, "Slow down, young miss." Yue Ling and Xiao Yu finally caught up, and the group stood looking at each other in the middle of the road. Yue Ling was already settled in the car, grumbling, "What are you looking at? Get in the car, quickly." Ye Tian was stunned. "Huh? You're coming too?" And Yue Ling confirmed firmly, "Of course. Why else would I be sitting in the car?" Ye Tian smirked, concluding quickly, "All right then." Ye Tian arranged the seating, telling Ye Yu and Xiao Yu to sit in the back, while Xiao Yu quickly befriended his sister. In the car, Ye Tian wondered, "Why did you suddenly decide to come to Demon Sea Base with me?" Yue Ling snapped, "Don't ask. I just wanted to go, all right?" Ye Tian smirked, teasing, "If you want to go on an adventure with me, just say so directly, no need to act like this." Yue Ling blushed furiously, yelling at him, "I told you it's because I want to go there. It has nothing to do with you. I'm just hitching a ride for convenience, understand?" Making Ye Tian break out in a cold sweat. The car started moving. Ye Yu poked her head out the window and shouted, "Goodbye, Elder Lin and Captain Windwolf." Captain Windwolf and Lin Zhe stood watching them leave, sighing. This kid's future is truly something to look forward to. The white car sped along the winding mountain road. Ye Tian looked at the road ahead, his gaze firm, muttering to himself, "Goodbye." In the distance, Demon Sea Base appeared like a colossal coastal city. The car continued its journey on the highway. Ye Tian showed off his superb driving skills, executing a sharp drift around the bend. Inside the car, Xiao Yu complained about not being able to hold Xiao Jin, while Ye Yu explained, Xiao Jin is very afraid of strangers. Yu Ling got straight to the point. In 3 months, Demon Sea Base will hold a secret realm trial. Are you interested in participating, Ye Tian? But he asked blankly, what is a secret realm? Xiao Yu in the back seat was utterly shocked, yelling, you don't even know what a secret realm is? How on earth did you reach the great martial master rank? Leaving Ye Tian speechless, Xiao Yu explained, simply put, a secret realm is another dimension, separate from Earth, rumored to be related to the catastrophe 100 years ago. She continued, stating that martial artists would enter secret realms through spatial rifts like these to hunt for treasures. It is one of the most important ways for warriors to advance their cultivation. Ye Tian wondered, can anyone enter? While Yu Ling replied concisely, no, secret realms also have classifications. Yu Ling explained further. For example, the secret realm opening in 3 months is only for great martial masters like us. Anyone with higher or lower cultivation who forcibly enters will be crushed to dust by the power of the secret realm. Ye Tian nodded, his hand still on the gear stick. I see, this is the first time I've heard about these things. Yu Ling continued as the car sped away. Entry slots for the secret realm are highly sought after. Me getting you a spot means the Yue family loses one. She turned, her eyes full of hidden meaning. This is a golden opportunity, are you interested? Ye Tian grinned, flatly refusing. Since you've gone to so much trouble, I won't go. I hate bothering others the most. Yu Ling flew into a rage, yanking the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve on the road. Why are you being so difficult? Are you even a man? Hey, don't yank the steering wheel. After a struggle, evening fell, and birds soared in the sunset sky. The group stopped at an abandoned campsite. Ye Tian announced, we'll rest here for the night. He splashed water on his face to freshen up after the long journey. Ye Tian stretched refreshingly under the twilight. He decided to go check on Ye Yu and the others to see how far along they were with dinner. Yu Ling called out from a distance. Hey, are you really not going to the secret realm? She walked over, continuing to persuade. Think carefully. If you miss this chance, who knows when you'll get another? Yu Ling emphasized with an extremely serious expression. Opportunities like these are paramount for us martial artists. Ye Tian scratched his chin, finally admitting, how should I put it? Actually, I also want to participate. Ye Tian explained why he wanted to join. For me and Ye Yu, this is also our first time leaving the base. He couldn't feel at ease if he wasn't by his sister's side. While in the distance, Ye Yu and Xiao Yu were happily cooking by the campfire. Yu Ling burst into delighted laughter at his reason, annoying Ye Tian. What's so funny? She stopped Ye Tian's hand, asking directly with authority, do you really not know what my family does? Yu Ling confidently declared that the Martial Pavilion also had a branch in Demon Sea Base and told him to leave Ye Yu in her care. She gave a meaningful wink and replied curtly, it's nothing. Ye Tian scratched his head, seemingly embarrassed, but finally concluded, then let's join together. Yu Ling made him promise firmly, forbidding him from backing out at the last minute. And Ye Tian confidently affirmed that he understood. Ye Tian chuckled slyly to himself, thinking, hey, this way I'll save a huge sum. Afterwards, Xiao Yu gathered everyone, announcing that she wanted to solicit opinions about the trip. She presented 2 options. Should we get there as soon as possible, or enjoy the scenery along the way? Ye Tian and Yu Ling answered in unison without hesitation. Either way is fine, surprising Xiao Yu with their synchronicity. Ye Yu hesitated before speaking. Sister Xiao Yu, the little girl timidly expressed her desire to enjoy the trip and see the outside world. Ye Tian decided immediately. Of course, let's do as Ye Yu says. Does anyone object? And the group agreed. The plan was finalized. The team would set off after resting for 1 night. Ye Yu and Xiao Yu gaped, utterly shocked as they imagined the enjoyment to come. It turned out that enjoyment was Ye Tian and Yu Ling battling a giant club monster while their vehicle sped through the sky. The 2 girls were still stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, and the trip also included confronting a gigantic kraken monster emerging from the water. 3 months later, a large wooden ship was cutting through the waves, moving forward. The ship entered a solidly built canal, heading straight into a bustling port city. On the deck, Ye Tian, Yu Ling, Ye Yu, and Xiao Yu stood watching the magnificent scenery before them as they docked. Ye Tian, in a brand new floral shirt, shielded his eyes from the sun and sighed in relief. We're finally here. Demon Sea Base appeared, a colossal and majestic coastal fortress. A crew member shouted, announcing to the passengers that the ship had arrived at Demon Sea Base and requesting everyone to disembark in an orderly fashion. The group stepped onto the pier, officially setting foot in the new land. Strolling along the cobblestone path, Chen marveled at how vast this place was, several times larger than their old base, and Yu Ling confirmed it was divided into many districts. Screech. A luxurious car braked sharply, blocking the group's path. Chen was dumbfounded by this unexpected welcome. An old chauffeur in a neat suit stepped out, bowing respectfully. "Young miss, welcome to Demon Sea Base. I am the Marshall Pavilion's chauffeur, and I have been waiting for you." Chen couldn't hide his admiration, blurting out, "Wow, the Marshall Pavilion truly is well off." Yu Ling, acting like the boss, turned and ordered, "Xiao Yu, take Ye Yu back to the Marshall Pavilion to rest." Meanwhile, Ye Yu was hugging Xiao Jin tightly. Ye Yu looked at her brother, stating firmly, "Don't worry about me, just go do your own thing." The little girl advised with a worried gaze, "You must be careful, I'll wait for you to come back." Chen smiled, reassuring his sister, "Don't worry." After the car carrying Ye Yu and Xiao Yu departed, Chen and Yu Ling walked side by side down the quiet street. Yu Ling stopped, nodding firmly. "All right." She tied up her long hair, her eyes sharp, and declared, "It's time to get down to business." In an area of Demon Sea Base, a military helicopter was hovering in the city sky. The helicopter descended. Below it was a crowd of warriors who had already gathered. In the crowd, someone commented that most were just low-level warriors here to watch the show, because there aren't that many great martial warriors. Suddenly, an old man looked up at the sky and yelled in panic, "The spatial rift has appeared!" The helicopter flew away, leaving behind a clear sky. A tiny pinkish-purple sphere of energy suddenly appeared in midair, emitting a strange light. Chen looked up, wondering, "It's so small, how can we enter?" Yu Ling, standing beside him, calmly replied, "Of course, we can't enter it in its current state." Yu Ling explained casually, "It needs to be broken by force." Chen broke out in a sweat, looking shocked. "Broken by force?" Suddenly, a figure soared from the ground into the air, heading straight for the rift, causing the crowd below to gape in astonishment. A warrior in the crowd recognized that dominant figure and yelled enthusiastically, "It's King Yun He." King Yun. He streaked across the sky, aiming straight for the energy sphere. Yu Ling pointed at the sky, explaining to Chen, "See? Soaring in midair, that is a king rank expert." Chen muttered, finally understanding. King rank. So, after great martial warrior is the king rank. King Yun. He hovered in the air, his aura dominating the entire sky. Chen looked up, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect Demon Sea Base to have such a terrifying figure." He crossed his arms, showing interest. "Let's see how he plans to break this spatial rift." King Yun. He smirked confidently, raised a finger, and gathered a brilliant golden stream of energy. Whoosh! A colossal pillar of energy, shining like the sun, was shot from his fingertip, surging straight forward. The fanboy below was blown away by the pressure, yelling, "What kind of ultimate skill is this?" While King Yun, he maintained his dominant posture in midair. King Yun. He concentrated his power into his fingertip, his gaze sharp, his aura soaring to the heavens. The brilliant golden pillar of energy shot out, colossal like a mountain, surging straight into the spatial rift. An earth-shattering collision occurred. The energy stream from King Yun He's fingertip completely overwhelmed, beginning to tear apart the rift's structure. Crack! The spatial rift shattered like a smashed mirror. King Yun. He landed gently amidst the spatial fragments, while the rift was completely destroyed. The curious warriors below went wild, yelling, "He broke it! King Yun! He is amazing!" Amidst the cheers of the crowd, King Yunhe walked away coolly, the aura of a top-tier expert, unmistakable. Chen narrowed his eyes, which glowed red as the system began to analyze. What kind of talent is that? A notification panel appeared, scanning King Yunhe's stats. Cultivation talent, transcendent tier, space talent, beginner tier. Chen realized a shocking truth. So, there's a transcendent tier above even the highest tier. He smirked with interest. A new prey had appeared. Then I won't hold back. The spatial rift, after being broken, stabilized into a pinkish-purple gate, swirling in the sky. A voice echoed from the loudspeaker, announcing to everyone, "The gate to the secret realm has opened. Prepare yourselves. We will enter in 5 minutes." King Yun. He strode through the crowd, who were cheering his name like a king, his hands in his pockets, full of style. Chen and Yu Ling stood in the crowd, quietly observing the display of power that just occurred. Yi Tian secretly regretted that he couldn't copy the space talent, but he knew there would be many more opportunities, while glancing at his status panel, already dense with talents. Yu Ling extended her hand, summoning a storage bag and a GPS tracking watch, explaining, "This is a spatial bag and a GPS tracking watch." She handed them to Ye Tian and instructed, "Take them, they will be very useful in the secret realm." Ye Tian put the watch on his wrist, his expression serious. "We don't know where we'll be thrown inside, so we must regroup as soon as possible." Yu Ling warned of the harsh rules. "If we can't get out within a month, we'll have to wait another 10 years. Yi Tian simply replied with sharp eyes. 10 years? Understood. Suddenly, a muscular brawler and a guy in a purple floral shirt blocked their path. The big guy asked with a raised chin, "Is this the weakling that Sister Ling invited?" The muscular brawler continued to provoke, unable to believe a kid had the strength of a great martial master. Suspecting Yu Ling had been tricked, two onlooker warriors nearby whispered, sensing the muscular brawler's overwhelming aura and advising each other to stay away from this confrontation. Yu Ling's pink aura flared. She growled, "That's my friend, Ye Tian. Watch your words." The muscular brawler brushed her off, declaring that this brat had stolen his friend's spot, so there was no respect, then slapped Ye Tian hard on the shoulder. Seeing Ye Tian silent, he sneered, "Can't even fart. Truly a weakling." Ye Tian's eyes flashed with a deadly red light, killing intent beginning to leak out. The muscular brawler was pushed back by an invisible force, but he just laughed heartily and walked away, scoffing. "Go home and drink your milk, kid. Don't let me see you inside." Yu Ling covered her forehead, speechless, while Ye Tian calmly asked, "Is he always this brazen?" An announcement blared from the loudspeaker, officially declaring the secret realm open, wishing everyone a safe and bountiful journey. Immediately, a group of warriors soared into the sky, heading straight for the purple spatial gate. Yu Ling turned to Ye Tian, gesturing, "Let's go in too," and received an affirmative nod. Both were pulled by an extremely powerful suction force straight into the spatial vortex. The crowd below looked up, surprised to see more people entering the secret realm. The spatial gate swirled with pink-purple energy rays, ready to swallow anyone who dared to enter. At the same time, a luxurious car sped away, leaving the chaotic area. Inside the car, Ye Yu hugged Xiaojin tightly, her eyes filled with worry as she looked outside. "Brother, you must return safely." Upon entering the gate, Ye Tian was thrown straight down from the sky like a meteor. Boom! The landing created a terrifying explosion of dust and dirt. As the dust settled, only a sputtering cough could be heard from the center of the impact. Ye Tian scrambled to his feet, rubbing his backside and complaining, "Ouch, my butt hurts so much." He stood upright, gazing at the eerie landscape with a blood-red sky. Before him was a colossal ancient structure. He realized this was the legendary secret realm. After just a few steps, Ye Tian discovered a bush of precious spiritual herbs right at his feet. He cheered upon realizing it was a genuine 100-year ginseng. Looking around, the entire area was a garden full of rare spiritual herbs. This was truly a huge score. Ye Tian laughed gleefully, clenching his fists and shouting in his mind, "Haha, I'm about to get rich." Without further ado, he pulled out his storage bag, activating its power to suck everything in. "Store it all for me." Whoosh! All the spiritual herbs in the garden were sucked clean into the bag. Not a single blade of grass left. Ye Tian thought smugly. If that money-grubbing Ye Yu saw this scene, she'd probably faint from shock. Having cleared out the garden, he decided to venture deeper inside to explore further. After walking for a while, he discovered a corpse slowly disintegrating into dust. Ye Tian looked at the body of the fallen warrior, reminding himself not to let his guard down in this cursed place. Suddenly, the locator watch on his wrist vibrated intensely. The radar screen showed a distress signal, beeping rapidly. Ye Tian recognized Yu Ling's signal was in danger, and at the same time, a green monster hand unexpectedly appeared in the darkness where she was. Yu Ling gasped for breath, her entire body bruised, having to lean on her sword to keep from collapsing. She silently called Ye Tian's name in despair. A horde of green-skinned goblins brandishing weapons charged forward. She prayed he would arrive quickly. Elsewhere, purple lightning erupted violently, the signal received. Ye Tian pinpointed the direction, his eyes sharp and cold, his entire body enveloped in purple lightning as he shot away. "Wait for me, Yu Ling!" he roared in his mind, his speed pushed to the limit. He glided like a purple lightning bolt over the ancient rooftops, leaving streaks of lightning in his wake. Ye Tian's terrifying speed ripped through the air. He landed in a wide courtyard, his aura soaring, ready to clear the area. Meanwhile, Yu Ling was fending off an entire horde of screaming goblins by herself. A goblin leaped down from above, intending to ambush her. But Yu Ling was vigilant. She spun around, blocking a direct attack from another, the impact sparking. The goblin's club shattered, but Yu Ling was also growing weary. She collapsed to the ground, her strength almost depleted, her entire body trembling. Just then, a muscular goblin, seemingly the boss, lumbered into view behind her. Yu Ling turned, her eyes revealing despair as she faced a stronger enemy while completely drained. The goblin's filthy hand grabbed her leg, a perilous situation hanging by a thread. Yi Tian, she screamed his name one last time. Crash! A lightning kick struck the goblins. Yi Tian had arrived, cool as a god. A goblin, before it could even comprehend what was happening, took a full lightning kick and was instantly obliterated. Yi Tian appeared, towering like a descending deity, while an exhausted Yu Ling looked up with hopeful eyes. He coldly commanded, "Stay put, I'll handle the rest." His entire body erupting with overwhelming purple lightning. With a whoosh, Yi Tian vanished from the spot, leaving only a blurry afterimage and cracked ground. The sword in his hand was fully charged with lightning, ready for a massacre. A sword gleam flashed, and the first goblin was sliced in half before it could even cry out. Seeing their leader act, the remaining goblins were scared witless, screaming hysterically before turning to flee. Yi Tian's gaze was sharp as a blade, locking onto each target, giving none a chance to escape. Disdaining his sword, he unleashed a lightning-clad punch that pulverized the face of a goblin daring to block his path. A beautiful spinning kick sent another small fry to its demise. He roared, the purple lightning erupting even more fiercely, transforming him into the epicenter of destruction. Yi Tian charged into the horde, punching and kicking, each strike claiming a life, turning the battlefield into his personal playground. Yu Ling sat on the ground, silently watching Yi Tian's solo show, thinking to herself that with him here, everything would be fine. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was clear. Yi Tian, standing amidst a pile of goblin corpses, his aura soaring. He turned to look at Yu Ling, frowning as he asked, "What happened? With your strength, how could you be cornered so miserably by these weak monsters?" Yu Ling smiled weakly, denying, "Haha, they didn't injure me." She struggled to get up, explaining that she had been hit by a high-level beast with illusion talent. Yu Ling continued, saying she had to use a forbidden art to escape, only to be ambushed by these small fries right after getting out. She warned that in this secret realm, treasure came with death, and the game had only truly begun as terrifying thunder roared outside. The sky began to rain, making the atmosphere in the secret realm even gloomier and more deadly. Yu Ling wasted no time, pulling out a recovery potion and chugging it down in one gulp. She sat down to meditate, allowing the medicinal power to spread throughout her body, her wounds visibly recovering at a rapid pace. Yi Tian cut straight to the chase, asking Yu Ling about the most valuable treasure and the location of rare resources in this secret realm. Yu Ling revealed that the best item here was the Lifestone Mine, but the Yun family had already claimed it. Yi Tian frowned, realizing the Yun family was King Yun, his clan, and directly asked if her target was also that mine. She immediately denied it, exhaling a puff of smoke. Her goal wasn't those resources, but the treasure her father had left for her. Yi Tian was stunned, completely surprised by this answer. Yu Ling recounted that, 20 years ago, her father had found an extremely rare treasure here, but couldn't retrieve it because it was guarded by a teleporting calamity beast. Her gaze became resolute, declaring that her goal this time was to seize that treasure. Yi Tian summarized the issue. "There's a teleporting monster here?" And Yu Ling confirmed. Her father guessed it was a calamity beast with mid-tier space talent. The image of a hideous calamity beast appeared, truly a formidable creature. Yi Tian muttered, "Mid-tier space talent. While a king-rank powerhouse like King Yun, he only possesses entry level." Greed surged. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with bloodlust. "I must seize it." Meanwhile, Yu Ling had recovered considerably. She stood up, preparing to set off. She stretched, cracking her neck with a snap. Yu Ling declared her body had recovered enough to move, ready for the next hunt. The two set off. Yi Tian directly asked Yu Ling about the treasure, and she didn't hide anything, treating him as a true teammate. Yu Ling revealed the treasure named Divine Soul Flower, a type of treasure that could directly boost cultivation talent to its peak. She emphasized its formidable power. A single stalk was enough to create an artificial genius, a true grandmaster. Hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes lit up, unable to believe such a valuable item existed. Yu Ling pointed directly at Yi Tian, asserting that not only did he need this item, but she and his younger sister also had a share. Yi Tian pondered. He didn't need it, but Ye Yu definitely had to get one. He asked about the quantity. Yu Ling stated that 20 years ago there were 16 stocks, and now there might be more, and she was willing to share equally. No tricks involved. However, she set a condition. Ye Tian had to promise to go all out against the Calamity Beast. Ye. Tian smirked confidently, sealing the deal instantly. Of course, the two high-fived with a smack, officially forming a boss-hunting team. Night fell, and heavy rain began to pour on the ancient rooftops. Without a moment's hesitation, they both dashed across the rooftops, Yu Ling leading with a promise not to worry, just to follow her. Ye Tian muttered as he followed. The divine soul flower is indeed formidable, but what he truly aimed for was the space talent of that monster. The two quickly traversed the gloomy forest, the rain still pouring. Thud. They landed in a muddy area with sparse, withered trees, looking like a dead swamp. Ye Tian asked directly, "Your old man has been planning this for 20 years. Surely he has a way to deal with that monster?" And Yu Ling confirmed there was indeed a plan. Whoosh! A disc-shaped object, covered in ancient runes and emitting azure lightning, appeared in Yu Ling's hand. Thwack! She threw the artifact directly towards Ye Tian. He caught it, his eyes focusing on the complex characters on its surface, wondering, "This thing is..." Yu Ling explained. "This is called a formation plate. My father spent a fortune having a sorcerer craft it." She revealed the trump card. The formation on it is the space sealing formation, which can severely reduce the effectiveness of teleportation skills. The two glided like wind through the withered branches, Yu Ling asserting confidently that nothing was invincible, only that its counter had yet to be found. A counter? Ye Tian mused, wondering what could counter his own formidable power. Yu Ling warned as they continued to rush forward. But don't rely entirely on this formation plate. It's only effective for 3 seconds within an 800-meter radius. She confessed that her original plan was to combine it with her forbidden art, but unfortunately, she had used it to escape the demon-eyed python, so it was now on cooldown. Ye Tian smirked confidently, cutting her off. "No need for more words, just leave the treasure acquisition to me." Seeing his decisive attitude, Yu Ling merely smiled faintly. Night fell, and a full moon hung over the gloomy mountain range. Whoosh! A figure pushed off the ground, dashing forward at top speed. Yu Ling led the way, with Ye Tian following closely behind, both moving at terrifying speed on the mountainside. Suddenly, Yu Ling stopped, and Ye Tian immediately asked, "Why stop?" She coldly replied, "We're here," as they stood on the edge of a colossal, bottomless abyss. Yu Ling put her hands on her hips, pointing towards a large cave located on the opposite cliff face. She confirmed the target. The divine soul flower and the teleporting calamity beast are both in there. Ye Tian directly asked about the plan, and Yu Ling ordered, "Be patient. I need time to set up the formation. Once it's ready, you lure it out." Deep within the dark cave, a colossal four-armed winged monster was sound asleep amidst a pile of white bones. Fwoosh! The calamity beast suddenly opened its blazing red eyes, like hellfire. At the same time, Ye Tian's eyes also flashed with a pink light. He had detected the boss. Whoosh! The calamity beast teleported, appearing right in front of Ye Tian and Yu Ling, letting out a roar of intimidation. Ye Tian immediately scanned for information. Teleporting bat, bloodline, highest tier, space, mid-tier, gigantification, mid-tier. He smirked, his eyes shining brightly. "This is a genuine space talent," Yu Ling shouted, making a deal. "I'll go set up the forbidden formation. You stall it." Ye Tian confidently sealed the deal. "Okay, leave it all to me." True to her word, Yu Ling immediately sped up, dashing straight into the forest to prepare. The boss didn't give him a second to breathe. It teleported and lunged straight at Ye Tian with a wind-rending pounce. Slash. A sharp claw mark grazed Ye Tian's shoulder. Blood gushed out. He muttered, his eyes filled with calculation. Teleportation truly is on another level compared to speed talent. The monster vanished again, then suddenly reappeared in midair, plummeting down like a living bomb. Crash! Ye Tian was slammed straight into the ground, creating a deep crater with dust flying everywhere. He stood up, brushed off the dust, and smirked. "If that's the case, I might as well prolong this fight for fun." The recovery talent was activated. A green mist enveloped Ye Tian, and the wound on his shoulder healed instantly. Meanwhile, Yu Ling was highly focused, her hands forming seals, as a complex formation began to materialize beneath her feet. She gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming. "Hold on a little longer, Ye Tian. I'm almost done." The calamity beast hovered in the air, observing the tenacious prey below with an irritated expression. It roared, gathering a blazing red energy sphere in its mouth, ready to unleash its decisive attack. Ye Tian's eyes flashed red, and he growled. "It's coming." Swish! The boss swooped down like a red lightning bolt, its claws extended, aimed directly at Ye Tian. Boom! Ye Tian didn't bother to dodge. He braced himself for the blow, and a surge of purple defensive energy violently erupted at the point of impact. Ye Tian growled, purple lightning crackling around him. "You're not the only fast one here. My speed is no less than your teleportation." The Calamity Beast roared furiously, lunging straight ahead with its razor-sharp claws. Ye Tian's eyes narrowed. Golden lightning flashed around his head as he calculated his moves. Whoosh! Ye Tian sprang back, dodging the deadly pounce, circling in midair. A short sword gleamed in Ye Tian's hand, enveloped in a layer of dazzling golden lightning. The monster's claws, enveloped in a sinister red aura, were ready for the next swipe. Clang, clang, clang. Ye Tian engaged in a high-speed close-quarters battle. His lightning-infused kicks continuously blocked the monster's claws. Forced into a difficult position, Ye Tian yelled, "Yu Ling, how much longer until the formation is complete?" Yu Ling shouted loudly, sweat pouring down. "Just 3 more seconds." The Calamity Beast unleashed a blazing red energy sphere, with enough destructive power to flatten an entire area. Ye Tian broke out in a cold sweat, cursing, "Damn it!" The countdown begins. 3. The Calamity Beast tensed its energy, preparing for a finishing blow. 2. Yu Ling gritted her teeth, pouring all her strength into the seal. 1. A mystical purple energy burst forth. Suddenly, a stream of purple magic ambushed the Calamity Beast from behind, interrupting its attack. Yu Ling raised a golden disc-shaped magic artifact, roaring, "Forbidden formation, activate." Boom! She slammed her hand onto the ground, activating the entire formation. The magic artifact shot into the sky, and a gigantic blue magic array began to form, enveloping the monster. The Calamity Beast looked up, realizing it had fallen into a trap as the complex array locked it down. The forbidden rune glowed green. The center of the formation had been activated. A series of energy chains from the formation tightened around the Calamity Beast, making it roar in pain. Yu Ling breathed a sigh of relief, sweat pouring down. It worked, but the boss wouldn't stay still. It tensed, and dark purple energy began to erupt violently. Its muscles bulged, and crimson lightning sparked, clearly preparing to unleash its full power. With an earth-shattering roar, the monster activated its ability, its body swelling many times over. Yu Ling's face paled, realizing this thing also had the gigantification talent in its skill arsenal. The pressure was too immense. The formation disc began to crack, and Yu Ling frantically realized the trap was about to break. With no other choice, she screamed for backup. Ye Tian seized the opportunity. Immediately, a black shadow shot forward. A blade wreathed in green energy aimed straight at the boss's gaping maw. Ye Tian appeared like a god, unleashing a devastating slash at the monster's head. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint. Ye Tian growled, unleashing his move. Shadow Blade. Boom. The terrifyingly powerful slash drove the boss's head straight into the ground, rendering it unconscious for a moment. Yu Ling froze, unable to believe her eyes as she watched the colossal monster collapse. She broke out in a cold sweat, muttering in horror. Just one strike, that powerful? At the same time, the formation disc also ran out of energy, falling to the ground and shattering. Ye Tian landed lightly, bending down to pick up the shattered pieces of the artifact. He held half of the broken formation disc in his hand. Ye Tian smirked, a hint of regret in his voice. What a pity. Such a good artifact, yet its only single use. Yu Ling rushed after him, calling out Ye Tian's name. She pressed her face close, questioning. Spill it. You were holding back, weren't you? How could you deal with the teleporting boss in an instant like that? Ye Tian sweated profusely, trying to cover it up. No, it's just big, so it's easy to hit. It was all thanks to the formation. Ye Tian quickly changed the subject, a sly glint in his eyes. Anyway, why talk about that? What's important is checking how many heavenly soul flowers are left. Yu Ling snorted coldly, clearly not believing a word. She pointed a warning finger. Don't even think about hiding it. I'll beat it out of you later. With that, Yu Ling sped off ahead to check the treasure. She jumped down into a sunken area, secretly hoping a few flowers would still remain after 20 years. Yu Ling worried. If there weren't any, she wouldn't know what to say to Ye Tian. Meanwhile, Ye Tian remained alone, using his mental power to pull out the loot bag from the boss. A colossal surge of power erupted from the bag. The soul of the Calamity Beast materialized, then was completely absorbed by Ye Tian. Ye Tian chuckled gleefully, thinking to himself, Hey, I hit the jackpot this time. On the other side, a joyful cheer rang out. Yu Ling was overjoyed to see her objective. Heavenly soul flowers. They're still here. Yu Ling began to carefully count each flower. Yu Ling was overjoyed as if she'd found gold. Excellent. Exactly 8 flowers, a perfect split. At the same time, the dried corpse of the calamity beast turned to dust. Yu Ling sat down beside the pile of flowers and finalized the deal. 4 flowers each, no one loses out. Ye Tian slowly approached, calmly admitting, indeed it was luck. He stood with his arms crossed, looking cool after secretly devouring the best part. Just as he was about to divide the spoils, Ye Tian suddenly paused, his blood-red eyes narrowing. Why does this cave have such a familiar aura on the right side? He tossed Yu Ling her share. Here, this is yours. Yu Ling simply replied, thanks. Ye Tian put his share into his storage bag, a smug smirk on his face. This harvest wasn't bad at all. Suddenly, he remembered, an image of Xiaojin flashing in his mind. I remember now. This is the aura of the little golden silk dragon leopard from when I was searching for spiritual fruits. He immediately dashed off like the wind, only one thought in his head. There's treasure here. Yu Ling saw him not bothering to leave but instead delving deeper, and snapped. What are you doing? We already have heavenly soul flowers. Aren't you going to leave? But Ye Tian coldly replied, if you're in a hurry, go ahead. I'll follow. Yu Ling looked annoyed, questioning. Aren't those heavenly soul flowers enough to satisfy your greed? Greed is taboo when hunting for treasure. Don't you know when to stop? Seeing Ye Tian completely ignore her and walk straight ahead, she angrily shouted, Hey, I'm talking to you. He didn't even bother to look back, continuing deeper into the darkness, his hand beginning to grope along the rock wall. Ye Tian muttered to himself after pinpointing the location. It must be here. He pulled out a dagger and drew a line on the rock wall to mark it. Immediately, Ye Tian activated his strength talent, and dazzling golden lightning erupted around him. He tensed his lightning-clad fist, preparing to unleash a devastating blow on the wall. Crash! Before Yu Ling could even comprehend what was happening, Ye Tian punched straight into the rock wall, causing it to crack open and shatter. Shards of rock flew everywhere, leaving a gaping black hole in the wall. As the dust settled, a secret passage appeared. Yu Ling gasped. There's really a secret cave here. Deblock. While Ye Tian merely smirked. Looks like I stumbled upon another good deal. Yu Ling coughed violently from the rock dust, stepping into the new passage with deep suspicion. Still in shock, she could only stammer after him. Hey! Both looked down into the dark cave below, where a giant lotus flower glowed with a shimmering light, signaling an even greater treasure awaiting them. In the middle of the lake, within the secret cave, a brilliant white lotus glowed, recognized as the Earth Ginseng lotus, an extremely rare treasure. Ye Tian's lips curled into a greedy smile, his eyes glowing crimson. Jackpot. Yu Ling reconfirmed its name. Earth Banana? She turned to ask Ye Tian if he knew about this item, and he replied with feigned modesty. Just a little. Yu Ling began to explain. This flower is even rarer than the heavenly soul flower, worth at least 5 times more on the market, but ironically, no one wants to buy it. Ye Tian was stunned. An item with a sky-high price, yet no buyers? Yu Ling explained in detail. It's used for innate talents, but cannot be upgraded. It only causes a random evolution. She gave an example of a case where it was used for a lightning talent, and the result was a pair of wings, a true lottery gamble. She concluded that it was almost useless, with only a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming a beneficial ability, so only the wealthy would buy it to try their luck. Ye Tian, however, thought differently. With his innate copy talent, he wondered what kind of dominant evolution this flower would bring. He called out loudly, proposing a business exchange to Yu Ling. Without waiting for a reply, Ye Tian immediately got into a ready stance. Whoosh! He shot like a bolt of lightning towards the glowing lotus. Swish! Ye Tian snatched the flower, leaving Yu Ling dumbfounded. She froze, only managing a helpless cry as she saw him land with the spoils. Yu Ling rushed over, shouting, Hey! How dare you pick all of it by yourself? Ye Tian calmly sat down, reassuring her. Haha, don't worry too much. He began negotiating, reiterating that this lotus flower was 5 times more valuable than a divine soul flower, and that they both had a share in the spoils. Ye Tian made an unbelievable offer, summoning 3 divine soul flowers and declaring, How about I use these 3 to exchange for half of your lotus flower? Yu Ling narrowed her eyes, thinking that she would have to teach that cunning merchant Ye Tian a proper lesson this time. In the end, Yu Ling closed the deal, agreeing to sell her half cheaply, and Ye Tian casually tossed her 3 divine soul flowers. Ye Tian smirked. This was a huge profit, no different from farming 3 flowers for free. As for Yu Ling, she also calculated that she now had 7 divine soul flowers in her possession. With this capital, she was confident it was enough to negotiate with that person. Meanwhile, Ye Tian had sat down on a rock, beginning to absorb the remaining half of the lotus, yellow and purple energy swirling around him. A massive surge of energy erupted, blowing away everything around him. The system panel appeared with a notification. Congratulations, second talent copy has been unlocked. Ye Tian was ecstatic, realizing that he could now copy talents twice a month, an incredibly sweet evolution. He lightly brushed his collar, looking extremely satisfied with the new upgrade. Without hesitation, Ye Tian decided to immediately test his new ability, activating his scouting talent as purple lightning began to envelop him. The energy scan rapidly expanded, 200 meters, 400 meters, then reaching the 500-meter mark. Ye Tian grinned maniacally. This exponential increase in power was truly unbelievable. He secretly calculated that exchanging 3 divine soul flowers for the second copy ability and a 500-meter scan range was a steal, even if he had traded all 10. But the farming wasn't over yet. He still had one more thing to do. Ye Tian pulled out the bag containing the essence of the Calamity Beast. From the bag, a giant winged shadow monster materialized, roaring with immense pressure. The system announced that the intermediate space talent had been successfully copied and asked if he wanted to fuse it. Ye Tian didn't hesitate, shouting, "Yes!" His eyes flashed with a brilliant red light, and the fusion process of the most formidable talent began. The new talent fusion process concluded. Ye Tian gasped for breath, his body still adapting to the terrifying surge of power he had just absorbed. The status panel appeared, confirming he had successfully absorbed the intermediate space talent, along with a series of accompanying skills such as teleportation, space perception, space mark, and pocket inventory. He gleefully declared this the most formidable talent he had ever seen. A blue spatial energy orb gathered in Ye Tian's palm, signaling that a new skill was about to be activated. He activated the pocket inventory skill, and a spatial cube immediately appeared with a capacity of up to 12 cubic meters. Ye Tian sneered, thinking that ordinary storage bags only had 30 cubic meters and were easily stolen. Now with this personal space, all his items were absolutely safe. He decided to store all important items in this personal space, a flash of lightning appearing as the items were teleported inside. With new power in hand, Ye Tian smirked confidently, declaring the start of a new harvest. Under the crescent moon, the night in the secret realm was still long. Ye Tian quickly moved through the treacherous terrain to return to his teammates. Meanwhile, Yu Ling was leaning against a rock, resting and recovering her strength. Done with his task, Ye Tian returned to find Yu Ling, seeing her still meditating with her eyes closed. Looking at the sleeping Yu Ling, Ye Tian couldn't help but think that she bore a striking resemblance to his younger sister, Ye Yu. He briefly thought of his sister, wondering what she was doing now. Yu Ling opened her eyes, realizing Ye Tian had finished cultivating, and stood up. She took her sword, and blue lightning enveloped it. Ye Tian grinned, thanking Yu Ling for guarding him. Yu Ling announced that she had obtained what she needed and intended to leave the secret realm, then asked Ye Tian if he would come along, which surprised him quite a bit. Ye Tian scratched his head, admitting he wanted to stay and train a bit longer, hoping to stumble upon some treasure. Yu Ling immediately tried to dissuade him, arguing that this secret realm was too dangerous to explore alone, but Ye Tian brushed her off, confidently declaring he was skilled enough to handle himself. Yu Ling sighed helplessly, while Ye Tian nonchalantly invited her along, promising to lead the way to the teleportation point before dawn. Seeing his stubbornness, Yu Ling bit her nails, racking her brain for a way to drag Ye Tian out of this damn secret realm with her. The two traversed the dense forest under the moonlight, Yu Ling announcing they were almost there. The two sped off at an astonishing pace, gliding past the shadowy trees in the night. Suddenly, both stopped short, Ye Tian squinting as he sensed, something's happening ahead, a fight is underway. Yu Ling looked towards the flashing lights, guessing, they must be fighting over treasure, too bad it's too far to eavesdrop. Ye Tian smirked. This was the perfect opportunity to test his new skill. He immediately activated his space talent, spatial perception. His vision pierced through the distance, locking onto 2 weapons, clashing with sparks flying. I see it. So this is a sub-skill of the space talent? Amazing. Ye Tian secretly marveled as he watched a sword and an axe fiercely clashing. The scene was a deathmatch between 2 muscular warriors, a red-haired man wielding a greatsword, and a bald man carrying a battle axe. From Ye Tian's bird's-eye view, the corpse of a calamity beast lay sprawled nearby. Clearly, the boss had been defeated, and now it was time for the players to fight over the loot. The red-haired man roared, "Zhang Kai! The treasure is mine, scram if you know what's good for you." The bald man, Zhang Kai, was no pushover either, retorting with a growl. We'll see who gets the last laugh." Yu Ling recognized the two fighting, exclaiming in surprise, "It's Li Kang and Zhang Kai," which piqued Ye Tian's curiosity. She wondered why they were fighting, as theoretically, the Li family and the Zhang family had a rather good relationship. Ignoring the family drama, Ye Tian continued to channel the power of spatial perception, scanning the entire combat area. He muttered, trying to pinpoint the exact location of the item the two were fiercely fighting over. His vision swept past the corpse of the calamity beast. Bingo! He discovered a glowing pink object nestled inside the mouth of the dead monster. Zhang Kai roared, swinging his giant battle axe down. Li Kang was no pushover. He swung his greatsword up to meet the attack. Clang! Axe and sword clashed, sparks flying, as both poured all their strength into the blow. Li Kang roared, pushing forward with all his might, determined to finish his opponent. Zhang Kai also screamed frantically, with no intention of backing down. Slash! Both weapons simultaneously cut into their opponent, sending both flying back in a life-for-life exchange. Yu Ling watched the scene from above, her mouth agape in shock. They're dead? Both of them just bit the dust? Seeing an opportunity for free loot, she immediately dove straight down the cliff. Ye Tian saw this and called out, "Hey, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to go to the teleportation gate?" Yu Ling replied with a meaningful smile, the philosophy of a true grinder. Heh, those who don't seize the chance to loot corpses for good items are just cowards. The two made a deal while running. No sharing at all, whoever picks it up keeps it, no regrets. Yu Ling confidently challenged Ye Tian. Hey, I'll admit defeat if you find that spirit herb. Hearing that, Ye Tian merely smirked. Alright then, don't blame me for not holding back and making my move first. He then suddenly sped up, leaving the bewildered Yu Ling far behind. Yu Ling landed right next to the two corpses and the dead monster. She immediately knelt beside Li Kang's corpse, a flash of electricity sparking in her hand. First, I'll take everything from their inventory bags, Yu Ling muttered, reaching into the red-haired man's storage pouch. After looting one of them, she turned to Zhang Kai's corpse. Yu Ling quickly approached and finished collecting the spoils from the other man. Another flash of electricity sparked as she retrieved the second item bag. Yu Ling laughed gleefully, holding up the two loot bags she had just acquired. Ha ha ha, it's all mine. Just as she finished looting the two bags, Yu Ling heard Ye Tian patting the corpse of the calamity beast. He sat casually on the corpse, his eyes full of provocation. Tell me, do you want this corpse? Yu Ling pouted, putting on a superior air. Oh, a calamity beast corpse? It's huge and not worth much on the market. If you want it, take it. Seeing Ye Tian remain silent, she snapped. I already said I don't want it. Do whatever you want with it. Ye Tian smirked meaningfully. He immediately sealed the deal. So this corpse is mine, all right? Don't. You dare regret it later. While Yu Ling still grumbled that she didn't care for it. Crack! Ye Tian calmly reached into the monster's mouth, breaking off one of its fangs. Snap! He forcefully pried open the monster's jaws, searching for something inside. A glowing, fiery red flower was pulled out by Ye Tian from the monster's throat. Yu Ling froze, her eyes wide, as she saw the item Ye Tian had just looted. The sword in her hand clattered to the ground. Ye Tian held up the spirit herb, feigning ignorance. Whoa, how lucky there's a spirit herb in its mouth. This caused Yu Ling to freeze, stammering. Wait, that's... Yu Ling rushed forward, yelling, Quick, let me see that spirit herb. But Ye Tian calmly replied, Why should I? It's mine. He grabbed Yu Ling's wrist tightly as she tried to snatch the item. Yu Ling screamed in despair as she recognized the treasure. That's the flame talent herb. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, a red glint flashing within them, thinking to himself. So, she recognized it. Yu Ling hurriedly warned, Be careful. This thing is truly precious. While Ye Tian maintained a calm expression, Ye Tian leaned close to Yu Ling, a sly smile on his face. How about we trade items? This left her stunned. He laid out his condition. First, tell me exactly what kind of spirit herb this is. Why did both the Zhang and Li families kill each other for it? Yu Ling began to explain the treasure's incredible function. Its ability is actually very simple. It allows the user to gain a fire element talent. Yu Ling was greatly shocked, explaining that even king-rank powerhouses would drool over this item. But Ye Tian merely smirked. Is that all? She continued to ramble about the value of unique talents, but Ye Tian secretly thought to himself, this stuff is trash to me. With his infinite copying skill, Ye Tian considered this fire element talent nothing more than garbage, as he could copy anything he wanted. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, Yu Ling had no choice but to concede, honestly stating, our Yue family's king-rank old ancestor desperately needs this. She revealed that this old ancestor was on the verge of death, and if he obtained this unique fire element talent, his power would increase tenfold, allowing him to escape disaster. After hearing this, Ye Tian nonchalantly held out the flower. If you like it so much, you can have it. Yue Ling froze, stammering in disbelief. Huh? You're really giving it to me? Ye Tian calmly explained. Of course. I can't use it, and neither can my sister, so giving it to you is the most logical choice. But, with that, he turned his back and walked away, hands clasped behind his head, declaring that he would go find something else more valuable for himself, feigning disinterest. Yue Ling watched him go, a surge of admiration rising in her heart, thinking, is this the difference between him and others? She was completely fooled, believing that while others would readily shed blood for treasures, Ye Tian could easily give them away without hesitation. Yue Ling was certain. Ye Tian will definitely achieve great things in the future, but the truth was completely different. Ye Tian was calculating like a merchant. This item is useless to me. If I give it to this girl, she'll owe me a huge favor. He chuckled inwardly. Not to mention, selling it to the Martial Pavilion would incur a fee. I'm not stupid enough to take a loss. Hehe. The two had arrived at the Secret Realm's teleportation gate, a colossal spatial vortex roaring in the sky. Yue Ling asked one last time. One final question. Are you sure you don't want to leave with me? Ye Tian didn't even turn around, replying decisively, I want to stay. Yue Ling sighed, resigned to accepting this stubborn man's decision. She offered a storage bag. In that case, I'll leave this storage bag for you. Your sister needs a divine soul flower, so I'll give you one more. Ye Tian took the bag, nonchalantly replying, I can't just take your items for free, so I'll accept it. Yue Ling warned Ye Tian, if you encounter anyone from the Yun family, remember to steer clear. They have a king-rank powerhouse. Ye Tian muttered, a dangerous glint in his eyes. King Yun? He's clan? Yue Ling called his name one last time, trying to hold him back. Seeing that she couldn't sway him, she smiled meaningfully. I'll wait for you outside. Ye Tian merely smirked, feigning indifference. Yue Ling decisively turned around and leaped straight into the teleportation gate. Ye Tian watched her figure disappear into the spatial vortex, thinking, this girl's speed isn't bad. She'll catch up to me soon enough. As she flew away, Yue Ling resolved, I must cultivate harder, or I'll be left behind, only able to look up at him from afar. The teleportation gate roared and swallowed her whole. The moment Yue Ling vanished, Ye Tian let out a sigh of relief, muttering, the dead weight is finally gone. His legs began to gather purple lightning. He crouched, his entire body erupting with a surge of domineering black lightning, preparing for a true hunt. Ye Tian's eyes sharpened, full of confidence. Now this is my specialty. Whoosh, he shot forward with terrifying speed, leaving a purple streak of light tearing through space. Outside, in a city, the secret realm gate still hung in the sky like a colossal eye. Suddenly, the spatial vortex vibrated violently. A crowd of gossiping warriors below exclaimed in surprise. Huh? The secret realm gate is changing. Has someone already come out after only 2 days? Whoosh! A figure was shot out from the teleportation gate like a bullet, slamming straight into the ground. Two warriors discussed. Those who come out this early must be weak. There couldn't be any good treasures, but she probably has some valuable items on her, right? Before they finished speaking, they saw Yue Ling sprawled on the ground, covered in blood and unconscious. If so, now's our chance to loot her. Yue Ling lay there, dazed and unconscious, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Amidst the crowd waiting to scavenge, a figure without a word pushed through, ignoring the grumbling. Hey, what are you pushing for? An old man with silver hair, ID, old, man, guardian, rushed to the side of the collapsed Yue Ling. Eyed. Yue Ling. His face pale as he shouted. Yue Ling. The old man, ID, old man, guardian, knelt amidst the curious crowd. ID. Onlooker, warriors, desperately shaking Yue Ling. Yue Ling. What happened? Why are you so severely injured in the secret realm? Yue Ling's ID. Yue Ling. Hand twitched in pain. The old man. ID. Old Man Guardian, gritted his teeth and decided, well, return to the clan first. From a tall building, King Yun-hee ID. King Yun-hee, a bald, powerful expert with an overbearing aura, squinted down at the crowd ID. Onlooker, warriors, and muttered, a descendant of the Yue family? King Yun-hee ID. King Yun-hee analyzed the situation with a smug expression, assuming that with such severe injuries, Yue Ling ID. Yue Ling must have barely escaped a calamity beast and wouldn't have looted anything worthwhile. He smirked sinisterly, his eyes flashing red. Humph. Hurry up, my cash cow. Don't make me wait too long. In a safer area, seemingly a base of the Yue family, Elder Yue Zhong's. Elder Yue Zhong. Eyes widened in surprise as he examined Yue Ling's. Yue Ling. Injuries. What? You only have superficial wounds? Not severely injured at all? What on earth happened? Yue Ling chugged a recovery potion, explaining her strategy. There were many experts lurking at the entrance, waiting to ambush and rob. Her wounds healed in an instant. She sat up straight, showing no signs of weakness. So I pretended to be severely injured to trick them and escape safely. Elder Yue Zhong breathed a sigh of relief and immediately got to the main point. So, did you find any treasure? Yue Ling, ED. Yue Ling confirmed firmly. Yes. Yue Ling extended her hand, and a brilliantly glowing pink spiritual herb flower appeared. I found the flame talent spiritual herb. The spiritual herb flower emitted a gentle glow, containing a pure and powerful source of energy. Elder Yue Zhong, Elder Yue Zhong, was utterly shocked, sweat pouring down his face. This is truly the flame talent spiritual herb, a medicinal herb that can bestow talent upon others. Yue Ling put the flower away, a blue lightning vortex enveloping it, then said, Elder, I need your help with something related to this spiritual herb. Elder Yue Zhong, ID. Elder Yue Zhong clasped his hands behind his back, nodding in acknowledgement. You have rendered a great service to the Yue family by finding the flame talent spiritual herb. He turned, his gaze serious. Speak, what do you need? Yue Ling, ID. Yue Ling replied. I only have one simple request. Yue Ling's ID. Yue Ling. Eyes sharpened with determination as she stated her purpose directly. I want to meet the old ancestor. ID. Yue G. Elder Yue Zhong. ID. Elder Yue Zhong froze, his pupils contracting in shock. What? You want to meet the old ancestor ID, Yue Ji? Yue Ling, Ide. Yue Ling bowed her head, her tone both gentle and firm. I know my rank doesn't permit it, but this matter is extremely important. I hope you can help, Elder. Elder Yue Zhong's ID. Elder Yue Zhong. Eyes bulged as he snapped. What an audacious child. Yue Ling. Yue Ling looked up, her eyes sharp, laying her cards on the table. If I can't meet the old ancestor, ID. Yue, I'd rather destroy the spiritual herb than hand it over. The old man ID. Elder Yue Zhong still tried to salvage the situation. Is there no other way? But Yue Ling, I'd. Yue Ling simply concluded, I only want to meet the old ancestor. I'd. Yue Ji cornered. Elder Yue Zhong, I'd. Elder Yue Zhong sighed heavily, giving in. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Night fell upon an ancient estate of the Yue family, the moon shining brightly. Yue Ling, ID. Yue Ling stepped barefoot out of the bathroom, slipping on her indoor slippers. Loosely wrapped in a towel, she sighed in relief. Ah, how refreshing. It's been so long since I had a proper bath. The room door creaked open, and Yue Ling, I'd. Yue Ling stepped out, enjoying the fresh air. She looked up at the night sky, unconsciously worrying. I wonder how Ye Tian is doing in the secret realm. Meanwhile, in a desolate place under the moonlight, the scene was entirely different. Ye Tian, covered in blood, his shirt tattered, sat atop a pile of giant monster corpses, wiping blood from his dagger. He let out a sigh, his face showing boredom. How dull. Ye Tian, stood up on the summit of corpses, proudly declaring to the empty air, There's no one here strong enough to fight me. An ancient tower appeared, signaling Yu Ling's ID. Yu Ling, return. Knock knock. There was a knock on Yu Ling's ID. Yu Ling, room door. A female attendant, ID, female, attendant, stood outside, announcing, Young Miss, Elder Yue Zhong, ID, Elder Yue Zhong, invites you to the meeting room. Yue Ling, ID, Yue Ling, now changed into an elegant black dress, replied decisively, I'll be right there. The scene shifted to the Yue family's meeting room, a majestic architectural structure. Inside the room, an incense burner emitted wisps of smoke, signaling an impending tense meeting. Yue Ji, the ancestor of the Yue family, sat grandly and spoke in a hoarse voice. Finding the fire flame spirit grass counts as a contribution from you. He looked down at Yue Ling and Elder Yue Zhong, asking directly, Speak, what reward do you desire? Yue Ling didn't hesitate, her gaze firm. Clenching her fists, she prepared to make an outrageous request. She declared clearly, I wish to meditate and comprehend the Enlightenment Stele. The entire space fell silent at this audacious proposal. Elder Yue Zhong's eyes widened, and his jaw dropped, unable to believe his ears. What? You want to comprehend the Enlightenment Stele? He roared, pointing at Yue Ling. That is the foundation of the Yue family. Even I am not qualified. You've gone too far, Yue Ling. Yue Ling didn't back down, playing her trump card. I also found 6 divine soul flowers. I will hand them all over to the clan disciples if Yue Ji agrees. Yue Ji calmly took a sip of tea, not even glancing up. He slowly put down the teacup, his voice icy. The spiritual energy of the Enlightenment Stele is almost depleted. Change your request. But Yue Ling went all in, growling. I have no other requests and I'm not interested in making any more. Yue Ji's eyes flashed with killing intent. His patience had run out. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from Yue Ji, blowing everything away. Yue Ling couldn't react in time, sent flying out of the room by the surge of power like a tattered doll. Crash! She slammed hard onto the tiled courtyard outside, lying motionless. Elder Yue Zhong stood frozen, sweating profusely, his voice trembling. Yue Ji, you. Yue Ji stood up, his aura surging, and said disdainfully, Humph, you dare to bargain with me? Despite being utterly crushed, Yue Ling was still resentful, feeling her current strength was too weak. I'm not satisfied with my current potential. She roared in helplessness and determination. I want to become even stronger. Whoosh! Yue Ji floated down from the rooftop, his aura as cold as ice. Yue Ji's eyes blazed, his voice filled with killing intent. How audacious. Under the invisible pressure, Yue Ling could only remain silent, a tear of helplessness rolling down her cheek. Crash! Her entire body was pressed down, her arms shattering the tiled floor. A terrifying purple aura crushed Yue Ling, forcing her to the ground, unable to move. Sweating profusely, she realized the immense gap in power with horror. Is this the aura of a king-rank expert? Seeing the dire situation, Elder Yue Zhong rushed over frantically, shouting, Yue Ji, Yue Ji. The old man knelt on the ground, pleading, Yue Ji, Yue Ling is still young and naive. Please don't hold it against her. Even while being crushed, Yue Ling still managed to growl. Elder, this has nothing to do with you. Despite the terrifying pressure, she began to strain, trying to stand up. Little by little, Yue Ling resisted the absolute power, her body trembling violently. She stood upright, hovering within Yue Ji's aura, determined to comprehend the Enlightenment Stele. Yue Ji narrowed his eyes, a hint of surprise in them. This little girl can actually stand firm under my aura. Whoosh! Yue Ji flicked his sleeve and vanished in an instant. The scene returned to silence, leaving only Yue Ling alone, facing the empty space. She gritted her teeth, trying to endure the final aftershocks. As the pressure vanished, Yue Ling immediately collapsed, her strength completely depleted. Elder Yue Zhong breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, Thank you, Yue Ji, for showing mercy. Yue Ji stated directly, Families have family rules, and clans have clan laws. I will not break them for you. He extended a command medallion. But this is my personal medallion. With it, you will be granted access to the Enlightenment Stele. With that, he tossed the command medallion towards Yue Ling, who looked disheveled as if she had just survived a life-or-death battle. The command medallion floated before Yue Ling, radiating an ancient aura. Yue Ling let out a breath, her hand trembling as she took the golden pass to a fated opportunity. In an ancient manner, a subordinate brought a tray, laden with rare spiritual medicines. The subordinate respectfully reported, Old Ancestor, Yu Ling has sent 6 divine soul flowers and a flame talent spirit herb. Yue ordered coldly from inside the room. Leave them on the table. Elder Yue Zhang entered, unable to hide his confusion. Old ancestor, didn't you object to Yue Ling going to the Enlightenment Stele before? Why the change of heart? Yue, preparing to water his plants, replied indifferently. About that. He scooped a ladle of water, slowly explaining, I like that girl's stubbornness. He gently watered the potted flowers, making the lush green leaves sparkle. Yue smiled meaningfully. She reminds me of myself when I was young. Night fell. On a treacherous cliff, a crescent moon hung in the sky. Ye Tian clung tightly to the rock face, his arms straining to break off a section of the cliff. He cheered with delight upon finding what he needed. Found it. Ye Tian carefully uprooted a blazing red spirit herb, its roots emitting a faint glow. He laughed gleefully, the fruit of a night's hard work. Ha ha ha, another spirit herb. Suddenly, an invisible force surged forward, as swift as a fleeting shadow. Before Ye Tian could react, he was flung off the cliff, letting out a startled cry in midair. Splash! A column of water erupted as Ye Tian plunged face first into the river after his freefall. An arm emerged from the water, clutching at the rocky bank. Ye Tian scrambled onto the bank, spitting water from his mouth, his hand still tightly gripping the spirit herb he had just harvested. He stood up, dusting himself off, grateful to have landed safely after that sneak attack. Ye Tian planted the spirit herb into the ground and began tallying his spoils. He activated his space talent, and a glowing cube appeared in his hand, his pocket inventory. A series of rare spiritual medicines, from spirit mushrooms to berries, were pulled out from his virtual space. Ye Tian sat down, looking at the pile of spoils with delight. My luck isn't bad. A few days of farming yielded a pile of good stuff. He smirked, thinking of the huge sum of money he'd earned from selling the Calamity Beast's corpse. Ye Tian sniffed his tattered shirt and grimaced. Ugh, I stink. Time to change. He remembered that Ye Yu had thoughtfully prepared clean clothes for him. At the same time, on a distant hill, a small dark figure was silently observing. Little Purple had long ears and a wagging tail, its blazing red eyes flashing in the night as it exhaled a puff of white smoke. Unaware that he was being watched, Ye Tian ripped off his tattered, gaudy shirt. He changed into a brand new tracksuit, carefully tying his shoelaces. Finished, Ye Tian put all the spiritual medicines into his inventory bag, looking much tidier and more like a seasoned adventurer. His stomach suddenly growled. It was time to find something to eat. He scanned the riverside forest, searching for prey for dinner. A strange sound echoed, and Ye Tian immediately grew wary, whirling around. A thud echoed as a gigantic hoof stomped heavily on the ground. A demonic boar with blazing red fur, pristine white tusks, and fiery eyes appeared, growling at Ye Tian. It seemed dinner had delivered itself right to his doorstep. The enormous demonic boar quickly perished, leaving behind only white bones and smoke rising from the campfire. Ye Tian sat by the fire, roasting 2 massive ribs. The sizzling fat alone was enough to make one hungry. He used a knife to cut a piece, muttering that the meat looked quite appetizing. Tearing off a large piece of meat, Ye Tian devoured it, clearly enjoying himself. Suddenly, from within the bushes, several streaks of white light shot out at terrifying speed. With a whoosh, a purple blur flashed past Ye Tian's hand, and the meat in his hand suddenly vanished. A small purple mouse, gnawing on a piece of meat larger than itself, darted into the night. Ye Tian was stunned, his face darkening with frustration as he yelled, "My meat!" Without another word, he sprang up, roaring, "Stop right there," then dashed off at maximum speed. Night fell, a crescent moon hanging suspended above the dense canopy of trees. Ye Tian pushed through the foliage, following the trail of the tiny thief. He hid behind a bush, finding the mouse gnawing on his meat, muttering, "You dare eat my meat? I'll kill you." But then Ye Tian paused, his eyes narrowing as he realized something was amiss. The little mouse was gnawing on the meat. It didn't seem ordinary at all, leading Ye Tian to a bold speculation. Treasure hunting talent? Without hesitation, Ye Tian unleashed his energy, the ground cracking as he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He launched a thunderous kick straight at the mouse, roaring, "Got you." But the little mouse was even faster. It deftly dodged the blow by a hair's breadth, leaving the meat on the rock. Ye Tian somersaulted in midair, falling face first to the ground while the mouse, quick as a flash, had already escaped. The little mouse vanished into the deep forest, leaving faint streaks of light with every leap. Ye Tian stood up in annoyance, dusting off his shoes, muttering, "Humph, trying to get away? You think running will save you?" Ye Tian activated his space talent, instantly teleporting behind the mouse. With a whoosh, Yetian had the mouse firmly in his hand, his face filled with triumph. The mouse struggled, yelling in his mind. "Let me go, you stupid human." Yetian realized the voice was female, which made the purple mouse even more furious, cursing. "Pervert, where are you looking?" With a villainous grin, Yetian held a dagger to the mouse, delivering an ultimatum. "Either accept me as your master, or get on the grill." The mouse was terrified, quickly agreeing. Yetian closed his eyes, beginning the contract establishment process. The Soul Light contract was activated, binding the two together. Done. Yetian released it to the ground, starting to think of a name. "Because you have purple stripes on your body. From now on, I'll call you Little Purple." The mouse obediently accepted. "Yes, master." Yetian secretly calculated that this Little Purple, with its highest level treasure hunting talent, was incredibly useful. He recalled Yu Ling's words about the energy ore mine that the Yun family coveted, and a bold plan began to form. His eyes flashed with a crimson light, deciding to make a big move. He turned and immediately asked, "Little Purple, do you know where the energy ore mine is?" The mouse confidently replied, "Of course I do." It smugly explained that its highest level treasure hunting talent could precisely locate the ore mine. Yetian was overjoyed, urging, "Really, take me there now." Little Purple immediately obeyed. With a flick, Little Purple leaped onto Yetian's shoulder, ready to act as a guide. Purple lightning began to envelop Yetian's feet, and he thought to himself, "Sorry, Yu Ling, it seems a clash with the Yun family is unavoidable now." He smirked defiantly, declaring, "I'll snatch everything right from under their noses." Under Little Purple's guidance, they both approached a steep cliff. Without a moment's hesitation, Yetian enveloped himself in lightning and plunged straight down into the abyss. Crash! He landed perfectly, without a scratch, ready for the infiltration. Guided by the scout, Yetian, wreathed in lightning, streaked through the forest. Little Purple suddenly reported, "Master, the energy ore mine is nearby, but I smell other people. It seems someone has already claimed it." Yetian immediately activated his space talent, using spatial sense to scan the entire area. A series of images appeared in his mind, a battlefield littered with corpses. Clearly a deathmatch had just taken place. Without hesitation, Yetian used teleportation, deciding to jump straight into the eye of the storm. Whoosh! A pink-purple lightning orb slammed into the cliff face. He landed smoothly, without a single wobble, with the demeanor of a professional. Yetian glided over the treacherous terrain, heading straight for the source of the commotion. Little Purple confirmed, "It's right here." Yetian narrowed his eyes, sensing the chaotic energy flow, and muttered, "The battle isn't over yet." Suddenly, a golden staff glowed, and a voice rang out. "Earth element forbidden spell, landslide." Boom, boom, boom. An entire mountainside collapsed, burying a group of charging Yun family warriors. The Yun warrior leader was flung back but still managed to get up. He roared, spotting an opening, and unleashed a lightning-wreathed kick towards his enemy. But his opponent was a step above, casting the next spell, Earth Spear. A sharp spear of earth and rock erupted from the ground with terrifying speed. Swish! The spear easily pierced through the Yun leader's chest armor. He only managed a cry of pain, fresh blood gushing from his mouth. His body went limp, tumbling down the rocky slope, officially perishing. The white-haired woman appeared, smiling mockingly at the He family genius girl standing amidst the corpses. "You were once the He family's genius. I didn't expect you to kill so many of our Yun family members." From the shadows, Yetian scanned the information of an unfamiliar mage named He Lianbi, an earth element user with impressive stats. Now then, blue lightning flashed in Yetian's hand. It seemed he was about to join the fray. On the other side of the battlefield, the Yun family leader hoisted her great saber onto her shoulder, a purple aura surging around her, and sneered. "It's my turn to have some fun," she smirked, her eyes wide with disdain. Clearly not thinking much of her opponent, she stepped forward, her heels stomping hard on the ground, an overwhelming aura emanating from her. With a whoosh, she charged forward like a whirlwind, yelling, "That treasure already belongs to our Yun family." He Lianbi smirked defiantly. "Let's see if you're skilled enough to take it from me." Without another word, He Lianbi struck his staff on the ground, summoning an earth element forbidden spell. Vajra Wall. A colossal stone wall rose to block the path. The Yun family leader merely sneered, channeling energy into her great saber. Wind-shattering slash. She unleashed a strike that created countless blade-sharp gusts of wind, shredding space. He Lianbi was utterly shocked, unable to believe his opponent could use a wind talent to shatter his strongest earth shield. Crash! The Vajra wall shattered into countless fragments. Quick as lightning, she closed in and delivered a devastating kick. The kick landed squarely on He Lianbi's face, the force so immense that his face distorted. He Lianbi was sent flying down the cliff face like a ball. But even as he fell freely, the mage managed to counterattack, raising his staff and shouting, "Earth element forbidden spell, falling rocks." Tons of rocks from the cliff face began to collapse onto the Yun family leader, forcing her to take a defensive stance as a colossal earth element magic array appeared to defend her. Her eyes sharpened, focusing all her strength to resist. The defensive magic array shone brightly, the earth character at its center emitting immense pressure. Boom, boom. All the boulders that struck the magic array were either crushed or bounced off, unable to penetrate the perfect defense. The white-haired woman used her great saber to block the rubble, sneering. Is that all? An entire area of rock and earth was swept away by her skill, leaving nothing behind. He Lianbi didn't flinch, mustering his last bit of strength, and roared. Great Earth Forbidden Art. Skyfall Earth Split. A mini meteorite was summoned, hurtling straight towards the white-haired woman with terrifying speed. The white-haired woman also broke out in a cold sweat. So huge. Is this a peak-tier earth element skill? But her dodging skill was no joke. She activated her speed talent and deftly dodged to the side, letting the rock tear through the ground. He, Lianbi, was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. What? You dodged that move? The white-haired woman growled, her entire body erupting with a blue wind element aura. Let me give you a taste. Wind Whisper Forbidden Art. Pale Blade. A storm of sword energy swept in all directions, tearing He Lianbi apart amidst his tragic screams. The explosion of sword energy created a vacuum, blowing away everything within its range. He Lianbi lay slumped on the ground, his body tattered, his staff flung to the side, utterly defeated. The white-haired woman landed, pointing her sword towards the cave behind him. The ore mine is in that cave, isn't it? Even after being thoroughly beaten, He Lianbi still struggled to get up. The mage stood blocking the cave entrance, his eyes filled with determination. I've been searching for this mine in the secret realm for 10 years. He Lianbi's entire body sparked with electricity, veins bulging. I won't let anyone touch it. From above, Ye Tian, who had been watching the drama, muttered. So the ore mine is in that cave? Ye Tian frowned, sensing something was off. His space ability didn't detect an ore mine, only some kind of restriction. The white-haired woman laughed savagely. Won't let anyone touch it? Ha ha ha. Do you think you're strong enough to keep it? She pulled out a spirit herb radiating azure lightning. I originally didn't intend to use this here. Swallowing this kind of spirit herb raw is extremely dangerous. But to finish things quickly, she didn't hesitate to shove the spirit herb directly into her mouth. But now, I want to kill you immediately. He, Lianbi, recognized what his opponent had just pulled out. Spirit herb for enhancing spiritual power. A treasure that can upgrade talents. Hiding in a corner, Ye Tian frowned, thinking, is this woman crazy? Swallowing a spirit herb like that could make her explode. Without a moment's hesitation, the white-haired woman gulped down the spirit herb. Energy erupted within her body, and her eyes glowed with a mesmerizing pink hue. She collapsed, letting out a tragic scream as her body was torn apart from within by the energy. Whoosh! A gigantic purple energy pillar shot straight into the sky, tearing through the clouds. The terrifying power flung He Lianbi away. The mage could only weakly raise his staff to defend himself. The white-haired woman stood up, her entire body enveloped in purple aura. The great saber in her hand also vibrated intensely, shocking He Lianbi greatly. Her talent. She curled her lips into a savage smile, clearly having successfully absorbed the power. Ye Tian's eyes glowed red. He analyzed the situation and couldn't help but be astonished. Extraordinary. This woman has upgraded to an extraordinary cultivation talent. The white-haired woman rested her saber on her shoulder, her voice full of challenge. If you beg for your life right now, I might consider leaving you a complete corpse. He, Lianbi, struggled to his feet, drawing a golden magic array with his hand. Stop boasting. Even if you've upgraded to an extraordinary talent, it doesn't mean I'll lose. The white-haired woman's eyes turned icy cold. She didn't bother to say more. She stomped her foot, cracking the ground, and unleashed an attack combining lightning and sharp wind blades. He, Lianbi, was completely overwhelmed, purple lightning frantically tearing at his body. He took a full blow to the face, blood splattering, but then burst into maniacal laughter. Thud! He, Lianbi, was slammed straight into the ground, flattened like a cockroach. The white-haired woman looked down from above, her voice full of sarcasm. Is your battle intuition really that dull? The former genius of the He family seems to have become trash. Lying sprawled on the ground, He Lianbi bitterly admitted. On the path of cultivation, geniuses are countless. He looked up at his victor. You won today, but in the future, you'll only be a stepping stone for others. The Yun family leader looks down at the defeated opponent, her voice full of disdain. Huh. Accept your loss. What's the point of babbling useless words? She turns and walks away, carrying her great saber on her shoulder, issuing a warning. Don't forget, my Yun family has a king-rank expert guarding it. Before absolute power, her face flashes with madness. There is no such thing as an enemy. The victor departs, leaving behind a desolate battlefield under a gloomy sky. He Lianbi lies slumped at the base of a tree, covered in blood, utterly helpless. His breath weakens, his eyes dimming in despair. Is this the end? My life. Suddenly, a voice rings out right behind him. Senior, are you all right? He Lianbi jolts, turning to see Ye Tian standing there, having arrived unnoticed. He stammers in panic. You, who are you? Ye Tian remains unfazed, holding a vial of medicine that emits a faint blue lightning. Who I am doesn't matter. He offers the vial, his voice even. Senior, drink this medicine first. But He Lianbi only replies in despair. It's useless. He pulls up his robe, revealing a fatal cross-shaped wound on his chest, his internal organs completely shattered. Her attack destroyed all my vital organs. There's no saving me now. He Lianbi coughs up a mouthful of blood, getting straight to the point. Cough, you're also here for the mineral vein, aren't you? Ye Tian doesn't hesitate. That's right. The defeated mage lets out a dry laugh. Haha, straightforward, aren't you? Ye Tian frowns, beginning to deduce. This mineral vein must have something fishy about it. Otherwise, with Senior's strength, you would have finished mining it long ago. He Lianbi bitterly admits. You're right. He reveals a shocking secret. Inside this mine, there's a mine guardian beast of the highest rank, guarding the lifestone vein. He further explains. Only Little Purple, with its innate treasure-hunting talent, can find the true location of the stone vein. He, Lianbi, sighs, his voice full of regret. But it's an extremely rare beast. Even after spending 10 years in this secret realm, I haven't found a single one. Ye Tian smirks, slowly extending his hand. Are you talking about this? From Ye Tian's hoodie, Little Purple pokes its head out, its paws clasped behind its back in a smug manner, shocking He Lianbi, so much that his eyes widen and jaw drops. He Lianbi's eyes bulge, completely shocked as he recognizes the legendary pet. A treasure-seeking purple mouse? Impossible. The mage coughs violently, covered in blood, his body reaching its limit. He Lianbi still can't believe his eyes, stammering as he asks Ye Tian how on earth he tamed this beast, even forming a soul contract with it. Little Purple hops onto He Lianbi's knee, looking smug. He Lianbi looks at the purple mouse, bitterly exclaiming, I never thought I'd see it before I died. He scoffs, feeling that 10 years of toiling in this secret realm had suddenly become a ridiculous joke. He Lianbi's blood-stained hand falls limp, and he breathes his last. The old mage mutters in despair. Fate is truly ironic. Immediately after his death, He Lianbi's body turns to dust and vanishes into thin air. Elsewhere in the mine area, a figure just arrived. The Yun family leader shows her annoyance upon seeing a labyrinth of caves before her. Why are there so many caves? She stands before a pitch-black cave entrance, surrounded by scattered human bones. Without much thought, she slings her great saber over her shoulder, growling, Screw it. I'll just pick one at random. With that, the Yun family leader charges straight into the dark cave like a predator. Meanwhile, Ye Tian quietly buries He Lianbi's staff, treating it as a grave for the unfortunate mage. The sky begins to rain, pouring down heavily on the barren land. Ye Tian stands in the rain, silently gazing at the freshly made grave. He Lianbi's staff planted upright like a tombstone. Ye Tian's face is cold, his gaze resolute, even as the rain lashes against his face. He Lianbi's staff now rests eternally beneath the torrential rain. Ye Tian turns and walks away, his figure solitary yet determined, ready for the upcoming battle to seize the mine. The white-haired woman ventured alone deep into the dark canyon, carrying a massive greatsword. She stopped before a cave entrance, exuding a powerful aura. Inside the pitch-black cave, the white-haired woman muttered irritably. Another turn. Damn it, it's like a maze. Losing patience, she channeled power into her feet, and the ground beneath her heels began to crack. Boom! She stomped with earth-shattering force, deciding to break through directly, instead of going around. Immediately, a giant mine guardian beast emerged from the ground, sending her flying backward. The white-haired woman regained her balance, landing gracefully, her gaze unwavering. The Mind Guardian beast had revealed itself, a colossal rockworm with razor-sharp jaws, ready to devour anything. The white-haired woman broke into a sweat, realizing this was a top-tier predator, completely absent from the intelligence reports. The beast roared, gathering a dazzling energy orb in its mouth, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Despite the danger, the white-haired woman's eyes gleamed with determination, showing no intention of retreating. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the rain began to pour heavily. The sharp rocks within the cave began to tremble from the battle raging inside. Yi Tian stood afar, a knowing smirk on his face. "Oh, the fight has already begun?" With Little Purple perched on his shoulder, Yi Tian calmly declared, "Let the Yun family keep it busy for me." Yi Tian turned to his pet, ordering, "It's all up to you now, Little Purple." Little Purple nodded firmly, telepathically replying, "Understood, Master." Receiving the order, Little Purple immediately darted off like a flash, beginning its treasure-hunting mission. It glided through the darkness, its eyes glowing brightly, using all its abilities to find the shortcut to the ultimate reward. Yi Tian frowned, realizing that this tangled mess of caves seemed to be interfering with Little Purple's senses. The purple mouse continued to sniff around professionally, determined not to be stumped by this cheap maze system. As expected of a top-grade item, in just a flash, Little Purple reported good news. "Master, the real path is this way," surprising even Yi Tian with its speed. Following the guidance, Yi Tian discovered an underground river, completely surprised by the sight. The tranquil river flowed deep underground, shrouded in mist, creating a mysterious scene. Yi Tian immediately understood the situation. Those other caves were just useless decoys to fool people. The real entrance was this ordinary pool of water. Without Little Purple, he would have been easily tricked. He carefully tested the water, confirming there were no traps or toxins. "Let's go, Little Purple. Let's dive down and see what's interesting," Yi Tian ordered, and his pet immediately obeyed. With a whoosh, Little Purple plunged straight into the dark water. Yi Tian didn't hesitate either, splashing into the underground river, water spraying everywhere. Underwater, his eyes lit up, quickly locking onto the target. There it is. A pitch-black hole was hidden beneath the rock face at the bottom of the river. Clearly, this was the real entrance. Yi Tian swam straight to the hole, certain this was the place he was looking for. Inside, a massive, shattered stone tablet lay haphazardly, a sign of a fierce battle that had just taken place. The white-haired woman exhaled sharply, her eyes dazed, covered in blood. Her entire body was riddled with wounds, her clothes torn, as she lay slumped on a pile of rubble, bitterly admitting, "I don't even stand a chance against it." Her condition was pathetic. She had clearly been utterly defeated. She struggled to her feet, unable to believe the harsh reality that had just unfolded. And the one who had beaten her was the Mind Guardian beast, which was now clamping down on her, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Utterly defeated by the boss, the white-haired woman resentfully pulled out a purple energy gem, muttering, "It seems there's no other choice." The gem emitted mesmerizing purple lightning, signaling an extraordinary power. "Taste the power of a king rank," she roared, pouring all her strength into her final trump card. The Mind Guardian beast was no pushover either. It roared, gathering a massive blue energy sphere in retaliation. Crack! The gem in the white-haired woman's hand shattered, unleashing a dazzling rainbow energy surge. She unleashed a destructive wind element technique, the piercing beast, a gigantic purple energy drill that shot straight towards the boss. The two earth-shattering powers collided, creating an explosion that shook the entire mine. The terrifying destructive force crushed everything within its range, sending debris flying everywhere. The entire cavern shook violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. Underwater, Yi Tian felt the aftershocks, frowning. Damn strong energy waves. This isn't from that Yun girl. Something's happening. While Little Purple frantically warned that the mine was about to collapse, Yi Tian realized he didn't have much time. He had to act immediately. He activated his speed talent, his body transforming into a purple streak of light, shooting through the water like an arrow. The Mind Guardian beast let out a tragic roar, its entire body enveloped in chaotic energy after the collision. Its colossal body was flung away by the explosion, slamming hard against the rock wall. Fortunately, the white-haired woman managed to use a teleportation artifact to escape by a hair's breadth, muttering, "Good thing the family head gave me this artifact, or I would have been gone." Her arm was covered in blood, the consequence of using a technique beyond her limits. Despite her severe injuries, she didn't give up, her eyes wild as she roared, "Where is the lifestone vein?" Meanwhile, Yi Tian had swum through the murky water and saw a faint light ahead. His eyes flashed red. He had found his target. "It's the exit." Bang! Yi Tian burst out of the water, soaring upwards, escaping the chaotic battle zone. Thud. He landed softly in an ancient stone corridor, demonstrating his peak body control. Perched on his shoulder, Little Purple suddenly cried out excitedly, "Master, look!" Before Yetian's eyes was a breathtaking sight. An entire colossal cavern filled with glittering, glowing, lifestone crystals. He couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, "So many lifestones, and they're all high-grade." Countless colossal crystals, each containing pure energy, lay scattered everywhere. Yetian smirked, his eyes flashing with possessiveness. "Heh. Then I'll gladly take these on behalf of the Yun family." He approached the nearest cluster of crystals, and Little Purple reminded him, "Master, these stones are very hard. Be careful when you're mining them." Yetian summoned a pickaxe, lightning crackling around it, and growled, "For me, it's no problem." Activating his strength talent, his muscles bulged, and he swung the pickaxe, delivering a heaven-shattering blow to the crystal. As he mined, he ordered, "Little Purple, there's not much time left. Hurry and help me gather all the ore so it's easier to put into the inventory." Little Purple immediately used all its strength to push a freshly broken crystal shard. Suddenly, it stopped, sniffing at a peculiar scent emanating from the stone. Little Purple suddenly turned and scurried deeper inside, making Yetian call out in surprise, "Little Purple, where are you going?" The purple mouse hastily replied, "Master, follow me quickly. I've found something important. I smell a golden treasure. It might be the legendary item." They both stopped before an ancient stone pedestal, where a small orb floated, emitting an enchanting light. Little Purple explained with reverence, "Master, this is the life core. All the life stones in this mine are just byproducts of it. This is the most valuable treasure in this secret realm." Yetian was stunned, sweat pouring down his face. "The most valuable treasure in this secret realm?" Little Purple affirmed confidently as the orb shone brightly. "That's right. It can help Master ascend to the king rank in the future." Deep within the underground lake, the life core floated above a stone pedestal, radiating a brilliant, powerful light. Yetian broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes gleaming with intense ambition as he thought of the words king rank. Images of the continent's strongest, the true top-tier experts, flashed through his mind, and he knew this was his one-way ticket to join their ranks. Without a moment's hesitation, Yetian took resolute steps towards the ultimate treasure. He stood tall before the stone pedestal, facing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change his destiny. Little Purple cried out in alarm, "Master, don't go near it." The purple mouse warned with a trembling voice that the energy from the life core was too terrifying. Touching it would instantly erase one's existence. Yetian stood before the violently fluctuating energy core, feeling the horrifying power emanating from it. He frowned, feeling his entire body burning as if scorched, even from a distance. Yetian muttered, "Good thing I still have the defense and endurance I copied from Mahai base. Now's the time to use them." With that, he activated all his defensive talents, and a hexagonal energy shield enveloped his body. Little Purple's jaw dropped, unable to believe his master possessed so many talents. Despite the shield, the moment Yetian's hand touched the energy stream, his flesh began to crack and disintegrate. Yetian's eyes shone with determination, refusing to retreat even as his body was being destroyed. The life core erupted with fierce pink-purple energy, engulfing him. The entire area was submerged in a sea of energy, and Yetian was flung backward. He let out a tragic cry, his hand almost completely disintegrated under the destructive power. Little Purple could only helplessly cry out his master's name in despair. The purple mouse tried to divert the energy flow, but it was useless. The life core's power was beyond its reach. It realized a harsh truth. The life core's energy was too overwhelming. Ordinary defensive talents were utterly useless against it. Little Purple realized in horror that at this rate, his master would be burned alive to ashes. Ignoring his burning flesh, Yetian activated his recovery talent, determined that as long as he could touch it, it would be over. Gritting his teeth, Yetian's mangled hand reached out, just a little further, and finally grasped the life core. Crack! The life core in his hand cracked, releasing an even more terrifying surge of energy. Without a second's hesitation, Yetian activated his space talent, opening his pocket inventory. With a crazy grin, Yetian roared, "Store!" Determined to shove the entire core into his personal space, the colossal energy surge from the life core exploded, flinging Yetian far away. Bang! He slammed hard into the rock wall, his body indescribably battered. Little Purple cried out for his master, but Yetian still struggled to his feet, reassuring it that he was fine. In Yetian's already recovering hand, a stone emitting blue lightning appeared. Yetian sighed in relief, confirming he had successfully seized the life core. making the purple mouse exclaim in admiration. He raised the precious stone, a treasure that countless others had bled for, now resting securely in his grasp. Suddenly, Yetian realized the cave began to shake violently, the rock walls cracking as they lost their core energy source. The entire mine began to collapse, rocks and debris raining down. Yetian wasted no time, enveloping his body in a stream of purple energy and roaring, "Let's go." Whoosh! He shot away like a bolt of lightning, escaping the collapsing area. Elsewhere, the white-haired woman, barely clinging to life, suddenly felt the earthquake. She muttered, "What the hell? The mine's about to collapse." She gritted her teeth, realizing everything was undoubtedly connected to the life core. Meanwhile, Ye Tian had escaped and landed in another section of the mine, where countless life stones glowed brilliantly. Ye Tian's eyes lit up with greed, and he declared that such a fortune of life stones couldn't be wasted. Ye Tian pulled a pickaxe from his inventory bag and imbued it with lightning. Flexing his bulging muscles, he roared greedily, "Clear them all out," then rushed into the mining operation. Meanwhile, the white-haired woman rushed through the collapsing tunnel, her face showing clear panic. "Impossible," she muttered in extreme disbelief, because she should have been the only one in this mine. With her body full of injuries, she still pushed forward with all her might, sensing something bad. If the life core is taken, her heels stomped hard on the ground, determined not to let everything slip from her grasp. Then everything will be over, she thought to herself, speeding through the cloud of rock dust. Her eyes gleamed sharply, determined to find the one who had stolen her prize. Bang! Her path was blocked by a solid rock wall, a dead end. With her body full of injuries, she clenched her fist, blood oozing from her open wounds. Blue lightning flared around her fist, she growled, determined not to let a mere wall block her way. Crash! A devastating punch slammed straight into the rock wall. The wall cracked and shattered into pieces under her terrifying power. An entire massive section of the wall collapsed, revealing a new space behind it. After breaking through the wall, she landed on the ground, her body nearly at its limit, but she still tried to stand firm. She stared in astonishment at the vast space before her, an area paved with square tiles. Why is there a place like this here? Clink! Her foot accidentally stepped on a small, hard object on the floor. She bent down and picked up a tiny, faintly glowing crystal shard. Her eyes narrowed as she realized, this is a life stone. She looked up at the empty space, realizing a harsh truth. This is the real mineral mine, but it had been completely plundered by someone. Not a single piece left. The white-haired woman stared at the last remaining lifestone shard, her face smeared with blood. Her eyes gleamed with a cold light, realizing something unusual. There's a human scent here. She gritted her teeth, realizing the bitter truth. Someone has already farmed everything clean. Her entire body aching, she collapsed in despair, muttering, "It's over. Someone snuck in here and took all the life stones and even the life core while I was fighting to the death with the monster." Fear enveloped her as she thought of the consequences. If I don't complete the mission, the patriarch will kill me. Crack! Her fist clenched so tightly that her bones creaked. She roared in fury. Which bastard dared to touch what the Yun family had set their sights on? I will definitely find you and tear you to shreds. Scene change. Ye Tian stood in the rain, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, this feeling is amazing. He patted his invisible pet. Little Purple, it's all thanks to you that we got such a huge haul, and received flattery from it. Master is the one with great fortune. I also didn't expect there to be a life core inside. Ye Tian's entire body erupted with extremely domineering purple lightning. He coaxed. Let's leave the secret realm. Outside, there's plenty of roasted meat for you to eat. The pet immediately submitted. I will obey all your commands. Ye Tian's eyes flashed with determination, declaring, All right, time to scram. The scene shifted to an ancient, solemn architectural complex of the Yue family. Inside the family's vast compound, a female servant was walking. She carried a wooden bento box, which looked quite heavy. Another female servant blocked her path and asked, Hey, what are you doing? The girl carrying the bento box replied, I'm bringing food for young miss. Ever since she met the old ancestor, she's locked herself in her room for days without eating or drinking. The purple-haired girl warned sternly, Elder Ben has ordered that no one is to disturb young miss, not even to bring food. The other girl worried, but if she doesn't eat for so many days, how can her body endure it? The purple-haired girl yawned lazily, showing indifference. Why worry so much? Just follow Elder Ben's orders. Night fell. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Inside the Yue family's medicine hall, the atmosphere was eerily silent. In the middle of the room filled with medicine cabinets, Yu Ling was meditating. A stream of purple energy enveloped her body. She thought to herself, I used all my spiritual power to resist the old ancestors' attack. However, precisely because of the lack of life force, the barrier to breaking through the next realm finally loosened. Yu Ling realized the time had come. This was the sign of a great martial warrior breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. She was confident in her solid foundation, having used countless high-level beast blood and rare treasures to level up. Her entire body erupted with aura. Yu Ling poured all her strength, determined to reach the Grandmaster rank in one go. The candle in the room began to flicker, signaling an earth-shattering transformation was about to occur. Poof! The candle was instantly extinguished by an invisible current of air. All the energy in the medicine hall was drained, converging towards Yu Ling like a whirlwind. Her aura compressed to its limit, forming dense, dark purple energy rings around her body. Yu Ling's eyes snapped open. The decisive moment had arrived. Outside, on a tree, a beautiful blue energy butterfly slowly formed from nothingness. Crack! The tree bark cracked as the energy butterfly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A giant pillar of purplish-blue light shot straight from the Yue family into the sky, ripping through the night, an astonishing phenomenon that drew the attention of the entire city. The gossiping warriors below gaped in astonishment. That direction is the Yue family's. Another Grandmaster has awakened. This family is truly a powerhouse. In another room, Ancestor Yueji was leisurely practicing calligraphy, his brush gently gliding across the paper. He suddenly stopped writing, sensing the familiar breakthrough aura. Yueji smirked meaningfully, acknowledging his granddaughter's strength. This girl has some skill after all. Back in the medicine hall, blue lightning began to crackle around the medicine jars. The power completely transformed. Yu Ling floated in midair, her entire body enveloped in lightning, feeling the power of a true Grandmaster. Now, she didn't even need to meditate. Her body automatically absorbed energy from nature as if by instinct. A tiny dragonfly-shaped energy creature flew to Yu Ling's ear, signaling that a new era of power had begun. Yu Ling felt her new power. Her senses were now so sharp that she could even hear the flapping wings of an energy butterfly. But most importantly, she was sitting in her room, feeling the changes in her body. Whoosh! The energy butterfly flew past in a flash. Yu Ling smirked. She now possessed the unique spiritual force of a Grandmaster, easily capturing the energy butterfly with just a thought. She calmly took a sip of tea, enjoying the feeling of omnipotence. Yu Ling suddenly remembered. Tomorrow is the deadline before the secret realm gate closes. She decided, I should go meet him. At the entrance to the secret realm, the spatial gate was still spinning, emitting rays of energy. A man in the gossiping crowd shouted, "Hey, someone's coming out again!" Bang! Two figures were thrown straight out of the spatial gate, looking as if they had just been through a life-and-death battle. The Axe Warrior and the Afro Warrior landed with difficulty. Both stood up. The Axe Warrior asked, "Big brother, where can we exchange our items?" The Afro Warrior replied simply, "Let's look around first." A shady merchant slyly approached, chuckling, "Hee, I wonder what treasures you two brothers have found. I'm buying at high prices here, everything is negotiable." The Afro Warrior held out a glowing green spirit herb. "All right, then you appraise this." The shady merchant glanced at it and declared, This spirit herb is still young, and it's damaged too." He held up one finger, offering a paltry price. At most, 10,000 gold. The Axe Warrior, furious, grabbed the shady merchant's collar. "Who are you trying to fool? This is a 100-year-old wind spirit herb. Good for refining elixirs, and you're only offering 10,000 gold?" The shady merchant stammered quickly. "If you're not satisfied, we can negotiate again." The Afro Warrior intervened, and the Axe Warrior grudgingly let go. The Axe Warrior grumbled irritably. What bad luck, running into a scam artist right after leaving the secret realm. In there, this old man would have died 800 times. The Afro Warrior simply replied, "Forget it, let's find someone else. There's no shortage of merchants here." Whoosh! Ye Tian activated his spatial talent, teleporting directly out of the secret realm. A hooded figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the square, making an old man spectator's eyes wide with astonishment. Little Purple poked its head out of the cloak, curious. "Master, is this the outside world? There are so many people," Yi Tian growled. "Little Purple, get back in, hide your aura." Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, his spatial talent sensing the gaze of a king-rank expert sweeping across the city. Amidst the bustling market, hawkers' cries echoed endlessly, inviting warriors who had just returned from the secret realm. A merchant was shouting loudly, "High prices for treasures from the secret realm, guaranteed good and fair prices." Ye Tian thought to himself, why would a king-rank expert guard the entrance to the secret realm? He decided to ignore it and head straight to the Yue family first. The old man spectator rubbed his eyes, looking around in confusion. Huh? There was clearly someone there just now. How did they disappear? He mumbled to himself, thinking he had seen things. Meanwhile, the axe warrior boasted to his Afro warrior comrade. Big brother, we're rich this time. We got so many good items. Well, make a fortune. The Afro warrior cautiously reminded him. Keep your voice down. Someone might be watching. Suddenly, a bright blue teleportation array lit up under Ye Tian's feet. He immediately realized he had fallen into a trap. A blue light flashed, and Ye Tian vanished right in the middle of the crowded square. He was teleported to a dark basement, where an iron cage hung suspended. Boom! The Afro warrior and the axe warrior were also teleported in, falling face first onto the floor. Both were stunned, not understanding what had just happened in the gloomy room. The Afro warrior struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth as he realized. Spatial teleportation. This is a spatial talent. He slowly stood up, his body still aching from the impact. The axe warrior, just regaining his senses, screamed when he saw corpses strewn all around. Why? Why are there so many dead bodies here? A cold voice echoed from the darkness, ordering, "Shut your mouth." The Mohawk leader questioned the two captives. "I heard you guys got a ton of treasures from the secret realm, didn't you?" The Afro warrior gritted his teeth, recognizing the person sitting regally on the throne. The axe warrior stammered in horror as he recognized the person's identity. King Yun He. It's King Yun He. Both warriors broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe why a king-rank expert would appear here. Ye Tian, still hidden in the iron cage, observed coldly, thinking, "You two are as noisy as flies. Truly troublesome." Boom! An explosion rang out, and black blood splattered everywhere. The Afro warrior was instantly killed, leaving only a pool of blood and a twisted hand on the floor. King Yun. He grabbed the remaining axe warrior by the hair and poured a purple liquid into his mouth. He squeezed the bottle tightly, forcing the prisoner to drink it all. King Yun. He laughed sinisterly. Hey, let's see what kind of treasure you brought out from the secret realm this time." Meanwhile, Ye Tian had safely arrived at Demon Sea Base, pondering where the Yue family might be located in this vast place. He walked along the crowded street, silently blaming himself. If I knew they'd be this hard to find, I would have asked for her address earlier. Ye Tian sighed, deciding to ask someone for directions to save time. Suddenly, streaks of lightning flashed across the rooftops directly above Ye Tian. A figure descended from the sky at terrifying speed, enveloped in lightning. Ye Tian barely had time to look up before a devastating kick landed squarely on his face. He couldn't react in time and was sent flying by the powerful kick. Yu Ling, who had just delivered the blow, cursed inwardly as she felt the opponent's toughness. Damn it. Crash! Ye Tian was kicked away, slamming into a wall, muttering, "That hurt, but I don't remember having any enemies in Demon Sea Base." Ye Tian lay sprawled on the ground, bitterly wondering, "Why am I getting beaten up just walking down the street?" Yu Ling rushed over, her voice filled with concern. "Ye Tian, are you all right?" Ye Tian looked up, recognized the familiar face, and stammered in astonishment. Yue Ling. Yue Ling clasped her hands in apology, grinning as she explained. "Sorry about that. I just broke through to Grandmaster and wanted to test your skills a bit. I didn't expect you to be so unguarded." Ye Tian's eyes widened, completely shocked. "You've already reached the Grandmaster rank?" Yue Ling replied with a smug modesty, saying she just got lucky. She continued, surprised that Ye Tian had also become a Grandmaster so quickly. As they walked, Ye Tian explained it was just a coincidence, while Yue Ling admitted she had to use many of her family's precious treasures to break through. Yue Ling couldn't believe Ye Tian had completely surpassed her, but he simply replied, "You can do it too." Ye Tian thought to himself, the Yue family's resources are truly immense, but the important thing is that Yue Ling is capable enough to absorb them. This Demon Sea Base is full of experts. He needs to level up quickly. Suddenly, Little Purple popped out from Ye Tian's cloak, whining, "Master, I'm so hungry. When do we get grilled meat?" startling him into yelling, "Huh? Why are you out here?" Yue Ling was stunned, her mouth agape as she recognized Ye Tian's pet. "That's a treasure-hunting purple mouse." Ye Tian asked blankly if it was a famous spirit beast, and Yue Ling immediately flared up, shouting that it was priceless and demanding to buy it immediately, no matter the cost. Little Purple clung tightly to its master's clothes, eyes welling up, pleading telepathically, "Master, please don't sell me." Ye Tian scratched his head and refused, saying it was already his pet and couldn't be sold. Yue Ling sighed, telling herself that only a fool would sell such a precious spirit beast. The two arrived in front of an apartment building. Yu Ling announced. We're here. Yu lives in the apartment up there. Seeing Ye Tian standing still, she asked if he wasn't going to visit his sister, but he replied that he didn't want to disturb their reunion and would visit later. Yu Ling said she would send someone to pick up Ye Tian tomorrow to the Marshal Pavilion headquarters, promising to buy all the items he looted from the secret realm at member prices. Ye Tian nodded in agreement. After the agreement was made, Yu Ling turned and left, leaving Ye Tian alone on the deserted street. After parting ways with Yu Ling, Ye Tian stood before his door, a faint, confident smile on his face. Bang, bang! He knocked on the door, calling out, Yu, open up. I'm home. Click. The doorknob slowly turned, and the door creaked open. Yu, his younger sister, peeked her head out with a bewildered, stunned expression. Ye Tian stood there, clad in a black cloak, asking calmly, Are you doing well, Yu? Contrary to his expectations, Yu's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth. Slam. The door mercilessly slammed shut right in front of Ye Tian's nose. Ye Tian froze, sweat pouring down. Huh? He pounded on the door again, yelling, What are you doing? It's your older brother. Open the door. Inside, Yu sat on the floor, hugging her knees resentfully. Oh, so you still remember you have a younger sister? You disappeared right after leaving the secret realm. Ye Tian continued to knock, his voice softening. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Just let me in first. Yu yelled back, refusing to yield. Huh. Just stay out there, don't ever come back. Losing patience, Ye Tian decided to play his trump card. His eyes flashed red. If that's the case, space talent, teleport, whoosh. A purple energy orb appeared right in the living room. Ye Tian materialized right in front of his younger sister, casually greeting her. Yu's jaw dropped and she screamed, Ah, how did you get in here? He calmly explained the new ability he looted from the secret realm, and even showed off his awesome wall-phasing skill. Ye Tian thought to himself, This space talent is truly amazing, incredibly convenient. To appease his sister, Ye Tian held out Little Purple. Here, a gift for you. Don't be angry anymore. Yu's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the unique little mouse, asking what its name was. Ye Tian explained, Its name is Little Purple, and it has treasure hunting abilities, a real premium pet. Yu joyfully raised the pet to the sky, asking if it was really that amazing. Ye Tian chuckled, thinking how easy it was to appease his sister, then entrusted the pet to her. Haha, I'm counting on you then. Suddenly, a plump paw of Xiaojin gently nudged his pant leg. Ye Tian paused, his eyes full of curiosity. It turned out that the divine beast, Xiaojin, had grown plump like a piglet after some time, leaving Little Purple, who stood beside it, speechless. Sister, since when did you raise a pig? Yu happily cuddled the plump leopard, even naming it Xiaojin, which made Ye Tian freeze at the sentimentality. Xiaojin clarified telepathically to its master. Master, you're being too much. I'm just a little chubby, not fat like a pig. Ye Tian clutched his head helplessly, wondering how he would fight with this body in the future. Meanwhile, Xiaojin was already acting like a big brother, bullying Little Purple. Your name is Little Purple, right? From now on, follow me and call me Big Brother. Night fell over the apartment complex, ending a bustling day. Afterwards, Ye Tian went into the bathroom to relieve stress under the shower. He washed away all the grime after his exhausting item farming trip. Splash, he turned off the water, preparing for his next plan. He dried himself with a towel, his bulging muscles clearly visible, ready for a power upgrade. As he stepped out of the bathroom, Ye Tian decided to let Yu take care of Little Purple from now on. Sitting on the bed, he muttered his new goal. Now I can copy the treasure hunting talent. His eyes flashed, activating his formidable ability, copy. At the same time, at the Yun family mansion, night descended ominously. Inside, the white-haired woman was in a furious rage, smashing an item and roaring, Trash! A powerful old man grabbed the heavily injured white-haired woman, growling. You failed a simple mission, and you still have the nerve to come back and report to me? She weakly replied. I was tricked. She choked out her story. While I was soloing the Calamity Beast, that guy swooped in, snatching both the life core and all the minerals. The Yun ancestor narrowed his eyes, filled with killing intent, and asked, Did you see his face? She lowered her head, admitting, His speed was terrifying. I didn't dare confront him directly. I only saw the battlefield and the traces of the completely excavated mine. The Yun ancestor roared. So, you don't even know if it was a man or a woman? She trembled, stammering. I truly don't know. Enraged, he reached out and grabbed her head. The Yun ancestor roared in her face. insulting her title as a genius, and questioning why she kept such a useless person by her side. She quickly begged for another chance to reclaim the life core. With a cold snort, he slapped her, sending her flying to the floor. The Yun ancestor speculated that anyone daring to steal right under the Yun family's nose must belong to a major family. He ordered, "Begin the investigation from there. See which members the major families sent into the secret realm." His eyes sharp as knives, he issued a final warning. "You know the consequences if you fail again." With a whoosh, he vanished, leaving the white-haired woman trembling as she replied in vain. I understand." Left alone, she clenched her fists. Humiliation and resentment clearly etched on her face. Her eyes blazed, and she gritted her teeth, swearing, "I will definitely find you." Scene change. Ye Tian and Yu Ling arrived before a colossal building, the headquarters of the Marshal Pavilion. Ye Tian couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the place, while Yu Ling simply replied nonchalantly, "Ha, what's there to be surprised about?" Ye Tian smirked, a red glint in his eyes, thinking, "I'll use this opportunity to test how formidable Little Purple's treasure-hunting talent is." Click. The VIP room door of the Marshal Pavilion headquarters opened. Ye Tian was overwhelmed as he stepped inside. The vast room was filled with rare items and glittering treasures. Yu Ling crossed her arms, acting like the host. "What do you think? Not bad, right? Feel free to look around." Ye Tian secretly activated his ability, scanned the room, then pouted. "All green tier trash, nothing good here." The ranking system was clear. White, green, purple, red, and gold were the best. Ye Tian casually picked up a rather shoddy-looking dagger to test it out. Crack! The moment he picked it up, the dagger split with a loud crack. Ye Tian was startled, his face paling. What kind of shoddy item is this, so easily broken? He hastily tried to put the broken item back when an old man appeared. Yu Ling greeted, "Elder Ben, you're here?" The old man immediately asked, "You're Ye Tian, Little Ling's friend, aren't you?" Yu Ling introduced him as Elder Ben, the manager of the Marshal Pavilion, and Ye Tian politely bowed. Elder Ben appeared generous. "Feel free to look around. If there's anything you like, I'll give you a discount." But Ye Tian didn't need a discount. His eyes flashed red as his treasure-hunting radar blared. A golden aura, the scent of a transcendent-grade treasure, led him to a hidden corner. Here it is. A giant egg with reddish-brown scales was radiating a brilliant golden glow. Wham! Yu Ling slapped his shoulder, interrupting his thoughts. "Hey, what are you spacing out for?" Ye Tian startled and apologized, but Yu Ling grumbled, telling him to hurry because the elder was busy, even though the old man waved his hand, saying it was fine. Ye Tian turned 180 degrees, his face cold as he declared, "Elder Ben, this place only has low-grade items. I want to see the good stuff. Money is not an issue." Elder Ben smirked, amused by the young man's arrogance. Meanwhile, Yu Ling could only cover her face, speechless, wondering where Ye Tian learned such a boastful habit. The old man also played along, declaring that the Marshal Pavilion had everything from rare treasures to transcendent divine weapons, as long as one had money. Ye Tian raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" True to his word, Ye Tian pulled out a sparkling stone, blue energy crackling around it. "So, what if I use this to trade?" Elder Ben's smile froze, his eyes wide, as he recognized with a trembling voice. That's a lifestone." Elder Ben and Yu Ling gaped at the enormous lifestone, both asking Ye Tian in unison where he got such a monstrous item. Ye Tian just chuckled, replying nonchalantly, "Haha, just lucky. Picked it up in the secret realm, you know." Regaining his composure, Elder Ben quickly led the way, and Ye Tian bluntly stated his request. "I need a cultivation technique that goes straight to Grandmaster rank and a short sword." Elder Ben clutched the stone tightly, his eyes shining like headlights. "This one stone is more than enough. Wait a moment, I'll go get the items right away." The old man joyfully scurried into the storage, muttering, "A life stone. Ha ha ha, what a haul." Ye Tian thought to himself, if a mere piece of this stone was so valuable, then the life core in his hand was truly a priceless treasure. Yu Ling ran after him, pressing, "Hey Ye Tian, tell me the truth, where did you get it? There's no way you just picked it up." Ye Tian turned back, his gaze sharp. "If I tell you the truth, you'll be implicated." Yu Ling snapped impatiently. "Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me." Ye Tian coldly dropped a bombshell. "I stole it from the Yun family." Yu Ling grabbed his collar, utterly panicked. "Are you crazy? That's what the Yun family has been after for ages. How much did you take? If it's just one stone, return it now while you still have a chance to live." Yi Tian brushed her hand away, replying casually, I didn't count, but it's probably about an entire mine's worth. Yu Ling froze, her brain temporarily ceasing to function. Outside the Marshall Pavilion building, silence reigned, a stark contrast to the storm raging within Yu Ling as she screamed, An entire mine? Yu Ling completely collapsed, sitting on the floor, clutching her head. We're dead for sure. The Yun family will soon find out we're involved. Ye Tian remained terrifyingly calm. Don't worry, I handled it cleanly. Yu Ling shrieked. You don't know how terrifying King Yun he is. He's not someone we can afford to offend. Completely helpless, Yu Ling sighed and gave up. Fine. Do whatever you want. Don't blame me if something happens. I warned you. Ignoring Yu Ling's self-pity, Ye Tian casually strolled through the treasure vault. His gaze stopped at a glowing item. Found it. A transcendent-grade gold element treasure. It was a purple cloud body cultivation technique and an amethyst saber. Two rare items rumored to have been found in an ancient tomb by a king-rank expert. Elder Ben smiled, asking Ye Tian and Yu Ling, Are you two satisfied? Ye Tian held the amethyst saber in his hand, crimson energy enveloping it, his eyes gleaming with absolute satisfaction. A red-grade item, a top-tier weapon. It must have been used by a king-rank expert. Without further ado, Ye Tian took both the purple cloud cultivation technique and declared bluntly, I'll take them all. Elder Ben handed him a card, explaining that the remaining gold after exchanging the life core had been loaded onto it, a VIP card allowing free access to the Marshall Pavilion. Yi Tian held the VIP card in his hand. Elder Ben introduced it as an extremely rare item, offering a 70% discount anywhere, making even him nod in acknowledgement of its quality. Suddenly, Ye Tian pointed at an item on a shelf and asked for its price, drawing the elder's attention. Elder Ben reached out and took a reddish-brown egg-shaped object down from the shelf. The old man handed the egg to Ye Tian, confirming it was indeed what he wanted. Making a grand gesture, Elder Ben declared, Since you've chosen it, I'll give it to you as a gift. This surprised even Ye Tian. The old man chuckled, saying this was how to make friends. As long as Ye Tian brought more treasures like life cores to exchange in the future, it would be fine. Ye Tian held the egg, thinking to himself that this old man truly didn't know its worth, practically giving away an extraordinary grade treasure for free. Yu Ling spoke up to explain. That's a fossilized dragon egg. It's only ever been used for display. She crossed her arms, complaining that they had tried every method to hatch it to no avail, guessing that some cultivator had tricked them into buying a defective item. But Ye Tian thought differently. His treasure-hunting talent had confirmed this was an extraordinary grade item. There was no way it was trash. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he decided, Then I'll try to hatch it. Leaving the Marshall Pavilion, Ye Tian thanked Yu Ling for her help. He extended an invitation. Why don't you come over for dinner? My sister's cooking is quite good. Yu Ling declined, saying she had to go home for some business. The two bid each other farewell, promising to bother each other for a long time to come. Yu Ling smiled, confirming, It's what I should do. We're friends now, right? Ye Tian smirked confidently. Of course, you can call on me for help anytime. Suddenly, a muscular brawler carrying a great saber appeared, speaking mockingly, Ha, I didn't expect you to crawl back here, you brat. The muscular man, Yue Chao, looked at Ye Tian with disdain, taunting, You're probably just sneaking into the secret realm to pick up some trash to exchange with our Marshall Pavilion for profit, aren't you? Yue Ling immediately snapped, her face changing color. Yue Chao. He's a guest of the Marshall Pavilion. Watch your words. Yue Chao chuckled smugly, acting superior. Haha, Miss Yue. I was just joking with this kid. If you have nothing to do, go home. Don't cause trouble here. Boom. He stomped his foot, cracking the ground, clearly trying to intimidate. Yue Chao growled, his entire body erupting with blue lightning. All right, I'll go home right after I properly greet him. Ye Tian remained still, his eyes icy as a surge of dark purple energy began to envelop him. Crack! Yue Chaos' devastating punch was blocked by Ye Tian's hexagonal defensive shield. Yue Chao's eyes widened, his voice trembling as he realized he had just encountered the real deal. This is a defensive talent? Refusing to accept the truth, Yue Chao roared, unleashing his full power with a blazing red aura enveloping his body. Ye Tian merely stared coldly at his opponent, who was powering up, his own crimson aura also erupting fiercely. It seems you truly wish to die, don't you? Yue Chao broke out in a cold sweat, his legs starting to tremble as he felt the terrifying pressure. From Ye Tian's aura, a gigantic skull image emerged, radiating an overwhelming killing intent that froze Yue Chao in place. Yu Ling shouted Ye Tian's name, rushing forward frantically. She shielded Ye Tian, urgently trying to stop them. Don't fight him here. This is the main gate of the Martial Pavilion headquarters, Ye Tian snorted, and his deadly aura slowly dissipated. Yu Ling turned to glare at the muscular man. Yue Chao, that's enough, understood? Yu Ling apologized to Ye Tian for the recent trouble, but he merely replied coldly, I'll be going now. As soon as she turned away, Yue Ling snapped at the muscular man. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Why are you picking a fight with my friend? Bang! Yue Chao still refused to back down, slamming his great saber onto the ground to show his might. Yue Ling glared, her voice tight with anger. Yue Chao, you. Yue Chao was drenched in sweat, only one thought swirling in his mind. How many calamity beasts has he killed? The muscular man was completely overwhelmed by Ye Tian's killing intent, wondering how anyone could possess such terrifying killing aura. With everything settled for now, Ye Tian returned home alone as dusk began to fall. He stepped into his neighborhood, a familiar, peaceful scene. Ye Tian called out loudly, Ye Yu, I'm home. At the same time, the sizzling sound of cooking food echoed from the kitchen. Ye Yu was focused on cooking, telling her brother to wait a moment, and teasing, It's been a while since I cooked for you. Looks like, well, have a delicious meal tonight. Ye Tian leaned back on the sofa, enjoying the comfortable feeling. He clasped his hands behind his head, sighing in relief. There's truly no place like home. It's so comfortable. Ye Tian glanced at his two pets, Xiao Jin and Little Purple, curled up soundly asleep beside him. He took out the mysterious dragon egg, which was still flickering with small electric sparks. Ye Tian mused. As for this dragon egg, let's leave it for now. The Yue family hasn't found anything for years anyway. Suddenly, Ye Tian was startled when the egg in his hand suddenly vibrated violently. Thump, thump. The egg began to bounce as if there was a heartbeat from within. Ye Tian was stunned, clearly feeling each beat. Why is it beating like it has a heart? At the same time, Xiao Jin, who was sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide, sensing the change. Agitated by the dragon egg's heartbeat, Xiao Jin's fur bristled, his whole body crackling with purple electricity, and he let out a panicked roar. Ye Tian immediately rushed over with astonishing speed, calling his beloved pet's name, Xiao Jin. He asked directly, Are you scared of it? While Xiao Jin was still in a defensive stance, visibly trembling. Through telepathy, Xiao Jin asked why his master had a dragon egg, and Ye Tian could only explain that it was originally a defective item that suddenly developed a heartbeat. Seeing the tense situation, Little Purple swiftly darted away to find a safe hiding spot. Ye Tian sat down to get to the bottom of it, and Xiao Jin then explained that dragons inherently possess an aura that suppresses all calamity beasts. An illustration showed a colossal, overwhelmingly powerful legendary dragon, an existence on a completely different level. Ye Tian was utterly shocked upon hearing that there was a rank even above king rank. Xiao Jin confirmed it but didn't know the exact name of this rank. Suddenly, the egg in Ye Tian's hand stopped moving, falling silent. Ye Tian pondered deeply. The Martial Pavilion had clearly stated this was a defective egg that couldn't hatch, so why did it suddenly show signs of life? Putting aside his questions for now, he decided to put the egg into his inventory first. Just then, Little Purple seemed to awaken, shouting in his mind, Master, I know, it's because of the life crystal core. Ye Tian spun around, asking the mouse if the crystal core had awakened the dragon egg, and it affirmed with certainty. Little Purple explained clearly. Because Master kept both items in the inventory, the pure life energy of the crystal core revived the egg that was originally dead. Ye Tian nodded, impressed by Little Purple's knowledge, and the mouse puffed out its chest, proudly proclaiming itself a renowned treasure-hunting mouse. Awakened by the noise, Xiao Jin let out a huge yawn, revealing his fangs. The chubby leopard grumbled about his beautiful dream being interrupted, then sprawled out again. Ye Tian returned to the main topic, asking Little Purple what the next step was to hatch the egg. The mouse advised its master to remain calm, to let the crystal core slowly restore the egg, and promised that the day it hatched, he would gain a spirit beast, surpassing even king rank. Immediately after, a crack appeared on the eggshell. Ye Tian smirked slyly, already imagining the scene of owning an overwhelmingly powerful king rank pet. Let's see what a king rank spirit beast is like. While he was high on excitement, Ye Yu called him for dinner, pulling him back to reality with a lavish meal already set. Ye Yu grumbled, telling her brother to wash his hands before eating, and Ye Tian obediently complied like a child. Night fell, and the entire apartment complex was enveloped in silence. Ye Tian sat in his room, unrolling the purple cloud body tempering secret manual to study it, and was immediately dumbfounded by its requirements. It requires an extraordinary grade cultivation talent and a perfect physical foundation to cultivate. He scratched his head in frustration, recalling that even Yu Ling, with her high-grade talent, had only just reached Grandmaster, and the Sun family's patriarch was also at that level. This secret manual is truly terrifying. This cultivation method is divided into 5 stages: blood tempering, flesh tempering, bone tempering, skin tempering, and finally, chi tempering. Its goal is to unlock the body's full potential, creating the strongest physical body on the planet. But the price is countless rare treasures and elixirs for nourishment. Yi Tian muttered, feeling as if he had been tricked because this secret manual was both difficult and expensive. No wonder no one wanted to buy it, and it was sold to me so easily. While flipping through it, he suddenly paused upon discovering a strange symbol. He narrowed his eyes, realizing it was an extremely subtle, hidden spatial imprint. Yi Tian's eyes flashed purple as he activated his spatial perception talent to scan the imprint. Immediately, the imprint on the scroll glowed brilliantly. A dazzling purple light enveloped him. With a whoosh, Yi Tian was sucked into another space. He found himself floating in a dark dimension. Below him, a surface of rippling energy. Yi Tian realized this was the internal space of the purple cloud body tempering scripture. Suddenly, he sensed another presence. A mysterious female figure's back standing in the middle of the space. The figure turned around, fanning a golden fan, and spoke. "You have finally arrived." The mysterious purple-haired man smiled meaningfully, calling Yi Tian his successor. Yi Tian was utterly shocked, his eyes wide as he realized the identity of the person before him. The purple-haired man folded his fan, an overbearing aura radiating. "You have finally arrived, my successor." He introduced himself with a superior demeanor. "I am the divine immortal of thunder." Scene change. Night fell, and a shout urging a horse echoed. Horse hooves sparked on the stone ground as a rider galloped. The Yun family messenger frantically urged his horse to fly through the town in the night. The destination appeared, a colossal building of the Yun family. The Yun family messenger reined in. The horse neighed once, then abruptly stopped before a bamboo forest. Without a moment's rest, he jumped off his horse and ran frantically deeper inside. In the middle of a vast compound, the Yun family messenger shouted loudly, "Young miss, we found it." He ran towards a white-haired woman who was meditating, panting. He reported, "It's someone from the Yue family." The Yun family messenger stammered, his face pale. When the secret realm opened, the Yue family had an outsider enter. "His name is Yi Tian." The white-haired woman opened her eyes, her aura cold, and repeated the name she just heard, Yi Tian. The white-haired woman asked the Yun family messenger about Yi Tian's background. He replied that the relationship was unclear, only that Yu Ling brought him back from Academy number 5. The Yun family messenger continued to report another shocking piece of news. "But I also discovered something else. Yu Ling just broke through to the Grandmaster rank yesterday." The white-haired woman froze upon hearing this, and growled, asking again, "What did you say? Yu Ling has reached Grandmaster? Are you sure?" The Yun family messenger retreated while firmly asserting that the entire Demon Sea base knew, and now Yu Ling was being hailed as the #1 genius. The white-haired woman glared sharply, her voice icy. "Is that so? Are you also happy that she broke through to Grandmaster?" The white-haired woman unleashed a lightning kick directly at the Yun family messenger's face, and growled, "I am the #1 genius of the younger generation. Remember that." The Yun family messenger was sent flying, tumbling on the ground. His face bruised, he stammered in fear. "Understood." The white-haired woman ordered no further investigation, declaring she would personally go meet that guy named Yi Tian. She firmly asserted that if it was true Yi Tian had stolen the life core, then even the Yue family couldn't protect him. In a mystical purple consciousness space, a strange figure appeared, remarking that Yi Tian had some skill to enter here, but what he was seeing was merely an illusion left behind by his talent. He explained that this entire space was also created by his talent, merely an illusion. Yi Tian secretly assessed. Could this aura be at the king rank? The purple-haired man waved his hand, looking bored. "All right, no more rambling, it's boring." His gaze sharpened. "Now, let's clarify a few things." Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted, crushing Yi Tian down onto the energy water surface. Yi Tian was tightly pressed by the terrifying pressure, secretly horrified. What kind of terrifying aura is this? It's just an illusion, yet it feels even stronger than King Yunhe. The purple-haired man coldly declared, "Next, let me see if you are worthy of receiving my legacy." An ancient scripture slowly appeared, flying towards Yi Tian. He began to scan Yi Tian's talents, muttering, "Speed talent, defense talent, endurance talent. The divine immortal of Thunder's eyes revealed extreme astonishment. Heavily shocked, he exclaimed in disbelief. How? How can you possess so many talents? Ye Tian smirked, his voice full of challenge. I didn't expect you to discover this secret of mine. In the space of consciousness, the divine immortal of Thunder looked at Ye Tian kneeling, thinking to himself, to think this day would come. The purple-haired man looked down at Ye Tian, continuing with an air of superiority. You can discern the talents I possess. The divine immortal of Thunder stood upright, reassuring Ye Tian that possessing many talents was nothing to be stressed about. It was due to each person's destiny. Whoosh! He opened his fan and smirked. I have no interest in your secrets. Ye Tian stood up, questioning the man about his identity and rank, asserting that his aura didn't resemble that of a monarch rank expert. The divine immortal of Thunder replied nonchalantly, saying that if he didn't care about Ye Tian's secrets, then Ye Tian shouldn't hope to extract information from him either. He explained that the condition to enter here was to possess rare talents like space, and Ye Tian, with his multitude of talents, perfectly met the criteria. Snap. He closed his fan and declared that he had thought of a better way to help Ye Tian break through to the Grandmaster rank. Ye Tian was utterly surprised by the offer of help, but the divine immortal of Thunder merely confirmed it with certainty. The divine immortal of Thunder began to enlighten Ye Tian, pointing out a fatal flaw. Even with many talents, most were low to average grade. Ye Tian reflected, admitting that using low-grade talents in actual combat was indeed courting death, and decided to be more cautious when copying from now on. Whoosh! The divine immortal of Thunder opened his fan, continuing his lecture. The more low-grade talents you have, the more limited your path of development. There is only one way out. He looked at Ye Tian with sharp eyes, concluding the matter, and that is to upgrade all your talents to the peak. Ye Tian was completely shocked, shouting in his mind, What? Upgrade all talents to the highest level? Is this a joke? The divine immortal of Thunder affirmed with certainty that as long as there was enough combat experience, upgrading talents was entirely feasible. He declared that he would help Ye Tian this one time only, then snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared, and the scene around Ye Tian transformed into a magnificent hall. The entire space of consciousness was now a colossal, ancient, and majestic structure. Ye Tian looked up at the soaring ceiling, astonished to realize that within this space, there was yet another space. The divine immortal of Thunder explained the overpowered gift. Time here was distorted. 1 hour outside was equivalent to 1 month in this engraving chamber. Ye Tian's jaw dropped upon hearing about the time-bending ratio. What? 1 hour outside equals a whole month in here? The divine immortal of Thunder confirmed, his voice full of superiority. Indeed, but this opportunity is only once. Leave, and you can never return. Ye Tian pondered. His immediate goal was clear. He had to break through to the Grandmaster rank. Thinking of the Yun family and the Life Core, he clenched his fists. Only the strength of a Grandmaster would be enough to protect his sister, Ye Yu. Without hesitation, Ye Tian declared, I will stay here to level up all my talents. The divine immortal of Thunder laughed heartily, praising his decisiveness. But then he was taken aback. Huh? Where did the kid go? He muttered to himself, dropping a strong hint. If you're lucky enough to reach the monarch rank, perhaps you'll be qualified to meet my true form. Ye Tian looked up. The two powerful words echoed in his mind. Monarch rank? The divine immortal of Thunder declared that he had sent a worthy opponent, and with a crash, a giant monster hand smashed through the floor. A bull-like monster with purple energy patterns roared fiercely, its aura overwhelming the entire hall. Ye Tian broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing the formidable foe before him. This is a Grandmaster rank monster. The monster gave him no time to compose himself. It charged with terrifying speed. Ye Tian reacted just in time. Purple lightning flashed around his limbs as he prepared to dodge the attack. Boom! He had just jumped when the monster shot past, leaving behind a destructive trail of purple lightning. Ye Tian cursed inwardly as he watched the monster glide away. Damn, it's fast. Bang! Just one swing of the monster's arm shattered the hall's stone floor like a biscuit. The monster hovered in midair. Its ferocious aura made Ye Tian wary. Ye Tian wiped the trace of blood from his lip. His eyes became extremely serious, admitting, This guy is unbelievably strong. Looking at the night scene outside, Ye Tian calculated. I entered here at midnight. Now there are only 6 hours left until dawn. He resolved that if he didn't get out in time, Ye Yu would worry herself to death. So a surge of blue lightning erupted around his short sword, ready for the deathmatch to level up. Ye Tian, his entire body erupting with a blazing red murderous aura, made a firm resolution. I must complete this training course within half a year. The sky brightened. A new day had begun in the outside world. The crow of roosters echoed throughout the city, signaling the rise of dawn. At a morning market, the atmosphere was incredibly bustling, with people coming and going. A hawker was loudly advertising to attract customers. Don't miss out on these freshly picked medicinal herbs. A customer asked for the price, and the hawker casually replied, "It's cheap, only 5 gold coins." Thud. A silver moon wolf was knocked down, sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth. 2 muscular warriors stood admiring the feat. One exclaimed, "Amazing! You took it down by yourself?" The other replied, "I stayed up all night just to ambush it." The scene shifted back to the modern apartment complex where Ye Tian and his younger sister lived. Inside the familiar room, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. Ye Yu was sound asleep on the bed, her face utterly serene. In her dream, she softly called her brother's name with worry. On a nearby cushion, Xiao Jin and Little Purple were also curled up, fast asleep. The doorknob to Ye Tian's room suddenly turned slowly. Bang! The door burst open, and Ye Tian collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. He lay on his back, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, his entire body aching and devoid of strength. His hand still clutched the technique scroll, indicating he had just escaped the hellish training space. Back in that space, a terrifying purple energy explosion erupted. The training monster roared furiously, charging to destroy everything around it. Ye Tian, his body also glowing with a similar purple energy, charged into a deathmatch with the monster in its berserk state. This guy's gone mad. After days of relentless grinding, Ye Tian's strength talent was finally buffed to top tier, his fists now crackling with blazing golden lightning. Without another word, Ye Tian charged forward, channeling all his strength into a devastating punch. The absolutely powerful punch slammed directly into the training monster's face, sending it flying backward like a ball. Crash! The monster tore through the arena floor, creating a terrifying impact. Ye Tian landed lightly, his stance ready for the finishing blow. "It's time to end this," Ye Tian muttered, his eyes cold and devoid of emotion. Not just his strength, but his other combat talents had also been fully upgraded. He drew out his pair of short swords, and a blazing red aura erupted. Having been overwhelmed, the monster furiously grabbed a giant rock, preparing to retaliate. It roared, throwing a barrage of sharp rocks at Ye Tian like a meteor shower. But his skill was now different. Ye Tian took a stance with his pair of short swords, his eyes filled with confidence. He swung his swords, using his mental power to control all the floating rocks, then shouted, "Go!" The barrage of rocks changed direction, hurtling back towards the monster at terrifying speed. This was the upgraded version of the sword control chaotic slash. The entire arena floor was devastated under the hail of rocks controlled by Ye Tian himself. Ye Tian gripped his short sword tightly, his sharp eyes declaring, "You're finished." An explosion of dark energy enveloped him, preparing for his final move. He dashed forward with terrifying speed, his body encased in purple lightning, leaving behind a faint streak of light. The training monster opened its mouth in horror, completely unable to keep up with its opponent's speed. A fatal slash named Shadow Assassination pierced through the monster's throat, ending the battle. The monster dissolved into streaks of green energy, and the hellish training course officially concluded. Ye Tian stood amidst the ruined space, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he finally claimed victory. "Ha ha ha, I finally won." The familiar apartment scene appeared, unusually quiet. The morning sky was clear blue, and the sun was already high. Bare branches signaled that a new day had begun. Swish! Ye Tian suddenly opened his eyes wide, his consciousness returning from the training space. He panted, sweat pouring out, his body still feeling the after effects of the hellish battle. His purple eyes darted around, confirming that he had truly returned. Ye Tian looked out the window and muttered, "I'm back in reality." Click! The room door creaked open, and his sister's voice called out, "Brother, are you awake yet?" Ye Yu sleepily walked in, calling her brother for breakfast. Still rubbing her eyes, she invited her brother to eat at a delicious restaurant nearby. Ye Tian stared at his sister, his gaze complex, and softly called her name, Ye Yu. Without a word, he stepped forward. Ye Tian suddenly embraced Ye Yu, a tight hug. Ye Yu was completely surprised, asking blankly, "What's wrong, brother? Did you have a nightmare?" He replied, his voice full of emotion, "No, it just feels like it's been a very long time since I last saw you." Ye Yu blushed, shyly pushing her brother away. "Aren't you embarrassed, hugging your own sister and saying such cheesy things?" She pouted, turned away, and declared, "Humph, I don't care about you, just stay there and starve." But Ye Tian immediately cut her off, inviting her to shop at Demon Sea Base. The two words shopping immediately made Ye Yu's ears perk up. Ye Tian smiled, promising to buy her anything she wanted because he had just earned a fortune from the secret realm, making Ye Yu's eyes light up. She cheered happily, told her brother to wait while she changed, and then darted off in a flash. After the training, Ye Tian stood in his room, feeling the surge of new power, and realizing how much upgrading his combat talent to top tier had unfairly boosted him. He tensed, purple energy erupting, telling himself that he was just one short step away from breaking through to the master rank. The sky was clear blue, birds flew around. A peaceful morning. The two siblings had arrived at Demon Sea Base, a bustling city with medieval architecture. Ye Tian and Ye Yu entered the bustling market, and he secretly acknowledged that this place was truly prosperous. Ye Yu suggested inviting Yu Ling and Xiao Yu over to their house to thank them, and Ye Tian immediately agreed, promising to throw a proper party. He also advised his sister to befriend them as they would be staying at Demon Sea Base for a while Xiao Jin and Little Purple were sound asleep in his pouch. At a fruit stall, Ye Yu was asking for the price, and the stall owner shouted that half a caddy of apples cost 2 silver coins. Ye Yu immediately haggled, but was flatly rejected by a female sword shop owner nearby, while Ye Tian just watched with a scheming expression. Ye Yu exclaimed in surprise at a sparkling fountain. She was extremely excited, confessing that this was the first time in her life she had seen something like this. As evening approached, the two siblings looked for an outdoor restaurant. Ye Tian entered a deserted tavern. He downed a glass of strong liquor in one gulp. Clink! He placed the glass on the table, letting out a refreshing sigh. The two siblings sat opposite each other, Ye Tian warning his sister not to get drunk because he couldn't carry her home, while Ye Yu warned him back. Ye Yu rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she admitted it had been a long time since the two of them had such a relaxing day. Ye Tian silently agreed, a rare, gentle smile gracing his lips. The city scene at dusk, a truly happy and peaceful day. Night fell over the old apartment complex where the two siblings were staying. Night fell upon the dilapidated apartment complex, eerily quiet. Suddenly, a silver-haired woman appeared in the empty apartment, crossing her arms with an annoyed expression. The living room was deserted, not a soul in sight. The silver-haired woman muttered, "Is that brat not home?" She gritted her teeth, growling, "Ye Tian." Meanwhile, Ye Yu walked along, grumbling internally about her thoughtless older brother. "I can't believe Head let me walk home alone like this," she continued to mutter in the empty alley. She hugged Xiao Jin, cooing, "He said you'd protect me, right?" Xiao Jin? Recalling the scene at the market, Ye Tian told his sister, "I need to buy a few things. You go home first." Ye Yu was surprised. "Huh? You don't want me to come along?" Ye Tian gently patted her head. "That place is far from home. You go rest first. Don't worry. I'll be right back." Ye Yu blushed slightly, obediently nodding in agreement. Ye Tian watched his sister's retreating figure with a rare smile. Ye Yu clicked her tongue, deciding, "Whatever. I'll scold him thoroughly when he gets home." She quickened her pace through the abandoned warehouse district, complaining, "Ah, it's so cold." Suddenly, an Oni mask thug with purple hair emerged from the shadows. He turned to the silver-haired woman standing behind him. "Milady, someone's here. We're both ready for the ambush." Ye Yu sighed in relief upon seeing her front door, rushing towards it, completely unaware. Suddenly, she froze, a sense of unease rising within her. The Oni mask thug asked his master, "Milady, are those Yu Ling's people?" The silver-haired woman narrowed her eyes in assessment, coldly replying, "No, just an ordinary human and a martial artist." In the dark alley, the silver-haired woman's group remarked that Ye Yu looked quite similar to someone else, unable to believe the coincidence, while Ye Yu bewilderedly wondered why her pets had come out on their own. Ye Yu panicked, whispering to her pet in her bag, "Quick, get back in," Big Brother said. "No one else should see you." She hastily pushed Little Purple's head back into the bag, muttering, get in quickly." Little Purple only managed a few protesting squeaks before being fully stuffed inside. The silver-haired woman's eyes widened, recognizing it instantly. It's the treasure-seeking purple mouse. The scene shifted to the Martial Pavilion headquarters under the moonlight, a luxurious and ancient place. A staff member opened a box, revealing a glowing red marrow cleansing pill, and said to Ye Tian, "As per your request, this is a marrow cleansing pill suitable for martial artists. This item isn't worth much, so we're giving it to you for free." Ye Tian asked in surprise, and Xiao Yu, standing behind the counter, confirmed, "You are a VIP of the Martial Pavilion. Giving this away for free is nothing." Ye Tian smirked triumphantly, thinking, "With this, Ye Yu's cultivation will skyrocket. Xiao Yu understood upon seeing this, happily suggesting, "Oh, you're buying it for Ye Yu? Then let me help you find a top-tier martial arts manual for martial artists as well." Ye Tian smiled politely. "Haha, then thank you very much." Xiao Yu turned and ordered a purple-haired staff member. "Go to the manual section and find a top-tier manual suitable for a martial artist." Suddenly, Ye Tian received a telepathic message from his pet. "Master, we're in danger. There are people from the Yun family here. Please come back quickly." Ye Tian's eyes flashed coldly, and he growled his pet's name. "Little Purple." Crash! He angrily smashed the wooden box on the counter, sending the pill flying out. Ye Tian shot off like the wind, shouting, "Ye Yu is in trouble. I'll leave the pill and manual here. I'll be back for them later." Boom! Ye Tian activated his space talent, teleporting on the spot, leaving Xiao Yu frozen in shock. He disappeared? What kind of ability is that? The purple-haired staff member, who had just returned with the manual, asked bewilderedly. "Sister Xiao Yu, I've got the manual." "Huh? Where did that person go?" Xiao Yu immediately ordered with a serious expression. "Quickly go back to the family and report that Ye Tian's sister is in danger. Tell them to send people to help her immediately." The pill and manual lay abandoned on the floor. Xiao Yu had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. Under the crescent moon, night fell upon a deserted street. Whoosh! A figure enveloped in purple lightning tore through the night, speeding away at terrifying speed. Ye Tian growled in the air, his killing intent soaring. "Yun family, if you dare touch a single hair on Ye Yu, I'll wipe out your entire clan." In another alley, Ye Yu watched in horror as her pet suddenly transformed into a giant leopard, its entire body crackling with purple lightning. Ye Yu was completely frozen, stammering at the monster in front of her. Who are you?" The Oni mask thug and the silver-haired woman stood opposite. She sneered, "Who am I? You should ask your brother." Ye Yu was stunned. "You're looking for my brother?" The silver-haired woman denied as the Oni mask thug's aura flared violently. "No, I'm just looking for the little rat who stole my things." Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and it began to pour rain. Purple lightning flashed across the night sky. Ye Tian, his entire body enveloped in a furious surge of energy, plunged straight down from above. He landed on the ground like a meteor, his terrifying power cracking the pavement. Crash! Ye Tian's landing created a powerful shockwave. He stood up, sweeping the area with his spiritual power, realizing the last trace of the soul contract was here, but Ye Yu had vanished, leaving only the empty alley under the pouring rain. Suddenly, Ye Tian's gaze stopped at a corner, where Xiao Jin lay slumped in a puddle, unconscious. His eyes flashed with deadly intent, his anger exploding. Ye Tian rushed to his pet's side, crying out in despair. "Xiao Jin." He gently lifted the exhausted little leopard, which whispered in pain, "Master, I'm sorry, I'm so useless." Xiao Jin's eyes trembled in the rain. It tried to relay a message to its master. In a flashback, the Oni mask thug grabbed Ye Yu's hair, announcing that he had captured her. Ye Tian's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent soaring as he heard his pet's last words. In the pouring rain of the alley, Little Purple crawled over, overjoyed to see its master return. Ye Tian also recognized his other pet. Calling its name as Little Purple squeaked joyfully. Little Purple collapsed at its master's feet, blaming itself for being too weak to protect Ye Yu. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, blaming himself that it wasn't his pet's fault, but his own for letting his sister return alone. He took all the blame upon himself. The torrential rain couldn't wash away his regret. Ye Tian activated his space talent, opening his pocket inventory. He gently placed both Xiao Jin and Little Purple into the storage space, telling them to rest and recover first. Ye Tian's eyes turned cold as ice. He muttered. As for the Yun family, tears streamed down his face, but Ye Tian flashed a crazed smile, vowing to exterminate the entire Yun family immediately. Boom! A massive blue lightning bolt unexpectedly struck right in front of Ye Tian. A figure landed in the epicenter. Blue lightning surged violently, blowing away the surrounding rainwater. The person stood up, long black hair fluttering in the wind, the aura of a Grandmaster-level expert erupting. Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, surprised to recognize the newcomer. Yu Ling, in her casual attire, emerged from the electric light, her complex gaze fixed on Ye Tian. At the same time, in the Yun family's underground prison, flames flickered in a forge. Ye Yu collapsed on the cold stone floor, her knee injured. She cried out in pain. Even so, the girl didn't give up. Gritting her teeth, she pushed herself up with her hands. Thrown into a dilapidated prison, Ye Yu remained fearless, shouting, "Who are you people? Let me out right now!" The girl furiously pounded on the bars, screaming for the door to be opened. Despite her smudged face, Yeyu glared with indignation. Warning. My brother, Ye Tian, won't forgive you for doing this to me. The Oni mask thug sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. Hey, it seems you still don't understand your situation, little girl. He explained that their young mistress had intentionally left 2 pets behind so they could alert Ye Tian through their soul contract. Yeyu was stunned, as the Oni mask thug smirked and stated bluntly, What I mean is, this is a trap. He growled, crushing all her hope. If your brother comes, he'll surely die. Back to the scene under the pouring rain, Ye Tian stood unsteadily, his body beginning to falter. In the dark alley, Ye Tian and Yu Ling faced each other, both drenched. The night sky was torn apart by a dazzling purple lightning bolt. Yu Ling silently pulled out an acupuncture needle, her eyes cold. In the darkness of the prison, Ye Yu desperately cried out her brother's name. Ye Tian woke up with a start on an unfamiliar bed. He looked around the luxurious room in a daze, wondering where he was. Holding his head due to the throbbing pain, Ye Tian tried to recall what had happened. The last image that appeared in his mind was Yu Ling. Memories flooded back, and he remembered standing in the rain, realizing everything. Ye Tian muttered, piecing the events together. The Yun family must have discovered I took the Vitality Stone mine. That's why they kidnapped Ye Yu. His eyes flashed with regret and self-reproach. It's all my fault. I was too careless. Yu Ling stood with her arms crossed, her tone serious. The Yun family's ultimate goal is the mine, which means Ye Yu is likely still safe. Don't be rash. We can discuss our next move. In the pouring rain, Yu Ling shouted Ye Tian's name. As he trudged onward, she grabbed his arm, yelling, Stop right there. Yu Ling warned the blockhead. Are you crazy? It's clearly a trap waiting for you to walk into. Rushing into the Yun family now is just suicide. Ye Tian roared in despair, blood rushing to his head. But that's my sister, my only family. He pushed Yu Ling's hand away, his eyes full of resentment. This has nothing to do with you. If you really want to help, then come with me. Don't stand in my way. Speechless, Yu Ling decided to let her fists do the talking, as crackling blue lightning began to gather in her hand. Without another word, she delivered an electric shock straight to Ye Tian's neck. The lightning exploded, completely overwhelming Ye Tian with its current. He stiffened like a log, his entire body paralyzed, muttering, I can't move my body. Before losing consciousness, the last image Ye Tian saw was Yu Ling's figure in the rain. Click. Ye Tian woke up with a start in a strange room, immediately shouting, What did you do to me? Yu Ling stood leaning against the door with her arms crossed, calmly replying, Don't worry. It was just an acupuncture needle laced with a paralyzing agent. No side effects. Ye Tian staggered to his feet, confusedly asking where he was, and Yu Ling informed him that this was one of the Yue family's private villas, a safe place. He still tried to crawl away, muttering that he had to go save Ye Yu, but after only a few steps, Ye Tian collapsed to the floor, his body still affected by the drug. Yu Ling coldly stated, Not to mention you're too weak right now to rescue Ye Yu from the Yun family. Even a fight with Yun Feng would be difficult for you. She continued to pour cold water on his hopes, mentioning an enemy on a completely different level. A fatal question was thrown out, accompanied by an image of King Yun He, a monarch-rank powerhouse with absolutely overwhelming aura. Can you defeat someone of that rank? Ye Tian snapped in helplessness, saying that as long as they didn't harm Ye Yu, he was willing to return the Vitality Stone mine. Yu Ling revealed intelligence from her spy. The Yun family is still calm. They've set a net, waiting for you to walk into it. If you don't go, Ye Yu will remain safe. But if you take the bait, Ye Tian gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down as he heard the fatal warning that both he and Ye Yu would die at the Yun family mansion. Yu Ling began to explain the political game. The Yue and Yun families at Demon Sea Base have been at each other's throats for years. They've always wanted to wipe us out, but lacked a pretext. This time, the Yun family recruited experts to seize the Life Force ore mine precisely to take over the Martial Pavilion and crush the Yue family, she continued. But they never expected the one who snatched it away would be you. Yu Ling smirked, explaining that they had investigated and mistakenly thought he was from the Yue family when they saw him enter the secret realm through their gate. Kidnapping Ye Yu wasn't just to target you, she revealed the true conspiracy. Their goal is to declare war on the Yue family. Ye Tian shot up, utterly shocked by this earth-shattering news. Yu Ling stood up, stating firmly, That's right, this is no longer just your personal matter, but an all-out war. She concluded with a statement that left Ye Tian speechless. A war of monarchs. Ye Tian clenched his fists, his eyes filled with indignation and self-reproach. But Ye Yu did nothing, yet she's still dragged into this. Outside, it began to rain. Yue Ling looked out the window and sighed. We have no other choice. Her gaze turned sharp. Because we were born into a world where the weak can only be prey for the strong, the scene shifted to a dilapidated street under a torrential downpour, illustrating the harshness of this world. A father carried his young daughter on his back. The little girl whispered, "I'm so hungry, Dad." The tired father replied, "Hang in there, child, we're almost home." Yue Ling's voice echoed, full of philosophy. Cruel reality will always force us to move forward. After hearing her explanation, Ye Tian seemed to understand, a determined smile playing on his lips. He looked directly at Yue Ling, resolute. "Then tell me what to do. I'll listen to everything you say." Yue Ling scoffed. "Wouldn't it have been better to do that from the start?" Yue Ling began to outline a detailed plan, and Ye Tian listened intently to every word, fully accepting her guidance. A red-haired assistant entered the room, announcing, "Miss, your guest has arrived." Ye Tian also pledged to Yue Ling. "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly anymore." Yue Ling turned to instruct him. "Right, one more thing. Tomorrow afternoon, you must follow me somewhere." Ye Tian asked in surprise where that was. Yue Ling gave him a meaningful and confident look. "To a place that can help you break through to Grandmaster rank." Yue Ling led Ye Tian to the Yue family's stronghold, an ancient and imposing architectural complex. Inside a dark underground corridor, Ye Tian wondered why they had arrived earlier than expected. Ye Tian began to lose patience. "Where are you taking me?" But Yue Ling immediately cut him off. "Talk less and follow me." Yue Ling secretly thought that someone had arrived at the wrong time, so she had to prioritize Ye Tian's arrangements. They both descended a stone staircase leading to a larger underground area. They had arrived, an area that looked like a secret laboratory located beneath the water's surface. Yue Ling gestured for Ye Tian to enter. As soon as he stepped in, Ye Tian covered his nose due to a pungent stench, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, is this the Yue family's septic tank?" It turned out the foul smell emanated from a gigantic cauldron bubbling with a gruesome green liquid, heated by magic flames. An old man in a white lab coat stirred the cauldron, reporting to Yue Ling that the body-enhancing medicine was almost ready, a complete success. Yue Ling nodded in satisfaction, while the old man confidently boasted about his expertise. Suddenly, Yue Ling turned and ordered bluntly, "Ye Tian, strip," leaving him frozen on the spot. Ye Tian cried out in panic, "Hey, don't strip me, I'll do it myself." While Yue Ling urged him to hurry. Wearing only his underwear, Ye Tian stood exposed, as Yue Ling pointed directly at the bubbling cauldron of medicine. Ye Tian broke out in a sweat, his eyes full of doubt. "Just soaking myself in this stuff will make me a grandmaster?" Yue Ling warned him not to underestimate the cauldron. It contained rare elixirs brewed according to her family's secret formula. She sealed the deal on the power-up. "Absorb all the medicine from these 4 elixir bottles over the next 2 days, and you'll definitely become a grandmaster." Ye Tian submerged himself in the viscous liquid, exhaling heavily. Yue Ling inquired about his condition, and Ye Tian could only utter one word: pain. He gritted his teeth, enduring the sensation of 1,000 needles, piercing every meridian in his body. Yue Ling explained that the elixir was clearing his meridians, and warned, "If you jump out of the cauldron, this entire pot of medicine will go to waste." Even though sweat poured down him, Ye Tian gritted his teeth and affirmed, "Don't worry, this little pain is nothing. I can endure it." Yue Ling turned and left, instructing the alchemist elder, "I have other matters to attend to first. If anything unusual happens, report it to me immediately." She glanced back one last time, her eyes revealing confidence and a hint of calculation. Ye Tian submerged himself in the medicinal cauldron, his mind echoing with the ultimate goal. "You must break through to the Grandmaster rank, Ye Tian." Scene change. A streak of light flashed across the clear blue sky. A surge of blue energy tore through the air, soaring past ancient rooftops. In the upper district of the Yue family, a colossal and imposing estate appeared. Boom! A flying ship hovered in the sky, casting a dark shadow over the entire mansion, making the Yue clan leader look up. The Yue clan leader frowned, muttering irritably, Took them long enough to finally arrive." From the ship's deck, a majestic figure looked down, and the clan leader called out the guest's name. Ni Chi. A middle-aged man with an overbearing aura, smirked confidently. Thud! He landed on the ground, lightly yet powerfully. The colossal flying ship remained suspended in the air, showcasing its owner's status. Whoosh! Ni Chi landed in the courtyard amidst a halo of blue energy. The Yue clan leader personally came out to greet him. On behalf of the Yue family, I welcome Grandmaster Ni. Ni Chi raised his hand, and the silver ring on his finger flashed before dimming, as if he had just put away a treasure. The two grand figures stood facing each other, Ni Chi getting straight to the point. Let's get down to business. The Yue clan leader personally led the esteemed guest, causing the servants to whisper in astonishment at his identity. A legendary formation master. The scene shifted to a dark, damp dungeon, with iron cages suspended in the air. Thud! Yahello was forcefully thrown into the corner of the cell. She could only hug her knees, cowering alone in the darkness. Imprisoned in the dark dungeon, Yahello desperately called out her brother's name unconsciously. Meanwhile, in a basement of the Yue family, an alchemist elder was supervising Ye Tian as he soaked in a bubbling medicinal cauldron. Ye Tian was in a state of cultivation, frantically absorbing the essence of the medicinal ingredients from the emerald green cauldron. Suddenly, he sensed a strange fluctuation, not from his body, but from within his storage pouch. Inside the storage space, a colossal egg with dark red scales began to emit a brilliant pink light. Crack! The dragon egg began to crack, a glowing fissure running along its surface. At the same time, in the main hall, the Yue clan leader was hosting Ni Chi, flattering him that the Grandmaster's presence was the family's savior. The Yue clan leader continued to fawn, saying that Ni Chi's help came at a critical time for the family. A servant poured tea for the guest. The atmosphere seemed formal, but also tense. Ni Chi sat with his legs crossed, exhaling smoke with an air of superiority, while the Yue clan leader humbled himself to plead. Grandmaster, please lend us your aid. Ni Chi took a sip of tea and coldly replied, Elder Yue, you know I'm very busy and have no interest in getting involved in family disputes. Hearing that arrogant attitude, Elder Yue Zhong, standing nearby, could only cross his arms, his face scowling with anger. The Yue clan leader clapped twice, signaling to someone outside. Bring that item in here, the clan leader ordered, seemingly having prepared a great bargain to persuade the formation master. The Yue clan leader's eyes gleamed with determination. This time, he had to go all out. A red-haired assistant was about to carry a tray in when Yu Ling called her back. Wait. On the wooden tray was an exquisitely carved antique box, clearly a rare treasure. Yu Ling told the assistant, You may withdraw. I will bring it in myself. She strode forward decisively, personally carrying the precious box into the main hall. Yu Ling alone entered the room where the two grand figures were facing each other, ready to shoulder the family's heavy responsibility. Yu Ling opened the box, revealing a mystical blue elixir glowing within. Ni Chi's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe what he was seeing. What a treasure! A primordial gathering pill. A rare elixir radiating immense energy. Yu Ling calmly handed the elixir to the formation master, showcasing her family's prestige. Ni Chi held the pill in his hand, chuckling with delight, secretly acknowledging the Yue family's formidable potential. Yu Ling glanced confidently, certain that even a formation master couldn't refuse such a lucrative offer. The Yue clan leader spoke up, asking Ni Chi if he was satisfied with this introductory gift. Haha, how could I refuse the generosity of Elder Yu? Ni Chi laughed heartily, then carefully stored the pill in his storage ring. Having accepted the gift, it was time to work. Ni Chi sat down, gesturing for the Yue family to state their request. The Yue clan leader stood up, beginning to explain the family's difficult predicament. He paced back and forth, complaining about the Yun family and King Yunhee, deeming them too arrogant and reckless to confront the Yue family. They plundered our assets and injured my disciples. This cannot be overlooked any longer, the Yue clan leader declared, seething with indignation. He turned to Ni Chi, formally extending his offer. I hope Grandmaster Ni can join forces with us. The Yue clan leader's eyes flashed with cruel killing intent as he decisively declared their ultimate goal: to annihilate the Yun family. At the same time, elsewhere, Ye Tian was soaking in a medicinal cauldron when he suddenly sensed an anomaly. Crack! The giant dragon egg in his storage pouch began to crack, a sign that it was about to hatch. The egg suddenly drained the medicinal liquid from the cauldron at an alarming rate, like a bottomless black hole. Noticing the situation, Ye Tian came up with a bold idea. Bang! He used his power to control all the remaining medicinal liquid from the cauldrons, concentrating it into a massive flow. Then I'll let you absorb it all. Ye Tian channeled all the essence of the medicinal ingredients towards himself for the egg to fully absorb. Kaboom! The alchemist elder staggered as the entire room shook violently, wondering in confusion. An earthquake. What in the world is happening? He gaped in horror as he realized all the medicinal power from the 4 giant cauldrons was being drawn to a single spot. Before his eyes, Ye Tian sat amidst a colossal green energy vortex. The alchemist elder turned pale with fear. That kid will explode if he absorbs all of this. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, he scrambled away. I must report this to the young lady immediately. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was reveling in the overwhelming medicinal power of the Yue family's secret elixir, permeating every cell of his body. But then he realized something even more terrifying. The dragon egg in his storage pouch was also absorbing energy from the life core. Ye Tian's eyes flashed, sensing the threshold of a breakthrough right before him. I'm about to break through to the next realm. Inside the storage space, the dragon egg pulsed like a heart, radiating surging life force. At the same time, at the Yue family training grounds, an overwhelming aura suddenly erupted, causing the practicing martial artist to halt. The teacup on Yue Ling's table rattled violently, signaling an earth-shattering event was unfolding. In the main hall, everyone also felt the tremor, confused as to what was happening. Yue Ling frowned, a strong premonition telling her that something major was happening. Back in the alchemy room, Ye Tian emerged from the steam, his body completely transformed, muscles bulging. Roar! A tender roar echoed as a small, winged creature burst through the smoke. Ye Tian thought to himself, I finally broke through to the Grandmaster rank, and unexpectedly gained another bonus. A small red baby dragon clung to Ye Tian, nuzzling his hand affectionately. Ye Tian looked at the newly hatched creature with an incredulous expression. I can't believe I actually hatched this dragon egg. The baby dragon raised its head and growled, a tender voice echoing in Ye Tian's mind. Master, I'm hungry. Ye Tian looked at his new pet, pondering deeply. Hungry, huh? Should I feed you elixirs or beast meat? He suddenly remembered the truth. Oh right, you hatched by absorbing the energy from the life core. Ye Tian had an idea. Picking up a piece of the life core, which was enveloped in blue lightning. That's right. Let's try this. Ye Tian throws the lightning-infused life core fragment. Catch. The baby dragon, now larger and exuding a terrifying aura, lunges to snatch the bait. Chomp! The baby dragon easily crushed the rock-hard life core fragment. Ye Tian froze. Holy crap, it can even chew through a life core. What good teeth. Meanwhile, his new pet flew around the room in delight. As soon as it finished eating, the baby dragon flew back, demanding more. Master, I want more. Ye Tian's jaw dropped. You finished it already? Ye Tian muttered about his pet's monstrous appetite, then re-evaluated his own strength after the breakthrough, unsure if he was a great martial master or even a grandmaster. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door, calling his name loudly. Ye Tian. Yue Ling rushed into the alchemy room, and Ye Tian immediately recognized her. Ye Tian decided to hide his trump card. This baby dragon is too special. I'll keep it in my storage bag for now. Pink energy enveloped his hand. Yue Ling ran in, shouting loudly, trying to warn him. Ye Tian, you can't absorb too many medicinal ingredients at once. Otherwise, you'll... She stopped dead, her eyes wide with shock as she sensed Ye Tian's new aura and saw his robust body, now dressed. You've become a grandmaster? Yue Ling still couldn't believe her eyes as Ye Tian casually finished putting on his black t-shirt. She pointed at the empty cauldrons, her voice full of astonishment. Those were 2 days' worth of medicinal ingredients, 4 full cauldrons. Any great martial master who dared to do that would explode into smithereens, yet you're fine and even successfully broke through? Yue Ling grabbed Ye Tian, pressing him. Tell me, what method did you use? Ye Tian just crossed his arms and chuckled. It must be my innate talent, ha ha ha. Yue Ling brushed him off. Impossible. Don't lie to me. Tell me the truth. Ye Tian broke into a sweat, thinking he couldn't reveal the baby dragon, while Yue Ling continued to press him for answers. Just then, the alchemy elder rushed in, panting. Young miss, is that young man all right? Yue Ling reassured him. No need to worry about him. He's alive, and has even broken through to the Grandmaster rank. The old man froze upon hearing this, stammering speechless. Ye Tian thanked Yue Ling for preparing the body-tempering medicine. She accepted his thanks but still glared at him, knowing he was hiding something, then changed the subject. Now, the important matter is the meeting to deal with the Yun family. Elsewhere, Ni Chi, a man with ash-gray hair, sat alone on a balcony, his back to the viewer. Yue Ling told Ye Tian to go back to his room and rest, while she had to return to the meeting. Not missing the opportunity, Ye Tian went straight to the main point. When are we going to rescue Ye Yu? Yue Ling reassured Ye Tian, stating that the Yue family also took this matter very seriously and would contact him as soon as negotiations were complete. The alchemy elder led Ye Tian down to an underground chamber, guiding him. Please, Sir Ye, this way. A gigantic cauldron of body-tempering medicine, filled with bubbling green spirit elixirs, was ready for the breakthrough process. A moment later, Yu Ling knelt to inspect the cauldron. It was completely empty inside, with only a few traces of medicine remaining. All 4 cauldrons of body-tempering medicine had been completely drained. Not a single drop left. Yu Ling stood up, unable to believe her eyes, thinking, in just a few hours, what on earth did he do? The scene shifted to the Yue family's dining hall, a luxurious and ancient space. Ye Tian was cutting a thick, extremely appetizing piece of steak. He calmly enjoyed his meal, replenishing his energy after the earth-shattering breakthrough. Sitting alone at the long dining table, Ye Tian nodded in approval. The Yue family's food isn't bad. Whoosh! A wooden box suddenly flew straight towards Ye Tian at an astonishing speed. Ye Tian merely glanced, using his Grandmaster-level spiritual power to stop the box mid-air. The wooden box hovered, enveloped in a halo of purple energy. Yu Ling emerged from the shadows, her eyes glowing, and remarked, "It seems you've already gotten used to Grandmaster-level spiritual power." Ye Tian curiously asked, "What is this?" Then opened the box with both hands. Inside was a purple teleportation talisman, radiating powerful spatial energy. Ye Tian excitedly asked, "So, we can go rescue Ye Yu now?" Ye Ling confirmed firmly, "That's right now." Ye Tian wondered where the talisman would teleport him, and Yue Ling calmly replied that everything had been arranged. Yue Ling declared her counterplan. "They want to set a simple trap for us, so we'll turn their own trick against them." Night fell, and the bright full moon shone down on an ancient rooftop, signaling that a long night was about to begin. Night fell upon an ancient manor, and a sharp spear gleamed. 2 Yun guards were changing shifts. A muscular, red-haired guard carrying a spear approached his comrade saying, "Hey, it's time for the shift change." The other guard, checking his watch, gossiped, "I heard rumors that someone wants to overthrow our Yun family recently. I wonder if it's true." Suddenly, a surge of purple energy accompanied by crackling lightning enveloped the entire area. The red-haired guard scoffed. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is King Yun. He's territory. Anyone who dares cause trouble here is just asking for death." The other one remained unfazed, inviting, "Forget it. A new tavern just opened in the West District. I heard the atmosphere and drinks are great. Want to go for a few drinks tomorrow?" Just as the red-haired guard agreed to treat him to drinks, a shadow enveloped in purple lightning flashed past them with terrifying speed. Ye Tian, like a bolt of lightning, soared into the air, landing directly on the roof of the Yun family manor. Kaboom! He made a cool landing, the power of a grandmaster cracking the ground beneath his feet. Purple lightning still lingered around him as Ye Tian cast a cold glance, beginning his infiltration. Standing on the rooftop, he surveyed the entire vast stronghold of the Yun family. Ye Tian closed his eyes, concentrating all his spiritual energy. He activated his formidable ability, Space Talent, Spatial Perception. A massive wave of pink energy swept out from Ye Tian's body, enveloping and analyzing the entire structure of the manor like a 3D scanner. Countless targets appeared within the scan, but there was only one place he needed to find. Found it. Ye Tian had pinpointed the exact location where his sister was being held. Without a second's hesitation, he darted across the rooftops, moving as fast as a ghost. Ye Tian thought to himself, the power of a Grandmaster rank is truly something. Now he could do things he couldn't before. In another room, flickering candlelight illuminated a candelabra and several stacks of books. A muscular man with a crew cut, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes wide, seemingly having sensed the intruder. The purple-haired enforcer sneered. The rat finally walked into the trap, then lunged forward with terrifying speed. But Ye Tian had vanished right before his eyes, leaving only a cold announcement. Space Talent. Teleportation. With a whoosh, Ye Tian appeared in the dark dungeon, where his sister, Ye Yu, was imprisoned. The purple-haired enforcer was no pushover. He immediately spun around and unleashed a thunderous punch towards Ye Tian. Ye Tian deftly dodged the blow, which missed and shattered the stone wall behind him, revealing its extraordinary power. Ye Tian was slightly surprised, thinking, my spatial perception didn't detect this guy? He must have some kind of stealth technique. Without another word, Ye Tian threw a punch straight at the enforcer's face, the impact causing the air to crack. He extended his hand, and a burst of pinkish-purple spiritual energy erupted as he growled. Bind. The purple-haired enforcer was immediately constricted by an invisible force, his face contorting in pain. He screamed in horror as he realized the disparity in power. This spiritual energy is at Grandmaster rank. You're not a high-level martial artist. Thud. Yetian gave him no chance to speak further, using his spiritual energy to slam him onto the floor, knocking him out cold. Yetian lightly licked a small scratch on his lip. An insignificant injury. He subtly curled his lip, showing disdain. The Yun family only sent a high-level martial artist to guard my sister, Ye Yu? Standing before the bars, Yetian called out loudly, Ye Yu. And from the darkness, a joyful voice responded, Big brother, is that you? Crash. Yetian didn't bother with the lock, using his energy to shatter the prison door into fragments. Ye Yu rushed out, leaping into her brother's arms, sobbing, Wah, you finally came to save me. Yetian held his sister tightly, gently comforting her. Don't be scared anymore. It's my fault for letting you suffer like this. He took her hand, his voice filled with determination. First, we have to get out of this cursed place. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from outside, shaking the entire building violently. Without a hint of panic, Yetian scooped up his sister and leaped out of the collapsing building, purple energy enveloping them both like a sturdy shield. Yeyu hugged her brother tightly, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. I can't believe you've become this strong. You must have suffered so much. Whoosh! A gigantic war spear, wreathed in brilliant blue lightning, suddenly shot forth from the distance. Clang! Ye Tian, carrying his sister on his back, narrowly dodged the attack, the spear embedding itself into the ground, blocking their path. A hand reached out, summoning the spear back. In the night sky, a figure floated under the moonlight, declaring, This is likely our first official meeting. The figure descended, their hand gripping the spear shaft tightly. A cold silver-haired woman, Yun Feng, appeared, her aura overwhelming, growling. Ye Tian, hand over the life core. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Ye Yu pointed at the enemy, her voice filled with indignation. Big brother, she's the one who kidnapped me and hurt Xiao Jin. Ye Tian gently set his sister down, his gaze as sharp as a blade. I know. Yun Feng unleashed her full Grandmaster-level power, blue lightning enveloping her body. She's a bit more troublesome than I thought. Yun Feng descended like a bolt of lightning, swinging her spear with terrifying speed. Ye Tian parried the sharp spear tip with his bare hand, sparks flying, completely unfazed. Not bad speed. Yun Feng smirked, realizing her opponent was the real deal. You've also broken through to the Grandmaster level? It seems the Yue family has given you quite a few benefits. Ye Tian brushed aside the attack, purple energy erupting, and roared. Too much talk. Yun Feng swung her spear, creating a massive energy slash. Ye Tian didn't dodge, directly blocking it with his bare hand. Two torrents of power clashed violently, Ye Tian and Yun Feng lunging at each other, exchanging blows at dizzying speed. From a distance, Ye Yu clenched her fists, her eyes full of hopeful encouragement. Go, big brother. The young girl watched the earth-shattering battle in the air, completely confident in her brother's victory. In the midst of the battle, a giant, shadowy figure suddenly appeared right behind Ye Yu. The giant Yun family enforcer's crimson eyes gleamed with malevolent killing intent. Ye Yu cried out in despair as an enforcer's hand clamped tightly around her. The giant squeezed hard, dark energy suffocating Ye Yu, making her unable to breathe. From above, Ye Tian witnessed his sister in danger, letting out a furious roar. Ye Yu, the Yun clan enforcer, lying flattened on the ground, also looked up in horror at the newly arrived presence. He recognized the mastermind behind it all, his voice trembling. King Yun He. A dazzling blue energy surge flashed, signaling the true arrival of the final boss. Seizing the moment of Ye Tian's distraction, Yun Feng lunged forward with a lightning-fast attack. Ye Tian sustained a scratch on his face due to his distraction over his sister. Yun Feng sneered, reminding him sarcastically, Hey, don't lose focus now. Ye Tian was truly enraged, his eyes blazing with deadly intent, no longer holding back his true power. He activated his strength talent, his entire body's muscles bulging, veins throbbing across his arms. Pure power erupted, enveloping Ye Tian's body in an overwhelming golden aura. Boom! Ye Tian blocked Yun Feng's spear tip with his bare hand, the clash of power sending sparks flying. Yun Feng's spear shaft cracked under the immense pressure of Ye Tian's grip. Yun Feng gritted her teeth, unable to believe it. How could this kid's strength suddenly increase so much? Ye Tian, now wreathed in purple lightning, growled as he hovered in the air, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. Meanwhile, on the ground, Ye Yu was being eroded by dark energy, coughing violently. She faintly called out her brother's name, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. her situation hanging by a thread. Seeing his younger sister slowly dying, Ye Tian roared in despair, "Stop!" Without hesitation, he activated his space talent, tightly embraced Ye Yu, and teleported out of the encirclement. King Yun, he stood there, his cold eyes following the disappearing figures of the two siblings. The old man merely glanced, an overwhelming aura of a monarch-rank powerhouse emanating from him. Yi Tian quickly took out a precious potion, blue energy streaks flashing around it. Gulp! He poured the potion directly into his younger sister's mouth, his voice urgent. "Hang in there, Ye Yu." But it was too late. Ye Yu coughed violently, fresh blood gushing from her mouth and nose. Ye Tian froze, realizing his younger sister's internal organs were completely shattered, and his recovery talent was helpless. King Yun, he spoke with sarcasm, questioning why a monarch-rank powerhouse would dare use energy on an ordinary person. The old man muttered, analyzing, his steps cracking the ground. Speed, power, and even space talent. King Yunhee's face was filled with astonishment. "How the hell can your body contain so many talents?" Yi Tian gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, knowing full well he was no match for this old monster. He pulled out his last teleportation talisman, his eyes filled with resentment. "Yunhee, you damned old man. I'll remember this." The purple talisman blazed in Ye Tian's hand, ancient characters glowing brightly. Whoosh! A purple teleportation circle appeared beneath their feet, enveloping the two siblings. "Run!" Ye Tian yelled as the space gate opened, preparing to retreat. King Yun. He immediately recognized the familiar item, a teleportation talisman. "Don't even think about escaping," the old man roared, swinging a giant energy hand towards the two siblings. Before disappearing completely, Ye Tian threw out a challenge. "You will die by my hand." The grab missed its target. The energy hand slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that flattened an entire area. A Yun family guard on patrol was startled by the explosion, wondering blankly, what the hell is going on? Dust and debris flew wildly across the night sky after the terrifying impact. Amidst the ruins, a pair of feet slowly walked, an aura that overwhelmed the entire space. King Yun. He stood amidst the devastated battlefield, muttering bitterly, "I can't believe he escaped. The speed of that teleportation talisman is truly unrivaled." Yun Feng also landed, bracing her hands on the ground to maintain balance after the high-speed chase. She rushed over, pleading, "Lord, you cannot let that bastard go. With the life core and a pile of talents, he will be a great disaster for the Yun family." King Yun, he gently extended a finger, and the space before him began to crack like shattering glass. Crack! The old man roared, and the space crack spread out like a spider web, distorting reality itself. Yun Feng's face paled, sweat pouring down. Tearing the void. The ancestor is truly enraged. A giant purple space crack opened, revealing the chaotic void within. Without another word, King Yun, he threw a punch directly into the crack, purple energy exploding, seemingly forcing open a path for pursuit. In another location, an ancient European-style glass building appeared under the moonlight. Schwip! Inside the building's spacious hall, a pink-purple teleportation gate suddenly opened. Bang! Ye Tian, still clutching his younger sister, was flung out of the space gate, collapsing, sprawling onto the cold floor. A figure rushed over. It was Yu Ling, who frantically yelled, "Ye Tian." Yu Ling checked their condition, her face changing color. "Damn it, Ye Yu is too severely injured. Good thing you're here, Xiao Yu. I don't have any medicine with me. You need to take Ye Yu to the Yue family for treatment." Yi Tian immediately picked up his younger sister, but Yue Ling stopped him. "Wait a minute. Your speed is as slow as a turtle." Yi Tian didn't bother arguing, silently raising his hand, a space cube accumulating blue electrical energy. He summoned Xiao Jin, patted its body lightly, and gave it a task. "Xiao Jin, this is up to you." The little leopard immediately replied, "Yes, I will definitely protect the young mistress this time." Bam! Ye Tian activated the cube, and a black-purple space gate, even more powerful than a teleportation talisman, opened right before them. Xiao Yu held the unconscious Ye Yu tightly, both riding on Xiao Jin's back, enveloped in purple lightning, dashing away like a bolt of lightning. Ye Tian panted, drenched in sweat, his face bruised, clearly exhausted after opening the spatial gate. Right where Ye Tian had landed, another blue spatial gate opened, and a cold foot stepped out. King Yunhee, along with two subordinates, a bald muscle man, and a blue-haired woman, emerged from the spatial gate, their aura overwhelming. The muscular man muttered, "I can't believe he has a teleportation talisman." King Yun. He looked down arrogantly from above, growling, "Is this where you've chosen to be buried?" But Ye Tian only replied defiantly, Well, see who gets buried here. King Yun. He cracked his knuckles and sneered. Then let's see what tricks you have. Yi Tian calmly raised a hand to cover one eye, a smirk playing on his lips. Come at me. King Yun. He grinned sinisterly, his hands beginning to form seals, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique. King Slaying Formation. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in surprise as the first snowflakes began to fall. Snow? From the void, a series of gigantic ice phoenixes swooped down, carrying deadly cold energy, the name of the technique appearing. Infinite Extreme Ice Prison. The blue-haired woman screamed in panic. My lord, we've been tricked. The ice phoenixes spun wildly, forming a freezing vortex that swallowed everything. King Yun. He gritted his teeth, realizing he had fallen into a pre-laid trap. This is the formation that Brat set up beforehand. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Tian lunged forward, one hand gripping King Yun. He's cloaked tightly. Ye Tian's eyes flashed with a cold blue light, activating the entire formation. A gigantic crystal of ice rose from the ground, trapping King Yun He and his two subordinates inside. The ice block grew larger, the cold energy emanating from it freezing the entire hall. Yi Tian sighed in relief, muttering, "The power of this formation is truly terrifying. Even a monarch rank expert can't withstand a single blow." The ice block began to show cracks, but it had completed its mission of holding back the enemy. Ye Tian turned and left. A white-robe elder, along with Yu Ling and a purple coat man, were already waiting. The old man smiled. "I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. Thank you, young man, for bringing Yun He here." King Yun. He was frozen solid. The previous attack seemed to have crippled his fighting ability. Under the moonlight, an old man began introducing some important figures to Ye Tian. This old man is the Yue family's old ancestor, Yue Qing, and that long-haired man is the invited Grandmaster Formation Master, Ni Qi. Yue Qing praised Ye Tian endlessly, acknowledging him as a true talent for cultivating himself to the Grandmaster rank, and promised generous rewards. Ye Tian said a few humble words, then secretly activated his hack scan, immediately checking Ye Qing's profile. High-level cultivation talent, mid-level strength talent, but his main target was that man. Yi Tian immediately targeted Ni Qi, the one possessing the extremely rare peak-level formation talent. Without further ado, Ye Tian pressed yes, immediately looting the formation talent into his collection. His task done, Ni Qi brushed his hands, declaring he had completed his agreement with the Yue family. The rest was up to them. After all, the corpse of a monarch rank expert was a treasure in itself. It couldn't be wasted. Yue Qing thanked Ni Qi, but the formation master bluntly declared he only worked for money, as long as he was paid enough. Ni Qi bid farewell, said he'd see them again in the future, then prepared to leave. With a whoosh, he vanished in a puff of purple smoke, leaving Yue Ling and Yue Qing stunned by the formation master's skill. Yue Qing stepped forward, his wooden clogs tapping against the cold, icy ground. The old ancestor ordered Ye Tian and Yue Ling to retreat, declaring he would handle the aftermath himself. Crack. Inside the ice block, an eye opened, signaling that the enemy had not yet fallen. Bang! King Yun. He shattered the ice prison, his muscles bulging, roaring in fury. Yue Qing also had to admit he had underestimated King Yun He, as he could break free from the ice so quickly. Seeing the old ancestor in danger, Yue Ling bravely charged forward, causing Ye Tian to shout a warning. Yue Ling. Bang! Yue Ling took the full force of an invisible attack, sending her flying. King Yun. He unleashed the spatial prison technique. Yue Ling immediately realized this was a monarch rank ability, trapping both her and Ye Tian. He smirked, declaring coldly, "You two just stay put in there." Bang! Ye Tian didn't say a word, immediately activating his strength talent, his fist flaring with brilliant pink energy. He furiously pounded the invisible cage, but it was useless. He could only roar in frustration. "Damn it, I can't break it." From afar, Yue Qing muttered that indeed, one should not underestimate an opponent, but the goal of injuring him with the formation had been achieved. The old man decided and acted, kicking off his wooden clogs, preparing for an all-out battle. His robe also flew with the wind. Yue Qing was ready for the real fight. Flexing his body, Yue Qing's muscles bulged, his aura exploded, declaring he had long prepared for this battle. Flashback scene. A white-haired boy was dying on the cold ground, pierced by ice, desperately looking at the muscular man and whispering, "Family patriarch." The boy stretched out his blood-soaked arm, pleading for help in vain. Back to the present, King Yun, he charged like a bolt of lightning, the ground beneath his feet cracking open. The flashback continued. The white-haired boy lay sprawled on the ground, someone yelling at him, Get lost. The academy gate guard pointed his weapon at the boy, chasing him away. You stinking beggar. How dare you show your face here? An arrogant student walked past, grumbling. He even dirtied my clothes. What bad luck. The white-haired boy sat huddled alone by the fence, in the cold, snowy weather. His stomach growled with hunger. His body trembled from the cold. The boy could only mutter in despair. Tumble. A piece of bread rolled in front of him. A bandaged man stood there and ordered, Eat. Without a moment's hesitation, the boy lunged for the bread like a wild beast. The bandaged man asked if he wanted to come home with him. In return, his life would belong to him from now on. Nodding frantically, the boy Yun-hee happily gnawed on the piece of bread, his mouth letting out a joyful, yeah. King Yun-hee, his entire body enveloped in brilliant golden lightning, provoked Yue Qing. Come on. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. He pointed a finger crackling with lightning at his opponent, growling. Old man Yue. Yue Qing flexed his muscles, radiating a crimson killing intent, disdainfully. I can't believe you'd even use your own clan disciples as meat shields. King Yun. He sneered, replying coldly. They died for me, so their lives weren't wasted. Observing from afar, the white-robed elder muttered, Can't he escape from the inside? He continued to speculate, looking at the confining cube. Perhaps a monarch-rank forbidden technique is still too much for them. Inside another space, Yue Ling utilized her sword talent, unleashing a slash enveloped in brilliant blue lightning. Her attack was blocked, the recoil sending both her and her sword flying. The sword energy dissipated into the air, completely harmless. Yue Ling collapsed beside Ye Tian, helplessly admitting, Our attacks are completely useless. Ye Tian gritted his teeth, realizing the critical situation. At this rate, Elder Yue will be in danger. Without hesitation, Ye Tian activated his space ability, creating a collapse zone with swirling purple energy devouring everything. King Yun. He was astonished by Ye Tian's power. He realized the gravity in this space had increased tenfold. Crash. Under the terrifying pressure, Yue Qing's feet crushed the arena floor. Suddenly, King Yun. He charged with incredible speed, delivering a devastating punch to Yue Qing's face. Yue Qing was stunned, unable to believe his opponent's speed, which was almost like teleportation. But don't you dare underestimate me, King Yun, he roared, continuing to punch Yue Qing directly in the face. King Yun. His fist clenched, preparing for a finishing blow. Yue Qing grabbed King Yun-hee's face, his eyes filled with killing intent. Without a word, Yue Qing used pure strength, sending King Yun-hee flying like a broken kite. The old man roared, slamming King Yun-hee straight into the ground with his entire body, creating an earth-shattering impact. Boom! The arena shattered into pieces, and the shockwave spread all around. But King Yun, he still stood firm, dusting himself off, his expression clearly vexed. Immediately, King Yun-hee retaliated, sending Yue Qing flying backward. The two old monsters clashed again, exchanging merciless blows. King Yun, he delivered a devastating uppercut, making Yue Qing spit blood. The impact caused the ground to explode once more, dust flying everywhere. Amidst the rubble, Yu Qing slowly stood up, his aura undiminished. King Yun. He had to admit, to be so resilient in old age, Patriarch Yue is truly something else. But the praise was merely polite, as King Yun-hee locked his target onto Yue Qing. Two blazing energy orbs were fired with terrifying speed. Yue Qing raised his head, facing the destructive attack hurtling towards him. An earth-shattering explosion engulfed the entire area in a sea of flames. Amidst the smoke, King Yun. He grabbed Yue Qing by the neck, scoffing. Hey old man, where did you get this fire element talent? You probably just picked up some trash in the secret realm. Didn't you? Suddenly, he froze, his eyes sharp. Wait, there's another one. A blazing slash tore through the air, heading straight for the spatial prison. Clang! The slash struck the barrier, creating a crack. Inside, Yue Ling sat on the ground, her sword plunged beside her. Trapped in the spatial prison, Yue Ling shouted, Ye Tian, the Patriarch has come to our aid. Pour all your strength into breaking this damned formation. And Ye Tian immediately agreed. Without further ado, Yue Ling activated her secret technique. Sword skill, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Her black hair instantly turned fiery pink, and her aura surged. Ye Tian was not to be outdone. He flexed his muscles, activating his peak-level strength talent, as golden lightning enveloped his arm. Both unleashed their attacks simultaneously, roaring, Break for us, aiming directly at the barrier's weak point. Crack! King Yun. His spatial prison shattered into countless pieces like glass. Witnessing this, both Yue Ling and Ye Tian, revealed determined expressions. Standing afar, King Yun. He sneered. These two brats are interesting. Escaping the prison, Yu Ling and Ye Tian landed, still in their combat states. A terrifying energy explosion erupted from afar. It was an attack from Yue Qing, Patriarch Yue, aimed directly at King Yun He. Yue Qing growled, his entire body ablaze. This time, I'll use my full fire element talent. Yue Qing's entire body was submerged in a sea of flames. He roared, Yun He, die in my sea of fire. Standing in the eye of the firestorm, King Yun He merely laughed disdainfully. Ridiculous. Do you think someone who needs medicine to gain a trash talent can defeat me? King Yun. He growled, his eyes cold. Let me show you the real deal. The difference in rank between monarchs, he roared, as a golden aura erupted, blowing away Yue Qing's entire sea of flames. Ye Tian broke out in a cold sweat, realizing a horrifying truth. Could it be that King Yun He hasn't used his full power yet? Yue Ling was speechless, only able to mutter, he's just showing off. King Yun He, now enveloped in pure golden flames, unleashed a destructive attack. He roared his technique, Fire Annihilation Heavy Punch, a blazing fist powerful enough to flatten everything. Facing the Fire Annihilation Heavy Punch, King Yun, he merely sneered, a flicker of disdain in his eyes as he activated his trump card. Spatial Talent, Void Devour. A golden energy burst from King Yun He's fist, hurtling towards Yue Qing, who was still burning with rage. Yue Qing, exerting all his strength, froze, horrified to realize his flames were being inexplicably sucked away. Yue Ling, watching from afar, also gaped. The Patriarch's flames are gone? How is that possible? Ye Tian narrowed his eyes, his mind working at lightning speed, immediately recognizing the true nature of the technique. Spatial Talent. Void Reversal. Boom! King Yun. He returned all the flames to their owner, his punch now imbued with Yue Qing's fire energy, striking his opponent directly. Yue Qing screamed tragically as he was burned by his own flames. Thud! Patriarch Yue was sent flying like a ball, face planting into the ground. Yue Ling cried out in despair. Patriarch! Lying sprawled on the ground, his entire body scorched. Yue Qing couldn't believe the cruel reality. Yue Ling rushed to his side, asking anxiously while Yue Qing was still in shock, muttering about the unimaginable power of a monarch-rank space talent. King Yun. He stood with hands on his hips, laughing arrogantly, while Yue Qing tremblingly put forth a terrifying hypothesis. Could it be that you've surpassed the monarch rank? The bald elder calmly denied. Not surpassed, but I've gained a deeper understanding of this realm. Yue Ling, listening nearby, was speechless, deeming it impossible. Ye Tian, standing afar, also broke into a cold sweat, confirming that theoretically, humans cannot exceed the limits of the monarch rank, proving Yun He had broken the world's rules. Yue Ling mustered her courage and questioned, How did you do it, King Yun? He sneered, deciding to bestow grace upon the dying. Fine, since you're all about to perish, I'll tell you. It's thanks to the life crystal core. He explained that this was a rare treasure, and only thanks to a fragment found in the secret realm had he been able to take half a step beyond the monarch rank. King Yun He's gaze shifted towards Ye Tian, his voice full of greed. That's why that brat Ye Tian is my prey. He didn't know that even a small piece of the elders was so formidable, while what Ye Tian held was the size of a fist. Yue Qing, lying on the ground, was utterly despairing upon hearing this, never expecting such a terrifying treasure to exist in the world. Yue Ling looked at the dying patriarch, bitterly admitting, It seems my knowledge is far too outdated. Within the space prison, Yue Ling, with her fiery pink hair, plunged straight towards King Yun He like a shooting star. A pure white sword energy was unleashed, but it seemed ineffective. Yue Ling screamed in despair as she saw Patriarch Yue being completely overwhelmed. Cornered, Patriarch Yue roared, intending to self-destruct in a desperate gamble. Take Ye Tian and run. I'll hold him off. King Yun, he sneered, grabbing the old man tightly. Self-destruction? Who gave you permission to do that? Slash. With a clean cut, King Yun. He severed Patriarch Yue's arm that was accumulating energy. The elder only realized what was happening amidst his excruciating pain. Pop! The severed arm harmlessly exploded. Patriarch Yue let out a tragic wail, utterly helpless against absolute power. Seeing the hopeless situation, Yue Ling unleashed her full power, performing her ultimate sword technique. Moonstorm. Cloud in Dashin sword art. Yue Ling, her hair now black again, looked ahead exhausted, her face dazed. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Tian suddenly appeared, his aura soaring. He glanced at the situation, his eyes sharp and cold, calculating inwardly. Space talent. Teleportation. Whoosh! Tian lunged forward with terrifying speed, leaving a purple streak behind him, grabbing the dying patriarch Yue. A flash of light, and both vanished before King Yun. He could react. King Yun. He froze, recognizing the move. Teleportation? That brat. Tian handed Patriarch Yue a vial of medicine, explaining that it was the Yue family's revival elixir, which could only temporarily sustain his life but not allow him to continue fighting. Yu Ling bowed her head, her voice full of guilt. I've implicated you, Tian. I'm sorry. Tian ordered decisively. Yu Ling, take him and go first. As Yu Ling looked bewildered, he reassured her. Don't worry. Tian's face was cold, his eyes sharp. I have a way to deal with him. King Yun, he roared, lunging forward with a thunderous punch, initiating his destructive combo. The old man smirked, boasting loudly. I know how to teleport too, kid. True to his word, King Yun he vanished and reappeared behind Tian, delivering a devastating kick that sent him flying. Tian was flung away, spitting blood, utterly shocked by the overwhelming power. This power, the terrifying force of the kick sent Tian flying like a bullet, shattering a stone wall. Realizing the disparity in strength, Tian had only one thought. Run. Yu Ling watched from afar, helpless as Tian was getting thrashed, unable to do anything. King Yun. He began to get serious, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. With a roar, violent energy erupted around King Yun he, his hair suddenly growing long and turning silver white. The true monarch's aura was unleashed, a terrifying pressure crushing the very space around them. The old man strained, using his power to control countless boulders floating around him. With a concise command, go, he transformed them into deadly projectiles, firing them towards Tian. A barrage of boulders shot forth at terrifying speed, carving destructive streaks across the sky. Tian didn't flinch, unleashing a massive surge of purple lightning to counter. The two torrents of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that destroyed everything in its vicinity. After the attack, King Yun he maintained a calm expression, his long hair fluttering in the wind, confident in his own strength. On the other side of the battlefield, Tian was no pushover either, his entire body enveloped in purple lightning, his gaze resolute. Without another word, Tian channeled all his strength into his fist, charging straight towards King Yunhee to settle the score. King Yun, his eyes flashed with a deadly glint. He was truly serious now. Boom. Tian was sent flying like a fly by a terrifying surge of power, utterly unable to resist. King Yun. He hovered in the air, his white hair flowing, boasting coolly. I will wait for you, Tian. Amidst the rubble, King Yunhee sat casually, uttering a sarcastic remark upon seeing Tian still manage to get back on his feet. The old man continued to ramble, acknowledging Tian's impressive youth, talent, and power. Tian staggered to his feet, covered in injuries, while King Yunhee declared that a threat like him couldn't be allowed to live. Tian bitterly realized that the power gap of the monarch rank was simply too immense. Tian calculated, his remaining stamina was only enough to use his recovery talent one more time. In this desperate situation, Tian narrowed his eyes, deciding to go all in with that method. He raised his hand, and a massive life core, emitting dazzling lightning, appeared as he called out King Yunhee's name. Tian smirked provocatively. Isn't this the life core you've coveted for so long? King Yun. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the size of the core. The old man's expression turned utterly greedy, as he growled that this thing would surely help him break through to the monarch rank. Tian said coldly, Since you want it so badly, then I'll give it to you. He gathered his strength and hurled the core straight towards the old man. The life core tore through the air like a shooting star. King Yunhee cackled, rushing after it like a moth to a flame, shouting, It's mine. The old man's hand was about to grasp his dream treasure. Suddenly, King Yunhee froze, his eyes revealing utter horror. Chomp! A blazing red baby dragon appeared out of nowhere, snatching the entire life core right from under the old man's nose, leaving King Yun. He stunned. A dragon?